Chapter 311. The rapid assembly of the Resistance Alliance made other civilizations stunned. Although the leaders of these civilizations were still inside the fortresses, the huge fleet of more than 80 million warships in space made other civilizations dare not make any moves. For a while, the fortresses fell into a strange calm, and no one mentioned the Avengers' plan again. After a period of discussion, the Earth Federation also had a rough guess about the Avengers' plan, but it was hard to say whether it was exactly what they thought. According to the conditions for the final battle proposed by the Avengers, coupled with the emergence of the Resistance Alliance, a war that affects all civilized races is about to come. After all, no civilized race wants to be wiped out by the law, but now facing the Zerg tide, all civilized races can no longer get points by killing the Zerg mother nest. So that means the current ranking is basically fixed, and the civilized races ranked in the last 5,500 are all within the range of being wiped out. If you don't want to be wiped out, the only way is to destroy other civilized races and take away their points. But now no one dares to act rashly. Although the Resistance Alliance is very strong, these civilized races are only gathered together to avoid being wiped out. There is no cohesion at all. So they will not take action until they are desperate. Among the civilized races that will not be wiped out, if the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance want to compete for the first place, they must eliminate other civilized races and gain more points. If you don't want to compete for the first place, you can just hide in the fortress, so there is not much pressure. Only those civilizations with neither high nor low rankings are the most worried now. They don't want to form an alliance, because no one trusts each other, and there is no pressure to be wiped out, so they all want to hide as much as possible. So now these civilizations are also communicating everywhere, looking for allies to cooperate with. Time passed bit by bit, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this year, all civilized races did nothing except communicate in private. And the insect tide is still as usual, with no sign of stopping. Now the 9 transmission channel defense fortresses are spending a lot of money to deal with the insect tide every day. If it weren't for the 8 years of accumulation that made the stocks of all civilized races very full, they would have collapsed long ago. Even so, the genetic nuclear power stockpiled in the major fortresses has basically consumed 1/3. And one fortress has only a little more than half of its genetic nuclear power stock left. If the insect tide has not stopped after a year, the transmission channel defense fortress will be breached. So after a year of defense, all civilized races have known that the information the Avengers had said before was not a lie to them, and the insect tide would not stop unless the final battle was over. Facing the endless insect tide, no one has any way. Even if they want to leave the fortress, they are stopped by the Resistance Alliance and the Avengers. According to the Resistance Alliance, if all civilizations leave the fortress, once the insect tide flies out of the giant planet, then the survival rate of the Resistance Alliance will be the lowest. So, with the idea that even if we die here, you won't have a good life, the Resistance Alliance tightly blocked all civilized races that wanted to leave the fortress. In this way, things fell into an endless cycle, and it was impossible to end the final battle because the Resistance Alliance would not allow it. Without ending the final battle, everyone would waste time here, filling the huge hole in the transmission channel defense fortress every day until the genetic nuclear power fluid was consumed and killed by the insect tide. In other words, there is no solution at all to untie this knot. Even if the Earth Federation and the Evolver civilization take the lead in destroying the Resistance Alliance, no civilized race will respond to the call. After all, there are 80 million warships there. If you want to destroy such a large fleet, the odds of winning are 50 to 50 if the number is less than twice that of the opponent. And if you want to gather 160 million warships, you need at least 4,000 relatively powerful civilized races. But which civilized race is stupid enough to participate in such a thing? Because such a thing is obviously a pit. Because if you destroy these 3,000 civilizations, there will be another 3,000 civilizations that will be wiped out. In this case, you will have to face another 80 million warships, and then destroy these 60 million warships, and there will be another 80 million warships of 3,000 civilizations. So this is basically a dead cycle, and it can't be solved no matter what. The only way to solve this problem is for all civilizations to fight each other, and the civilization that can survive in the end is considered to be lucky. Moreover, the Evolvers also have their own little tricks. Once a chaotic battle breaks out, they can still stick together. Even if they cannot attack the Earth Federation, they can still get points by destroying some small civilizations, and they may even surpass the Avengers. While the major civilizations and races were planning privately, the Earth Federation was determined not to leave the fortress until the situation was clear. Anyway, the genetic nuclear power fluid stored by the Earth Federation is definitely ranked first among the fortresses. Perhaps only the Avengers' genetic nuclear power fluid reserves are slightly stronger than the Earth Federation, and the rest are not. Therefore, as long as the storage of the genetic nuclear power liquid in other fortresses is consumed, the final battle will definitely start. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed, and the genetic nuclear power liquid reserves of one of the fortresses have dropped to the critical point. According to normal consumption, the transmission channel defense fortress of this fortress will be breached in 3 months, and then it will be the time for the last stand. In fact, there is genetic nuclear power liquid inside this fortress, but these genetic nuclear power liquids are tightly held in the hands of various civilized races, and they will never take them out to replenish the consumption of the transmission channel defense fortress. After all, the attack and defense of warships consume genetic nuclear power liquid. If there is no genetic nuclear power liquid, then no matter how many warships there are, they are all scrap metal, so these civilized races will never hand over the genetic nuclear power liquid. As the genetic nuclear power liquid of this fortress is consumed bit by bit, the atmosphere between the various civilized races becomes more and more weird. Now no one knows who is which alliance, and there are countless alliances formed by many civilizations in private. Everyone knows that once the transmission channel fortress is breached, it will be the time for the war to begin. This time is the calm before the storm. One day 3 months later, countless warships began to fly out of the fortress, and these warships returned to the fleets of varying sizes. On the surface of the giant planet, outside the transmission channel connected to the fortress, the huge defense fortress was finally flooded by endless insects because it had no replenishment of the genetic nuclear power fluid. Chapter 312. Xiang Qian looked at the scene on the big screen where endless insects rushed into the defense fortress of the transmission channel, and he knew that a fortress was about to be destroyed. This result was the same as Zhang Ying's prediction. Since the results were the same, it meant that from the beginning of the insect tide to now, no civilized race had implemented a big plan, otherwise the result of the prediction would be changed. Zhang Ying, predict the situation tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying beside him. Now he asked Zhang Ying not to predict for a long time, because it was useless. After the war started, too many factors affected the prediction results. If the prediction was made over a period of time, although the result might not be very accurate, the general situation would still happen. In fact, without Zhang Ying's prediction, Xiang Qian knew that the major civilizations would start fighting. He just wanted to know if the Avengers had any action, so as not to be caught off guard. Tomorrow a fleet wanted to leave, but was stopped by the Resistance Alliance, and the two sides exchanged fire. After that, the battle escalated, and all the civilized races that left the fortress participated in the chaotic battle. However, neither the Avengers nor the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance intervened. Zhang Ying opened her eyes and said, "Yes." Xiang Qian nodded after listening, but said nothing. Since neither the Avengers nor the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance took action, the Earth Federation did not need to take action. Next, it depends on what the Avengers will do. According to the analysis of the think tank, the Avengers will take action in the later stage of the battle. After all, at the beginning, the major civilizations had sufficient genetic nuclear power fluid, and there were many warships, so the points of a single civilization were relatively few. If you take action at this time, you will not get much benefit at all, but will consume your own strength. Therefore, the civilizations with more points on the ranking list will not take action at the beginning of the battle. The civilizations that took action at the first time were ranked behind and belonged to the civilizations that were only within the range of annihilation. They were relatively weak in themselves, and they could not sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. You can only join the battle, and whether you can survive to the end depends on luck. The most terrifying thing about such a war is the transformation of points. If you destroy a civilization and get their points, another civilization will be dragged into the elimination range. And as the number of civilizations decreases, the civilizations ranked above will also be dragged into the elimination range. It can be said that except for the top 3,000 civilizations on the list, any civilization is in danger of being wiped out. The top 3,000 civilizations also want to kill some civilizations to get their points, which will escalate the war. Anyway, once such a battle begins, even if you want to stop, you can't stop. It feels a bit like being in the arena and having no choice. These principles are understood by any civilization, including the Resistance Alliance. They know that even if they start fighting now, it is a question whether there will be more than 30 civilizations left out of their 3,000 civilizations. But they may choose to wait for death, impossible. As the last warship left the fortress, the atmosphere in the outer space of the giant planet became increasingly tense. Fleets of millions or tens of millions of ships have assembled, Each fleet has opened a protective shield, forming the simplest fleet formation, and the scanning system is also turned on, always on guard against the surrounding fleets. The huge fleet of the Resistance Alliance is blocking the giant planet 100 million kilometers away, blocking all fleets from leaving. Boss, a civilized race requests to enter our fortress. At this time, Shinkong suddenly said, "Tell them that if the number of warships of the civilization itself does not exceed 300,000, then they will be refused entry." Xiang Qian said coldly, "This is not the time to be kind, nor is it the time for all civilizations to be included in the fortress. Although more civilizations enter the fortress of the Earth Federation, to a certain extent, they are considered to have joined the system of the Earth Federation. Before the end of the final battle, they will be tied to the chariot of the Earth Federation." But Xiang Qian didn't trust these civilizations at all, and he was sure that once he developed a fortress to receive these civilizations, there would definitely be puppet civilizations controlled by the Avengers among these civilizations. If the Earth Federation's fortress could not be protected by then, it would be difficult. So the request he made was to prevent the Avengers' puppet civilization from entering the fortress. The civilization races with more than 300,000 warships on the main body of the civilization could basically send out the Avengers' puppet civilization. Because the Avengers don't have such a rich civilization, and it's impossible for a single civilization to have so many warships. If they had so many special rare metals, they would have built several fourth-level civilization flagships and destroyed the Earth Federation, and they wouldn't have waited until now. After the Earth Federation put forward the conditions, many civilizations gave up. The civilizations that can have 300,000 warships are at least ranked in the top 4,000 civilizations. Such civilizations can attract a large number of small races to attach themselves, and they don't need to join the Earth Federation at all. One day passed quickly. Some civilized races entered other fortresses, and some civilized races gathered their fleets together. After signing the civilized race contract, they were ready to break out of the blockade of the Resistance Alliance and leave here. At the same time, there was also a strange civilization that chose to join the Earth Federation alone. The number of warships of this civilization race was definitely not 300,000, and it did not meet the standards of the Earth Federation in all aspects. But they were bold and did not require the entire civilized race to enter the fortress. As long as their tribesmen enter the fortress, their warships will be on standby outside the Earth Federation's protective shield. At the same time, their tribe leaders will also enter the Earth Federation's fortress with the civilized race scepter. If they make any moves at that time, the Earth Federation can easily kill their tribe leaders and tribesmen, or directly destroy the civilized race scepter and get the points of this civilized race. Faced with such a request, Xiang Qian discussed with the think tank and decided to accept such a civilized race. After all, their warships are all outside the fortress's protective shield, and will not pose a threat to the fortress itself. Their tribesmen and the scepters of the civilized race are all inside the fortress. The Earth Federation does not need to spend any effort to eliminate these unarmed people. After comprehensive consideration, the Earth Federation accepted this civilized race and allowed this civilized race to enter the fortress with a warship carrying hundreds of thousands of tribesmen and the Patriarch who holds the scepter of the civilized race. However, their 210,000 warships stayed outside the protective shield of the Earth Federation fortress. After settling this civilized race, the 5 fleets in the universe moved at the same time. The largest of the 5 fleets has 25 million warships, and the smallest has 18 million warships. Although the total number of warships in these 5 fleets exceeds the number of fleets of the Resistance Alliance, their goal is very clear, that is, to leave here and do not want to conflict with the Resistance Alliance. These 5 fleets left in 5 directions at the same time. After seeing this situation, the Resistance Alliance did not intercept all 5 fleets, but divided 3 fleets to intercept the 3 smallest fleets. The Resistance Alliance's 30 million warships versus the First Fleet's 22 million warships. The Resistance Alliance's 30 million warships versus the Second Fleet's 19.5 million warships. The Resistance Alliance's 20 million warships versus the Third Fleet's 18 million warships. For a moment, the cloud of war loomed over the giant planet, and the 6 fleets lined up and slowly approached. As for the remaining 2 fleets, they were blocked by the Avengers fleet before they escaped the giant planet's gravitational field. However, the fleet of the Avengers did not have the intention to fight. Instead, they persuaded these civilized races to return. The reason was very simple. Even if they left now, if the points were insufficient, they would have to come back at that time, otherwise they would be wiped out. It would be better to annihilate the Resistance Alliance here, and maybe they could raise enough points. However, who would believe the Avengers' lies? Facing 50 million warships, the two fleets were deadlocked there. At this time, the interception fleet of the Resistance Alliance opened fire. 30 million warships concentrated their firepower at once, kicking off the prelude to the war. Chapter 313. A small fleet of 50,000 warships had its formation shield broken and was destroyed by countless energy beams in an instant. Such scenes happen every moment in the universe, and countless warships are blown up every second. Warships that are not made by the same race can only use the most basic electromagnetic force field to form a formation force field. Although high-power electromagnetic force fields have some effect on interfering with energy attacks, the energy attack of genetic nuclear force-armed warships is more condensed than the energy attack of Level 4 civilization technology. Therefore, the formation force field composed of tens of millions of warships is actually useless. Except for defending against electromagnetic weapons, it has no defensive effect against energy attacks. In this way, the formation force field becomes useless. After an hour of fighting between the two sides, no large formation force field can be seen. The current formation force field is activated based on the fleet of a race, but in this way, those small races with only tens of thousands of warships will be attacked on a large scale at the first time. After all, the formation force field composed of tens of thousands of warships was completely powerless to defend against tens of millions of energy attacks. Basically, the formation force field was broken in less than 10 attacks, and then the protective shield of the warship itself had no resistance to the ignored attack and would be broken in an instant. The final result was that within less than 3 hours of the war, whether it was the civilized race that wanted to leave or the Resistance Alliance fleet, the civilized races with less than 50,000 warships on both sides were destroyed by countless attacks. That is to say, in just 3 hours, the rankings on the leaderboard have changed dramatically. So far, more than 600 civilizations have disappeared from the list, and at the same time, the rankings of more than 600 civilizations have risen wildly. Once the civilizations that have risen in the rankings are out of the range of being wiped out, they all start to find ways to get out of the battle, or slowly retreat. So now the battle line between the two sides is very long, and it is no longer a group war, but a confrontation between civilization alliances. Civilized races of all sizes formed alliances to attack each other, and the general scale of the battle was between 3 million and 5 million warships. However, if the formation force field of a small race was broken at this time, then the next second it would not face the attack of a single fleet, but the attack of countless fleets around it. Without the protection of the formation force field, whoever destroyed this civilization first would get the points of this civilization. It can be said that at this time, in order to gain points, there was a chaos in the space, and even the civilizations in the other fortresses began to fish in troubled waters, picking up bargains on the edge of the battlefield, and vaguely forming a trend of encirclement of the entire battlefield. The situation has become what it is now, and it is no longer something that a civilized race or an alliance can dominate. Xiang Qian is still very skeptical about the purpose of the Avengers. He does not believe that the Avengers can still control the situation. If the situation cannot be controlled, then why did the Avengers create so many things? What benefits does such a situation bring to the Avengers? Anyway, Xiang Qian could not figure it out. Even the think tank did not understand why the Avengers did this. As time went by, the battle on the battlefield began to enter a stalemate, and the remaining civilizations began to reduce consumption. The attacks of both sides also began to slow down, and some civilizations that had gained points were about to withdraw from the battle. Seeing that a huge battle was about to end in a whimper, the Avengers finally made new moves. In addition to the Earth Federation and the Avengers, civil wars broke out at the same time inside the transmission channel defense fortresses controlled by several other evolutionary civilizations. Before all the civilized races could react, the energy pipelines inside the defense fortress were all broken by the puppet civilization controlled by the Avengers. For a moment, the attack weapons of several defense fortresses all failed to fire, and countless insects outside broke through the outer armor of the fortress and rushed into the defense fortress. At this time, even if all the civilized races wanted to guard the transmission channel and prevent the Zerg from entering the planetary fortress in outer space through the transmission channel, it was impossible. The troops stationed in the transmission channel could only provide a little precious evacuation time for the planetary fortress in outer space. Instantly, the gates of several fortresses opened, and dense warships poured out, fleeing to their respective fleets. This action of the Avengers was equivalent to offending all civilized races. Soon, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance began to assemble fleets and summon other civilized races to prepare to attack the Avengers' fleet together. The Earth Federation also received an invitation from the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, but was rejected on the spot by Xiang Qian. Just kidding. Now that the Earth Federation has a fortress and is not within the scope of annihilation, it must be crazy to go with them to fight the Avengers at this time. At the same time, Xiang Qian had another idea, that is, since the Avengers dared to do this, they must be sure of it, otherwise the Avengers were not stupid, and they would not be afraid of being besieged and destroyed by everyone after attracting so much hatred. Zhang Ying, predict the outcome of the war between the two sides. Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying, as soon as he saw the fleet in the Evolver Civilization gathering. The Avengers won, and the fleet organized by the Evolver Civilization Alliance collapsed and fled in all directions. After a while, Zhang Ying opened her eyes and said. As expected, Xiang Qian was not surprised to hear this result. If the Avengers were really destroyed in this way, that would be a problem. As for the details of the battle, he did not ask Zhang Ying. Anyway, he would just watch the live broadcast next, so there was no need to ask so clearly. But at this time, he was thinking about what the consequences would be after the battle, and what benefits the Avengers would gain by doing this. As the fleet of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance assembled, countless civilized races responded. Of course, most of these civilized races were just trying to fish in troubled waters. After all, with the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance taking the lead, they could just follow behind and attack, and there was no risk. So why not? Besides, the existence of the Avengers is a nightmare for many small races. Now that they have the opportunity to eliminate the Avengers, they are of course willing to take action without any risk. So for a while, the fleet of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance launched a rear attack, and countless warships gathered. In less than an hour, more than 100 million warships arrived at the rear of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet. This also shows how unpopular the Avengers are. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the fleets of the civilizations that were deadlocked on the battlefield also began to evacuate the battlefield. In this situation, if a civilization wants to leave here, the Avengers cannot stop it. Even if the Resistance Alliance joins, it won't work, not to mention that the Resistance Alliance is basically in a state of dissolution. So the major civilizations either join the fleet of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance or leave far away, ready to watch the excitement and leave. Inside the fortress controlled by the Avengers, in front of the big screen of the main control center, the man in black quietly watched the gathering of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet on the big screen. Even though the number of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet had already exceeded the number of the Avengers fleet by 3 times, reaching a terrifying 150 million ships, the man in black did not show any worry in his eyes. Master, everything is ready. Anger came behind the man in black and said respectfully, What do you see now? The man in black pointed to the big screen and said, Master, I saw a group of ants. They don't know how powerful you are. They think they are giants. In fact, they don't know that in front of you, they are not even ants. Eng glanced at the big screen and said with contempt, Ants? I was just like them before, thinking I was powerful, but my race and my people were all destroyed. Even if you are a smart ant, the final result is destined. In this situation, do you want to be an ant that challenges the giants, or be a smart ant? When the man in black said this, the big screen showed the scene of the Earth Federation fortress. This? Master, I don't know. Anger squeaked. Of course you don't know. How many people in the endless universe know? Whether it's a stupid ant or a smart ant, it will be trampled to death by the giant in the end. You are not an ant, but a giant. Now let these ants see what a giant is. Also let the smart ant make a choice and execute the order. The man in black said lightly. Yes, great master. After saying that, Eng turned and left. The final battle of the 3rd level civilization, the most ancient way of fighting, I haven't seen such a scene for many years. Yunling, if you were here, you would definitely remember that we met on such a battlefield, and how much we paid in order not to be wiped out by the law. You said that in the immortal starry sky, our holy light civilization will be like the holy light that spreads across the entire universe, so that the entire universe will be illuminated by us, and there will be no more disasters, no more death. But you are wrong. Only when we control the universe in our hands can we do what you said. Any universe with alien races must be purified. I know you don't like me controlling life. As a protector, you are always so kind. But now, if I don't control the lives of other civilized races, you and your people will not wake up, so I'm sorry. But don't worry, when you wake up again, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. Now you continue to protect your people and let them sleep, and I will bear all the sins. The man in black quietly stroked the scepter of the civilized race, his eyes full of determination and decisiveness. Chapter 3:14. In the void of the universe, the 50 million warships of the Avengers began to change their formation. With 100,000 spherical warships as the core, 10 million warships as the main body, and the remaining 40 million warships as the spiral arms, a strange formation similar to a windmill was formed. When the 4 spiral arms of this windmill formation began to rotate, the energy force field that erupted from the core began to spread to the outside world through the 4 spiral arms. Soon, a vortex-shaped energy force field appeared outside the Avengers fleet, and the 4 spiral arms were like 4 blades, stirring the void of the universe. The universe, which was originally as calm as a lake, was stirred by the Avengers formation and instantly turned into a huge vortex. At the same time, the energy field ripples emitted by the 4 spiral arms spread out for nearly 1,000,000 kilometers, like huge waves. As the speed of the Avengers fleet formation force field rotated faster and faster, a few black cracks began to appear in the universe inside the spiral arms. These black cracks cut through the space, like sharp blades, and shot outward in the direction of the spiral arms rotation. The fleets of various civilizations that were gathering towards the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet slowed down instantly after seeing the fleet formation force field activated by the Avengers, and many fleets of civilizations began to turn around and evacuate. At this time, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and countless small races, who were originally sure of victory, no longer had the confidence they had just now. After all, the fleet formation force field added a lot of strength to the entire fleet, especially since all the warships of the Avengers used the same equipment, and the formation force field of the entire fleet had no flaws at all, which was not comparable to the most basic electromagnetic force field. Although the number of warships on the side of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance has exceeded 100 million, they have little chance of winning against a fleet of 50 million warships. Although they have a large number of warships, they cannot form a formation force field. The formation force field formed by the various civilizations is completely a mess. Apart from other things, it is basically useless in defense. So at this time, many small race fleets that have gathered behind the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet began to move and wanted to evacuate. Faced with such a situation, the Evolver Civilization Alliance also knew that they could no longer hide it. If the small races that followed them left, relying on the strength of the Evolver Civilization Alliance alone, they wanted to fight the Avengers Alliance alone, which would be simply courting death. So in an instant, several civilizations of the Evolver Civilization Alliance and their affiliated races also began to change their formations. More than 2 million warships of an Evolver civilization formed a huge arrow. Under the energy output of more than 2 million warships, the triangular formation force field was basically about to form a solid entity. This red crystal-like triangle arrow formation accurately points to the core of the Avengers fleet. After the arrow was formed, another evolutionary civilization, also a level 4 civilization, formed a spiral cylinder behind the arrow, as if the arrow body of this arrow was linked to the triangle arrow of the ex-husband. The remaining evolutionary civilizations, led by another level 4 civilization, formed a series of water-like ripple formations. The water-like formations of warships slowly rotate around the spiral arrows fired from behind the arrows. The sharp arrows formed by the 2 fleets of the 4th level evolutionary civilizations are filled with huge spatial energy fluctuations. Although this fluctuation is not directly torn apart by the fleet formation force field like the space around the Avengers fleet, the extremely distorted space around them also shows that the difference between the 2 sides is only the number of warships, not the technological gap. As an evolutionary civilization alliance, with the same 4th level civilization, it is not at a disadvantage in terms of formation force field. It can be said that the formation force field of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is stronger than that of the Avengers. However, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance and its affiliated races only have 12 million warships in total, and these warships have been slowly built over the years. So even if the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance's formation force field is stronger than the Avengers Alliance, the Avengers Alliance's absolute numerical advantage cannot be offset by the formation force field's advantage. All civilization race fleets should not move forward, but disperse to the surrounding areas to carry out long-range concentrated fire attacks on the core position of the Avengers Alliance fleet's formation force field, consuming the Avengers Alliance fleet's energy reserves. The Evolutionary Civilization Alliance issued orders to the small races in the rear. At this time, anyone who is not a fool knows to attack from a distance, and they will not go even if they are asked to go forward. In fact, if the Evolutionary Civilization does not speak, it is a question whether these small races will attack, but now that the Evolutionary Civilization has spoken, if they do not even make a long-distance attack, then it is equivalent to offending both the Avengers Alliance and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. So after seeing the evolutionary civilization fleet forming a formation force field and issuing orders, more than 100 million warships in the back began to disperse, and began to launch long-range attacks on the Avengers Alliance fleet. At one time, more than hundreds of millions of energy attacks were drawn in straight lines in the universe at superluminal speeds, like grand fireworks, fiercely hitting the formation force field of the Avengers fleet. However, after these energy attacks hit the formation force field of the Avengers fleet, there was no dazzling light like the previous energy attacks hitting the protective shield. Instead, these hundreds of millions of energy attacks were swallowed up by the formation force field of the Avengers fleet as if they were falling into an abyss, without causing any ripples at all. Even the formation force field of the Avengers fleet was not unnatural at all, and the frequency of the force spiral arms did not change at all, as if the attack just now was an illusion. Starry Sky, haven't you finished analyzing the formation force field of the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance? Xiang Qian looked at the hundreds of millions of energy attacks that disappeared, took a breath, and asked with narrowed eyes. Boss, the analysis is not yet complete. Starry Sky replied immediately. Then calculate the intensity just now, and simulate if it is our formation force field. Can it block the attack just now? Xiang Qian continued. Please wait for a moment during the simulation. The simulation is complete. We can resist, but the energy consumption is too great. We can only keep a low profile 3 times. After 3 times, the energy buffer device is overloaded and cannot buffer the recoil energy of the 4th attack. Xiang Qian stopped talking after listening. At this time, he already knew that the race war of the 4th level civilization is no longer like before, where the fleets of both sides lined up and attack each other with firepower. The battle form of the 4th level civilization should be centered on the flagship of the civilization race, combined with the fleet formation, to burst out the most powerful attack of the flagship of the civilization race. The battle form of bombardment between the two sides, like before, is completely unsuitable for the war form of the 4th level civilization. This is just like the ancient people fighting with city walls. As long as they defended the city walls, and prevented the enemy from entering the city, they were basically fine. But after the development of technology, the city walls are basically just a decoration, and a missile can blow up the city walls. The technological gap between the 3rd level civilization and the 4th level civilization can be most directly interpreted in the war form. If the energy attack of more than 100 million warships, just now, was not facing the fleet formation force field formed by the technological equipment of the 4th level civilization, then the Avengers' 50 million warships will lose at least 1 million, and the final result will be the destruction of the Avengers. But the current situation is just the opposite. The Avengers' fleet formation force field cannot be broken by energy attacks that break through warships. As long as the Avengers fleet has sufficient energy reserves and the energy buffer equipment is not overloaded, then more ordinary energy attacks will have no effect. All civilizations stop attacking. Civilized races with wireless energy long-distance transmission equipment, please adjust the energy band to the 26,312.821 frequency band and output your energy. After seeing this situation, the Evolver Civilization Alliance also discovered this problem. After they came to the same conclusion as Xiang Qian, they immediately changed their minds and stopped letting those civilized races attack, but began to provide them with energy. Soon, the space around the Evolver Civilization Alliance fleet formation force field began to twist wildly, and a few black cracks appeared around the fleet formation force field. In less than 10 minutes, the Evolver Civilization Alliance fleet formation force field expanded its influence range by more than 5 times. If it weren't for the fact that the energy receiving devices and energy output devices of all the warships of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet have been running to the limit, they can't receive more energy. The energy transmitted by more than 100 million warships in the rear can expand the influence range of their fleet formation force field by dozens of times, and the scale can even exceed the fleet formation force field of the Avengers Alliance. Regardless, even so, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is full of confidence. Anyway, as long as the energy transmission in the rear continues, they are confident that they can compete with the Avengers in consumption. After being stuck in a tug-of-war, they, with the support of countless small races, are absolutely sure to wear out the Avengers. Now what the Evolver Civilization has to do is not to be defeated by the Avengers in one blow, and drag the Avengers into a tug-of-war. After the Evolver Civilization Alliance fleet stabilized the formation force field, it began to accelerate and rush towards the Avengers fleet. For a moment, a huge vortex and a sharp arrow shot at the vortex approached quickly. At this time, the eyes of all civilized races were focused on the 2 alliance fleets, and no one noticed that on the surface of the giant planet, countless insects had begun to slowly change. This change was the same as the change of the insects on the surface of the giant planet before they rushed into space. Chapter 315. The huge vortex force field stirred the void of the universe, and the energy of the space scattered, forming an energy tidal vortex of more than 1 million kilometers around. This huge vortex formed by the Avengers' fleet formation force field did not change in the face of the sharp arrows rushing towards them from a distance. It still rotated quietly, stirring endless space energy, waiting for the impact to come. On the other hand, the sharp arrow formation force field formed by the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet rushed towards the vortex, and the surrounding space energy was driven crazily. With the energy supply from countless civilized races, the energy around the sharp arrow became more and more turbulent, and it seemed that it would not stop until the entire universe was stirred up. As the two sides approached, the space energy tied around the vortex force field began to collide with the space energy in front of the sharp arrow. At the moment when the two huge energies came into contact, a black crack of more than 30,000 kilometers appeared at the collision point, and the dark space crack directly offset the two huge space energies. However, before this space crack disappeared, the second space energy collision between the two sides broke out again. The second dark space crack appeared, and this space crack and the first space crack together offset the space energy collision of both sides. But such space energy collision is continuous. The force field vortex of the Avengers Alliance is like a huge wave, one wave after another hitting the beach. And the sharp arrow force field of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is like a ship rushing directly into the sea, breaking through waves after waves, and moving forward firmly. The collision of the two huge energies, again and again, caused the space in the middle to be constantly broken. In just 1 minute, the dark space cracks have spread all over the universe, forming a spider web. Pieces of space debris flew around, and after flying tens of thousands of kilometers, they slowly merged into the universe again. But some fragments were driven by two huge energy fields, and under the stirring of violent space energy, they formed glass fragments, rotating around the two huge energy fields. Analysis of the space fragmentation model. Incidental impact of gravitational fluctuation chaos, light propagation chaos, and imbalance of physical laws. Inside the Earth Federation, countless data were refreshing on the screens on both sides of the big screen like a waterfall, and the space model displayed by the starry sky was constantly changing. As a fourth-level civilization, the Earth Federation had already started collecting various data when the Avengers and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fought. These data have a very big driving force for the development of space technology. However, when Xiang Qian saw this data, his face was not very good, because such data also represents a huge attack force. Without reaching a certain limit, it is impossible to break the space barrier and shatter the universe. As the distance between the two sides gets closer and closer, the space crack in the universe has become larger and larger. At the core of the collision of the space energy of the two sides, a black hole of more than 30,000 square kilometers has appeared. This black hole is not a black hole in the conventional sense. It does not have a huge gravitational force. This black hole is just a black hole formed when the universe is broken to a certain extent and light cannot pass through. Essentially, this black hole is a phenomenon that occurs when countless two-dimensional spaces are broken, preventing light from reaching the other two levels from one level. Crack, crack, crack. The main bodies of the vortex force field and the sharp arrow force field finally collided with each other, and the huge energy instantly tore through the surrounding space of millions of kilometers, and the space crack spread to tens of millions of kilometers. At the moment of the collision, the universe was like a broken mirror, and countless space fragments were scattered. These fragments rotated around the two force fields under the influence of the huge energy force field. From a distance, it looked like pieces of paper rolled up by a tornado. The energy of the two force fields was colliding, and the space fragments mixed with the positions were also colliding. For a time, the space around the two force fields was in a mess, and space cracks, energy tides, and space fragments were raging around the two force fields. At this time, as long as there was no force field protection, no matter how many warships ran to the place where the two sides confronted, they would not escape the fate of being shredded. From this, it can also be seen that the battle between the fourth-level civilizations is not something that the third-level civilization can participate in at all, and the number of people can no longer determine the victory or defeat of the war. Moreover, the battle in front of us is just that most of the third-level civilization warships are equipped with the force field generators of the fourth-level civilization. If these two fleets are composed entirely of fourth-level warships, then the power will be at least several levels stronger than it is now. At this time, the big screen is no longer showing the picture, but the energy field fluctuation map of the two sides. Now any optical equipment can no longer see the battle situation of the two sides. If you want to know the specific battle situation, you can only watch the battle situation through the energy field fluctuation map. On the big screen, the energy tide outside the Avengers Vortex force field has been pierced by the sharp arrow force field of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. If the entire Avengers Vortex force field is regarded as a circle, and the circle is divided into parts from the outside to the inside, then the sharp arrow force field of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance has pierced the two outermost circles. The force spiral arms that make up the Avengers Vortex force field are only in the middle of the fifth circle. If the sharp arrow force field of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance breaks through 3 more circles, it can hit the force spiral arms. At that time, once the energy of the Avengers Vortex force field is unstable, it will be the moment of the Avengers' defeat. But when the Evolver Civilization Alliance broke through the third outer circle, the speed began to slow down. After all, the space energy driven by the Vortex force field was too huge. When the Evolver Civilization Alliance broke through the 3 outer circles, the 3 outer circles of space energy that had been rotating directly hit the sharp arrow force field, causing the entire sharp arrow force field to begin to shift with the direction of the vortex. If the Evolver Civilization Alliance had not had the energy supply of countless small races, it might have been taken away by the huge space energy at this time. But even so, the situation faced by the Evolver Civilization Alliance has become less optimistic. As the influence of space energy increases, the Evolver Civilization Alliance fleet as a whole goes deeper, and the energy supply of the small races in the rear has begun to be seriously disturbed by space energy and become unstable. This time, the Evolver Civilization Alliance fleet's breakthrough speed has changed from being unstoppable at the beginning to being gradually slow now. If such an impact continues to increase, once the energy supply of the small races in the rear is interrupted, then the Evolver Civilization Alliance will face very terrible consequences. The current situation depends on whether the Avengers can withstand the attack. As long as the influence of space energy increases, and the energy supply of the small races in the rear cannot keep up, the attack of the Evolver Civilization Alliance will fail. Boss, a special situation has been discovered. Countless Zergs are evolving on the surface of the giant planet. Currently, more than 10 billion Zergs have evolved and are rushing into space. When the Evolver Civilization Alliance fleet was about to break through the fourth circle, Shinkong suddenly appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him. A small screen next to the big screen also switched to the surface of the giant planet. At this time, countless insects on the surface of the giant planet stayed quietly in place, and their bodies began to slowly change. The most eye-catching thing was the scene of more than 10 billion insects rushing into space. These insects all took off from one place, rushing towards the space in a black mass towards a dark cloud. Seeing this, Xiang Qian's face changed instantly. It's not that these insects can bring much threat to the Earth Federation, but these insects rushing into space will stop those small races from supplying energy to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. If the Evolver Civilization Alliance lost the support of the small races at this time, then the consequences. Xiang Qian could not imagine it. No one could have imagined that the Evolver Civilization Alliance's greatest reliance on breaking through the Vortex force field would become a death warrant at this time. Of course, at the beginning, they could not have imagined that the huge amount of space energy entering would seriously affect energy transmission. Chapter 316. Boom! A small race launched an attack on the bugs that flew out of the giant planet and rushed towards their fleet. This attack was like a signal, and countless small races began to turn around and attack the bugs that continued to rush into space. As one small race after another joined the battle, the number of races that provided energy to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance became fewer and fewer, and the space energy around the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet began to become thinner. This time, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet, which was still moving slowly, stopped instantly, and began to retreat and deviate. In the sharp arrow force field on the big screen, the arrow began to deviate, slowly deviating with the rotation direction of the vortex force field. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian knew that the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance had failed, completely failed. At the same time, the civilization races that were disappointed with the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also began to stop outputting energy, which further aggravated the defeat of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. This failure cannot be said to be the problem of the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, nor can it be said to be the problem of those small races. It can only be said that the Avengers Alliance occupied the right time, right place, and right people. Various conditions have led to the current situation, and this situation cannot be changed by human power. Shinkong, calculate the strength of the force field built by the Avengers. With the shield of the fortress, can it withstand such an attack if there is enough energy? Xiang Qian looked at the situation on the big screen and said to Shinkong, "It can be resisted, but with the current energy reserves, it can only withstand it for a month at most. Then with the strength of our fleet's force field, can it withstand such an attack? It can be resisted, but the energy buffer device will enter an overloaded state after 17 hours, and the energy buffer device will be damaged after 19 hours, and the fleet formation force field will disappear." Xiang Qian stopped asking questions after hearing this, and just sat there quietly thinking. At this time, if the Earth Federation wants to leave, the Avengers will be powerless to stop it. However, once they leave here, it means that the final battle will no longer have anything to do with the Earth Federation, and there is no need to think about any rewards, let alone the other party, the Avengers. Once they leave here, the Earth Federation will no longer be able to participate in and control the development of the situation here. If the Avengers control all the civilized races here, then even if they leave here and return to the Large Magellanic Cloud or the Milky Way, the Earth Federation will probably face attacks from all civilizations. So after thinking for a while, Xiang Qian decided not to leave here. Anyway, the Earth Federation still has the power to protect itself. Even if the Avengers want to destroy the Earth Federation, it is impossible. At the same time, he also wanted to see what the Avengers would do next. How would they end the final battle? And what was their ultimate goal? During the time Xiang Qian was thinking, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance fleet had already deviated from the vortex by more than 100,000 kilometers. Even if the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance wanted to adjust the direction of the fleet, it could not move at all under the impact of the space energy tide driven by the vortex. Changing the formation was even more impossible. If they wanted to change the formation now, they would be swallowed up by the endless space energy tide and annihilated in the vortex force field the moment the force field disappeared. So now they can only rely on the formation force field to resist, but they can't hold on for long, and most they can only hold on for 20 hours. When the formation force field disappears, their final result will still be the same. At this time, more and more insects have evolved and began to fly out of the giant planet in groups, and for a while, there is a trend of forming an endless sea of insects again. Faced with such an insect tide, all civilized races are not worried about other problems, but energy consumption. Once the energy is consumed, if it is not replenished in time, the warship will be a piece of scrap metal. If you want to extract the genetic nuclear power liquid from the Zerg corpse, you must do it inside the fortress. Few civilized races add equipment to extract genetic nuclear power liquid on genetic nuclear power weapons. All the previous genetic nuclear power liquid was extracted inside the fortress. So even if countless warships don't take these bugs seriously, they dare not open fire at full power. After all, the bugs can't be killed. At this time, the Avengers' vortex force field still reduced energy output and broadcast to all civilizations to stop. The fleet of the Evolved Civilization Alliance also evacuated quickly, while the energy output of the vortex force field was decreasing. If they didn't evacuate at this time, they would not be able to evacuate even if they wanted to if the Avengers changed their minds. Stop it. If you really want to end the final battle after more than half of the civilized races are wiped out, then continue to fight. The Avengers broadcast spread throughout the battlefield. As the broadcast was issued, the Avengers formation force field began to slowly calm down, and the huge space energy tide was also rapidly decreasing. Ending the final battle, there is no way to solve the problem of being wiped out by the rules. We would rather fight you to death. Even if you wipe out our civilized races, there will be another batch of civilized races to fight you to death. Soon, a civilized race replied, and at the same time, some civilized races in the scope of annihilation began to gather, but they were not ready to fight the Avengers to death, as they said, and it seemed more like they were ready to run away. The annihilation problem can be solved. According to the rules of the final battle, civilizations that sign the civilization race contract can transfer points. As long as all your civilization races have the same points except for our Avengers, then the rules determine that it is impossible to wipe out all civilization races. How do we calculate the potential of civilizations? Even if the points are the same, the potential of civilizations is different, and the ranking is different. They will still be wiped out. That's the truth. If you don't believe it, then keep fighting until half of the civilizations are destroyed. After the Avengers finished speaking, the universe fell into silence. Under such circumstances, no one dared to guarantee that they could survive. Without material support, it was a question whether they could last for 3 months. Xiang Qian did not express any opinions this time, but just listened quietly. Now he was more than 80% sure that the Avengers did this not only to seize the first place, but also to control all civilizations. Otherwise, after the Evolver civilization was trapped in the Vortex Force field, the Avengers were fully capable of destroying the Evolver Civilization Alliance. But they did not do so, and gave up this opportunity. Now even if the Avengers wanted to destroy the Evolver Civilization Alliance, it would be unlikely. After all, the Evolver Civilization Alliance is not stupid. They know the power of the Vortex Force field, and still foolishly drill into it. Then the only explanation that can make the Avengers give up destroying the Evolver Civilization Alliance is that the Avengers want to control the Evolver Civilization Alliance. Otherwise the Avengers have no reason to do so. Even if they want to end the final battle, it has nothing to do with destroying the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. On the contrary, destroying the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance will make the Avengers more confident in getting the first place. As for why the Avengers want to control the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, that is easier to explain. The civilization races controlled by the Avengers at present are at most the Pioneer Civilization, but the race potential of the Pioneer Civilization is too different from that of the Evolutionary Civilization. Although the Avengers are very powerful now, as long as they return to the large Magellanic Galaxy, without the intervention of other civilizations, the Earth Federation alone can defeat all the civilizations of the Avengers. Moreover, the civilizations currently controlled by the Avengers have very limited development potential in the future. With only these civilizations, they may be surpassed in a short time. At that time, no matter how many civilizations they control, it will not be of much use. Therefore, the Avengers dare not destroy the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. If the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is destroyed by them, then the entire large Magellanic Galaxy will only have two evolutionary civilizations in the Earth Federation. The Earth Federation is not something the Avengers can control at will. Even now, the Avengers do not have the confidence to destroy the Earth Federation, otherwise they would have done it long ago. After understanding all this, Xiang Qian did not rush to remind the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. The current situation is not at the end of the rope, and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance still has many options. If the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance is told about this now, it is hard to say what they will do. Shinkong, notify all troops to enter the warships, and be on standby at any time, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. He estimated that the Avengers were going to take action against the Earth Federation. After all, they could not watch the Earth Federation hide comfortably in the fortress at this time. Chapter 317. As countless bugs on the surface of the giant planet flew into space, all civilized races fell into continuous consumption. The Earth Federation, which owned the fortress, had not yet fallen into crisis, but Xiang Qian could not laugh now. As endless bugs rushed out of the giant planet, many of the small races without the replenishment of genetic nuclear power fluid ran to the fortress controlled by the Avengers. At the same time, warships entered the fortress, and not long after, these small races announced that they would join the Avengers. Although these small races who joined the Avengers claimed that they were not controlled, who can tell for sure about such things? However, Xiang Qian believed the claims of these small races. After all, the Avengers' target was not these small races with no development potential, so it was reasonable not to waste time controlling them. But the more the Avengers acted like this, the greater the crisis that the Earth Federation would face. In the entire large Magellanic Galaxy, the Earth Federation had the highest development potential. Even if Xiang Qian was the leader of the Avengers last night, he would have attacked the Earth Federation. As time passed slowly, more and more civilizations joined the Avengers, and the rankings on the leaderboard kept changing. As more and more civilizations joined the Avengers, many civilizations found that these civilizations were really not controlled by the Avengers. Especially after a civilization used the civilization scepter to swear to the rules of the universe and prove that it was not controlled by the Avengers, more and more civilizations chose to join the Avengers. After all, there is a glimmer of hope for survival, and no one wants to die, especially the extinction of a race. Faced with such a situation, the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance are powerless. This is the general trend. The Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance cannot give these civilizations a promise, and cannot guarantee that they can leave the battlefield of the final battle alive. The Avengers can give them such a promise, although this promise is very cheap, and no one knows when the Avengers will break the contract, or the laws of the universe will directly determine that even the last 3,000 civilizations with the same points will be wiped out. But for that glimmer of hope, these civilized races still threw themselves into the arms of the Avengers, like moths to a flame. Of course, there are also many civilized races that would rather die than throw themselves into the arms of the Avengers, but instead choose to come to the fortress of the Earth Federation, kill the bugs and hand over the bodies to the Earth Federation in exchange for the genetic nuclear power fluid. Such races are really not rare, and these civilized races are generally much stronger than the civilized races that join the Avengers. Most of them are pioneer civilizations, and even the Evolver Civilization Alliance is slowly moving closer to the Earth Federation. 2 months later, countless civilizations gathered around the Earth Federation fortress and the Avengers fortress, and all the civilizations here were completely divided into 2 parts. If we count by the number and quality of warships, the strength of the Earth Federation is much stronger than that of the Avengers. Unfortunately, the Earth Federation has no power to stop the Avengers fleet. Even if there are more warships, it is powerless against the Avengers fleet formation force field. Boss, the 5,328,591st simulation is over. After 7 days of support, our fleet's formation force field was broken and the whole army was annihilated, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. After holding on to the 6th day and approaching the core area of the Avengers, add the power of the real prophecy and simulate it again. Xiang Qian rubbed his forehead and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian stared at the big screen blankly. This was the best result obtained from repeated simulations in the past 2 months. But even if the full strength of the Earth Federation is taken into account, plus the help of the civilized races around the Earth Federation still cannot break the formation force field of the Avengers fleet. This has nothing to do with technological strength, it is entirely a gap in quantity. Even after 8 years of construction, the number of warships of the Earth Federation is only more than 7 million, and the gap with the 50 million warships of the Avengers is still too obvious. After the simulated war is completed, after using the real prophecy, the 2 cantilevered fleets of the Avengers are destroyed, but the core area cannot be broken through. At the same time, when destroying the 2 spiral arms, a huge amount of space energy was detonated, and the energy buffer device could not withstand such energy impact. Use the power of the second true prophecy to block the impact of the space energy explosion, and simulate the calculation again. Xiang Qian did not show any disappointment after listening and continued. The simulation calculation is completed. The true prophecy blocks the impact of the space energy explosion. The fleet successfully hits the core of the Avengers fleet formation force field, and breaks the opponent's formation force field. But after the core of the opponent's formation force field was destroyed, a more powerful space energy tide erupted, and our loss was 97.2%. Except for the destruction, no other warship survived. Xiang Qian was completely speechless after hearing this. Even if the true prophecy was used twice, the final result would still be the destruction of the Avengers. Such a loss is unbearable for the Earth Federation. He is not Lei Feng, and it is impossible for him to consume the power of the Earth Federation here for the peace and stability of the universe. It's not that he doesn't want to destroy the Avengers, but the Avengers are too powerful in the special rules of the final battle. Even though he made a lot of preparations, he still couldn't destroy the Avengers in the end, and was forced to this point by the Avengers. It can be said that since his rebirth, Xiang Qian's most aggrieved thing is to face the Avengers. No matter how he calculated, no matter how hard he tried, it seemed to be extremely difficult to destroy the Avengers. The Avengers are like the protagonists in a novel, with an immortal aura. Every time he thought he could severely damage the Avengers were not injured, and their strength became stronger with each blow. Faced with such a situation, he felt that it was not him who was truly reborn, but the Avengers. When Xiang Qian closed his eyes and thought, he suddenly heard footsteps, and the person who made the footsteps slowly walked to his side. Xiang Qian opened his eyes, and saw Lu Jizhen's tangled expression. What was the result of the simulated war? Seeing Xiang Qian's target, Lu Jizhen spoke quickly, his expression a little embarrassed. It's still the same. The best result is that both sides will suffer losses. After their fleet formation force field is broken, a terrifying space energy tide will erupt, and our fleet will not be able to resist it at all. Xiang Qian did not pay attention to Lu Jizhen's surface, and said while looking up at the ceiling. Green Sun looked at Xiang Qian's tired expression, with an embarrassed expression on his face, and at the same time, a trace of determination appeared in his eyes, and then he said, "The special ability of the Protector can not only protect the civilized race from the influence of special evolutionists, but also resist the annihilation of the operation rules." What? Xiang Qian sat up in shock, staring at Green Sun, with a shameful face with wide eyes. His mind was in a mess. If the Protector can resist the annihilation of the operation rules, doesn't it mean that the civilized race with the Protector can ignore the civilized race contract? Such a special ability is really too amazing. Even the true prophecy of the prophet cannot compare to the special ability of the protector. Actually, I was going to find a chance to tell you about this. I was afraid that the special ability of the protector would affect the relationship between the Green Star Civilization and the Earth Federation, so I wanted to find a good opportunity to tell you. In this situation, I think the special ability of the protector should be able to help the Earth Federation a little, so... Lucen said with a serious face. Don't worry, Lu-san, I know what you mean, I won't think too much. Xiangqian said with a smile. He understood that Lu-san was afraid that he would be on guard against the Green Star Civilization after learning about the special ability of the protector. After all, a subordinate civilization that ignores the civilization race contract is simply a time bomb, and everyone will be worried. By the way, the special ability of the protector can only be used twice. The first time this ability is used, the price is that the protector will lose this special ability. If it is used a second time, the price is the life of the protector. Lucen felt a little better when he saw Xiangqian smiling, but he knew that if the Green Star Civilization had a protector, it would always be a thorn in Xiangqian's heart. So Lucen made it clear that the special ability of the protector existed. He did not say that this special ability could only be used once, but twice. Although the second time was at the cost of the life of the protector, he still said it twice. Xiangqian understood the meaning of Lejizan's words, which was nothing more than that even if the protector was sacrificed, Xiangqian did not have any thoughts in his mind. Don't worry, once is enough. Xiangqian looked at Lucen and said seriously. This is his attitude and his promise, which means that he will not deliberately sacrifice the protector, and also means that he will not have any opinion on the Green Star Civilization because of this matter. Then can we sign a civilization race contract with the Avengers now? Lucen said with a smile after listening. Yes, it's time to sign a civilization race contract with the Avengers. Xiangqian also laughed. Ha ha ha. For a moment, the two of them burst into laughter, and the tense atmosphere was swept away. The next day, the Earth Federation began to assemble warships, contacted the surrounding civilized races, and prepared to leave here. Facing the actions of the Earth Federation, the Avengers did not say any extra nonsense, and directly drove the fleet to the front of the Earth Federation fortress to block their way out. Chapter 318. Mr. Xiangqian, you should know that with the current strength of the Earth Federation, it is impossible to break through our blockade. Why do you still want to do this? And signing a civilized race contract with our Avengers is not something that is unacceptable. We, the Avengers, do not want you to become our subordinate race, but just sign a non-aggression treaty. I really want to know why Mr. Xiangqian is so resistant. Whether you can break through your blockade is not up to you. Even if it doesn't work, I will try it. As for the contract with civilized races, we will talk about it after we have tried it. Okay, since you insist, let's talk about it after you have tried it. The communication was hung up, and Anja's figure disappeared. Xiangqian looked at the big screen and smiled. Shinkong, are all the warships ready? Xiangqian turned around and said to Shinkong. Boss, everything is ready, and we can launch an attack at any time. Notify those civilized races to start wireless energy transmission, and we will set off. Okay, boss. More than 7 million warships of the Earth Federation were arranged in a cone outside the fortress, with a huge destroyer warship in the front. With the opening of the formation force field, under the energy supply of countless small races, endless space energy began to gather towards the Earth Federation fleet. Starting from the destroyer, the huge space energy formed an energy shield that was like a physical entity, spreading to the rear little by little. For the rest of the Earth Federation, today was a battle that was about the survival of the Earth Federation. But for Xiangqian and Ligerson, today was just a show to deceive the Avengers, and also an exercise to test the actual combat effectiveness of the Earth Federation fleet. Buzz buzz buzz. Circles of space vibrations formed around the Earth Federation fleet, and the materialized formation force field composed of huge space energy turned the entire Earth Federation fleet into a huge cone. As the cone formation force field of space energy materialized was formed, the Earth Federation fleet began to charge towards the Avengers' vortex force field. At this time, the eyes of all civilizations are focused on the Earth Federation fleet and the Avengers fleet. This battle represents the result of the final battle for all civilizations. If the Earth Federation wins, then the final battle will end only after more than half of the civilizations die. If the Avengers win, then the final battle will end immediately, and the civilizations ranked last will also wait for the judgment of the rules of the universe. As the Earth Federation fleet charges, circles of ripple-shaped space ripples spread out in all directions. These ripples formed by space distortion seem to have no lethality, but any insects that are 500,000 kilometers away from the Earth Federation fleet will all be wiped out by the ripples, leaving no trace. Facing the charge of the Earth Federation fleet, the Avengers fleet still opened the formation force field and waited quietly, apparently not taking the Earth Federation seriously at all. Master, do you want to arrange for someone to attack the Earth Federation's fortress? Anger said to the man in black. No, after they fail, they will naturally agree to sign a civilized race contract. The man in black waved his hand and said, But Master, what if the Earth Federation releases a subordinate race and lets that subordinate race attack us? Moreover, the Earth Federation still has an alien bee civilization in the large Magellanic Cloud that has not entered the battlefield. Okay, when signing the civilization race contract, just change the subject of the contract from a single race to the entire Earth Federation. At that time, no matter which civilization race takes action, all civilization races in the entire Earth Federation will be wiped out. I understand, Master. After Ange left, the man in black quietly looked at the big screen, which showed the situation of the Earth Federation's fleet. Human civilization, the legendary race that can break the boundaries of the universe, will soon belong to our holy light civilization. Just wait. The man in black muttered to himself. At this time, the Earth Federation fleet has arrived 30 million kilometers in front of the vortex force field, and soon the force fields of both sides will collide. Please fasten your seat belts. The collision will begin immediately. Countdown 35, 34, 33, 3, 2, 1. The Earth Federation fleet penetrated the first circle of the vortex force field straightly, and the huge external space energy did not have any effect on the Earth Federation fleet at all. The energy transmission channel of the formation force field is normal. The space energy structure is stable. The operating power of the energy buffer device has increased by 12 percentage points. The engine output power has increased by 27 percentage points. All data is normal. In the command hall of the destruction, hundreds of projection screens were frantically refreshing countless data, and the main screen was showing the formation force field fluctuation diagram of the Earth Federation and the Avengers. 5 minutes later, the Earth Federation attacked the second circle with great force. The space energy impact of the vortex force field did not have any effect on the materialized space energy force field outside the Earth Federation fleet. Now, the Earth Federation fleet has not changed except that its speed has slowed down a bit. This situation has given confidence to the civilized races that provide energy to the Earth Federation. In their view, with such speed and strength, it won't take long to break the force spiral arms of the Avengers. By then, the Avengers will be basically finished without the protection of the formation force field. Unfortunately, what these civilized races don't know is that the Earth Federation has no ability to destroy the Avengers at all, and what they are doing now is just acting. Facing the sharp attack of the Earth Federation fleet, the Avengers also began to increase the energy output of the formation force field. The force spiral arms rotated faster and faster, and the space energy they attracted became larger and larger. Alarm! Wireless energy transmission is affected by space and is weakening. Starry Sky, detonate the space energy and rush in. Xiang Qian heard the alarm and immediately said to Starry Sky, Okay, boss. Following Xiang Qian's order, the materialized space energy outside the Earth Federation fleet suddenly exploded, and the exploded space turned into a circle of ripple-shaped shock waves, instantly breaking the space energy tide driven by the vortex force field. In an instant, the speed of the Earth Federation fleet increased again, rushing into the third circle quickly, and rushing towards the fourth circle without slowing down. In fact, there is no way to explode the outer space energy. Those space energies are basically provided by the small races in the back. Once these energy supplies disappear, these space energies will still disappear. So in the simulation of the Starry Sky, instead of waiting for these energies to disappear by themselves, it is better to directly explode these energies into shock waves to break the vortex force field. However, after the Earth Federation fleet impacted the fourth lap, the speed suddenly slowed down. At this time, the vortex force field had been freed from the influence of the space energy shock wave, and the huge space energy tide once again impacted the formation force field of the Earth Federation fleet, making it difficult for the fleet to move. The operating power of the energy buffer device has increased. The engine output power has increased. The energy output power has increased. At this time, on the screen inside the destroyer, countless data began to rise rapidly, and various consumptions increased crazily, and many indexes had reached the yellow line. Xiang Qian knew that if the real complaint was not applied, the Earth Federation would reach the limit, especially now that the Avengers had greatly increased the output power of the formation force field, and the Earth Federation had no chance to attack the spiral arm behind the fifth circle. Starry Sky, monitor all data. Once the data exceeds the standard, immediately explode the space energy and evacuate the vortex force field. Xiang Qian said to Starry Sky. Yes, boss, the estimated holding time is 1 hour and 12 minutes. As the offensive of the Earth Federation fleet stagnated, the civilized races in the rear were also poured with a basin of cold water, and the joy just now disappeared without a trace. As the Earth Federation fleet is still holding on inside the vortex force field, everyone can see that it is only a matter of time before the Earth Federation fails. An hour later, the Earth Federation fleet exploded the surrounding space energy. At the moment when the shockwave broke through the vortex force field, the Earth Federation fleet rushed out of the influence range of the vortex force field and returned to the fortress. Starry Sky, contact the Avengers and tell them that I want to talk to them. After returning to the fortress, Xiang Qian said to Starry Sky. Chapter 319. Hello, Mr. Xiang Qian, we meet again. Anger-slapping face appeared on the big screen again. Although no matter how you look at it, it feels that Anger's words are a bit sarcastic, but Xiang Qian still nodded with a gloomy face, which is considered a greeting. Take out the civilized race contract. I want to study the terms in it. Xiang Qian said to Anger unhappily, showing all the performance that the leader of the Earth Federation, who is unwilling to fail, should have. Okay, Mr. Xiang Qian, please wait a moment. I will send it now. Please receive it. Anger said with a smile. Soon, Shinkong displayed the civilization race contract sent by Anger on the lower screen in front of everyone, and the top leaders of the Earth Federation looked at the civilization race contract with gloomy faces. They were not pretending, but really thought they were going to sign this civilization race contract, so they looked at it very seriously. Xiang Qian roughly browsed the civilization race contract, and then sat there silently without saying a word. But soon, the top leaders of the Earth Federation began to raise their own opinions. This civilization race contract concerns the purpose of the Earth Federation, so basically every clause was picked out by the top leaders of the Earth Federation. After these civilizations were summarized here by Xiang Qian tried hard not to laugh. He said to Shinkong with a stern face, Shinkong, pass on our request. Mr. Ange, we are very dissatisfied with this civilization race contract. Once we sign the civilization race contract, our Earth Federation will be restricted by your Avengers, which is not allowed. Although I admit that in the battlefield of the final battle, your Avengers are stronger than us, so first of all, we, the Earth Federation, will not fight. But it is absolutely impossible to make us, the Earth Federation, sign the civilization race contract based on this. Don't forget that we have 2 foreign prophets in the Earth Federation. If we are pushed into a corner, I think you don't want to see the power of the real prophecy. Xiang Qian said coldly. I don't doubt the power of the real prophecy, but even if you use the real prophecy, at most you can destroy the civilized races under our master, and it will have no effect on the master. If I guess correctly, you should have used the prophecy on the master a long time ago, but unfortunately the prophet suffered a backlash. Am I right? So no matter how powerful the real prophecy is, it will not have any effect on the master. So do you think this threat will be useful to us? Anger said lightly, with a tone full of disdain, as if he had the Earth Federation in his grasp. That's right. Although I don't know why the prophet cannot predict the Holy Light civilization, you should not imagine the real prophecy to be too cheap. If we both lose, and let the prophet sacrifice his life to use the real prophecy to interfere with the final ranking, I wonder if your master can still get the first prize. Xiang Qian said with a ferocious face, as if you don't agree to our conditions, then we will fight to the death. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiang Qian, I can't make the decision on your request. Please wait a moment and let me go back to ask the master. Anger said, and hung up the communication. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the main control center of the fortress was very depressing, and no one dared to speak. Shinkong, how much energy do we have left? After a while, Xiang Qian spoke. Boss, we have 2/3 of energy left. After listening, Xiang Qian turned to look at the top leaders of the Earth Federation and said to them, Don't worry, if the Avengers don't change the civilization race contract, we will never sign such a civilization race contract with them even if we die together. Before anyone below could speak, the big screen lit up again, and Ange's image appeared again. Mr. Xiang Qian, according to your request, the Master has modified the civilization race contract. At the same time, the Master also said that if you, the Earth Federation, still disagree with this civilization race contract, then he is waiting for your true prophecy. Shinkong received the new civilization race contract, and instantly the entire Earth Federation's top leaders began to look at the small screen in front of them. If this civilization race contract exceeds their bottom line, then the Earth Federation can only fight to the death. Soon, Xiang Qian finished reading this civilization race. What surprised Xiang Qian was that this civilization race contract was obviously much less restrictive than the previous one. The only restriction was that any civilization race belonging to the Earth Federation could not attack the Avengers before leaving the large Magellanic system, otherwise all civilizations of the Earth Federation would be wiped out. After reading this civilization race contract, the top leaders of the Earth Federation also breathed a sigh of relief. In their view, this civilization race contract was not a big deal, it just meant that they could not attack the Avengers, and it would not have much impact on the future of the Earth Federation. The contract also states that the Earth Federation cannot destroy any plan of the Avengers in the battlefield of the final battle, and the Avengers cannot attack the Earth Federation in the battlefield of the final battle. As long as they come out of the battlefield of the final battle, even if the Avengers attack the Earth Federation will not be afraid. We the Earth Federation want the second prize. The first prize belongs to you, the Avengers. The second prize is ours, and we don't want the rest of the prizes. Xiang Qian saw everyone's opinions, raised his head and said to Eng. Eng was stunned for a moment, lowered his head and said a few words, then said to Xiang Qian, "Okay, the master agrees. Then when will we sign the civilized race contract? And how can we guarantee that we will not be controlled by your master when we sign the civilized race contract with your master?" Xiang Qian did not mention any other conditions. The signing of the civilized race contract is not signed with the master, but with me, so you don't have to be afraid. Xiang Qian frowned after hearing this, and then said seriously, "What's the point of signing a civilized race contract with you? Don't think we don't know the tricks of your Avengers. Once you break the contract, you will be wiped out, and your master will not be in any trouble. So signing a civilized race contract with you is not binding at all. If it is signed with you, there is no need to talk about it. Even if we die, we will not let you have an easy time. You think too much about this. Even if it is a contract with other civilized races, it is me. The master cannot sign a civilized race contract with you because it is inconvenient. Stop talking. Even if you tell me flowers, I won't believe it. Starry Sky, hang up the call." Xiang Qian said with a cold face, glanced at the green jerson beside him, stood up and said to everyone, "Go and prepare, load all the supplies onto the warship, and prepare to evacuate." When everyone left the main control center hall, Green Jerson said, "What if their master refuses to sign a contract with us in person? Then we can only evacuate. The Avengers can't stop us." "I didn't expect that." Xiang Qian was interrupted by Shinkong before he could say anything about me. "Boss, the Avengers sent a message saying that their master wants to talk to you. Connect?" Xiang Qian looked at Lu Sun, and then said to Shinkong. Instantly, the figure of the man in black appeared on the big screen. Xiang Qian was shocked when he saw the scene on the screen. He was not shocked by the appearance of the man in black, but by the civilized ray scepter in the man's hand, the gray-black civilized ray scepter. "You can call me the controller," the man in black said. Chapter 320. The controller, could it be a special evolutionist? After Xiang Qian heard what the man in black said, he naturally thought of the special evolutionist. Especially the literal meaning of the controller is easy to understand, and combined with the situation of the Avengers, the possibility of this guess is very high. The controller, a special evolutionist like the Prophet? Xiang Qian asked tentatively. "Yes, you have noticed the civilization race contract in my hand just now. Now you know why I can't sign a civilization race contract with you," the man in black said slowly. "Then how can you guarantee the binding force of the civilized race contract? If I can't sign a civilized race contract with you, it can be said that there is no guarantee." Xiang Qian looked directly at the man in black and said, "There is no way to guarantee it. You know to choose to trust me. If you, the Earth Federation, do not sign a civilized race contract, then I will not let you leave the battlefield of the final battle. Even if I have to give up the first place reward, I will not leave you, the huge threat of the Earth Federation. It depends on whether you have the ability to do it. I will not sign a civilization race contract without guarantees. Planet, hang up. Wait, okay, the first prize is indeed very important to me. How about this? Add a clause to the civilization race contract. If the Avengers launch an attack on your Earth Federation, then I will also die. There will be no problem now, right?" The man in black compromised. "Okay." Xiang Qian thought for a while and nodded. "Then before signing the civilization race contract, you have to answer me as civilization. As the first race to break through the 4th level civilization, what is the reward of the universe operation rules for the Green Star civilization?" The man in black suddenly said. The civilization race flagship is doubled, the civilization race potential is increased, and a special evolver is given. Does this have anything to do with signing the civilization race contract? Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, It doesn't matter. I just want to ask. By the way, what is the special evolver of the Green Star civilization? Fusion, if there is nothing else, then hang up the call, I have something else to do. Okay, I will send On to sign a civilization race contract with you. After hanging up the call, Xiang Qian finally smiled. When the man in black asked about the special evolutionists of the Green Star civilization, his heart almost jumped out. Fortunately, he knew the names of several special evolutionists through the prehistoric civilization equipment, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with it at this time. The man in black said to On beside him, Go and sign a civilization race contract with them, no problem. Okay, master, Anger said, and turned to leave. Xiang Qian's bargaining finally dispelled the black-clothed man's vigilance. Through his observation of Xiang Qian, the black-clothed man has determined that the Earth Federation has no protectors. So far, the races that can have special evolutionary civilizations are all races that have destroyed other civilizations in the microcosm. And as far as the black-clothed man knows, among all the civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud, there are really no fusions. So unless the Green Star civilization gets the reward of a fusion, the Earth Federation will not know this name. 2 hours later, Ange arrived at the Earth Federation fortress and signed a civilization race contract with Xiang Qian. When other civilizations learned that even the Earth Federation had signed a civilization race contract, they knew they were powerless to resist, and could only sign a civilization race contract with the Avengers. After consulting the terms of the civilization race contract of the Earth Federation, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also signed a civilization race contract with the Avengers, the same as the Earth Federation. In less than 7 days, all civilizations signed civilization race contracts with the Avengers, which also meant that the Avengers had locked in the first place in advance. At this time, except for the Earth Federation in second place, and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance occupying the 3rd to 10th places, the remaining civilization races all have the same points. When everything was done, the Avengers requisitioned 100 million warships, and began to attack the surface of the giant planet. More than 150 million warships launched a saturation attack on the giant planet in the universe 3 billion kilometers away from the giant planet. Countless temporarily installed electromagnetic weapons can basically cover the entire surface area of the giant planet. Although the electromagnetic projectiles, with a diameter of 10 meters, were not very fast, the lethality they caused was incomparable to that of energy weapons. More than 2 trillion electromagnetic projectiles, under precise calculation, basically hit the predetermined location with little error. With the impact of electromagnetic projectiles, the Zerg mother nest underground died quickly. After checking for deficiencies and filling in the gaps, it took 3 days. The Avengers paid the price of more than 2,300 civilized races being wiped out, and finally eliminated all the Zerg mother nests on the surface. The final battle is over, rewards are distributed, and all surviving civilizations leave the battlefield through the space gate. The civilization race scepter sent a message. At the same time, a fist-sized round light ball appeared in front of the civilization race scepter of the top 10 civilization races. When Xiang Qian's hand touched the round light ball, the information about the light ball naturally appeared in his mind. This light ball is the reward for the 2nd place in the Earth Federation, a 5th-level civilization technology equipment blueprint, which only requires the equipment manufacturer to use raw materials to manufacture it. Regardless of the equipment manufacturer's level, it can be used at any time. As for the 2nd place civilization race potential increase of 1-star reward, it has already appeared on the civilization race scepter. We have not been wiped out. We really have not been wiped out. It's so good to be alive. Voices of emotion came from the communication channel. These excited and incoherent civilization races were all those civilization races ranked in the last 3,000. Although everyone has the same points, no one can be sure that they will not be wiped out before the end of the final battle. The result now is a happy one for everyone, but Xiang Qian is even more depressed. After all, he knows the rules of the universe so well, and he will know the key points after the rules of the final battle appear. The Avengers, or the controller of the Holy Light civilization, is more terrifying than imagined. At this time, a life planet slowly formed in front of the Avengers fortress. Countless light points gathered together, and this life planet appeared dreamily in the void of the universe. There is no life on this life planet, but after seeing this life planet, the black-clothed man's eyes were full of excitement, joy, expectation, and other auxiliary expressions. And the broken civilization ray scepter in the black-clothed man's hand also glowed with crystal-like light again. However, the race potential star rating on the civilization ray scepter is no longer 9 stars, but 5 stars. At the same time, the lines inside the civilization ray scepter have also shortened, and now only spread to 1/3 of the position. 5-star potential, ordinary technology system, the rules of the universe are really. But if you think that this can limit my development, then you underestimate me. The man in black looked at the civilized race and snorted coldly. At this time, a huge space gate appeared 500 million kilometers away from the giant planet. After the space gate was formed, countless small races rushed there as soon as possible. They couldn't stay here any longer, as they were too insecure. Xiang Qian also gave orders to leave immediately. He looked at the slowly forming life planet, and knew that it was a reward from the Holy Light civilization. It is estimated that with this life planet, the final civilization scepter in the hands of the man in black should be restored. Boss, the Avengers sent a communication, and their master wants to talk to you. Please connect. Soon, the image of the man in black appeared on the big screen. The civilization ray scepter in his hand had indeed been restored, and the life planet on the top was slowly rotating. Do you know how big the endless universe is? The man in black came up and said without thinking. I don't know, maybe I will know in the future. Do you have anything to do? Xiang Qian said indifferently. In the future. Now I give you the Earth Federation a choice to become my subordinate civilization, otherwise you will have no future. The man in black said arrogantly. Then try it. Starry Sky, hang up the communication. Xiang Qian didn't talk nonsense with the man in black. He was afraid that if he said too much, he would be exposed. The most important thing now was to leave the battlefield of the final battle, and return to the large Magellanic Cloud to gather the power of the Earth Federation, and prepare to give the Holy Light civilization a final blow. Soon, the Earth Federation fleet arrived in front of the space gate. The next second, the space gate was twisted around, and the Earth Federation fleet disappeared in the battlefield of the final battle. The man in black watched the Earth Federation leave, but did not stop it. Now he had no power to stop it. However, when he left the large Magellanic Cloud, it had already been arranged. He did not believe that the Earth Federation could leave the large Magellanic Cloud. After a while, the life planet was finally completely condensed. The man in black left the fortress and sat on the spaceship to the space gate. And the life planet, without any power, strangely followed the warship of the man in black and moved together. Shinkong, contact the Earth Federation headquarters immediately and tell them the current situation. Let the Green Star and Supernova pick us up, and let Retro stay in the star system. Tell the remaining personnel that no matter what happens, even if a warship runs outside the star system to attack, they cannot fight back, and can only open the protective shield for defense. As soon as Xiang Qian passed through the space gate and returned to the large Magellanic Cloud, he said to Shinkong. Now he was afraid that the Avengers would deliberately provoke him. What if the Earth Federation star system didn't know the situation and casually destroyed an Avengers warship? That would be unfair. Not long after, the Green Star and the Supernova connected with the Earth Federation fleet and returned to the star system. In the moment before the Supernova started, Xiang Qian saw the life planet that had just appeared in front of the space gate. Before leaving the large Magellanic Cloud, even if the controller could not be killed, this life planet must be destroyed. The man in black also saw the huge supernova, but what he thought in his heart was that before leaving the large Magellanic Cloud, he must conquer the Earth Federation. If the Earth Federation really did not surrender, then the Earth Federation must be completely destroyed. Chapter 321. On the way to the star system, the space gate connecting the battlefield of the final battle quickly disappeared after the last civilized race left the battlefield. At the same time, the civilization race scepters in the hands of all civilization race controllers received a message at the same time. Return to the Milky Way through the space gate, and depart from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy, with a time limit of 10,000 years. The coordinates of a space gate were also included behind this message. Xiang Qian was not surprised at all when he received this news. Although it sounds a bit mysterious to say that it takes 10,000 years to reach the Andromeda Galaxy from the Milky Way, it must be done. The Andromeda Galaxy is more than 2.2 million light-years away from the Milky Way. Even if it travels at 100 light speeds, it will take more than 20,000 years to travel. Moreover, there is a long cosmic void between the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way, and there is no supply of materials. In the previous life, humans were exterminated before leaving the Milky Way, so there is no way to know what will happen on the way to the Andromeda Galaxy. It can be said that after leaving the Large Magellanic Cloud, Xiang Qian's rebirth benefits have been completely used up. Shinkong, connect to the main system and read the data of the Earth Federation's development in recent years. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Now he wants to know whether the Earth Federation's galaxy battleship plan has been completed over the years. Boss, the system connection is complete, and the data has been read. After a while, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Is the galaxy battleship plan completed now? Have the stars been transported? It has been built according to the design requirements, and all the stars are in place. Show the rendering of the Earth Federation star system. The current rendering of the star system instantly appeared on the big screen. Now the entire star system is like an oval football made of vines. Inside the star system is a huge node composed of 18 stars. All of these stars are wrapped in countless vines. Except for a little light that can penetrate through the cracks in the vines, any radiation, gravity, and magnetic field of the star system cannot break through the blockade of the vines. At the core of the star system, below the location of the star, is a huge continent. The bottom of this continent is connected by countless vines. Every day, the sunrise and sunset are all pulled by the vines to move the continental plates to simulate day and night. The continent is surrounded by densely packed plant planets. These planets are the last line of defense of the continent, and the strongest line of defense. The energy of the entire defense line is provided by 3 stars alone. Even if the flagship of a level 4 civilization race wants to break through this defense system, it will not be completed in a short time. Outside the core defense circle, there are 2 other lines of defense. Although these 2 lines of defense are not as strong as the core defense circle, they are no less than a copper wall and iron wall for the current 4th level civilization. Simply put, with the current strength of the defense system of the Earth Federation star system, even if all the civilized races in the Large Magellanic Cloud attack, it is difficult to break through. After learning about the construction of the Earth Federation star system, Xiang Qian felt much more at ease. Although he didn't know what the situation was like in other galaxies in the entire universe, for now, among the countless civilized races in the Milky Way, the strength of the Earth Federation is definitely top-notch. There may be civilized races with similar strength to the Earth Federation, but Xiang Qian really doesn't believe that there are civilized races that are stronger than the Earth Federation. Soon, the green star and the supernova returned to the star system. The first thing Xiang Qian did when he returned to Earth was to order the star system to go to the space gate. The energy of the 15 stars in the star system was instantly extracted in large quantities, and endless energy was transported to countless planets through the vine transmission pipelines that cover the entire star system. The various functional plants and level 4 civilization technology equipment on the planet were activated at the same time, and a huge force field fluctuation was emitted from the star system and spread throughout the Large Magellanic Cloud. At this time, any civilized race can monitor the situation of the Earth Federation star system through equipment. After all the equipment in the entire star system, under the infusion of 18 stars, the energy force field formed by the resonance amplitude with the universe is too large, and there is no way to cover it up. The gravitational traction channel is connected successfully, the navigation orbit is adjusted, the space reverse thrust explosive force field engine is ready, the energy output power is increased, and the star system begins to move. The speed increases by 30,000 kilometers per second, 40,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers. All data is normal. Inside the Earth Federation Command Hall, countless staff members were monitoring various data. Although the star system movement test had been tested long before Xiang Qian and his team returned, the data that really allowed the star system to sail smoothly over long distances was still theoretical. Shinkong sorted out the important data one by one and reported it to Xiang Qian to facilitate Xiang Qian's orders. Xiang Qian looked at the operation of the Earth Federation star system on the big screen, and breathed a sigh of relief after the star system's speed increased to a constant 190,000 kilometers per second. You should know that the entire process of building a galaxy battleship was completed in the form of designing and building, upgrading, and breaking through at the same time. Many designs had to be rebuilt after the technology was updated in the later period. Originally, according to the original design plan, the power system of the galaxy battleship was completely provided by the gravitational traction system that the Earth Federation was already familiar with. However, in the later period, after the breakthrough of space technology, the space reverse thrust explosive force field engine was added on the basis of the original power system. Although this space power engine can increase the speed of the star system to 240,000 kilometers per second, no one dares to increase the speed of the star system to such a high speed before it has been truly tested, even if the simulation experiment is completely flawless. Once there is any problem, it will be impossible to slow down, and the consequences will be completely catastrophic. So now when Xiang Qian saw that the huge space energy behind the star system was relatively stable in the form of explosion to provide reaction force for the star system, he also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the limit speed of the star system, Xiang Qian decided not to open it before he was completely sure. Starry Sky, calculate the time to reach the space gate. Estimated time 127 days, 19 hours and 41 minutes. Leave the staff on duty, and notify the staff, who just came back to rest. Okay, boss. When the Earth Federation star system was heading to the space gate, the Avengers warships were almost reaching the space gate. Since all civilized races have signed a civilization race contract with the Avengers, there are only more than 200 civilized races left, and the Avengers, whose strength has been greatly reduced, are not afraid of attacks from other civilized races. The Men in Black sent a fleet to the space gate to intercept the Earth Federation star system, while the remaining researchers began to build a planet-level gravity engine. After leaving the battlefield of the final battle, the life planet obtained by the Men in Black could only move according to the rules, and the laws of the universe would no longer intervene. So if the Men in Black wanted to move the life planet, they could only use technological equipment. 3 months later, the Earth Federation star system began to slow down. At this time, through optical equipment, it can be seen that there are densely packed warships parked in front of the space gate. The Earth Federation is very familiar with these warships, all of which are warships of the Avengers. Mr. Xiang Qian, we meet again. Anger's figure appeared on the big screen of the Earth Federation Command Center. What do you want? If not, please let your warships leave the front of the space gate. We humans have an old saying that a good dog does not block the road. Xiang Qian looked at Ang and said unhappily, Mr. Xiang Qian, you are a smart man, and you should also know the purpose of us blocking the front of the space gate. After signing the civilization race contract, your Earth Federation cannot attack us, so if you want to leave the large Magellanic Cloud, you can only compromise. And what's wrong with joining our Avengers? The Master has said that if the Earth Federation joins, you will be given the highest degree of freedom. Xiang Qian knew that the Avengers would not allow the Earth Federation to return to the Milky Way. Once the Earth Federation returned to the Milky Way, the civilization race contract would not be able to bind the Earth Federation, and the plan of the Men in Black to conquer the Earth Federation would completely fail. This is why the Avengers arrived at the space gate in advance. They were there to stop the Earth Federation and, of course, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance. However, Xiang Qian was also waiting for this time. However, the Holy Light Civilization's mother planet and the Man in Black had not appeared yet, so he was still pretending to be friendly with the Avengers, waiting for the final killing blow. Chapter 322. Xiang Qian didn't waste time with Ang. After hanging up the communication, he began to scan the entire large Magellanic Cloud through the exploration equipment. According to the results of the scan feedback, 1/3 of the civilizations in the large Magellanic Cloud have left. These civilizations rushed to the space gate as soon as they received the information from the civilization scepter. And the civilizations that have not left yet have also begun to move towards the space gate, which can be seen from the curvature navigation wave diagram detected by the scanning equipment. As for the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, it was also about to reach the space gate, but the Holy Light Civilization Mother Planet and the Man in Black, which Xiang Qian was most concerned about, were still at the Avengers base, hesitating about something. Time passed day by day, and after more than 10 days, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance arrived outside the space gate. However, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also encountered the same situation as the Earth Federation. The Avengers' warships blocked the space gate. The Avengers didn't care about the small races leaving, but as soon as the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance appeared, the space gate was blocked by them. Boss, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance sent a message. Don't answer it. Tell the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance that we don't have any solution. Xiang Qian didn't want to waste time talking to the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, so he directly refused to answer the message. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed, and almost all the civilized races in the large Magellanic Galaxy had left. Now, except for the civilized races controlled by the Avengers, only the Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance were blocked in front of the space gate and could not leave. Boss, Ang sent a message saying there is new news. Please answer it. Soon Ang appeared. He continued to smile as usual and said to Xiang Qian, Mr. Xiang Qian, the Master sent a message. If Mr. Xiang Qian really opposes becoming a subsidiary race of the Avengers, then he can personally sign a civilized race with you. This is the content of the civilized race contract. Please take a look. Xiang Qian took the civilized race contract printed by Shinkong and quickly browsed through it. To be honest, this civilization race contract is very sincere. Except that humans are nominally a subsidiary race of the Holy Light civilization, they are basically equal. The Holy Light civilization promised that if human civilization develops in the direction it arranged, it would absolutely guarantee that human civilization would become a level 7 civilization. This clause was written into the civilization race contract, from which we can see how deep the black-clothed man hides. Even with the current foundation of the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian did not dare to guarantee that human civilization could break through to the level 7 civilization, and he did not even know what the breakthrough requirements of the level 5 civilization were. But the man in black dared to promise to make human civilization a level 7 civilization. The difference between them is as big as heaven and earth. To be honest, if the Earth Federation had not already laid a solid foundation and had information about future development, he couldn't help but be tempted by the civilization race contract. This contract can be said to be more favorable than the civilization race contract signed between humans and Green Star Civilization and Silver Wing Civilization in some aspects. At least Xiang Qian dared not guarantee that Green Star Civilization would definitely become a level 7 civilization. At the same time, he was not sure whether human civilization itself could break through to level 7 civilization. Faced with such a civilization race contract, if it was not the Earth Federation, but an evolutionary civilization, they might agree. Are you sure you didn't just make up this civilization race contract? Although Xiang Qian would not sign a civilization race, in order to deceive the man in black as soon as possible, he pretended to be interested and asked, "Mr. Xiang Qian, please rest assured that this civilization race contract was definitely written by the master himself, and there is absolutely no problem." And said a little jealously, "Do you think I'm stupid? I guess I was controlled by your master when I met him just now. The civilized race contract signed by then should not be this one, am I right? Okay, tell your master, don't treat other people as idiots." Shinkong, hang up the communication. Xiang Qian didn't give Ange a chance to refute after he finished speaking, and asked Shinkong to hang up the communication. Anyway, just convey his intention to be moved. If he is too positive, it will be a problem. Time passed slowly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The Earth Federation and the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance were in a stalemate with the fleet of the Avengers in front of the space gate, and the mother planet of the Holy Light Civilization was finally built and began to move towards the space gate. 2 months later, the mother planet of the Holy Light Civilization slowly came to the front of the space gate under the cover of the Avengers' large forces. As soon as the mother planet of the Holy Light Civilization appeared, Xiang Qian issued an order to let the Green Star, Supernova, and Retros instantly block the front of the space gate to prevent the mother planet of the Holy Light Civilization and the men in black from entering the space gate. The Evolver Civilization Alliance saw Xiang Qian's actions and followed suit. A huge fleet was dispatched immediately to surround the home planet of the Holy Light Civilization. The man in black showed no surprise at this situation and said to Ange calmly, "Contact the Evolver Civilization Alliance and tell them that I want to talk to them about the civilization race contract." "Yes, master." After Xiang Qian sealed the space gate, he ignored the Avengers and did not take the initiative to contact the Avengers. He knew that the man in black might be negotiating with the Evolver Civilization Alliance, but he was not in a hurry at all. As long as the home planet of the Holy Light Civilization arrived here, the outcome was already determined. The reason why he did not take action now was to get some benefits from the man in black. After the three parties were deadlocked for 20 days, the Evolver Civilization Alliance suddenly sent warships to the home planet of the Holy Light Civilization. Then on the second day, the Evolver Civilization Alliance lifted the blockade of the home planet of the Holy Light Civilization and began to put pressure on the Earth Federation. When Xiang Qian saw this, he knew that the Evolver Civilization Alliance had signed the civilization race contract, and the man in black might have also promised to guarantee that they would become a level 7 civilization. Xiang Qian felt very sorry for this situation. There was a clause of living and dying together in the civilization race contract. Although the Holy Light Civilization was destroyed, the Evolver Civilization Alliance would not be wiped out by the rules. However, the potential of the civilization race would be reduced by 3 stars, and the consequences would be very terrifying. "Boss," the man in black sent a communication request. "It's time to end, connected." Instantly, the black-clothed man's influence appeared on the big screen. "How can you guarantee that our human civilization can break through the 7th level civilization?" Xiang Qian asked immediately, without waiting for the black-clothed man to speak. The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted and said to Xiang Qian, I can't explain this to you. If I explain it to you very clearly, then you can't become a 7th-level civilization. But I can tell you one thing, among a million 6th-level civilizations, perhaps only one civilization can become a 7th-level civilization. Although your Earth Federation is developing very well now, I don't deny that you have the opportunity to become a level 6 civilization. But when you become a level 6 civilization, you will know that it is very easy to become a level 6 civilization with the help of the rules of the universe, but it is very difficult to become a level 7 civilization. As for the reason, I can't tell you. Telling you now is equivalent to harming you. However, the terms written in the civilization race contract are not deceptive. Anyone can say such words, but in the end there is no guarantee. Let alone the 7th level civilization, if you leave the large Magellanic system, with the strength of your Avengers, it is a question whether you can become a 5th level civilization. You may be wiped out by other civilized races one day. Xiang Qian said disdainfully, but he was thinking about the information revealed in the words of the man in black. I admit this. No one can guarantee a smooth journey to become a 7th level civilization. But as long as the civilized races that submit to me become 6th level civilizations, I can make them become 7th level civilizations. The man in black said confidently. Why do you say that? Can the controller of special evolutionists improve the level of civilization? Don't dwell on this issue. As for the ability of the controller, it has nothing to do with improving the level of civilization. If I were a guide, I would have such ability. Guide? How many types of special evolutionists are there? What are their special abilities? The man in black looked at Xiang Qian for a while before speaking. This is my last question to answer. I think with your IQ, you should be able to guess something. If you still can't make up your mind after I tell you the answer to this question, then I can only bear to destroy you. There are many kinds of special evolutionists, and every few eras, there will be evolutionists with new abilities. The emergence of special evolutionists depends on personal will. It is related to the ideology of the race, but the emergence of special evolutionists is uncontrollable. The birth of each special evolutionist is accompanied by a disaster. If they can choose, no one wants to become a new special evolutionist. The special evolutionists known now are divided into prophet, killer, guide, fusion, protector, and controller. As for the abilities of these special evolutionists, they are true prophecy, fatal blow, road to heaven, technology fusion, race protection and control of everything. You know the special abilities of the prophet and the fusion. You have also seen the special abilities of the killer, and you should have guessed the special abilities of the controller. You will meet the remaining special evolutionists in the future, so we will talk about it later. Now it is time for you to give me the answer, the civilization race contract, to sign or not. It turns out that there are so many special evolutionists, it really teaches me a lesson. However, I really don't know the special abilities of the fusion, because the special evolutionists of the Green Star civilization are protectors, so my answer is, go to hell. Xiang Qian stood up and said loudly. Damn it. Chapter 323. At the moment, the communication was disconnected. A huge amount of space energy suddenly erupted outside the Earth Federation star system. At the same time, the Green Star, Supernova, and Retros also launched a powerful attack in an instant. The warships of the countless Evolver Civilization Alliance outside the star system were directly thrown away by the huge space energy, and the warships blocking the Earth Federation star system, and the Holy Light Civilization Mother Star were also directly crushed by the space energy shock wave that erupted from the star system. In just 5 minutes, the star system, with the violent space energy, drove to the front of the Holy Light Civilization Mother Star. At this time, the remaining warships of the Avengers have also formed a fleet formation force field, ready to resist the Earth Federation star system. The Holy Light Civilization's mother planet is retreating rapidly, trying to leave here. Detonate the space vortex, drag the Earth Federation, and immediately start the planetary gravity engine to leave here. The man in black no longer has the calmness and composure just now, and yells madly. Unfortunately, the mobility of a planet cannot be compared with the flagship of a 4th-level civilization race. At this time, the 2 civilization race flagships and Reglos have surrounded the Holy Light Civilization's mother planet. Even if the Avengers fleet around the mother planet launched a suicide attack, it could not stop the joint attack of the Green Star, Supernova and Retros. The man in black saw this situation, and his eyes were filled with anger. He was unwilling to accept it. But now he knew that the mother planet that had just been resurrected would definitely be saved. Earth Federation, Human Civilization Xiang Qian. Okay, very good, I will remember you. The man in black took a last look at the big screen, gritted his teeth and said, then turned and ran to the elevator. Soon the man in black came to the 50th floor underground, where a small genetic nuclear-armed warship was placed. He quickly entered the warship, then picked up the civilization race scepter and said, with the fate of the controller, the space solidifies. In an instant, the entire 50th floor underground space was still, and even the various particles in the space were all still, and the entire space was as if solidified. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions formed tragic fireworks in space. The fleet of the Avengers Alliance protecting the Holy Light Civilization mother planet was simply unable to resist. In less than 3 minutes, it was destroyed by the two 4th-level Civilization race flagships and Regtros with full firepower. Then endless artillery fire began to attack the mother planet of the Holy Light Civilization. Energy beams penetrated the mother planet instantly. In a dozen seconds, the entire mother planet burst into dazzling light and turned into debris under the huge energy impact. Even so, the attack was not over. Under Xiang Qian's order, any debris with a volume of more than 100,000 cubic meters must be destroyed. Therefore, the debris of the mother planet of the Holy Light Civilization did not escape the fate of being attacked. Energy beams intertwined into a large net, covering all the debris. The huge debris was broken into small pieces, and it took a full 10 minutes for the gunfire to begin to decrease. At this time, the debris floating in the void of the universe turned into small pieces, and there was no sign of life inside. At the same time as the mother star of the Holy Light Civilization was destroyed, the Earth Federation star system also broke through the vortex force field. The vortex force field that was invincible in the battlefield of the final battle was completely a piece of rag in front of the Galaxy battleship. When the Galaxy battleship hit the vortex force field, it directly dispersed the entire vortex force field. The space energy driven by the vortex force field could not reach the protective shield of the Galaxy battleship at all, and was directly blocked by the space energy impact on the surface of the Galaxy battleship. The two sides were not at the same level at all. When everything was settled, the space gate was full of wreckage of the battleship. No battleship of the Avengers was spared, and all were destroyed. The Evolver Civilization Alliance, which had just signed a civilization race contract with the Man in Black, was dumbfounded at this time. The civilization potential star rating on their civilization race scepters was reduced by 3 stars. Although it is not clear what the consequences are at present, the things that can be specially displayed on the civilization race scepter must have an extremely important role. Now several evolutionary civilizations in the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance want to die. But they have signed a civilization race contract with the Earth Federation, and they can't attack the Earth Federation at all. And in the situation just now, even if they took action, they couldn't stop the Earth Federation. What makes them most frustrated is that if you can ignore the civilization race contract, you should have said it earlier. If you say so, we won't sign a civilization race contract with the Holy Light Civilization. Xiang Qian was in no mood to care about the Evolver Civilization Alliance at this time. He saw countless wreckage on the big screen, and the result of the detection equipment scanning that there was no life response, and the burden in his heart was finally put down. The Avengers Alliance has always been a thorn in his heart. Although the cost of this comeback is huge, it is definitely worth it to destroy the Avengers Alliance in his opinion. Otherwise, with the special ability of the controller, the power that can be gathered in the later stage must be extremely huge. At the same time, according to the information revealed by the controller, Xiang Qian had another idea in his mind, because the controller was sure that he could make humans become a 7th-level civilization. That is, the controller might have broken through the existence of the 7th-level civilization. As for why he appeared here, and why his civilization race was damaged, it was not something that could be guessed. Alas, everything is over. Xiang Qian sighed. Anyway, no matter who the controller was, the matter was over. Xiang Qian saw the green Mang star that dropped biological spores in the void of the universe, and suddenly thought of something, and immediately said to the starry sky, "Contact the green Mang star, I want to talk to Green Jerson." "Okay, boss. How's the protector?" Xiang Qian asked immediately when Green Gozan's image appeared on the screen. "Fortunately, there is no danger to life, just a little loss of vitality," Green Gozan said easily. But Xiang Qian knew that things were definitely not as simple as Green Gozan said. It is estimated that the Protector's racial protection is a special ability given to him by the rules of the universe. But this time he is not only protecting the Green Star civilization, but all the civilized races of the Earth Federation, so the backlash he suffered must be severe. "I go see our hero in a few days." Xiang Qian nodded. "Well, I'll let you know when he wakes up." "Okay." After a few simple words, Xiang Qian hung up the call. In the next 3 days, the Earth Federation sent out countless spacecraft to clean up the battlefield, looking for fish that slipped through the net and salvaging some valuable equipment. 2 days ago, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance had already left the Large Magellanic Galaxy through the Space Gate. At this time, only the Earth Federation remained in the entire Large Magellanic Galaxy. After finally confirming that there were no survivors of the Avengers, the Green Star, Supernova, and Regtros returned to the star system. Goodbye, Large Magellanic Cloud, let's go. Xiang Qian and the senior officials of the Earth Federation looked at the big screen and took a last look at the Large Magellanic Cloud. The Galaxy battleship had slowly entered the Space Gate. This is where the Earth Federation rose, where Xiang Qian's memory of the 2 lives left the deepest impression, and where countless civilized races were buried. After leaving the Large Magellanic Cloud, the memories in Xiang Qian's mind were no longer of any help to the Earth Federation. The benefits brought by rebirth also left at the moment of leaving the Large Magellanic Cloud. In the future, the Earth Federation can only rely on itself and move forward firmly. In the endless wreckage in front of the Space Gate, inside a piece of planetary wreckage, the lights of a small battleship suddenly lit up. Chapter 324. Between the 3 star systems in the Southern Cross spiral arm of the Milky Way, this place has become a huge construction site, with countless spaceships flying in and out of the 3 star systems, carrying a large amount of materials to start a new round of construction in the Earth Federation star system. Now it is a year after returning to the Milky Way. The Earth Federation has found a location with abundant materials nearby and started to build a star system, while collecting the materials needed by humans and the Mandi tribe to break through the 4th level civilization. Compared to when humans left the Milky Way, the current Milky Way has changed its appearance. Basically, every planet in every star system has a special rare metal mine. The special rare metals that are scarce in the Large Magellanic Cloud are almost abundant in the current Milky Way. Even if the reserves of special rare metals in the 3 star systems around the Earth Federation are almost the same as the total of all special rare metals mined by the Earth Federation in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Xiang Qian did not ask about the changes in the Milky Way. Even if he did not think about it, he knew that such changes were related to the rules of the universe. The most important thing for the Earth Federation now is not to consider why the Milky Way has so many special rare metals, but to make every effort to mine materials to break through the 4th level civilization. Then, we will strive to improve technology and make the Earth Federation's navigation speed reach at least 300 times the speed of light. To reach the Andromeda Galaxy, we have to cross 2.25 million light-years of space. There is no material to replenish between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy. Even the most basic particles are pitifully scarce in that space. Therefore, the Earth Federation must reserve enough supplies before the kitchen, otherwise once the supplies are consumed halfway, they will only wait for death. Boss, a fleet of a civilized race was discovered 35 light-years away, with more than 2 million warships. According to the current observation data, it has been confirmed that this civilized race is a 3rd-level peak civilization. This is reported by the General Staff. No need to report. If a 3rd-level civilization fleet is discovered in the future, the General Staff will directly hand it over to Zhang Lei, Wu Wei, Yang Guang, Li Cheng, and Zhao Ming for joint discussion and approval after formulating a response plan. There is no need to report to me. Unless it involves the 4th level civilization or needs to mobilize the forces of the Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, Mandi Clan and Regtros, then report to me. Xiang Qian interrupted Shinkong and waved his hand. Okay, boss. After returning to the Milky Way, Xiang Qian began to consciously train the Earth Federation's General Staff, and the number of times he remotely commanded became less and less. Basically, all major and minor issues within the Earth Federation are decided by various functional departments. As for the affairs of other civilizations and races, as long as there is no threat to the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian also began to gradually reduce the number of decisions, and began to train the General Staff. Now his main focus is on the scientific research of the Earth Federation, and he is less and less concerned about other things. However, even so, his power has not decreased. The entire military high level is basically arranged by him. Zhang Lei and others are old people who have followed him since the beginning of the end of the world. Therefore, delegating power will not affect his control over the Earth Federation. On the contrary, it will allow the Earth Federation to get more training, and it can operate well even if he is not in the Earth Federation. Half a year later, the total human population reached 60 billion and finally stopped growing. After receiving the notice from Shinkong, Xiang Qian also went to ask Kaya of the Mandi tribe, And the answer he got was that the total population of their Mandi tribe had also reached the upper limit, and the limit was also 50 billion people. So it seems that the upper limit of the population of the Evolver civilization is 50 billion people. So after humans break through the 4th level civilization, the total upper limit of the population should be 200 billion people. Shinkong, are the current reserves of special rare metal sufficient for humans to break through to the 4th level civilization? Since the population has reached the upper limit, it is time to start working on breaking through to the 4th level civilization. Not enough. According to the design requirements, the current reserves of special rare metals only reach 35% of the breakthrough requirements. Xiang Qian knocked on the table helplessly after hearing this, and said nothing more. After a while, Shinkong appeared again, and said to Xiang Qian, "Boss, the visiting delegation of Luosi civilization has arrived. May I ask if you will attend the welcome dinner?" A visiting delegation from the Luosi civilization? Welcome dinner? What level of civilization is this Luosi civilization, and when did it get in touch with our Earth Federation? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment and asked, "Boss, the Luosi civilization is the 3rd level peak civilization discovered half a year ago. After half a year of communication with them, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs determined that this is a civilization with great development potential. At the same time, this Luosi civilization is not a civilization that left the large Magellanic Cloud, but a race that bought a galaxy and returned to the Milky Way. Therefore, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wants to get information about the small Magellanic Cloud." Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this, but since the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had already issued an invitation, he would not say much. In fact, in his opinion, a level 3 peak civilization, even if it has great development potential, is not worthy of the Earth Federation's invitation to visit them. But Xiang Qian thought about it, and thought that it was probably the first time that those people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had exercised their power since their establishment, and they had been playing soy sauce before. Now that he had finally waited for him to give up his power, it was not a big deal for him to show his face. With the current strength of the Earth Federation, it is a bit embarrassing for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to do this, but the universe is so vast that there are all kinds of things. Even if other civilizations know about it, they will think that this is the unique culture of the Earth Federation. It is estimated that after a period of time, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs should be able to adapt to the proper attitude of the Earth Federation as a 4th level civilization. As for whether this Luosi civilization came back from the small Magellanic Cloud, it is not an important matter for the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian has long known that all civilizations in the Milky Way are divided into several parts, including the large and small Magellanic Clouds, the Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy, the Sagittarius Dwarf Elliptical Galaxy, the Ursa Minor Dwarf Galaxy, the Auriga Dwarf Galaxy, the Sextans Dwarf Galaxy, the Fornax Dwarf Galaxy, and the Leo the First Dwarf Galaxy. There are many civilized races in these galaxies. Although the number of civilized races may not be as large as that in the large Magellanic Cloud, the internal competition and rule system of these galaxies are the same as that of the large Magellanic Cloud. Although Xiang Qian died not long after humans returned to the Milky Way in his previous life, he still knew these news. After all, with more than 200 billion life planets in the entire Milky Way, it is normal for hundreds of thousands of civilized races to be born. Tell the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that I'm busy, and ask them to sort out the information and give me a copy, Xiang Qian said, and ignored these trivial matters. Okay, boss. Time passed slowly, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, the Earth Federation has been stable among 3 star systems, relying on rich resources to develop steadily. But if you don't mess with others, others will mess with you. Especially now that all civilized races are racking their brains to improve technology, most civilized races do not have such a deep foundation as the Earth Federation. With the scientific research strength of these civilized races, it is very difficult to develop an engine with a speed of 300 times the speed of light. Even if it is a level 4 civilization, the most powerful engine blueprint in the mind of the Black Technology Master is only a curvature engine with a speed of 100 light speed. As for the gravity engine with a speed of 100 light speed, it cannot support navigation between galaxies at all. Because you simply do not have such a huge amount of energy to support a gravitational channel that runs through the galaxies. The only engine you can rely on for navigation between galaxies is the curvature engine, and the gravity engine can only be used as auxiliary power at most. However, with the current scientific research strength of the Earth Federation, it is not 100% guaranteed that a curvature engine with a speed of 300 times the speed of light can be completed in a short period of time, let alone other civilized races. Since they don't have the scientific research strength, The only way these civilized races can think of is to plunder the scientific and technological data of other civilized races, or to conquer multiple subordinate races, so that multiple civilized races can leave to study the curvature engine. The scientific and technological strength shown by the Earth Federation now just meets the plundering standards of some civilized races. So unfortunately, the peaceful life in the Earth Federation has been disrupted. A huge fleet with more than 300 million warships is heading towards the Earth Federation at a rapid speed. According to observations, the warships of this fleet are all standard and should be made by a civilized race. However, the Earth Federation did not take this fleet seriously at all, because the technological level of this fleet was the peak of the third-level civilization, so even if the number of warships in this fleet increased tenfold, it would not pose any threat to the Earth Federation. While this fleet was rushing towards the Earth Federation was also preparing for a major event, that is, the Mandi tribe was preparing to be promoted to the 4th-level civilization. After the Mandi tribe joined the Earth Federation, they have been relatively low-key. Since they overturned the design of the previous 4th-level civilization race flagship, they began to concentrate on studying the Earth Federation's technological system. Although the Mandi tribe could not become the dominant civilization of the Earth Federation, with the background of the Evolver civilization, the Mandi tribe would not allow themselves to become a dispensable role. So after decades of research and analysis, based on the characteristics of their own civilization, they finally developed a technological system that complemented the Earth Federation's technological system and had its own characteristics. After returning to the Milky Way, the Mandi tribe, no longer worried about resources, also began to build a flagship of the 4th-level civilization race. After more than 3 years of construction, the flagship of the Mandi tribe's 4th-level civilization race was finally built today. Have you really decided? Once you become a 4th-level civilization, there is no turning back. Now there are a lot of resources in the Milky Way, and you still have a chance to choose. Xiang Qian looked at the 4th-level civilization race of the Mandi tribe and said to Kaya beside him, "This is not my decision alone, but the result of a vote by all the members of our entire Mandi tribe. In fact, we Mandi people prefer to do scientific research quietly. The previous civilization race disputes were completely forced. Now that we have the Earth Federation as a support, we Mandi people really don't want to live the same life as before. That's why we chose this path, as long as the Earth Federation doesn't despise us, the Mandi race, for being a burden with little combat power in becoming a level 4 civilization race." Kaya looked at the flagship of the level 4 civilization race belonging to the Mandi race in space and said lightly, "Okay, then I won't disturb you from breaking through." Xiang Qian patted Kaya's shoulder and turned to leave. After walking a dozen steps, he suddenly stopped and said, "You, the Mandi race, will always be a member of the Earth Federation." "Thank you," Kaya said with a smile. After Xiang Qian left the Mandi tribe's home planet, Kaya took all the tribe members on the spaceship and entered the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race, preparing to break through the 4th-level civilization. The Mandi tribe made a great sacrifice this time. After Xiang Qian returned to Earth, Lung Ning said to Xiang Qian, "Yes, I didn't expect the Mandi tribe to be so determined. In fact, I didn't care about the previous things. After all, it is normal for civilized races to fight with all their might. If it were me, I would do the same. They don't care at all. I feel that I am narrow-minded all the way. I forced the Mandi tribe to become a completely auxiliary civilization. It is impossible for them to leave the Earth Federation." Xiang Qian said helplessly. "You are narrow-minded." Lung Ning leaned against Xiang Qian and watched the Mandi civilization advance with him. Chapter 325. The flagship of the 4th-level civilization of the Mandi tribe is a spherical polyhedron with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers. The surface of the entire flagship is similar to the facets of a diamond, composed of countless rhombuses. In fact, it is more accurate to say that it is a scientific research base or a supercomputer rather than a warship. The development path of the Mandi tribe is not biological civilization, material civilization, or civilization dominated by other scientific and technological disciplines, but a development form that absorbs all disciplines, but only develops computers and improves computing power. Their upgrade route is completely non-aggressive and is a purely auxiliary civilization development form. Xiang Qian was originally firmly opposed to the Mandi tribe's development method. He didn't know whether there would be a test for a single civilization race in the future. If there was such a test, the Mandi tribe's development method would determine that they would not be able to pass the test at all. However, after the Mandi tribe fully explained their ideas to Xiang Qian realized that the development path chosen by the Mandi tribe was not completely without attack power, but it was just that there was no attack power in the early stage. If the Mandi tribe can develop, its strength will definitely exceed people's imagination. Because the Mandi tribe proposed to use infinite computing power to simulate the operation of the entire universe, the idea is similar to the concept of Laplace's demon proposed by humans a long time ago. However, the Mandi tribe does not want to develop only to simulate the universe, but to increase the strength of the prophet through infinite computing power, and through countless predictions to find out the cause and effect relationship between the universe, in the end, to the extent of controlling cause and effect and creating causal weapons. At the core of the flagship of the Mandi tribe's level 4 civilization, the prophet Vacadia stood on a huge black crystal stone, touching the surface of the black crystal stone with his hand. "Vacadia, are you ready?" Kaya said to Vacadia. "Ready, your majesty," Vacadia said calmly. "You are the hero of our Mandi tribe." Kaya looked at Vacadia with a very complicated expression. Today is the time for the Mandi tribe to break through the level 4 civilization, but because of the route they chose, Vacadia must make a great sacrifice. Once the Mandi tribe breaks through the 4th level of civilization, Vacadia will merge with the race flagship and can no longer be separated. Soon, the Mandi race flagship began to emit a faint light, and the hull began to grow larger. The whole process lasted for 15 minutes. When the light disappeared, Vacadia's figure at the core of the race flagship had disappeared, but his figure appeared on the big screen. "Vacadia, how do you feel?" Kaya put down the civilization race scepter and asked hurriedly. "I'm fine, your majesty. Please rest assured. I'm just a little unfamiliar with my new body, but it should be fine after a while." Vacadia's eyes flashed with countless data, and the next second his projection body appeared in the hall. Vacadia's walking posture was a little awkward at first, but it soon returned to normal. If it weren't for the faint light emitted by the projection body, he would look no different from a real person. "It's a bit strange. My world now is all made up of data, and all sensory feedback is a string of data. But my thinking ability has been enhanced too much. I just use the ability of prophecy casually, which is much stronger than before. Your majesty, look. This is the result of my prophecy, and this is the real situation that just happened in the race flagship." After Vacadia finished speaking, he pointed to the big screen. The big screen was divided into 2 screens in the middle, but the content played on these 2 screens was the same. In just 2 minutes of video, the pictures played on the 2 screens were not the same at all. "Can you show the picture you predicted now?" Kaya said in shock. "Well, it's a new ability I just discovered. As long as the content of my prediction is converted into data, it can be played," Vacadia said lightly. Then Vacadia showed several new abilities after merging with the race flagship. Generally speaking, this fusion was successful. Vacadia will be the core of the race flagship in the future, and the entire race flagship is his body. The main brain that gathers the highest technology of the Earth Federation makes Vacadia's computing speed surpass the starry sky in an instant. At the same time, Vacadia has an ability that no other computer system can match, that is, the ability to predict. No matter how powerful the computer is, no matter how fast the calculation speed is, it takes time to use these computers to simulate experiments. The more complex the simulation project is, the more time it takes. But here in Vacadia, as long as the experimental model and various parameters are input, Vacadia's predictive ability combined with the host's transportation speed can give the experimental results within 0.1 seconds. Moreover, the accuracy rate is unmatched by any other mastermind, because sometimes the mastermind will make mistakes. But the ability to predict will not make mistakes. That is the law of causality. The experimental project has formed a cause at the beginning of its establishment, and Vacadia can directly display the future result. Such efficiency can greatly improve the speed of scientific research. This ability alone can more than double the speed of scientific research of the entire Earth Federation. Not to mention the 4th level civilization flagship of the Mandi tribe, which is itself a supercomputer, and its computing speed exceeds the current starry sky by thousands of times. 1 month after the Mandi tribe became a level 4 civilization, all the scientific researchers of the Earth Federation moved to the race flagship. Except for outdoor subjects, no scientist could withstand the temptation of the race flagship. With the help of Vacadia, who has transformed into millions of people, countless scientific research results are born every day. At the same time, with the help of the ability of prediction, when scientists establish scientific research projects, they will basically not go to a dead end or take a detour. Such projects will be rejected by Vacadia at the first time. Research projects that have no scientific value and waste time will not even pass Vacadia's preliminary review. Of course, in order to avoid mistakes, scientists can also convene the Scientific Research Review Committee to review the research project again after Vacadia rejects it. Of course, the hope of passing is not great, it is just an insurance policy. Now, except for human civilization, all civilized races in the Earth Federation have broken through to the 4th level of civilization, and the resources needed for the Earth Federation to advance to the 4th level of civilization have only been collected a little more than half. At the current rate of resource collection, it will take at least 4 years. However, Xiangqian planned to let the Earth Federation break through to the 4th level civilization in more than 10 years, because he wanted to wait for the new population of the Earth Federation to grow up, and at least ensure that the number of evolvers in the Earth Federation reached 90% of the total population, otherwise, he would not choose to break through. While the Earth Federation was busy developing, the fleet of 300 million warships also arrived not far from the Earth Federation star system. Xiangqian ignored this fleet and directly handed over the right to command the battle to the staff, who began to study the battle plan with the help of Acadia. Xiangqian's only requirement for this battle is to train the troops, not to crush them directly with technology, but to use tactical means, and not to wipe out the opponent with a mindless wave. The general staff was very happy about Xiangqian's request, and Acadia, as the deputy chief of staff, also regarded the opponent's fleet as a guinea pig to test his new abilities. 2 days later, this fleet of 300 million warships reached 180 billion kilometers outside the Earth Federation star system. The Earth Federation sent 5 million warships to meet the enemy at this time. Because the star system is surrounded by factories for the construction of various equipment, the general staff prepared to place the battlefield 150 billion kilometers outside the star system so as not to affect the development of the Earth Federation. Chapter 326. 5 million warships. Although each warship is 8,000 kilometers long, 3 times longer than the enemy fleet's 3,000-kilometer warships, the difference in numbers is too great. However, the warships sent by the Earth Federation are all the latest genetic nuclear-armed warships, and all are equipped with level 4 civilization technology. So even though the difference in numbers is huge, the soldiers on the Earth Federation side did not show any timid expressions, but were a little eager to try. At the same time, when these 5 million warships were facing the enemy head-on, 3 million warships secretly started curvature navigation in the shadows of 3 star systems around the star system. For the curvature navigation technology of level 4 technology, the space fluctuations it caused were simply not detectable by level 3 civilization. Soon, the fleets of both sides started the formation force field. The formation force field opened by 300 million warships was quite spectacular, and the surging energy directly formed a huge protective shield around the enemy fleet. If you look closely at the fortress, you will find that this protective shield is not static, but is spinning rapidly like a gyroscope. As for the formation force field of the Earth Federation fleet, it does not look very good. The gray space energy shrouds the fleet thinly, which looks pitiful. The enemy formation force field data has been analyzed, the force field node analysis has been completed, and the weak point position has been marked. In less than 3 minutes after the enemy's formation force field was deployed, the command center of the general staff collected data from the reconnaissance equipment and calculated it on the Vicadia fusion system, and found the weak point position of the enemy's formation force field. Such speed and efficiency can be called astounding speed, which is n times faster than the previous speed of sending data to the Academy for scientists to analyze, and then sending the results back. This is when Vicadia did not use the prophecy ability, otherwise he could get the data of the enemy's formation force field when it was just deployed. However, this battle is for training, and the gap in technology level is large, so there is no need to be so serious, otherwise it will not be fun. The power of the First Fleet's formation force field is increased to 50%, and the speed is doubled, penetrating the enemy's formation force field from the number 3 weakness mark. Then move forward according to the marked track, target the enemy fleet flagship, over. The First Fleet received the order, over. The moment the 5 million warships received the order, the gray space energy around them immediately began to increase, and finally formed a seemingly fragile protective shield. After this very fragile protective shield was formed, the enemy fleet actually launched a concentrated fire attack. The energy beam caused by the concentrated energy attack of 300 million warships was like a giant sword, directly cutting through the void. In an instant, the light completely covered the star systems within the 3 surrounding star systems, illuminating the surrounding cosmic void. The Earth Federation fleet was hit hard by this attack. Under the dazzling light, the black cracks in the space energy around the Earth Federation fleet were completely covered. However, it was these black cracks that absorbed most of the huge energy attack. As for the remaining energy attack, it could not pose any threat to the space energy at all. After the opponent's attack ended, the Earth Federation fleet began to accelerate and rush towards the enemy fleet quickly. In the context of the universe, the Earth Federation fleet is like a small ant, while the enemy fleet is a giant. But when the Earth Federation fleet hit the enemy's protective shield, the shield that seemed to have surging energy and amazing defense was directly penetrated by the Earth Federation fleet like a plastic wrap. After entering the enemy fleet's formation force field, the Earth Federation was unstoppable, and any warships that blocked the Earth Federation were directly destroyed. In less than 10 minutes, the Earth Federation fleet crossed the enemy fleet and crashed into the enemy's flagship. After the enemy's flagship was destroyed, the entire fleet paused for a moment, but then the entire enemy fleet disbanded its formation force field and began to launch a fierce attack on the Earth Federation fleet with its main guns. Report to the Deputy Chief of Staff. The decapitation operation has been completed. The commander of the General Staff reported to Vicadia. Is this the end? What about the next battle? How are you going to destroy the remaining warships? Vicadia asked speechlessly. This is the end. This is called a tactical battle. It is still relying on the huge gap in technological strength to solve the opponent. He didn't see the technical content at all. Next, just open the space chain distortion force field to destroy these ordinary warships. Were your previous battles so unrestrained? Vicadia asked helplessly. Yes. Now Vicadia really didn't know what to say. No wonder Xiang Qian specifically told him to change the fighting style of the staff when he made him the Deputy Chief of Staff, and emphasized that future battles must have technical content and cannot be crushed by technology. Now it seems that Xiang Qian is really foresight. When the Earth Federation was fighting the Avengers before, he didn't think too much, as long as he won. He didn't think about the shortcomings of this fighting method, but now it seems that if the Earth Federation encounters an enemy of equal strength, it is likely to be far inferior to the opponent in tactics. At the same time, Vicadia recalled that it seems that Xiang Qian's command in battle is in this style, completely relying on force to suppress others, and there is no command art. Now it seems that the Earth Federation General Staff was completely influenced by Xiang Qian, and even the battle plan inherited Xiang Qian's style. Thinking of this, Vicadia could only say, "Okay, I will command next, and you can see how my command is different from yours." Instantly, Vicadia's eyes refreshed the data frantically. The first fleet is divided into 50 teams, with 100,000 warships as a team. There is no need to open the formation force field, only the protective shield. 27 seconds later, the first team arrived at the coordinates XX.XX.XX position. The engine power transmission was 85.3%, and it flew in an S-shaped large angle to the XX.XX.XX position. After 17 seconds of flight, launch an attack in the direction of XX.XX.XX coordinates. The attack lasts for 2 seconds, and then continues to move forward for 35 seconds. The second team moves in the opposite direction after 28 seconds, heading towards the coordinates XX.XX.XX. The third team will fly in S-shaped interlaced with the first team after 35 seconds, pause for 3 seconds after 62 seconds, and then burst the engine's maximum thrust towards the coordinates. Vicadia issued a series of orders, and all of his orders were calculated in seconds, and even the battleship's forward speed, battleship direction, flight angle, and attack time were all calculated very accurately. Such command orders were still continuous. At first, Vicadia only commanded the first fleet to attack in 50 squads. Later, he further split the 50 squads into 500 squads. With Vicadia's command, the battlefield showed a very strange side. The 500 squads of the Earth Federation fleet attacked only a few times later. These squads were like fish in the sea, swimming around in the gaps of countless energy beams. Even the most intensive energy attacks could not hit the warships under Vicadia's command. If it were this, it would be fine, but the enemy fleet's attack did not hit the Earth Federation fleet, but it hit its own warships accurately. Later, the Earth Federation fleet attacked less and less, but the number of enemy warships lost increased. These lost warships were all killed by their own people. The warships that were actually destroyed by the Earth Federation warships were really very few. At this time, everyone in the staff looked at the big screen stupidly. They were all stunned by Vicadia's command effect, which was simply an art. It turns out that fighting can be done this way. They don't do it themselves, but let their own people fight each other. It's so awesome. When Vicadia had enough fun, he used the space distortion force field to bury the enemy's fleet. He looked at the middle-aged staff, who was standing stupidly in command, and said, "See, this is a command with technical content. In the future, you should follow this standard until you can achieve the level I have today." Everyone in the staff was speechless. How could ordinary people do such a thing? When Xiang Qian learned the news, he was also very helpless. He didn't know what to say to these people. Anyway, no matter what, the command level of the Earth Federation staff still needs to be improved. Chapter 327. The countdown for the vacuum 0-point experiment begins. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1, start. In the cosmic void outside the Earth Federation star system, a giant machine the size of the Earth started instantly. The main body of this machine is a huge spherical iron can, and various equipment is equipped on the outside of the iron can. The most eye-catching of these is the dozen or so huge energy nozzles after the device is started. These dozen or so huge energy nozzles, like exhaust pipes, emit particle flows at the moment of startup, which spread to tens of millions of kilometers away, forming more than a dozen light columns in the cosmic void. The flagship of the Mandi tribe is also inside the new research center of the Earth Federation. Countless scientists stared at the data on the big screen without blinking. 10 minutes later, as the particle flow from more than a dozen energy nozzles became less and less, new data began to appear on the big screen. The number of particles per cubic meter is less than 3, reaching the test standard, and the test began. The test data is normal, 10 scans per second started. No results. No results. New particles found. Scanning new particles. Scanning completed, new particle data is recorded and scanned. No results. No results. New particles found. Scanning new particles. Teacher, won't the scanning system destroy the vacuum? Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and suddenly thought of something, and asked the old manly beside him. No, the scanning system is not actually used for internal scanning, but uses a super large gravitational field outside the vacuum model to attract the particles inside. Any particle will be attracted by the gravitational fluctuations as long as the parameters are met. Once these particles move, they will be detected by the system. Old Manly shook his head and said, his eyes did not leave the big screen when he spoke. What if the newly generated particles inside are not positive matter and cannot react with gravity? Xiang Qian continued to ask. There is no way to solve this problem now, but the main purpose of this experiment is to verify the existence of virtual particles and the speed of particle generation in the void. As for the relationship between virtual particles and negative matter, antimatter, and dark matter, that is a possible goal for the next step, and there is no need to consider that problem now. Xiang Qian did not continue to ask questions after listening, but instead began to contact Shinkong, asking Shinkong to give him a report on the interim goals of the entire experiment. In fact, he had read the project report on this vacuum 0-point experiment before, but he rarely read the content of this kind of experiment to explore unknown particles carefully. After all, 8 out of 10 experiments of this kind fail. Although the particles that can be found every time are very awesome, they are rarely successful. So he would not read such scientific research project reports carefully. Anyway, as long as the experiment is not too laborious and costly, he will approve it. After all, scientific and technological strength is the hard truth in the universe. When it comes to scientific research, every civilized race will not be too rigid. But he did not expect that before the experiment started, his old man Li would take the initiative to ask him to participate in the experiment. He said that this experiment was a historic moment and must not be missed. So Xiang Qian followed the crowd to look at the big screen. Others looked confused, but he was at a loss. However, through Shinkong's explanation of the purpose of the huge device in the void of the universe, he could guess a little about the purpose of this experiment. Simply put, that huge device is a vacuum machine. If there is any difference from the vacuum machines used at home on Earth, it is the requirement for vacuum degree. Just like the vacuum-packed food in the past, although it is called vacuum packaging, there is actually air inside the packaging, but the air is very thin. However, the vacuum degree required by this vacuum machine is not the amount of air inside, but the number of residual particles per cubic meter inside. The particle streams ejected by the dozen or so energy nozzles outside, when they are turned on, are the particles inside the iron can. Don't think that there is really nothing in the universe. There are still many invisible particles in the universe. If these particles are extracted and converted by the energy system, they can also burst out very powerful energy. However, the energy consumed by absorbing these particles and in letting them burst out energy is several times more than the energy that these particles can burst out by themselves. So no civilization would dare to do such a stupid thing. I have strayed off topic. The main purpose of this experiment is to verify the existence of a particle, which is what Old Manly just said about the virtual particle. Normally, if the water in the water tank is emptied, then the water tank will definitely not emit water by itself. As long as the water outside flows into the water tank, there will be water in the water tank. But this is not the case in a vacuum. Through experiments, if all the particles in the space within a certain range are emptied, then theoretically, the interior of this space cannot generate new particles by itself. After all, there is nothing in this space, and it is impossible for new particles to appear out of thin air. Unfortunately, the fact is that after all the particles in this space are evacuated, many new particles will appear in this space after a period of time. At first, scientists thought that the vacuum was not properly handled, causing particles outside the vacuum space to flow back into the vacuum space. However, through countless experiments, various materials were used to isolate the vacuum. Even if it can be guaranteed that the atomic movement of the isolation material itself will not cause individual particles to break away from the nucleus and fly into the vacuum space, new particles will still appear in the vacuum space. This phenomenon has attracted great attention from scientists, because the way this particle is produced is basically a bit like creating something out of nothing. There is no matter in the vacuum, but particles are produced one after another. If this method of producing new particles is mastered, then the energy problem will be solved. After all, if particles can be created out of nothing, then why worry about energy problems? To put it bluntly, even resource problems can be solved. However, after in-depth research, it was found that this way of producing new particles cannot be monitored at all, that is, no matter what equipment or method is used, it is impossible to find out how these new particles appear. Scientists have also defined this phenomenon in many ways. Some say it is formed by the aggregation of antimatter, some say it is formed by the aggregation of dark matter, and some say it is caused by quantum leap. Anyway, there are all kinds of explanations. In the end, the most mainstream theory is what Old Manley said now. These new particles that appeared out of thin air are a kind of particle that does not react with any positive matter. Two or more virtual particles can aggregate into a particle. These particles include quarks, protons, neutrons, neutrinos, and other particles. As for why the masses of the aggregated particles are different, it is because the number of aggregated virtual particles is different. Although this statement is only a speculation, scientists are still more accepting of this speculation. So today's experiment is to find out the existence of virtual particles. 1 hour later, the first stage of the experiment ended. The first stage of the experiment is over. A total of 7,200 new particles were generated in 1 hour. Among these particles, the number of quarks accounts for 37%, the number of neutrons accounts for 2.7%, and protons. Now clean up the particles inside the space, and prepare for the next stage of the experiment. Teacher, have you ever thought that this so-called virtual particle should be a general term for two or more particles that have not been discovered yet? I don't believe that two identical particles can produce new particles. Even if there are virtual particles, they can only be positive virtual particles and negative virtual particles. After reading the information, Xiang Qian turned around and said to Old Manley, who was exercising during the break in the experiment, "Well, we have thought of this problem a long time ago. The second stage of the experiment is to determine this problem, or to find out what the true form of the virtual particle is, what its form is, and what its properties are. Only if we can truly detect the existence of the virtual particle can we study it, otherwise no matter how we guess, it will be useless." Old Manley nodded and said, "What about the second phase of the experiment? I saw the experimental records, and found that the fourth level technology equipment could not detect the virtual particle. How to do the next experiment? Use other substances. Positive matter is not okay. We can use antimatter, negative matter, gravity, repulsion, space compression, and fragmentation. Anyway, we will try all the methods we can use. I don't believe that we can't detect its existence," Old Manley said domineeringly. "Okay," Xiang Qian could only nod. What else could he say? A lot. When the particles inside the iron can were sucked out again, the second phase of the experiment began. Inside one of the coils surrounding the entire iron can, the negative matter particles extracted by the equipment began to accelerate, and when the negative matter particles accelerated to close to the speed of light, they quickly passed through the coil and entered the iron can. Although other forms of matter besides positive matter are difficult to preserve and extract, it is still very simple to extract a single substance with the technological strength of a fourth-level civilization. When the negative matter particle entered the iron can at a speed close to the speed of light, it crossed the entire space inside the iron can in less than 0.1 seconds. The negative matter particle impact test failed. Change the test type. The antimatter particle impact test begins. When the negative matter particle impact test failed, there was a commotion in the hall, and scientists began to discuss the form of the virtual particle. Because the negative matter particle impact test failed, at least one thing can be confirmed, that is, no matter what type of virtual particles are, they do not react with positive matter and negative matter. A few minutes later, when the antimatter was accelerated to 0.7 times the speed of light with difficulty, it was put into the iron can. After all, the annihilation reaction between antimatter and positive matter made scientists dare not accelerate antimatter particles to the same speed as negative matter particles. Chapter 328. When the antimatter particles entered the iron can, they passed through the iron can normally, just like the negative matter particles, without any reaction. For a moment, the scientists sighed again. It seems that antimatter doesn't work. But fortunately, most people are still mentally prepared for the failure of the experiment. If every experiment can succeed, the level of civilization will be worthless. After a while, the dark matter in the third channel began to accelerate, but dark matter is not as easy to accelerate as negative matter and antimatter. The Earth Federation has just started its research on dark matter. Because dark matter has a great relationship with space energy, after breaking through the fourth-level civilization, the main research of high-energy physics is currently dark matter and dark energy. However, the current research on dark matter is only at the stage of simulating dark matter particle models. It will take a long time to truly utilize dark matter and dark energy. For the acceleration of dark matter particles, it can only be carried out by gravitational traction and repulsive propulsion, so the speed of dark matter particles cannot be increased to close to the speed of light. In the case of limited acceleration channels, the maximum speed of dark matter particles can only be increased to 0.5 times the speed of light. The peak of gravitational fluctuations has been detected, the repulsive fluctuations have been detected, and the spatial fluctuations have been detected. The dark matter particles are rapidly dissipating, and the frequency of new particles is increasing. The dark matter has dissipated, the experiment is over, and the data is being recorded. The data is recorded. After the dark matter particles entered the iron can, a reaction occurred instantly. Various data on the big screen were refreshed frantically. The scientists stared with their eyes wide open and stopped breathing, as if they were afraid of disturbing such data changes. It was not until the dark matter particles dissipated and the experimental data was recorded that the scientists began to breathe heavily. However, unlike what Xiang Qian expected, the scientists in the hall did not shout excitedly, but frowned one by one. There were also 3 or 5 people gathered together for a heated discussion, but there was no celebration. Xiang Qian turned around and looked at Old Manly, and found that he was also frowning, with a thoughtful look on his face. "Teacher, is there any problem?" Dark matter reacted. "Isn't that a good thing? Why do I feel that you are even more depressed?" Xiang Qian said to Old Manly. "Alas! It seems that our speculations are all wrong. Virtual particles are not that simple. Based on the use just now, it has been shown that the existence of virtual particles should be related to dark matter. To be precise, dark matter should be an important component of virtual particles generating new particles. Then all our previous speculations have been overturned. The next main task is not to find virtual particles, but to study dark matter first. Otherwise, if we don't master the basic model of dark matter particles, we can't study virtual particles at all." Old Manly sighed and said, "That's not right. The dark matter concentration areas we have detected do not have much positive matter at all. But according to the experiment just now, dark matter dissipates quickly and positive matter is generated quickly. So it stands to reason that where dark matter exists in large quantities, there should also be a lot of positive matter. But according to the gravitational wave detection, there is not much positive matter at all in the areas where dark matter exists in large quantities. How should the experiment just now be explained?" Xiang Qian asked immediately. "This may be related to the virtual particles. It does not mean that dark matter itself can become positive matter, but after the dark matter dissipates, it combines with the virtual particles to become positive matter. Maybe there are no virtual particles, or very few virtual particles in the area where dark matter is concentrated, and there is very little dark matter where virtual particles exist, so a large amount of dark matter cannot become positive matter. In fact, this experiment gave me a surprise. If this surprise is not accidental, then this surprise is more important to humans than the virtual particles." Old Manly narrowed his eyes and said, "What surprise?" Xiang Qian was stunned and asked immediately. This time, Old Manly did not directly answer Xiang Qian's question, but said to the big screen, "Vicadia, can you predict 10 experiments based on the data of dark matter entering the vacuum space just now?" "Of course, no problem." Vicadia's figure appeared, and then the big screen began to refresh the data. Soon the data of one experiment appeared in a corner of the big screen, followed by the second time. Xiang Qian looked at Vicadia, whose eyes were flashing with various data, and felt that the ability of the Prophet plus the superhost was of great help to scientific research, which was a bit amazing. Although 10 experiments are easy, the extraction of dark matter alone is not an easy task. Now the Earth Federation has only two ways to obtain dark matter. The first way is to separate space. When the space is shattered, both positive and negative matter and dark matter will appear. At this time, the dark matter can be separated through the interaction of gravity and repulsion. The second method is to go to the dark matter gathering area around the center of the Milky Way to collect dark matter, but it takes at least 8 months to go there to collect dark matter, and the dark matter collected cannot be too much. If there is too much, it will take a lot of energy to store these dark matter, and the energy carried by the spacecraft cannot store dark matter on a large scale. Dark matter is not water that can be contained in that bowl. Because dark matter does not react with positive matter, if you want to store dark matter, you must use gravitational coils to collect dark matter, and use repulsive walls as containers. Not only can the repulsive force be emitted to ensure the effective storage of dark matter, otherwise even if you collect more dark matter, it will disappear completely after returning to the Earth Federation. Therefore, Bacadia's simulation this time helped the Earth Federation save at least 1.5 years. If this effect is not against the will of heaven, then what is? Soon, 11 sets of data appeared on the big screen. Except for the first set of data, which was real, all the other data were provided by Bacadia. Bacadia extract the spatial fluctuation data and the repulsion data of the vacuum space from all the data. Old Manly continued. Instantly, the 11 sets of spatial fluctuation data and the repulsion data of the vacuum space were magnified on the big screen. At this moment, the scientists who were still discussing stopped discussing and began to pay attention to the big screen. Everyone is looking at the results of the 11 experiments of the two data. The difference in the spatial fluctuation values is not large. The difference between the highest peak and the lowest trough is only 0.03 degrees. However, the repulsive force data inside the vacuum space has increased after each experiment, and the amplitude of the prompt is the same. Thus, through calculation and comparison, this increase in repulsive force is not affected by particles, so it can only be affected by space. There is only one possibility that space can affect the increase in repulsive force in this case, that is, the volume of space has increased, and space has expanded. Old Manly pointed at the two data and said, "Buzz." The moment Old Manly finished speaking, the whole hall exploded, and all the scientists began to shout. Some of the scientists, who opposed this view, were already blushing and angry. If they were not too far away from Old Manly, Xiang Qian was afraid that they would come to challenge Old Manly in real life. Xiang Qian was not surprised by the behavior of these scientists. He had seen such scenes many times. The only thing that surprised him was what Old Manly said just now. He didn't expect that two data in an experiment would make Old Manly think so much. Especially the increase in space volume. This is simply divine thinking. Anyway, even if Xiang Qian looked at this experimental data for 10,000 years, he would not think of this aspect. "Bacadia, can you predict whether this inference is correct?" Xiang Qian said curiously. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiang Qian, I disappoint you. I can only predict the results based on the data, but I can't predict any inferences, because no matter what inference I predict, the results are correct. Even if the inference is wrong, it is correct in my case, so I can't help with this kind of thing," Bacadia said helplessly. "That's a pity, but have you ever thought about why?" Xiang Qian also said helplessly. "According to my judgment, it may be related to the ability of prophecy. After all, a true prophecy can turn the wrong into the right, although it only takes a moment," Bacadia said. Xiang Qian was speechless. After a while, when preparing to start the next experiment, Shinkong reminded Xiang Qian that he had something important to do, and he reluctantly left the research center. "Shinkong, what is so important today? Why don't I remember it?" Xiang Qian asked depressedly as he walked out of the research center. "Boss, today is the moment to start the Earth Transformation Project." "Okay, just pretend I didn't say anything." Chapter 329. The launch of the Earth Transformation Project also means that humans are not far from breaking through the 4th level civilization. Since humans do not have a 4th level civilization race flagship, the Earth must be transformed as the core of future civilization. Under normal circumstances, a 4th level civilization race flagship is basically the cornerstone of a civilization race. When breaking through the 4th level civilization, the strength of the civilization race flagship is closely related to the future development potential of a civilization race. Simply put, the flagship of a level 4 civilization race is the foundation of a building. If you want to build a taller building on this foundation in the future, you must lay a solid foundation. This is hardware equipment and a rigid demand. When a civilization race breaks through the level 4 civilization, the scientific and technological system, that is, the number of main disciplines, represents the potential for horizontal development of a civilization race. If the flagship of a level 4 civilization race is the foundation, then the area of the foundation is determined by the main disciplines of a civilization race. The more subjects you study, the larger the area you occupy. The larger the area you occupy, the more solid the foundation will be. It goes without saying that everyone knows which is more solid, a 300-meter high electric pole or a 300-meter high TV tower. Although everyone wants to build a TV tower instead of an electric pole, the construction of these two types of buildings is different, the construction time is different, and the cost is even more different. Although everyone understands this principle, there are not many civilized races that can really make up their minds to build TV towers instead of electric poles. After all, before your TV tower is built, others have already built their electric poles. Then, when others see you building such a beautiful TV tower, they will definitely feel unbalanced. At the same time, when they see that you have so many materials to build the TV tower, they will definitely want to destroy your TV tower and steal your materials to continue building electric poles. In the end, your TV tower may not be built yet, but others have already erected several electric poles. Therefore, the development method adopted by a civilized race must be comprehensively considered, including the foundation of the civilization itself, the external environment, the demand for resources, and so on. Otherwise, everyone around you is building a TV tower, and you are the only one building a telegraph pole. In that case, even if you destroy several TV towers, as long as one person builds it, it will be your bad luck. The strategy of the Earth Federation now is to build several telegraph poles around the foundation of the TV tower first, and then start building the TV tower after the telegraph poles are built. In this way, even if people around want to demolish the TV tower, they have to knock down several telegraph poles around it first. When Xiang Qian arrived at the command center, all the personnel on the Earth had been evacuated, and now the Earth is surrounded by various pipelines and large mechanical equipment. At this time, the Earth is like a little white mouse tied to a test bench, waiting for surgery. What is the error rate of the simulation calculation? Xiang Qian entered the command center without any nonsense and asked the chief engineer directly. After 1 million simulation operations, the error rate has been controlled below 0.003%. Then let's get started. Please give the order, Chief. Buzz. Countless mechanical equipment started working instantly after Xiang Qian pressed the start button, and tens of thousands of pipes inserted into the core of the Earth began to transport special rare metal powder to the core of the Earth at the same time. These powders are integrated into the Earth's core, slowly changing the composition of the Earth's core, giving the Earth's core the absolute properties of these special rare metals. So far, dozens of special rare metals have been discovered, and each special rare metal has an absolute property. Although it is impossible to study how the absolute properties of these special rare metals are formed, this does not prevent humans from using special rare metals. Under the work of countless mechanical equipment, the Earth's interior is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The magma of the lava layer begins to turn into energy, the stones of the rock layer begin to be replaced by special rare metals, and the surface mineral veins are increasing crazily. These increased mineral veins are all special rare metal mineral veins. A special rare metal powder slowly merged into the river and the sea. Ordinary creatures did not change at all, but the evolved animals began to die in large numbers. However, the bodies of these dead evolved animals would soon decompose. Under the influence of a mysterious force, the decomposed biological cells slowly gathered together to form a huge lake. Another special rare metal powder fell on the surface of the Earth, and the evolved plants also began to die in large numbers. The dead plants withered and weathered quickly into powder, which seeped into the Earth under the scouring of rainwater, then slowly gathered together through underground rivers, and finally flowed into lakes. In short, everything on the Earth began to change with the participation of a large number of special rare metals. Whether it was mountains, rivers, or the deep sea, they could not escape such transformation. It took 3 full days for the first stage of transformation to be completed. At this time, the place looked much more desolate, and many original deep forests had large tracts of wasteland, and there were fewer animals in the deep forests. It seemed that within just 3 days, the entire Earth had changed from a vibrant spring to a withered winter. When the first phase of the transformation work was completed, Xiang Qian did not stay any longer. Because the first phase of the entire transformation work was the most dangerous. Once the first phase was fine, there would be no problems in the next 2 phases. So the next transformation work only needed to be carried out step by step, and he did not need to watch it any longer. Now Xiang Qian said he was busy or not, but he was very busy. After the first phase of the Earth transformation work was completed, he went to the Space Research Center again, because after returning to the Milky Way, the unmanned probes launched by the Earth Federation toward the outside of the Milky Way had already flown out of the Milky Way, and now these probes are continuously sending back information. Xiang Qian went to the Space Research Center to understand the situation outside the Milky Way and adjust the future travel plan to the Milky Way according to the actual situation. Scientists are only responsible for scientific research, while Xiang Qian is responsible for leading the entire scientific research system to stay on track. Don't think this task is easy. Once scientists start researching, they can easily go astray. For example, when a scientist who is studying a key technology is doing research, he suddenly gets an inspiration and wants to do another experiment. These things are common. What Xiang Qian has to do is not to disturb these scientists when they have inspiration, but after they record their inspiration and are about to start the experiment, he decisively extinguishes their idea and lets them go back to their previous research project. Otherwise, if scientists conduct scientific research according to their own ideas, the overall scientific and technological development strategy of the Earth Federation cannot be completed. Now the first phase of the Earth Federation's mission is to summarize the unique scientific and technological system and apply these successfully transformed technologies to practice. If the technology transformed by this special scientific and technological system is not applied to practice, there is no support from any physical equipment, and it is not built on the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race. Then when breaking through the fourth-level civilization, these achievements will be denied, and will not become the evaluation criteria for the potential of the civilization race of the Earth Federation. Therefore, even if it is a special flashlight, as long as it is the result of the research of the Earth Federation, it must be manufactured. The second stage mission is to gather the power of the entire Earth Federation after humans break through the fourth-level civilization and raise the level of technology of the Earth Federation to the late stage of the fourth-level civilization. As for the peak of the fourth-level civilization, it is not worth thinking about it. It is good to reach the late stage in some aspects. When the second stage mission is completed, the third stage mission will begin to prepare for the trip to the Andromeda Galaxy. The current planned mission goal is to upgrade the Galaxy battleship, use the time of the first two mission stages to detect the real data of the universe outside the Milky Way, collect energy materials for galaxy travel, etc. The last stage of the mission is to supplement the technology system of the fourth-level civilization during the long journey in the Milky Way after the Earth Federation leaves the Milky Way, and to start researching the technology theory of the fifth-level civilization. The plan is well formulated, but whether it can be successfully implemented depends on Xiang Qian's ability to control the overall situation. While Xiang Qian was busy with the construction of the Earth Federation, other civilized races in the Milky Way also began to upgrade their civilization level with the support of the rich resources of the Milky Way. The special rare metal ores that small races could not get before are like cabbages in the Milky Way. Therefore, many level 3 peak civilizations, especially those wanderer civilizations, have begun to build level 4 civilization race flagships after having abundant resources, striving to break through level 4 civilization in a short time. In their view, if they want to reach the Andromeda Galaxy 2.25 million light-years away within 10,000 years, they only need to become a level 4 civilization. Therefore, the Milky Way is now rare in peace, and no civilized race is looking for trouble. They are all building level 4 civilization race flagships at home peacefully. Even those civilizations that had just returned to the Milky Way and felt that they were quite awesome and wanted to destroy more other civilizations to increase their technological background, all stopped. Because they also discovered that it was not only the civilizations of their previous small galaxy that returned to the Milky Way, but also the civilizations of other small galaxies. So after discovering that there is always someone stronger than the strongest, and that there is always someone better, all the civilizations stopped. In fact, the most important thing is that the civilizations that returned to the Milky Way from the Large Magellanic Cloud spread the war between the Earth Federation, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, and the Avengers Alliance, and those civilizations that were the kings of the small galaxies and were quite awesome kept silent. What a third-level peak evolutionary civilization, what dozens of subsidiary races, they all had to kneel before the fourth-level civilization. After knowing the gap in civilization levels, all civilizations began to fall into a period of great development, and they were very afraid of falling behind others. Chapter 330. Captain, the signal source is sending information again. We are currently 12 light-years away from the location where the signal source is sent, and we are expected to arrive in 4 months. Are there any warships around with the same purpose as us? No one has been found so far. Increase engine power, and rush to the target location as quickly as possible. Okay, Captain. After giving the order, McKen returned to the captain's room to open an encrypted file and read it again. As a member of a race that is about to become a level 4 civilization, McKen is actually very reluctant to come out to perform tasks when the civilization is about to break through. After all, the benefits of being promoted to level 4 civilization and breaking through to level 4 evolvers with the entire civilization race are much greater than breaking through to level 4 evolvers by oneself. However, as a person with no background and having offended the chief officer, he simply cannot refuse this mission. What encrypted files, what top secret missions, aren't they just to transfer me away and prevent me from participating in the civilization promotion? McKen threw the document in his hand on the ground and roared angrily. After a while, McKen took out a necklace with a photo of a woman of a human-like civilization inside. He looked at the photo for a long time and finally calmed down. Now he didn't care about the mission or not. He didn't know what sent the signal when investigating. If it was valuable information, how could he send a small warship? So for this mission, he had long regarded it as a bad trip. Now his only idea was to reach the destination as soon as possible, and then take pictures of the garbage signal that might be sent by a piece of space junk. After collecting the information, he returned as quickly as possible, and maybe he could catch up with the civilization upgrade. 3 months later, a small warship appeared in a desolate star system. The star in this star system is about to die, and has now become a red giant. There are very few planets in the star system, only 3, and they are all rocky planets. Such a star system has no value at all. Even if you want to mine resources, you will not go to such a star system to mine. It is a waste of time. Captain, determine the location of the signal source, but no equipment that generates the signal source has been found so far. Perform a deep scan of that planet. Yes, Captain. McKen looked at the gray-black planet without an atmosphere outside the porthole. His face was very bad. Such a planet could not have any value at all, and the inexplicable signal was likely sent by some kind of creature or space debris. In fact, if this place was not too far away from their civilization, he would think that the source of the signal was deliberately placed here for people to find. After more than 10 minutes, the main components and internal structure of the planet had been scanned, but no device that could send signals was found. You mean, the unknown signal is sent from the rocks on this planet? McKen said with a gloomy face. But Captain, so far, no suspicious equipment has been found on this planet. So it is currently impossible to determine where the signal is sent from. Since you don't know, then blow up this planet for me. No matter what sends the signal, I don't believe that this planet can still send a signal after being blown up, McKen said viciously. Okay, Captain, we blow it up right away. As a small warship of 800 meters long, it can only bully some small rocky planets like this. Whoosh! A cylindrical bomb was launched, which is specially used to deal with planets. There is a high-energy bomb inside the cylinder, with a power equivalent to 3 billion tons of nuclear fusion weapons. When the cylinder penetrates the rock layer of the planet at high speed and approaches the core of the planet, the high-energy bomb inside explodes. Such a bomb can directly blow up a planet with a diameter of less than 20,000 kilometers. Soon, countless mountains suddenly rose on the surface of the planet in front of McKen, and the surface of the planet cracked, with dazzling light shining in the cracks. Then the planet was torn apart in the light, and countless debris drifted towards the void of the universe. Seeing the destruction of the planet, McKen felt a little better. At least the depression brought by the interstellar travel for more than a year had dissipated a lot. Captain, the planet has been blown up, and no signal source has been found. Send the processing results to the headquarters in a report, and we will return immediately. McKen didn't want to stay here for even a minute. Yes, Captain. But just when the battleship turned around, and had not yet flown out of the star system, the strange signal appeared again on the monitoring equipment. Captain, the signal appeared again. The observer was stunned for a moment, looking at the location of the signal source, and said in surprise, "Where did it appear?" McKen asked. "It's at the location of the planet that was just blown up. Return immediately to the location where the signal was sent." McKen felt something was wrong this time. The planet had been blown up, and the location where the planet was now a void in the universe. So how did this signal come out? When the warship came to the location of the signal source again, it finally discovered that it was unusual. In the void of the universe, a transparent spherical bubble was suspended there. The diameter of this bubble was only 3 centimeters. It was not made of normal matter, but more like a 4-dimensional space model. If we hadn't gotten close and used a gravitational lens to observe it, we really wouldn't have been able to find this bubble. It was normal that this bubble couldn't be observed because of the planet just now. Now, looking at the bubble similar to the four-dimensional space model detected by the gravitational lens, McKen finally smiled. He felt that a big secret was beckoning to him. Maybe this excluded task can really make him a great contribution. Collect all the data of this bubble and make a report. Main brain, turn on the environmental simulation system, turn off the main engine, turn off the external active exploration equipment, turn off the external communication system, and do not allow anyone to contact the outside world without my operation. After a while, McKen gave the order. Although he was the captain of this battleship, he could not guarantee that everyone in this battleship would listen to him and be of one mind with him. So at this time, it is undoubtedly the best way to limit external communications and prevent everyone from contacting the outside world. After McKen gave the order, he immediately returned to the room and began to contact a congressman he knew. Since the external active detection equipment was turned off, no one inside the battleship noticed that a high-speed detector flew outside this star system and observed the behavior of the battleship clearly. In fact, even if the external detection equipment was turned on, the probability of discovering the existence of the detector with the performance of this battleship was very slim. The detector faithfully detected all the information and sent it back to the Earth Federation. The information collectors of the Earth Federation did not regard the information as random information of the cosmic background because of personal hobbies or other reasons. Instead, they studied it seriously. As a result, this study really found a big problem. Chapter 331. You mean, this four-dimensional space bubble with a diameter of only 3 centimeters is very likely a wormhole in the process of formation? Xiang Qian looked at the four-dimensional space bubble displayed on the screen and said to Academician Gong of the Space Research Center. According to the data obtained by the detector, this judgment is currently the most consistent with the actual situation. Academician Gong nodded and said, if this four-dimensional space bubble is a wormhole, then why does it send out a signal? Can the wormhole itself send out a signal? Xiang Qian was skeptical about this inference. After all, would a wormhole say hello to everyone? Don't be ridiculous. We have also analyzed this signal. In fact, we also found this signal when monitoring the cosmic background, but this signal really has no characteristics, so we treated it as noise. Now when we analyze this signal again, we find that the fluctuation curve of this signal is actually similar to the spatial fluctuation caused by the generation of the four-dimensional space model established by the current Astrophysics Research Center. So we think that this signal is actually the spatial fluctuation generated when the four-dimensional space bubble expands. As Academician Gong said this, he immediately displayed the two sets of data on the screen for Xiang Qian to compare. Okay, even if this is a four-dimensional space wormhole, where do you think this wormhole will lead to? Andromeda Galaxy. I can't answer this before verification. After listening to the report, Xiang Qian stood up and walked around Academician Gong's office, then came to him and said, since you are so sure, then you lead the team to follow the location of the wormhole in front of the supernova and study it. The next report I want to hear is not words like possible, probably, or perhaps. I want certainty. Any questions? No problem, I go back and prepare. Academician Gong was so excited that he almost jumped up. He didn't ask when to leave, and turned around to leave the office. Wait, the Space Research Center will leave 1/3 of the staff on duty, and the rest of the people you bring must obey the command of the General Staff. If there are any problems, you must discuss with the General Staff to solve them. Do you understand? Xiang Qian looked at the excited Academician Gong and felt a headache again. Yes, I promise to obey the command. Xiang Qian looked at Academician Gong and knew that he didn't listen, but he couldn't say anything else. He could only ask the people in the General Staff to look after Academician Gong, otherwise he didn't know what problems would arise. After leaving the Space Research Center, Xiang Qian immediately ran to the General Staff and asked them to dispatch the staff members who were going out with the supernova. At the same time, he notified Sephiroth to prepare the supernova and set off in one day. The next morning, Academician Gong took hundreds of thousands of scientists from the Space Research Center on a professional scientific research spacecraft and entered the supernova. At this time, there were still 6 hours before the departure time. Xiang Qian was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of these scientists. Fortunately, he kept this matter strictly confidential, otherwise the scientists at the Astrophysics Research Center would definitely clamor to go. Once the news spreads, there will be more than hundreds of thousands of scientists going there, and millions of them will be unstoppable. After all, this is the first time a natural wormhole has been discovered. The space gates to the Large Magellanic Cloud and back to the Milky Way were all temporarily formed by the rules of the universe, and will disappear once they are used. At the same time, There has been no progress at all in the research on space gates. With the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is impossible to connect the operation mode and formation reason of the space gate. This is the same as giving a primitive man a smartphone. Maybe they will press the icon, but they can't know the principle. The technological gap is too big. In the afternoon, the supernova slowly flew away from the interior of the Earth Federation star system. After entering the cosmic void, it immediately turned on the planetary gravity engine, entered the gravity tunnel and disappeared. Now the most powerful engine of the Earth Federation is still the planetary gravity engine obtained from the Hall of Civilization races. After all, the maximum speed of this engine is 100 times the speed of light, and the black technology blueprint that can be materialized by the black technology controller of the 4th level early civilization has a maximum engine speed of only 30 times the speed of light, which is not comparable to the planetary gravity engine. When the supernova rushed to the location of the 4-dimensional space bubble, there were 2 other civilized races in the entire Milky Way doing the same thing. At this time, McCann had packed all the data of the 4-dimensional space bubble and sent it back to the race, handing it over to a congressman he knew. 3 days later, McCann received exciting news. The message he sent back had been confirmed by the 4th level civilization race alliance of their civilization as the birth wormhole. Now this 4th level civilization alliance has sent a 4th level civilization race flagship to his location. Now his mission is to guard this wormhole and wait for the arrival of the alliance civilization. After receiving this news, McCann knew that no one could take away his credit. Although staying here might miss the civilization upgrade, he might not be able to catch up even if he chose to go back now, so he could be credited with this achievement, and his trip was not in vain. Half a year later, when McCann was bored and dazed, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. What's the problem? McCann immediately came to the command room and asked the operator. Captain, look. The operator said nothing and played the image directly on the big screen. McCann was stunned when he saw the big screen, because the big screen showed the scene when the supernova slowly left the gravity tunnel. After the supernova completely left the gravity tunnel, it rushed directly towards the star system without saying a word. At this time, even a fool knew that the other party was heading for the 4-dimensional space bubble. Captain, what should we do now? Turn off the simulation system and send a communication to the other party, saying that we are the scientific exploration spacecraft of the Leventia Alliance, and ask what the other party wants to do. That's right. We must show that there is a level 4 civilization in our Leventia Alliance. McCann looked at the huge supernova on the screen in shock. It was not until someone asked him that he realized that now was not the time to be in a daze, so he quickly said. McCann knew that the huge battleship on the screen was basically the flagship of a level 4 civilization race, so he immediately pulled out the biggest tiger skin he could think of, which was the race in the Leventia Alliance that had just broken through to level 4 civilization. Now McCann hoped that this level 4 civilization would not destroy them with one shot, because there was a level 4 civilization behind them. After a while, McCann and his team received a reply. This place has been taken over by the Earth Federation. You can leave. You have 3 minutes to evacuate. Captain, shall we evacuate now? Evacuate the star system immediately. McCann shouted immediately. Isn't that nonsense? If you don't evacuate, you will die. As for other issues, let's wait for reinforcements to arrive. The war between the 4th level civilization races is not something he can participate in. McCann, who hid outside the star system, could only watch the supernova run to the 4-dimensional space bubble, set up various equipment, and conduct scientific investigations on it. Chapter 332. The supernova paid no attention to the small warships hiding outside the star system. Such small warships would not have any impact on the scientific research of the Earth Federation. Even the civilized races they belonged to were not taken seriously by the Earth Federation. After returning to the Milky Way for so many years, the Earth Federation has not done nothing. The Earth Federation has collected information on several powerful alliances in the Milky Way. As for the Leventia Alliance mentioned by McCann, there is no such thing in the Earth Federation's database, and it has never even been heard of. As for whether there are level 4 civilizations in this alliance, it is not a big deal for the Earth Federation. Even if there are level 4 civilizations, so what? The Earth Federation is really not afraid. Academician Gong and other scientists don't care whether this 4-dimensional space bubble was snatched from other civilizations. As long as they study it, it doesn't matter how it came. With this mentality, except for the observers of the supernova who occasionally monitor the movements of McCann and others have long forgotten McCann and others. It was not until half a month later that another flagship of a level 4 civilization appeared outside the star system, and everyone remembered that this four-dimensional space bubble was snatched from another civilization. After seeing the flagship of the Level 4 civilization and receiving the communication, McKin finally burst into tears and felt like he had found an organization. So he reported the atrocities of the Earth Federation in full. In his description, the Earth Federation did not take the Leventia Alliance seriously at all. Well, he guessed it right. When the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race was discovered, the supernova sent a message to the Earth General Staff, asking what attitude to take towards the other party. Since the fourth-level civilization race was involved and there was a possibility of war, the General Staff's authority was obviously insufficient, so the news was reported to Xiang Qian as soon as possible. Ask Academician Gong, how long will it take them to study this four-dimensional space bubble? After receiving the report, Xiang Qian thought for a moment and asked, "Okay, boss." 3 minutes later, the message came back. Academician Gong said that if they were given a month, they could almost simulate the four-dimensional space bubble on the computer. However, since each expansion of the four-dimensional space bubble would cause some changes, the research time might have to be postponed. After listening to Academician Gong's reply, Xiang Qian curled his lips. It was obvious that he did not want to give up the four-dimensional space bubble, and wanted to continue to occupy it for research. What's the saying that every time it expands it will change? It's obviously an excuse. Tell the other party that the Earth Federation wants this place, let them leave, and if they want to start a war, then start a war. At the same time, notify Regtros and ask him to rush there as quickly as possible and reunite with the supernova. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and gave the order. Okay, boss. After receiving Xiang Qian's instructions, the staff immediately notified the supernova and began to issue war mobilization. The destroyer was driven out of the spaceport as soon as possible, began to replenish supplies, and was ready to set off at any time. Along with the destroyer, there were more than 3 million warships, all of which were Level 4 civilization warships. After the final battle, the destroyer and the Level 4 civilization Gene nuclear-armed warships were upgraded to Level 4 civilization warships. In particular, the destroyer was basically transformed according to the standards of the flagship of the Level 4 civilization race due to its good foundation. Due to the abundant resources in the Milky Way, the current destroyer warship is no longer more than 20,000 kilometers long, but has become 80,000 kilometers long, which is comparable to the flagship of the Level 4 civilization race. The equipment used in the whole system is all the most powerful Level 4 technology equipment currently in the Earth Federation. It can be said that the current destroyer, except for not having the huge energy reserve and comprehensive capabilities of the Level 4 civilization race flagship, is definitely not weaker than any Level 4 civilization race flagship in terms of combat power. The fleet composed of Level 4 civilization warships, led by the destroyer, is very powerful. In a one-on-one fight, it can tie with the supernova. With the cooperation of 3 million warships, the instantaneous explosive power exceeds the supernova, temporarily ranking first in the instantaneous explosive power of the Earth Federation. That is to say, while keeping a fourth-level civilization race flagship to guard the home, the Earth Federation can currently send out 3 ships with combat power equivalent to the fourth-level civilization race flagship. Of course, the fourth-level civilization race flagship of the Mandi tribe cannot be regarded as combat power at all, otherwise the Earth Federation would be stronger. After receiving the notification from the starry sky, Reglos immediately flew out of his nest excitedly, and disappeared quickly in the void of the universe. He has been bored for so long, and now he hears that there is a war. It would be strange if he is not happy. After receiving the information from the Earth Federation and understanding Xiang Qian's idea, the supernova was relieved. As for fighting, there is nothing to be afraid of. Since the establishment of the Earth Federation, it has basically been fighting all the time. It is a bit uncomfortable to be idle all of a sudden. Please leave the star system. This four-dimensional space bubble was first discovered by our Leventia Alliance, and the ownership is in our Leventia Alliance. However, based on the principle of equal exchange between civilized races, our Leventia Alliance will not pursue the behavior of your Earth Federation occupying our scientific research point, but please leave immediately. Otherwise, our Leventia Alliance will use force to take back our scientific research point. We hope that the Earth Federation will not make uncalm moves and put your Earth Federation into crisis. The flagship of the fourth-level civilization race of the Leventia Alliance sent a communication to the supernova. According to the idea of the Leventia Alliance, if the Earth Federation does not want to fight, it will definitely argue with them. After all, the other party is also a fourth-level civilization race, and it is impossible for them to say whatever they say. If the Earth Federation really withdraws obediently, then they have to consider whether there is a conspiracy. But what Levintia civilization could not have imagined was that the Earth Federation simply replied, "We have 5 level 4 civilizations in the Earth Federation, and another level 4 civilization flagship is on the way. If you, the Levintia Alliance, can send 4 level 4 civilization flagships, we will leave immediately. If not, then you should leave, otherwise the consequences will be serious." After understanding Xiang Qian's attitude, the staff inside the supernova immediately began to talk nonsense, and also began to test the details of the Levintia Alliance. If the number of the 4th level civilization races of the Levintia Alliance exceeds or equals that of the Earth Federation, then the response of the Levintia Alliance will definitely be very tough. After all, in the universe, everything else is fake. No matter how nice it sounds, only strength is real, and without strength, you can't be tough. After receiving the communication from the supernova, the Levintia Alliance finally understood why the Earth Federation is so strong. With an alliance of 5 4th level civilization races, its strength is definitely top-notch in the current Milky Way. The Levintia Alliance only has 1 level 4 civilization, and it just broke through. As for the remaining civilizations, although they are rushing to break through the level 4 civilization, there is only 1 level 4 civilization flagship that can be sent out at the moment. However, the 2nd level 4 civilization flagship of the Earth Federation is already on the way. Even if there is a civilization in Levintia that breaks through the level 4 civilization soon, it will be too late by the time they get here. The Levintia Alliance doesn't know what to do now. It is definitely impossible to fight now, but it is unwilling to give up the 4-dimensional space bubble in vain. So after thinking for a while, Levintia also started to act like a big shot. Who can't brag? Anyway, the Earth Federation only has 1 flagship of a level 4 civilization race here. Even if what the Earth Federation said is true, the strength of both sides is the same now, and neither can defeat the other. What's there to be afraid of? What if the Earth Federation is bragging? If they leave in such a humiliated way, they will be laughed to death by others. Besides, even if the 2nd flagship of the Earth Federation of a level 4 civilization race arrives here, it is impossible to keep them. So what's there to be afraid of? They still don't believe that the Earth Federation can attack them. At one point, the supernova and the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of the Levintia Alliance started a verbal battle. The Earth Federation meant that we have occupied this place, and if you want to take it back, then let's fight. The Levintia Alliance meant that we also have several allies of the 4th level civilization, and they are on the way now. We are not afraid of you at all in a fight. If we don't fight now, we are waiting for reinforcements. If you, the Earth Federation, don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. If you leave now, considering that we are all 4th level civilizations, then forget it. If it were another civilization that didn't know the details of both sides, they would definitely think that the Earth Federation and the Levintia Alliance were both very powerful. But who knew that the more they communicated with the supernova, the less confident the Levintia Alliance became. Because the Earth Federation is really powerful, and that's not just bragging. There were a few times when they wanted to get close to the star system, and the supernova immediately took a fighting stance. If they hadn't stopped, the supernova would definitely launch an attack. So now the Levintia Alliance found that they seemed to have hit a wall. If they were given a few more decades, the Levintia Alliance would be confident that they could compete with the Earth Federation. But now, they have no capital to compete with the Earth Federation, and can only pretend to be awesome here, but they can't be awesome. Just as the Levintia Alliance and the supernova had been staring at each other for 3 months, they were in a mess, and were considering whether to leave. Another flagship of a 4th level civilization race arrived outside the star system. In an instant, the 3 flagships of the 4th level civilization race formed a triangle. Chapter 333. This newly emerged flagship of the 4th level civilization race broke the fragile balance between the Earth Federation and the Levintia Alliance. However, the arrival of this warship also allowed the Levintia Alliance to see the future clearly. Originally, they were the first to discover the 4-dimensional space bubble, but the first to do research was the Earth Federation. This made the Levintia Alliance very unhappy, especially the strength of the Earth Federation, which made them a little overwhelmed. However, after the arrival of this flagship of the 4th level civilization race, the Levintia Alliance also thought it through. If there is 1, there will be 2. If there is 2, there will be 3. Now there are so many civilized races that have noticed this place. It is unknown how many civilized races will come here in the future. In this case, no matter how strong the Earth Federation is, it is impossible to fight against all civilized races. Even if the Earth Federation is leading in the 4th level civilization now, it will not be long before everyone is a 4th level civilization, So who is afraid of whom? Therefore, the more civilized races come here, the more people will study this four-dimensional space bubble together in the end. It is definitely impossible for the Earth Federation to completely control this place. Although the Leventia Alliance won't give much benefit, the Earth Federation won't get much benefit either. After thinking it through, the Leventia Alliance stopped arguing with the Earth Federation about the ownership of the four-dimensional space bubble, because it would be a waste of time to continue arguing, and no one would want to monopolize it anyway. Compared to the Leventia Alliance, the Earth Federation was not very happy. Just as the Leventia Alliance guessed, although the Earth Federation had strength, it could never challenge all civilized races alone. Even if the Earth Federation can withstand the pressure and defend this place with this newly appeared civilization race flagship. But when the 4th, 5th, or even 10th level 4 civilization race flagship appears, what can the Earth Federation use to defend this place? So when the 3rd civilization race flagship just appeared and had not yet launched any action, the Earth Federation sent the news of the exposure of the four-dimensional space bubble to Xiangqian, and also expressed their thoughts. After receiving the news, Xiangqian immediately used Starry Sky to perform a large-scale scan of the entire Southern Cross spiral arm, and the conclusion was that in addition to the 3 civilization races that have now arrived around the four-dimensional space bubble, there is another civilization race's level 4 civilization race flagship on the way there. Now that it is known that the civilization of this four-dimensional space bubble is not just the Leventia Alliance, then the Earth Federation has no need to fight for the ownership of this four-dimensional space bubble. Anyway, according to the current situation, no one can monopolize this four-dimensional space bubble. As long as the Earth Federation studies this four-dimensional space bubble first, the rest of the problems can be slowly discussed. Xiangqian passed his ideas to the supernova. His only request was to collect all the data of the four-dimensional space bubble when no one dared to act rashly. After that, he could exit the star system and let the four-dimensional space bubble go. Anyway, it would not run away. After receiving Xiangqian's instructions, the staff inside the supernova immediately communicated with the Leventia Alliance and began to contact them to jointly deal with the outside world. The benefit given by the Earth Federation was that after the Earth Federation finished studying this four-dimensional space bubble, the Leventia Alliance would be the second to enter the star system to study it. Don't underestimate this moment. Now there are 3 civilization race flagships here. Any 2 parties combined can have an overwhelming advantage. But now the Earth Federation occupies the four-dimensional space bubble. If you want to drive the Earth Federation away, you must go to war. So after the Leventia Alliance and this newly emerged civilization drove away the Earth Federation, who would study the four-dimensional space bubble first? The Leventia Alliance would definitely want to study it first, but who wouldn't want to study it first? And both sides have contributed. So why should the Leventia Alliance study it first? So when it is impossible to sign a civilization race contract. Cooperation between 2 civilization races is undoubtedly very difficult. After all, in the universe, apart from the mandatory civilization race contract, let alone race friendship and trust, these things are thinner than plastic wrap in the face of race exploitation, and can be broken without poking. Now the Earth Federation has taken the initiative to send a communication to the Leventia Alliance, not because they are afraid that the 2 will unite. If the Leventia Alliance disagrees, then they will discuss it with the new civilization. Anyway, in such a complicated situation, the Earth Federation is still taking advantage. Everyone is not stupid, and they all know that the Earth Federation cannot defend this place. So after the research is completed, they will definitely give up the place. So whoever studies first will take advantage. And at this time the Leventia Alliance and the new civilization are enemies. Then the attitude of the Earth Federation at this time undoubtedly became crucial. So no matter how unhappy the Leventia Alliance was, it could only agree to the Earth Federation's proposal at this time. After dealing with the Leventia Alliance, the Earth Federation and the Leventia Alliance jointly sent a communication to this newly emerged civilization. The content was very direct, and there was nothing unnecessary. They were directly told about the research sequence of the four-dimensional space bubble. As for whether they agreed or not, it had nothing to do with the Earth Federation and the Leventia Alliance. So what if they disagree? Can they still compete with the Earth Federation and the Leventia Alliance? That's impossible. After receiving the notice from the Earth Federation and the Leventia Alliance, the newly arrived Cheria civilization also agreed. The situation was originally tense, but due to the arrival of the Cheria civilization, everything else stabilized. In this way, the Earth Federation peacefully studied the four-dimensional space bubble inside the star system, and the 2 fourth-level civilization race flagships waited obediently outside the star system. For months later, when another civilization race flagship arrived outside the star system, they saw 3 civilization race flagships here and wanted to leave immediately. However, after seeing that the three civilization race flagships ignored them, they sent a communication to inquire, and the result was of course that there was another civilization race waiting in line outside the star system. Time passed slowly, and after the Earth Federation studied this four-dimensional space bubble for nearly a year, it finally collected all the data and naturally changed to withdraw from the star system. Although Regtros is about to arrive, the Earth Federation is not planning to occupy this place, because even if it blocks the attack of the flagships of these civilizations now, it will not be able to block them in the future. It is better to keep it like this, where every civilization has the right to study and use this four-dimensional space bubble. At the same time, Academician Gong's research results on this four-dimensional space bubble also show that it is still unknown how long it will take for this four-dimensional space bubble to become a wormhole. Therefore, the strategic value here is not high at all, and the research value is only average. After all, with the current technological strength of the Earth Federation, it is still difficult to create a four-dimensional space. After obtaining detailed research data on the four-dimensional space bubble, Xiang Qian no longer paid attention to it, and the research data was also stored as a technological foundation. Now the research direction of the Earth Federation is not yet the time to develop into a four-dimensional space. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. The upgrade and transformation of the Earth has been completed, and now there is only one step left, and humans can become a fourth-level civilization. Chapter 334. The Earth now looks basically the same as before the upgrade, except that it looks a little more desolate now. However, before humans advance to the fourth level of civilization, the last plan has serious differences. According to the previous plan, after the Earth upgrade is completed, as long as some appropriate transformation work is carried out on the continent, humans can advance to the fourth level of civilization. But now some scientists suddenly think that since it has come to this, it is better to transform the entire Earth Federation star system as the flagship of the fourth level of human civilization. In this way, when the Earth Federation becomes a level 4 civilization, the entire star system will be like a whole, no longer like here now, completely relying on a large number of equipment and plants of the Green Star civilization to connect together. Although this idea is crazy, it is within the capacity of human civilization, and the required resources can be fully provided by the Milky Way. However, in this way, although the entire star system becomes part of the flagship of the level 4 civilization race of mankind, the overall performance is greatly improved. But there is one thing that no one can ignore, that is, the mass difference between a 200 trillion square kilometers continent and a star system is too big. Now the Earth Federation is about to face interstellar travel, and it is an interstellar travel of 2.25 million light-years. Even if you take an extra resource planet, when starting from the Milky Way, the energy required for acceleration is an astronomical figure. Now replace a planet with a star system, then the energy required for the Earth Federation to reach the Andromeda Galaxy will be a terrifying number. If the mass is too large to reach 300 times the speed of light, or if the energy is insufficient to travel faster than the speed of light, and the Earth Federation cannot reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years, then the rules of the universe will be obliterated, and the consequences will be unbearable. So after struggling for 3 months, Xiang Qian gave up the plan to make the entire star system the flagship of a Class 4 civilization. No matter what, once a problem occurs, the consequences will be too serious. The previous plan is pretty good now. There is no need to put the Earth Federation into crisis for the sake of extremes. After Xiang Qian made the decision, humans also began to make final preparations for the promotion to the fourth level civilization. The vines between the continents gradually disappeared, and instead, humans used special rare metals to make huge reinforcement brackets. Although these brackets are not very strong, when humans become a fourth level civilization, these problems will become extremely strong with the participation of the laws of the universe. At that time, the entire continent will be considered a complete piece, not assembled like it is now. At the same time, on the mainland, 9 huge buildings covering an area of 10 million square kilometers also began construction. These 9 huge buildings are the 9 future science and technology cities of the Earth Federation, representing the 9 major disciplines of energetics, biology, mechanical dynamics, basic materials, quantum force field, quantum physics, cosmic research, mathematics, and weapons manufacturing. Mathematics is the core discipline replanned by the Mandi tribe after it was promoted to the fourth level civilization. After all, calculation is inseparable from mathematics, and the core of the Mandi tribe's development direction is mathematics. Although the Mandi tribe did not identify core subjects when they broke through the fourth level civilization, their core subject became mathematics after they became the fourth level civilization. As for the weapon manufacturing subject, it was not a subject at all. Basically, any subject can be related to weapon manufacturing, but Xiangqian planned to separate pure academic research and weapon manufacturing when humans broke through the fourth-level civilization race. The only purpose of the weapon manufacturing subject is to manufacture powerful weapons, and the technical difficulties encountered in manufacturing weapons are handed over to various disciplines in the form of research topics, and finally summarized to the weapon manufacturing subject, and then they manufacture weapons according to technical data and actual conditions. These are just the changes on the surface of the continent. As for the deeper changes in the continent, they are invisible on the surface. Every day, countless transport ships transport hundreds of millions of tons of special rare metal ores to the continent. Except for a part of these ores that are used to build 9 major research centers, the rest have all disappeared. If you look from the side, you can find that the thickness of the continent is increasing every day, and countless gun muzzles on the back are beginning to appear. Days pass by, and the construction of the continent has been completed. Until the final acceptance is qualified, humans can break through the 4th level of civilization. Shinkong, what percentage of the total population do all the evolvers account for now? Xiangqian looked at the 9-10,000 meter high academic research centers and asked Shinkong. Boss, last week's data was 87.7%, and this week's statistics have not been uploaded to the database yet. Shinkong replied immediately. Notify the departments below to upload data once a day in the future. At the same time, track every evolver who has just broken through, and let them report the genetic nuclear force weapons they want as soon as possible, and then organize personnel to produce them. If they want to design or manufacture by themselves, then give them enough special rare metals, and let them solve it by themselves. Xiangqian nodded after listening. Based on the current number of evolvers produced by humans every day, it is estimated that within 2 months, the number of evolvers will reach 90%, and then they can be promoted. Now there are as many special rare metals as you want, so Xiangqian does not impose any restrictions on the genetic nuclear force weapons of the evolvers. It all depends on personal preference. Just like that, half a year later, after 3 re-examinations, it was confirmed that there were no problems. At the same time, the number of evolvers accounted for 91.3% of the total population. After all preparations were completed, Xiangqian ordered to break through the 4th level civilization in 3 days. On this day, all human beings stopped working and took their positions according to the predetermined positions. Xiangqian held the civilization race scepter, and stood on the roof of the Earth Federation headquarters building in the former Beijing city of the Earth. Starry Sky, notify all evolvers to fuse gene nuclear force weapons. Xiangqian looked at the information on the big screen that all the personnel were ready, and immediately said to Shinkong, Yes, boss. In an instant, the evolutionists of the Earth Federation all merged their own genetic nuclear force weapons, the most special of which was the First Fleet of the Federation. The genetic nuclear force weapons of the evolutionists of the entire First Fleet of the Federation were all warships, a total of 3 million warships, as their genetic nuclear force weapons to follow humans to break through the 4th level civilization. All evolutionists are ready. After a while, Shinkong reported. Xiangqian did not speak after listening. He took the civilization race scepter, stepped on the hull of the Xingqian genetic nuclear force armed warship, looked at the blue sky and white clouds around him, and the continent above his head, and slowly raised the civilization race scepter. Human Civilization Breakthrough. Chapter 335. As the light from the scepter of the civilized race enveloped the entire Earth and the continent, the advancement of human civilization also began. Under the cover of the light, the Earth and the continent underwent earth-shaking changes. From the core to the surface of the entire Earth, all hidden dangers disappeared instantly under the illumination of the light, and the Earth instantly became the most stable state. A large number of plants grew, and the plants that had disappeared due to the transformation of the Earth grew wildly. In less than 10 seconds, small saplings became towering trees. The floating mountains suspended above the surface of the Earth were originally made by technological means to make the giant peaks suspended in the air, but at this time, even if all the technological equipment stopped working, these peaks would continue to float in the air and would not fall down. The biggest change on the Earth is that a new inland lake is rapidly forming. This lake is formed on the original Lake Baikal, but the area of the entire lake has expanded more than 100 times and is almost turning into an ocean. This huge lake absorbed the genetic nuclear power fluid formed after the death of all evolved beasts. At the same time, there is a huge spring in the center of the lake. The water column sprayed from the spring reached more than 50 meters high, which looked very spectacular. Compared with the changes on the Earth, the changes on the continent were much calmer. The places where the whole continent was connected with special rare metals have now completely overlapped. The whole continent has become a whole, which is natural, as if this continent suspended in the universe was formed naturally. When the Earth and the continents changed, all humans also transformed under the light. The genetic nuclear force weapons fused by the evolver slowly flowed into the human body, and at the same time, the human double helix gene structure began to change into a triple helix gene structure, which was at least 10 times stronger than before in terms of gene stability. After the genetic structure changed, the human body was also undergoing complex changes, from genes to cells, from muscles to bones, from inside to outside the body. Although it seemed that there was no change, from the life level, humans had evolved to a higher life level. This step of change is no simpler than the evolution of single-celled organisms into mammals. If humans were allowed to develop on their own, it would take at least tens of thousands of years for humans to evolve. But all this was completed in just 10 minutes, under the light of the civilized race's scepter. 20 minutes later, the light slowly disappeared, and humans successfully broke through the fourth-level civilization. When Xiang Qian opened his eyes again, the star warship under his feet had disappeared, but he had a feeling that as long as he wanted to use the star would appear at the first time. When Xiang Qian tried to mobilize the genetic nuclear force in his body, the surging genetic nuclear force surged in his body like a tide. Roughly estimated, the genetic nuclear force reserve in his body is now equivalent to thousands, or even tens of thousands of times before. Closing his eyes, and using the ability of the Black Technology Controller, several disciplines and countless branches of equipment trees appeared in his mind in an instant. Among them, biology has several branches: plant technology, biological technology, biochemical technology, and different equipment drawings under these branches. Among them, the drawings under the plant technology branch are the most complete, followed by biological technology, and the least are biochemical technology. Xiang Qian immediately thought that this was related to the direction of biotechnology mastered by humans. Among them, plant technology has the most equipment drawings because humans share the scientific and technological information of Green Star Civilization. Biotechnology is studied by humans themselves, and the information obtained from Green Star Civilization is not as much, so there are fewer equipment drawings under the branch. As for biochemical technology, humans have not studied it much, so there are only basic drawings in the branch. After reading the biotechnology category, Xiang Qian began to browse several other categories. The number of branches and drawings in the remaining categories is related to the technological background of mankind. For all branches that humans have mastered comprehensively, there are more drawings inside, while for branches that humans have not studied, there are fewer drawings inside, and most of them are just basic drawings. What surprised Xiang Qian the most was that there was also a civilization special technology category. There were no branches under this category, and the drawings inside were only drawings of technological equipment in the early stage of the fourth-level civilization, but this category was the most powerful among all categories. Because any drawings in this category are equipment drawings after the integration of multidisciplinary technology, unlike other disciplines, where drawings within a discipline are just simple equipment within the discipline. For example, drawings within the biological classification will never contain any basic material technology, just like the crystal tree seeds in the plant technology classification. After this tree is planted, the strength of the trunk can definitely reach the level of fourth-level materials. This is also the foundation of a fourth-level civilization that can be supported by one discipline. Even if a civilized race only chooses one discipline as the main discipline of civilization, it will not be embarrassed because of the biology discipline and lack of basic materials. After the initial specialization, any level 4 civilization began to use a single discipline for horizontal development, allowing the technology of this discipline to replace what other disciplines can accomplish. Now Xiang Qian's drawings in this multidisciplinary fusion category are simply too numerous to count. For example, for a piece of equipment, there are 3 disciplinary technology fusion equipment, and there are also 4 disciplinary technology fusion equipment. And because of the different fusion disciplines, the same piece of equipment has at least hundreds of thousands of drawings. Such a number of drawings made Xiang Qian speechless. After getting used to the situation that basically only a few drawings with different functions appeared every time he searched for a piece of equipment, now, when he searched for a piece of equipment, hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of drawings appeared in an instant. That feeling really made people speechless. After Xiang Qian casually felt it, he opened his eyes with an ugly expression. Anyway, he had decided not to search for the blueprints before adapting to this ability, otherwise the information transmitted to the brain in an instant might cause the brain to crash. Even if it didn't crash, The feeling was too uncomfortable. When Xiang Qian opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the civilization race scepter. Only then did he remember to pay attention to any changes in the civilization race scepter. Looking down from above, the earth on the top of the civilization race scepter had disappeared, and instead there was a continent, with a small planet floating above the continent. Seeing this, Xiang Qian knew that the civilization race scepter no longer displayed the type of civilization, but the civilization race flagship. So does it mean that the gap between the four-level civilization race, the evolutionary civilization, the pioneer civilization, and the wanderer civilization has become unimportant? Xiang Qian gave up after thinking about it. There are too many things involved in this question. Without enough information, it is useless to think about it. So he continued to read on, ready to see how many stars the current race potential of human civilization is. 1, 2, 3. 7. A full 7 shining stars appeared on the top of the civilization race scepter, which means that the current race potential of mankind has reached 7 stars. Although the star level of civilization race potential has something to do with the development of civilization itself, the more stars the better. Although after breaking through the 4th level civilization, the race potential of mankind has only increased by 1 star, Xiang Qian dared to be sure that this potential level of human civilization is definitely not something that ordinary civilizations can achieve. Even the evolutionary civilization may not be able to break through the 4th level civilization race and reach the 7-star race potential. As for how abnormal the 8 and 9-star civilization races are, we can roughly know it by calculating according to the current strength and foundation of mankind. Next, the changes in the lines inside the trunk of the civilization race scepter also attracted Xiang Qian's attention. Before, the lines inside the civilization race scepter of humans only reached 1/3 of the entire scepter, and there were only a few thin lines. But now the lines spreading upward from the bottom of the civilization race scepter have exceeded 1/3 of the entire scepter, reaching 4/9. At the same time, the internal lines are no longer just a few monotonous thin lines, but now have become a pattern of several thick lines intertwined together. Xiang Qian thought about what this change meant, and felt that there was a clue, but he was not sure whether the specific situation was like that, and it would take time to verify it. Shinkong, report the current data. Xiang Qian finished reading the civilization race scepter, and said to Shinkong. Chapter 336. Boss, all the equipment on Earth and the mainland has become level 4 technology equipment. At the same time, the results of Earth and the mainland have also been stabilized, and my transportation speed has also increased by more than 100 times. The virtual image of the starry sky appeared beside Xiang Qian, and said happily, well, notify all the evolvers not to experiment on Earth when adapting to the new ability. Those who want to experiment should go to space. Xiang Qian reminded again. Although these regulations have been issued to everyone before breaking through the level 4 civilization, he is afraid that some people will still be unable to resist turning on the genetic nuclear force weapon instantly, and then practice with the surrounding objects. Okay, boss. By the way, boss, Lake Baikal has now become a source of genetic nuclear power. Should it be sealed off? Lake Baikal. Do you mean that all the water in Lake Baikal has become genetic nuclear power fluid? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and his voice immediately rose 8 degrees. Yes, boss. After saying this, Shinkong immediately projected the current situation of Lake Baikal in front of Xiang Qian, especially highlighting the spring in the middle of the lake. When the water drops from the 50-meter-high water column fell, a rainbow formed under the sunlight. Xiang Qian looked at the huge Lake Baikal, and his brain was a little slow to react. It's not that he had never seen the source of genetic nuclear power. Although the source of genetic nuclear power of the Green Star civilization is not small, it can't be compared with Lake Baikal. It's just like the difference between a bathtub and a swimming pool. There is no comparison. Seal Lake Baikal, and extract the original solution of genetic nuclear power at the same time. According to the packaging of 100 milliliters per bottle, pack 100,000 bottles first. After a while, Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian went downstairs after he finished speaking to arrange various things after the upgrade. A week later, the human scientists returned to their orbital positions. After all, the operation of human society had nothing to do with these scientists. Half a month later, when other things were almost arranged, Xiang Qian specially organized a meeting for the Black Technology controllers. This meeting was to assign tasks. Since there are too many branches of human disciplines, there are also many equipment drawings that need to be exchanged. In addition, humans have just broken through the 4th level civilization, and have not yet gone very far on the road of 4th level civilization technology. The equipment drawings of each discipline need to be exchanged, which resulted in an astonishing number of drawings exchanged for the first time on a large scale. Xiang Qian excluded the main subjects studied by the Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, and the Mandi clan before arranging the exchange of drawings for the Black Technology Masters. After these drawings were exchanged, they were sent to the equipment department and classified and manufactured by the equipment manufacturers. Then these finished devices will be sent to the research centers of various disciplines, where scientific profits will lead a large group of scientists to disassemble them and conduct reverse deduction. The various technologies deduced will be sent to various laboratories and research institutes under the disciplines for further refinement. After all the technologies are refined, personnel will be arranged to study them, and then the equipment will be manufactured using industrial means. In this case, this piece of equipment will be considered to have been thoroughly understood and studied by humans. If the working principle of this equipment contains some undiscovered scientific principle, then there is nothing to say. Once it is confirmed, the strongest team of scientists will be organized immediately to analyze this scientific principle, and finally derive the formula and integrate it into the human technology tree. In fact, the biggest shortcut to technological upgrading is to study the technological principles contained in a piece of equipment. Technical upgrades are secondary, and only scientific principles are the most important. So after humans break through the 4th level civilization, there will definitely be an explosive period for the development of science and technology. However, Xiang Qian does not need to follow up on this, he just needs to control the general direction. After being busy for almost a month, Xiang Qian finally had time to rest. However, before he had rested for 2 days, the starry sky came with a piece of news that was neither good nor bad, that is, the speed at which the 4-dimensional space wonder expanded began to accelerate. From the beginning, it could not expand by a few millimeters a day, but now the diameter increases by 1 millimeter per hour, and the expansion speed continues to accelerate. In fact, most civilizations have given up on this 4-dimensional space wonder. Although it has been proven that there is a 90% chance that it is a wormhole, what can a wormhole with a diameter of more than 12 meters do? At the same time, several civilizations have launched reconnaissance satellites into the wormhole. These reconnaissance satellites are equipped with the most advanced information transmission equipment of each civilization, but these satellites have never been heard from since they entered the wormhole. Even satellites with artificial intelligence that can take a few photos after leaving the wormhole and return immediately have never returned. This made all civilizations less interested in this wormhole, even Xiang Qian. Now we don't even know what the space on the other side of the wormhole looks like, so what's the point of earning money from this wormhole? Moreover, at the expansion speed of a wormhole at that time, it is estimated that when the Earth Federation leaves the Milky Way, this wormhole that doesn't know where it leads to cannot pass a small warship. So what's the point of guarding this wormhole? After receiving this news, Xiang Qian was not excited. Anyway, even if the wormhole expands at the current speed, it will be impossible for a large warship to pass within 100 or 80 years. So the value of this wormhole has been greatly reduced. So Xiang Qian just asked the Space Research Center to find out the reason for the sudden acceleration of the wormhole's expansion based on the wormhole's data. The Space Research Center did not disappoint Xiang Qian. A week later, it sent a message to Xiang Qian saying that they had found another wormhole. This wormhole was also found through the information sent by the wormhole. As the wormhole expands, the intensity of the information also increases. With the current distance between the Earth Federation and the wormhole, the information sent by the wormhole will no longer be regarded as cosmic noise. After locating the exact location of the newly discovered wormhole, Xiang Qian asked the green star to go to the newly discovered wormhole to see what the difference was between the new wormhole and the current one. As a result, a year later, after the green star released the news of the wormhole, Xiang Qian was a little speechless. If he had not been sure that there was no connection between the green star and the supernova, he would have suspected that the green star's monitoring data on the wormhole was copied from the supernova, because the data of the two wormholes were exactly the same. Even if Xiang Qian asked them to calculate to more than 10 decimal places, the data they got was exactly the same. If Xiang Qian still naively believed that the two wormholes were naturally formed, then his brain must have been caught by the door, and it was caught hard. Starry Sky, notify the green star, supernova, and Regtros to return to the Earth Federation immediately, and leave detectors to monitor the two wormholes. Xiang Qian had no idea what problems the two wormholes would cause, as he didn't know the situation in the Milky Way. So at this time, Xiang Qian still thought it was better to be safe and call them back first. Chapter 337. Half a year later, the supernova returned to the star system with Reglos. When the green star was still on the way, the Space Research Center detected a new wormhole signal again. When the location of this wormhole was marked, Xiang Qian discovered a problem. In the entire Southern Cross spiral arm area, there are 3 wormholes in total. The wormhole closest to the Earth Federation is the one that the supernova went to detect. The wormhole detected by the green star is a little farther from the Earth Federation, and the wormhole signal discovered last, the location locked, is farther away from the Earth Federation. However, these 3 wormholes just divide the entire Southern Cross spiral arm into 3 parts, and the positions of the 3 wormholes are at 3 dividing points, which is extremely accurate. After discovering this situation, Xiang Qian is more certain that the appearance of these wormholes is not accidental, and must be controlled by the rules of the universe. After reaching this conclusion, the think tank of the Earth Federation began to analyze the significance of the appearance of this wormhole. After several days of discussion, the think tank unanimously agreed that the 3 wormholes discovered in the Southern Cross spiral arm are not the only 3 wormholes in the Milky Way, but the wormholes of the Southern Cross spiral arm itself. As for the remaining spiral arms, wormholes must have appeared. So roughly speaking, the number of wormholes in the entire Milky Way is definitely more than 12, but the exact number is currently unknown. And the wormhole itself represents ultra-long distance shuttle, which is a shortcut. So thinking about the current situation, these wormholes are likely to be wormholes leading to the Andromeda Galaxy. But the question is, what is the significance of these wormholes? Can all civilizations go directly to the Andromeda Galaxy through wormholes? This idea has basically been denied. If it is really possible to reach the Andromeda Galaxy directly through the wormhole, then the requirement that 10,000 words can only reach the Andromeda Galaxy is simply nonsense. Therefore, the think tank determined that even if these wormholes can really reach the Andromeda Galaxy directly, the number will definitely be limited, and it is impossible for all civilized races to pass through. If there is such a restriction, all civilized races will definitely fight again in order to compete for the quota to pass through the wormhole. Of course, this is only the first guess, and the second guess is that these wormholes do not lead directly to the Andromeda Galaxy, but to another place, which may be very close to the Andromeda Galaxy, or there may be a superluminal engine there, or various scientific and technological information. Anyway, no matter where the wormhole leads to or what it leads to, the purpose of setting up wormholes in the universe's operating rules is definitely to make civilized races fight each other. Just like the legendary breeding of goo, only the most powerful civilized races can reach the Andromeda Galaxy. After listening to the judgment of the think tank, Xiang Qian also agreed very much. After all, since the Earth deviated from the orbit of the Sun's revolution, until now after the final battle and returning to the Milky Way, the operating rules of the universe have been provoking disputes between civilized races. Xiang Qian would never believe that the wormhole had nothing to do with the fight. According to the think tank's 2 judgments, no matter which one, a huge war will break out, and the war between civilizations in the Milky Way will definitely be more tragic than the war in the Large Magellanic Cloud. After all, the number of civilizations in the Milky Way is many times more than that in the Large Magellanic Cloud. At the same time, the current civilizations have begun to break through the 4th-level civilization. It won't take decades for the entire Milky Way to be a 4th-level civilization. After everyone has reached the 4th level of civilization and the technological explosion period has passed, they will definitely find a way to leave the Milky Way and go to the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiang Qian can conclude that at that time, many civilized races simply cannot create engines that are more than 200 times the speed of light. Then at this time, the civilized races that cannot reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years suddenly discovered that this wormhole can help them reach the Andromeda Galaxy. It is conceivable that the competition for the wormhole will be extremely crazy at that time, and the war that breaks out will definitely be extremely tragic. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian could imagine in his mind that countless warship wreckages formed a warship graveyard in the void of the universe. 5 months passed, and at this time, the Green Star finally returned to the Earth Federation. In the following time, the Earth Federation did not take any action. Xiang Qian did not issue any orders except for requiring real-time monitoring of wormhole changes. As for the staff's preparation for future wormhole battles, and the practice of training troops around the star system, Xiang Qian did not make any comments. In fact, Xiang Qian's idea is to cross the universe directly without going through the wormhole and reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years. After all, the Earth Federation had planned this way before it knew about the existence of wormholes. Now that there is a wormhole, it is just another way. The Earth Federation should prepare what it should prepare, but whether it will be used or not is another matter. Shinkong, send me 2 more boxes of genetic nuclear power liquid. After Xiang Qian finished making a piece of equipment in the assembly workshop, he sat down to drink a sip of water and said to Xingkong, "Okay, boss." After drinking the water, Xiang Qian looked at the equipment that had just been made in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Although he is the supreme leader of the Earth Federation, he is now in this assembly workshop every day, doing the work of an equipment maker. Since the genetic nuclear force in Xiang Qian's body far exceeds that of ordinary evolvers, even though it is now the early stage of the 4th level civilization, Xiang Qian can already manufacture equipment of the 4th level civilization of the classification discipline. So now Xiang Qian does nothing else every day, and stays in the workshop day and night to assemble various equipment of the 4th level civilization, and there are all kinds of equipment in various disciplines. These devices will not be used in the laboratory at all, and scientific predictors cannot deduce the technological equipment of the late stage of the 4th level civilization, but these devices can be equipped inside the star system. Although Xiang Qian did not turn the entire star system into part of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race of mankind, with these equipment of the late stage of the 4th level civilization, the Earth Federation can also increase its control over the entire star system by dozens of times. According to the calculation of these equipment parameters, when all these equipment are installed, the star system where the Earth Federation is located can be regarded as a real part of the galaxy battleship. By that time, the Earth Federation will not need the 4th level civilization race flagship, and it will be enough to protect itself. Then the Green Star, Supernova, and the Mandi Tribe's Wisdom, the 4th level civilization race flagships, can be integrated into the mainland. Only after the mainland integrates these 3 4th level civilization race flagships, the Earth Federation's true strongest warship will be completed and appear in front of all civilizations. Chapter 338. 5 years passed quickly, and the Earth Federation star system has changed a lot. The plants surrounding a dozen star systems have been officially replaced by huge iron cages. Now the dozen stars look like a dozen big iron balls from the outside, and the gravity, magnetic field, light, temperature, etc. emitted by the stars themselves are no longer emitted. The vines that covered the entire star system have now disappeared, and have been replaced by circles of rings and steel channels. Dozens of iron balls wrapped around stars, and countless planets and star systems are all embedded in these huge rings, which look like a string of bracelets from a distance. In the center of the ring is the Earth Federation continent. The entire continent is surrounded by countless rings. If you want to attack the continent, you must break the entire ring. The brand new star system was completed in these 5 years, using the full power of the entire Earth Federation. Many of the key equipment are the 4th level civilization late equipment manufactured by Xiang Qian. In terms of technology, it is determined to stand at the top of the Milky Way. Half a year after the star system transformation was completed, the Earth Federation began to prepare for the fusion of the flagships of civilizations and races. Finally, half a year later, all preparations were completed. On this day, at the Earth Federation Headquarters Control Center, all the high-level people of the Earth Federation gathered to witness this historic moment together. The green star is ready and starting to take root. The voice of the starry sky sounded inside the control center, and the big screen simultaneously played the scene of the green star slowly landing on the continent. Everyone in the control center was nervously watching the big screen. After all, given the size of the green star, if it approached the continent a little faster, it would cause a devastating disaster. Although the roots at the bottom of the green star had already touched the ground first and transmitted the data to the green star, theoretically there would be no mistakes, but in reality no one could take it lightly. 200,000 kilometers. 198,000 kilometers. 183,000 kilometers. 10,000 kilometers. 9,000 kilometers. 5,000 kilometers. 1,000 meters, the green star stopped, and the roots began to penetrate the ground. The green star slowly descended, and finally stopped steadily in the air 1,000 meters above the continent. 1,000 meters may not seem short, but with the green star's huge size, it is actually very close to the continent at 1,000 meters. From a distance, you can't see that there is 1,000 meters of distance between them. The countless roots at the bottom of the green star ignored the special rare metal transformed ground, and directly penetrated dozens of layers of special rare metal shields, drilling through the entire continent before stopping. The roots have been implanted, and the green star continues to descend. Supported by countless roots, the green star slowly shut down its suspension system, and began to slowly descend under the attraction of the weak gravity of the continent. The gravity-generating device on the continent had stopped working long before the green star began to descend. Otherwise, given the mass of the continent and the green star, the attraction between them would be a fatal problem. Boom! When the green star touched the ground, a huge roar sounded, and a huge shock wave spread all around. On a small screen next to the big screen, you can clearly see where the green star landed. The continent as a whole sank a lot, and even the special rare metal skeleton at the bottom of the continent was bent in an instant. The green star has landed, and the second stage of fusion can begin. Fruits began to grow on the top of the green star. These fruits were thrown at the entire continent like cannonballs. One by one, the fruits exploded in midair, and countless seeds slowly fell. When these seeds fell to the ground, the green star once again ejected countless fruits, but after these fruits exploded, they were no longer seeds, but countless nutrient solutions. These nutrients covered the entire continent like rain, bathing the continent in the nutrient solution. In an instant, countless plant seeds began to take root and sprout under the nourishment of the nutrient solution, and grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the condition of the green star did not look very good at this time. The surface of the ship had begun to shrink and dry, just like a dried plant. If you can see the situation inside the green star, you can know that at this time, the green star is frantically extracting nutrients from the ship, and forming fruits with the nutrient solution to eject them, watering the entire continent. In just 5 hours, the entire continent turned green, but the green star also shrank many times. Now the diameter of the ship is only 18,000 kilometers, several times smaller than before. Of course, the green star consumes so much energy not only to irrigate the entire continent. At this time, the roots of the green star have been connected with the plant roots of the entire continent, forming a plant network covering the entire continent. The second stage of fusion is completed, and the civilization guardian tree begins to grow. Following the prompting sound of the starry sky, the green star shrank rapidly again, until the ship's hull completely withered, and the entire warship stopped only when it was only 10,000 kilometers in diameter. However, at this time, the huge plant energy in the outer core of the green star was madly compressed, and all this compressed energy was rushing towards a huge seed that was as crystal clear as jade. This seed took in all the compressed plant energy without wasting any of it. After half an hour, the seed stopped absorbing energy and began to grow. The emerald trunk grew out of the withered hull of the green star, directly bursting through the withered hull of the green star, just like a seed bursting through the surface of the seed. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 15,000 meters, the giant tree that grew from this seed grew to a height of 15,000 meters before it stopped. Then branches and leaves began to grow from the trunk at a height of 10,000 meters, and finally the crown of the giant tree to the lowest branches and leaves formed a mushroom shape, covering an area of 35 million square kilometers. At this time, the remaining plant-covered area of the continent that was originally covered by plants is only 1/5 of the entire continent. The remaining 4/5 of the area, the plants that have just grown on the surface, have died because they need to provide nutrients for the growth of the giant tree. Although the Green Star civilization has spent a huge price for this giant tree, this emerald giant tree is definitely worth the price. The name of this giant tree is the Civilization Guardian Tree, which is a plant that can only be cultivated by the late 4th level technology of the plant civilization. This plant cannot be cultivated alone. If you want to cultivate this plant, you must have a level 4 civilization race flagship as the core. In other words, a plant civilization can only cultivate one civilization guardian tree, and cannot cultivate a second one. Similarly, with such a huge cost, even with a level 4 civilization race flagship, you can imagine how powerful it is. The first stage of the Civilization Guardian Tree has been completed. Chapter 339. Lucen looked at the huge Civilization Guardian Tree, and was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. Xiang Qian stood beside him, and was a little speechless when he saw him so excited. Of course, he was not from the Green Star civilization, so it was understandable that he could not understand their excitement. Don't be excited, you will have plenty of time to perfect it in the future. Now it is just in its infancy, and you still need to cultivate it. I look forward to the day when it becomes a world tree. Xiang Qian said to Lucen. Yes, it will become a world tree one day. Green Gissen's eyes were always on the Civilization Guardian Tree, and his tone was full of confidence. Xiang Qian did not say anything discouraging. In fact, it was so difficult to make the Civilization Guardian Tree a world tree. Now the Green Star civilization does not even have the scientific and technological strength to study the Civilization Guardian Tree, let alone the advanced tree species of the Civilization Guardian Tree. When the Green Star civilization becomes a 4th level peak civilization, it will fully understand the scientific and technological information represented by the Civilization Guardian Tree, and then integrate the Green Star Civilization's own scientific and technological system into the Civilization Guardian Tree. Only on this basis will it have the initial qualifications to study the Civilization Guardian Tree and let it advance to the World Tree. That's right, it's the qualification, and it's only the research qualification. Even if the Green Star Civilization becomes a level 5 civilization, it doesn't have that kind of strength. At most, it can only let the Civilization Guardian Tree grow to the second stage. Only when the Green Star Civilization becomes a level 6 peak civilization, it is possible to let the Civilization Guardian Tree evolve into a World Tree. After a while, after all the data were checked, and it was confirmed that there was no problem with the continent, the supernova began to approach the bottom of the continent. Supernova docking begins. Compared with the thrilling scene of the Green Star merging into the continent, the fusion process of the supernova was as plain as the docking of the International Space Station and the Space City in the Earth era. The flat hull of the supernova slowly stuck to the reserved interface position at the bottom of the continent, and finally completely stuck to the Steel City at the bottom of the continent. The supernova has been docked, the energy channel is open, the material channel is open, the personnel entry and exit channel is open, and the information sharing link is complete. Xiang Qian saw this and said to Sephiroth, "Start upgrading and transforming the supernova in the next period of time. There is no battle at present, so there is just enough time. Now the Green Star has become a Civilization Guardian Tree and has withdrawn from the battle sequence. In the future, emergency battles will mainly rely on the supernova, so the combat power of the supernova must be enhanced." "Yes, no problem." Sephiroth nodded. There was no expression on his face, but Xiang Qian felt that he looked at the Guardian Tree of Civilization with a little envy. "It's finally our turn," Kia said happily, as he watched their Mandi tribe's Wisdom Civilization race flagship finally begin to descend. "Your Wisdom race flagship is controlled by Vicadia. Although the fusion is the biggest, it will not go wrong in front of the Prophet's ability. Of course, you will be the last to merge." Xiang Qian turned to Kaya and said. Kaya smiled and said nothing, staring at the slowly descending Wisdom race flagship on the big screen. Although Vicadia was controlling it, the difficulty of merging Wisdom was the highest among the 3 Civilization race flagships. No one dared to relax until they saw the fusion of Wisdom completed. Because the landing location of Wisdom was on the top of the huge building of the 9 major discipline centers, and finally it had to merge with the 9 huge buildings. Imagine that the Wisdom, with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, landed on top of 9 buildings with an area of only a few million square kilometers, and could not cause any damage to these buildings. The error could not exceed 10 meters. Just think about how difficult this is. Therefore, such a controlled difficulty is impossible for the Green Star Civilization and the Silver Wing Civilization. Only the Wisdom controlled by Vicadia, who is a prophet, can do this based on the ability of prophecy and the huge computing power of the Wisdom. The Wisdom on the big screen was getting closer and closer to the top of the 9 major research centers. Now, every time the Wisdom descended 1 meter, it had to make tens of millions of fine adjustments. At this time, countless data were exchanged frantically inside the Wisdom. Even Vicadia's face had no expression at all. His ability had been fully activated. It took a full hour for the Wisdom to smoothly dock with the top of the 9 major research centers. At this time, from a distance, the 9 major research centers were like soaring dragons, and the Wisdom Civilization race flagship guarded by them was a huge dragon ball. As the Earth Federation's research center, Wisdom is not accessible to everyone. Only the top people in the 9 major research centers can enter Wisdom to conduct research, while the vast majority of people conduct research in the 9 major research centers. However, the computing host of the 9 major research centers is Wisdom, and Starry Sky is only responsible for basic equipment and management equipment. As for the research system, all needs to be completed by the main brain of Wisdom. When Wisdom merged smoothly, Kaya breathed a sigh of relief. He was not going to do such a difficult thing again. The Wisdom has been integrated, the system has been connected, the energy channel has been opened, the material channel has been opened, the personnel channel has been opened, and the information sharing has been completed. At this time, it can be seen on the big screen that the gathering area of the entire continent is divided into 3 parts. The first part is the area covered by the Civilization Guardian Tree. This is basically a paradise for plants. There are all kinds of plants, but no other buildings. The second part is an area surrounded by 9 major scientific research centers. This will basically become a scientific research holy land for the future Earth Federation, and ordinary people will not come here. The third area is the remaining residential area. This is the living area of humans, Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, and Mandi tribe. Whether it is work, production, or living, it is within this area. Now that humans have broken through the fourth-level civilization, the oxygen content of the air is not high. As long as the oxygen content is more than 5%, humans can survive for a long time without any impact on the human body. As for other civilizations, they are similar to humans. Although the requirements for the environment are different, after becoming a fourth-level civilization, the same environment can allow several civilizations to continue to produce. So after the living environment was no longer a problem, for the harmony of several civilized races, Xiang Qian and Lugason and others discussed and decided to let most of the tribes live on the mainland, live in one area, and not divide the races. This created a situation where 4 civilized races live together in the living area. It is possible that the neighbor of humans is the Green Star civilization, and their downstairs is the Silver Wing civilization. Even in the vegetable market, people of different races and looks come together. Now it is popular not to eat the food of one's own race, but to eat the food of other races, and then rate them online. Xiang Qian had no control over all this, and let it all develop. As long as it did not have a negative impact, and affected the harmony of the races, it did not matter. One day later, after the minor problem of the 3 civilization race flagships being integrated into the continent was solved, Reglos finally flew over the continent. Starry Sky, notify Reglos to connect to the continent's energy core. Xiang Qian immediately said to Starry Sky after Reglos was in place. Okay, boss. The connection has been completed. Xiang Qian looked at the several main energy output channels connected to the continent's energy core on the big screen. The energy consumed per second was beyond imagination, especially Reglos, which was completely a bottomless pit. He could absorb as much energy as he was given, and he would not refuse anything. Seeing this, Xiang Qian immediately said, "Start connecting the star system ring and open the information transmission channel." The information transmission channel is connected. Start connecting the energy channel. Xiang Qian continued. The energy channel connection begins. The connection is complete, and the core energy source of the continent begins to replenish energy. It is expected that the energy replenishment will be completed in 35 days. The energy core of the continent is a late-stage 4th-level civilization technology equipment made by Xiang Qian himself using special rare metals. Although it is not the best technology equipment of the 4th-level civilization, it is also the best equipment Xiang Qian can find in the energy subject classification. The energy stored in this energy core is millions of times the energy stored in the current energy core, and its instantaneous energy output has also reached a terrifying level. As long as the equipment can consume it, the instantaneous energy output of this energy core can reach 1% of the energy stored in the entire energy core. Don't think that 1% of energy is little. You should know that the energy reserve of this energy core is only 27%. After connecting to the energy channel of the star system ring, it will take 35 days to replenish the remaining energy. The energy replenished by the energy core equipment during these 35 days is the total energy generated by more than a dozen stars. If converted into percentages, the energy generated by more than a dozen stars in one day is only 2% of the energy core reserves. And 1% of the energy core reserve energy is equivalent to the total energy generated by more than a dozen stars in 12 hours. Just imagine how terrible the energy output is at that moment. Starry Sky, turn on the host on Earth, take over the management authority of the Information Exchange Center, take over the management authority of all device terminals, and build the mainland information management system. The core administrators are Lu Sun, Sephiroth, Regtros, Kia and me, and the next level administrators are. Future management authority will be based on this administrator list. If you want to add a core administrator, you need the consent of all 5 core administrators. For the next level administrator, the 5 core administrators have 10 nominations. If there are more than 10 nominations, you need to seek the consent of other core administrators before you can add them. System authority has been obtained. The management system has been set up. The administrator has been set up. Soon, Shinkong completed all the work according to Xiang Qian's order. At this time, the entire Earth Federation was considered a whole, and the Earth Federation's true 4th-level civilization race flagship was truly completed. But at the same time when Shinkong's voice fell, Xiang Qian, Lu Sun, Sephiroth, Kaya, and Regtros all received the information of the civilization race scepter in an instant. Chapter 340. We have discovered the fusion of the flagships of civilizations. Do you want to confirm the alliance? This is the information that appeared in the minds of Xiang Qian and the others at the same time after Shinkong finished speaking. They didn't understand what was going on with this sudden information, but the content of this information was easy to understand. Everyone, Please express your opinions. Do you want to confirm the alliance? Xiang Qian said to them. Let's confirm it. Aren't we in an alliance relationship now? What's there to be unsure about? Green Sun was the first to say. I agree too. Kaya was the second to react and said. Sure. Sephiroth nodded. I'm sure too. Retro's voice came through the starry sky. Xiang Qian looked at the expressions of the few people and found that they were all sincere and happy. He then said, okay, if everyone agrees, then it's confirmed. Swoosh. When the few people chose to confirm in their hearts, the scepters of the civilizations appeared in front of them in an instant. When several people picked up the civilization race scepter, they found that the top of the civilization race scepter had changed. In the past, the top of the civilization race scepter was the 4th level civilization race flagship of the civilization, but now it appeared on the Earth Federation star system. At the same time, when several people picked up the civilization race scepter, another piece of information came into their minds. This information explained the meaning of the Civilization Alliance. The most basic condition of the Civilization Alliance is subordinate civilization. Just like the current Green Star Civilization and Silver Wing Civilization, although they are members of the Earth Federation, when signing the civilization race contract, they are subordinate races of human civilization. This situation will only occur when the subordinate races are both level 4 or above civilizations, and the level 4 civilization race flagships are integrated with each other. Otherwise, even if they are subordinate civilizations, but the level 4 civilization race flagships are not integrated, they will not be recognized as an alliance relationship by the civilization race scepter. Overall, this alliance relationship has more advantages than disadvantages. After the civilization race flagship confirms several civilization alliances, the first advantage is that if the level 4 civilization race flagship of a single civilization is destroyed, the civilization race scepter of that civilization will not be judged as damaged, nor will the civilization race potential be reduced. On the contrary, after the civilization race flagship is destroyed, it can be rebuilt. Of course, there must be a price to pay, but it is better than the civilization race scepter being destroyed and the civilization race potential being lost. The second benefit is that the total population of the civilization in the alliance increases by 20%. That is, under the premise of not breaking through the civilization level, it can increase the total population of the civilization by 20% of the limit. If the population is small, it is not obvious, but if humans reach the 200 billion mark of the total population limit of the 4th level civilization race, and then increase by 20%, that is 40 billion people. The third benefit is that after the civilization race flagships merge, technology can be shared, and the evolvers of civilization races in the alliance can manufacture disciplined equipment of other civilization races. This benefit is of no significance to the Earth Federation, so it can be ignored. Alliances have advantages, but of course, there are disadvantages. The most terrible disadvantage is that if the civilization race alliance has been confirmed, if the civilization races in the alliance have reached 50% extinction, that is, no matter how many civilization races there are in an alliance, as long as half of the civilization races are eliminated, or the civilization race flagships are destroyed and have not been rebuilt, then the racial potential of all civilizations in the alliance will be reduced by 2 stars, and the racial potential of the alliance's overlord civilization will be reduced by 3 stars. At the same time, when more than half of the civilizations in the alliance disappear, the civilizations in the alliance have the right to apply for the alliance. Of course, the cost of leaving the alliance is also quite high, and the potential of the civilization will be reduced by another star. Although the punishment is a bit unfair to the overlord civilization, it is also a way to prevent the overlord civilization from using the civilization race contract to arbitrarily drive the subordinate races to die, or not repair the flagship of the civilization race after it is destroyed. In this way, the suzerain civilization cannot act recklessly. For example, the Avengers control so many civilizations and races. Although they can form an extremely large alliance, if the Avengers dare not treat the subordinate races as human beings like they did in the Large Magellanic Cloud, they will be in trouble. However, although the suzerain civilization is restricted, it still has some rights on some minor issues. For example, if the civilization race contract is signed in the name of the alliance, then other civilization races are not needed. As long as the suzerain civilization holds the civilization race scepter and signs the contract on behalf of the entire alliance, it will be fine. Xiang Qian thought about all the information. In general, this alliance is still beneficial to the Earth Federation. At least as long as it is not destroyed all at once, there is always a chance to recover. Unlike the previous Kuya civilization, it was destroyed when the mother planet was destroyed. Now even if the mother planet is destroyed, it can be resurrected in various ways, although the cost is a bit high. As for the destruction of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race, it is also true, but the cost of rebuilding the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race is much lower than reviving the mother planet. In the next 10 years, the Earth Federation has been developing step by step, and the situation on the wormhole side has become more and more complicated, and more civilizations have discovered the wormhole. At this time, the expansion speed of the wormhole has been getting faster and faster. The current wormhole has reached more than 600 kilometers. Although the current wormhole is still too large for the flagship of a level 4 civilization, if it continues to develop at this speed, it will one day expand to the extent that a level 4 civilization flagship can pass through. So each civilization is also more concerned and has left detection equipment outside the wormhole. Anyway, according to calculations, even if the wormhole expands several times faster, it will take at least a dozen years to accommodate the flagship of a level 4 civilization. So after leaving the detection equipment, most of the civilizations returned. Only a few civilizations left a few warships there to guard, but so far, no civilization has shown a very obvious desire to occupy the wormhole. And these 10 years have been particularly fulfilling for Xiang Qian. In addition to ensuring the smooth progress of the Earth's scientific research plan, he has also continued to produce equipment for the late level 4 civilization. It was not until this day that Xiang Qian suddenly received a reminder from Shinkong that he was freed from the busy manufacturing work. Boss, the communication equipment sent into the wormhole by the supernova 21 years ago has just sent back information. Shinkong said a piece of information that shocked Xiang Qian. Chapter 341. Where is the communication equipment now? Xiang Qian asked hurriedly. In the cosmic void 230,000 light-years away from us, in the direction of the Andromeda Galaxy. Shinkong said, displaying the location of the communication equipment on the star map. If the distance between the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy is divided into 10 segments, then the location of the communication equipment on the star map is the dividing point of one segment. Seeing this, Xiang Qian finally knew where the wormhole led to. Although this was somewhat different from the think tank's guess, the temptation of a wormhole that could cross a distance of 230,000 light-years, coupled with some restrictions, a war was definitely inevitable. Shinkong, what is the information transmission speed of this communication device? After a while, Xiang Qian asked. Boss, the information transmission speed of this communication device is 11,300 times the speed of light. The speed is too slow. Xiang Qian's first feeling after hearing this is that the communication speed is too slow. Although more than 10,000 times the speed sounds fast, it becomes insignificant on the scale of the universe. If the communication equipment launched 21 years ago can transmit the signal back within a year after passing through the wormhole, then this information is valuable now, and the Earth Federation can also make many strategic deployments based on this information. But now this information has just been sent back, the Earth Federation has received it, and other civilizations can also receive it. Now everyone is a level 4 early civilization, and no one's communication means are worse than anyone else's, even if there is a slight difference. Now the Earth Federation has received the signal, and some other civilizations may have received it half a year, or a year earlier, or half a year, or a year later. Such a short time difference is meaningless in the universe, and no one can gain an overwhelming advantage in such a short time. Shinkong, notify Lucen and the others to have a meeting in the small conference room number 1. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian left the office and drove to the small conference room number 1, which was basically where they had meetings, although they might not have a meeting once every 10 years. He first sat in his position and closed his eyes to look for communication equipment of the late 4th level civilization. The communication equipment manufactured by the current technological level could not meet his requirements at all. So he could only look for equipment of the late 4th level civilization, hoping to surpass other civilizations in terms of information. After all, he no longer has the memory of rebirth to help him. If he wants the Earth Federation to go further, he must be stronger than other civilized races in some areas. Fortunately, he is now also a special evolver. Although he does not have any special abilities, he can occupy many advantages in black technology drawings. Don't underestimate the technological gap between the early, middle, late, and peak civilizations of the same level. Think about the technological gap between Country A and Chaosian on Earth before, and you will know that the technological gap is also very obvious under the same level of civilization. After about 20 minutes, Sephiroth was the first to walk into the conference room. He saw Xiang Qian with his eyes closed and his brows furrowed, thinking about something, So he did not disturb Xiang Qian and sat quietly in his seat like a handsome man. A few minutes later, Green Sun and Kai entered the conference room one after another. When they saw Xiang Qian, they were also stunned for a moment. But then, they looked at the quiet Sephiroth and returned to their seats and sat quietly. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian opened his eyes and saw the three people sitting at the round table, and was also stunned for a moment. "When did you come? This is too fast." Xiang Qian didn't feel how much time had passed, so he asked curiously. "We have been waiting for you for half an hour, and you are still fast," Ludgerson said with a smile. He knew that Xiang Qian must be using the ability of the Black Technology Controller to search for the blueprint. Now Xiang Qian's special ability is not a secret in the Earth Federation. Most scientific researchers know it, let alone the clan leaders. However, there is no information about Xiang Qian on the internet. In addition, there is no traitor in the current war, so Xiang Qian is not afraid of his own secrets being exposed. "Sorry, I was searching for something just now and forgot the time. Now that everyone is here, let's get started." Shinkong displayed the information sent back by the communication equipment. After Xiang Qian apologized, he immediately started to get into the topic of the meeting. Shinkong repeated what he had just reported to Xiang Qian and displayed the star map on the big screen. "The purpose of calling everyone here today is to discuss whether we should carry out galaxy travel according to the previous plan or use the power of wormholes to carry out galaxy travel. For the former, we don't need to do anything, just follow the previously set goals. According to the current research progress of the Federal Research Center, the planned 300 times the speed of light engine should be developed within 500 years. After that, we only need to bring enough supplies, and then we can start the 2.25 million light-year galaxy journey. However, if we want to use the power of wormholes to travel across the galaxy, then we need to adjust the current development plan of the Earth Federation. At least, we need to increase investment in war preparations. Now the civilizations in the Milky Way are basically level 4 civilizations. It is basically impossible for us to crush other civilizations, like we did in the Large Magellanic Cloud. So in fighting for the wormhole, we will face great pressure, but even so, we are not sure that we can fight against more than 50 level 4 civilization fleets at the same time. But there are at least 5,000 civilizations that want to fight for the wormhole. This is our current choice. I wonder what everyone thinks," Xiang Qian said to several people. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, several people did not speak. If the galaxy travel is carried out according to the previous plan of the Earth Federation, it cannot be said that there is no danger, but with the technological background of the Earth Federation, it is still no problem to create an engine with a speed of 300 times the speed of light. The only problem is that the energy consumption of this engine is unknown. If the energy consumption is too high, then the star system ring outside the continent can only be abandoned, and the Earth Federation continent can travel alone. But in this case, if something goes wrong during the galaxy travel, the Earth Federation is likely to be left in the void of the universe. If the galaxy travel is carried out through the wormhole, the only advantage is that the star system ring can be brought through the wormhole together, then the strength of the Earth Federation will be many times stronger, and the energy reserve will also increase a lot, and the energy to resist risks will increase. Now the two options can be said to have advantages and disadvantages, and everyone is thinking about the pros and cons. Chapter 342. Last time, the think tank had speculated about the limitations of wormholes, but the limitations of wormholes are not necessarily limited to the number of civilizations that pass through wormholes, but may also be in other aspects. The purpose of the rules of the universe is to cause disputes between all civilizations through wormholes. If this wormhole can only shorten the distance by 230,000 light-years, then for many civilizations, there is actually no difference between having it and not having it. For those civilizations with low technological background, even if the distance is shortened by 230,000 light-years, if they cannot develop an engine that is 200 times the speed of light, then the final result is that they will not be able to reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years. In this case, whether or not to pass through the wormhole is not important, and I think there is no need for different civilizations to fight for unimportant things. Then the emergence of wormholes is inconsistent with the purpose of the rules of the universe, so I think we don't have all the information about wormholes. It's a bit early to discuss whether to pass through the wormhole. The most urgent thing is to first grasp all the information about the wormhole, such as what is different at the exit. Maybe there are resources that everyone needs at the exit of the wormhole, or there may be another wormhole at the exit of the wormhole. If that's the case, even if there's no limit on the number of wormholes that can be passed, everyone will still fight for resources, or the next wormhole will have a limit on the number of people that can pass through it, and then all civilizations will still fight. Kaya was the first to speak. Xiang Qian listened to Kaya's analysis and nodded continuously. As expected, the emperor is different from a grassroots like him. Look at how comprehensive his thinking is. I agree with Kaya, but there's another question we need to think about. That is the problem of the size of our galaxy battleships. The size of the wormhole is not large enough for the flagship of a civilization, but ordinary battleships can pass through it. However, the size of the wormhole is slowly expanding. If we want the galaxy battleship to pass through the wormhole, we can only wait until the wormhole expands to accommodate the galaxy battleship. But by that time, other civilizations will have already passed through the wormhole. If, as Kaya said, there are supplies that everyone needs at the exit of the wormhole, then by the time I pass through the wormhole, those supplies will have been snatched away. If there is a second wormhole, and the second wormhole limits the number of people that can pass through it, by the time we get there will probably be no quota for us. So we are at a disadvantage in this regard. If we really want to use wormholes to travel through the galaxy, we must find a way to solve this problem. After Kaya finished speaking, Lucen immediately continued. Xiang Qian began to frown as he listened. If it was just one of the problems Kaya mentioned, it would be easy to solve. But the problems Lucen mentioned were not easy to solve. If the Earth Federation continent does not have a star system ring outside, and cannot form a galaxy battleship, then in the competition among countless civilized races, it actually does not have much advantage. Even if the Earth Federation can resist the attack of 10 civilized races, what can it do? There are definitely no less than 100,000 civilized races in the entire Milky Way. If the Earth Federation is besieged, the result may be miserable. Sephiroth, what do you think? After Ludgerson finished speaking, Xiang Qian and the others all looked at Sephiroth, wanting to hear his opinion. We don't need to worry now. If it doesn't work, we can just fly over directly. After passing through the first wormhole, we will save a lot of energy. At that time, we don't need to go through the second wormhole. There is no need to compete with other civilized races for quotas or materials. We can just fly over directly. Sephiroth said calmly. Although Sephiroth's words are a bit negative, we can't help but admit that what he said makes sense. To a certain extent, the Earth Federation really doesn't need to care about these problems. At most, after saving energy through the first wormhole, they can just fly over directly. Okay, then we don't need to change our plan at the moment, we just need to speed up the collection of materials. Then I will make a large detection device, and send it into the wormhole. After the device transmits the specific situation at the wormhole exit, we will make plans. After discussing for a while, Xiang Qian finally said. After leaving the meeting room, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to prepare the materials for making large detection equipment, and he was ready to start making it immediately. As expected, one person's plan is short, and the other two's plan is long. I really didn't consider the problems they just mentioned. Especially Kaya's analysis, which is clear and organized, much better than mine. As expected of a royal child, there is really no one who saves fuel. Xiang Qian kept thinking while going to the manufacturing workshop. For the next 10 days, Xiang Qian did not come out of the manufacturing workshop. The large-scale detection equipment had been manufactured 8 days ago. In the next few days, Xiang Qian has been manufacturing a stealth reconnaissance spacecraft of the late 4th level civilization. After the ship was built and loaded with the Starry Sky copy system, Xiang Qian used the gravity tunnel to send it to the first wormhole not far away, and then flew into the wormhole. At this time, there were many ships around the wormhole, and countless ships were hovering around the wormhole. At the same time, many scientific research ships entered the wormhole. Now most civilized races have received the information sent back by the first batch of probes. But at that time, the wormhole was too small, and the probe's launch could only be used for positioning and taking some photos. Deeper detection is impossible, so the data obtained is similar to that of the Earth Federation. If you want to get more data, you can only send scientific research spacecraft. The small reconnaissance spacecraft launched by Xiang Qian is similar to the scientific research spacecraft of other civilizations. It does not seem to have any weapons on the surface, so it easily enters the wormhole without encountering any obstacles. The next step is to wait for the detector to produce data, but even if it is a late-stage detection equipment of the 4th level civilization, it will take more than 3 years to send back data. After all, it is not so easy to continue to improve the speed of information transmission on the basis of more than 10,000 times the speed of light. The speed of information transmission in the late stage of the 4th level civilization is only 7 times the current speed of information transmission, which is already very difficult. It is completely impossible to send it today and receive information tomorrow. It is better to think about it in dreams at night. In the 3 years of waiting for data, the Earth Federation did not do nothing. There is no shortcut in scientific research. Scientific research should be done at the same speed. It is impossible to speed it up just because you are anxious. However, the Earth Federation's resource collection speed has accelerated a lot, especially the energy collection work. Xiangqian has made 10 continental core energy storage devices. These energy cores will not be used at ordinary times. They will be used as the last energy reserve of the Earth Federation, and will only be used after all the energy of the Earth Federation is consumed. At present, the main energy source of the Earth Federation, that is, the energy generated by the stars, is collected by the Earth Federation in large quantities. In 3 years, the Earth Federation has collected more than 50 stars. These stars are not fixed on the star system ring like the previous stars, but are hung on the star system ring after being completely sealed with iron balls. From a distance, it looks like a few big tails hanging behind the star system. Usually, the energy generated by these stars, in addition to supplying the daily consumption of the Earth Federation, basically goes into the stomach of Reglos. Now the energy reserve of Reglos is simply unfathomable. In the past 3 years, countless energies have entered Reglos' stomach, but he has not seen any changes. Xiangqian is very worried about this situation. If Reglos is still supplied with so much energy when traveling in the star system, then even if there is more energy reserve, it will not be enough. Fortunately, Reglos said that he should eat more now, and he will go into hibernation when traveling in the star system. At that time, there will be no need to provide him with extra energy, and of course, don't expect Reglos to be able to help at that time. According to him, if the energy consumption is too great and cannot be replenished in time, his growth potential will be affected. So when traveling in the galaxy, don't expect Reglos to do anything except in critical moments. In 3 years, the wormhole has expanded to a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers. It is estimated that it will not take long for some smaller planets with life to pass through the wormhole. So at this time, the cosmic void of the wormhole is surrounded by warships of various civilizations. Now there is no civilized race in the entire Milky Way that does not know about wormholes, but the information everyone has now is not comprehensive, and they dare not easily enter the wormhole. Everyone is waiting for the second batch of detectors to send back information. However, the arrangement around the wormhole represents their attitude. Once the information of the second batch of detectors is sent back, many civilized races are likely to choose to cross the wormhole at the first time. After all, it has been so long, and none of the civilized races that can survive to this day are stupid. Everyone knows the purpose of the rules of the universe, and they can also think of the speculation of the Earth Federation think tank, so it is very important to seize the initiative. The reason why the flagship of the 4th level civilization race has not been driven outside the wormhole is that it is still a long time before the second batch of detectors send back information, and most civilizations are currently making various preparations. According to Xiangqian's estimation, in about 10 years, the outside of the wormhole will not be peaceful. However, these have nothing to do with the Earth Federation. When these civilizations can pass through the wormhole, the Earth Federation cannot pass through the wormhole, so there is no dispute at all. Now Xiangqian, Lugason and others are watching the information sent back by the detector on the big screen, and discussing the wormhole issue with the Earth Federation think tank. Chapter 343. The video information sent back by the detector was played in the meeting room. From the detector's perspective, the Milky Way was a huge silver disk, with stars dotted around it. However, at the exit of the wormhole, the data scanned by the detector showed that there was no matter within 500 light years. The only things that could be scanned around were detectors launched by other civilizations. There were no supplies or second wormholes as speculated. Xiangqian and the others were speechless after seeing the information sent back by the detector. Logically, this shouldn't happen, but the scanning results of the detector broke our guess. Of course, it is also possible that these things are far away from the exit of the wormhole, and the information sent back by the detector is still what the detector scanned when it just arrived. The maximum scanning distance of this detector is 10,000 light years, but if you want to get all the scanning information within 10,000 light years, you have to wait for 2 months. After reading the information sent back by the probe, Xiangqian said to Lu Sun and the others, "Is the probe still moving now?" Kai asked. "Well, the program is set to let the probe move straight towards the Andromeda galaxy. With 50% of the energy of the reconnaissance spacecraft, the spacecraft can reach 0.82 times the speed of light. Then the reconnaissance spacecraft will shut down the engine and sail towards the Andromeda galaxy at this speed. The remaining energy will be used as the probe's operating energy. If nothing unexpected happens, this probe can operate for 1,000 years. Xiangqian looked at Kai and said, "If the detector still finds nothing after 2 months, I think we should not count on the wormhole. The current situation is beyond our expectations, so the unknown dangers will also exceed our expectations. With our scientific research capabilities, as long as we develop an engine with a speed of 300 light speeds, it will only take 7,500 years to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. That means we have 2,500 years to prepare. So there is no need for us to choose a wormhole just because it can shorten the distance of 230,000 light years." Greensun spoke. Xiangqian looked at Sephiroth and Kai after listening, and they both nodded. "Okay, then let's observe for 2 months, and then make a decision." Xiangqian finished speaking, and the meeting was over. In fact, Xiangqian was not very disappointed with the information sent back by the detector. If the idea of the rules of the universe can be guessed, then there would be 9-level civilizations flying all over the universe. In this situation, the Earth Federation cannot collect any information, and other civilized races cannot collect any information either. In terms of technological background, the Earth Federation is stronger than many civilized races, so Xiangqian has nothing to worry about. In the next 10 years, the Earth Federation conducted scientific research peacefully, while watching other civilized races in the Milky Way struggle around the wormhole. As the second probes launched by various civilized races are about to send back information, the atmosphere around the wormhole is becoming more tense. Around the 10th year, some civilized races have already gone to the vicinity of the wormhole to stake out. And as time goes by, this situation becomes more and more common. In the end, the civilizations that fought alone were pushed far away from the wormhole, and the civilizations near the wormhole star system all existed in the form of alliances. But when the detector sent back the information, the civilizations waiting around the wormhole were also dumbfounded. In fact, these civilizations were similar to the guesses of the Earth Federation think tank, but unfortunately all the civilizations were wrong. At this time, the civilizations that were eager to enter the wormhole also calmed down. There are no supplies at the exit of the wormhole, nothing to improve the technological level of civilization, and no second wormhole. Without these things, wouldn't it be a death sentence to enter the wormhole now? With the current technological level of all civilizations, the maximum speed of the flagship of a civilization race is only about 100 times the speed of light. But apart from the 230,000 light years that the wormhole spans, there are still 2.02 million light years away from the Andromeda Galaxy. If it moves at 100 times the speed of light, it will take another 20,000 years to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. So now no civilized race in the Milky Way has entered the wormhole. On the contrary, many civilized races left the vicinity of the wormhole as soon as they received the information from the detector. At this time, the Earth Federation had already given up on the wormhole. The detector traveled more than 10 light years at 0.82 times the speed of light, and the detection range was expanded to 10,000 light years, but still nothing was detected. Under such circumstances, there is no good gun for the wormhole. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, another 50 years have passed. At this time, there are only a few civilizations in the Milky Way that still revolve around the wormhole. Most civilizations have given up the wormhole and are developing at ease. Some civilizations with relatively poor foundations have begun to form alliances to plunder the scientific research results of other civilizations. After 50 years of development, the total population of the Earth Federation has been restricted again, but compared with other civilizations, the population of the Earth Federation is definitely much larger than them. With such a large population, the Earth Federation's scientific research talents are also emerging in an endless stream. Now more than 50% of the population of the Earth Federation is engaged in scientific research. Although many people's level is only average, and they cannot conduct scientific theoretical research, they can still develop science and technology. At present, the Earth Federation has been able to produce a galaxy battleship engine with a speed of 100 times the speed of light, and the engine of an ordinary battleship can reach 150 times the speed of light. Unfortunately, it is difficult to increase the speed of light by 1 time after engine research. Therefore, the scientific research work of the Earth Federation has changed from the initial rapid rise in the level of science and technology to the current multidisciplinary cross-disciplinary scientific research. Equipment made by a single discipline is not as powerful as equipment made by the fusion of 2 disciplines. So when the level of science and technology cannot be raised in a short time, the fusion of multidisciplinary technologies has become an inevitable trend, and the Earth Federation is inevitably on this path. Xiang Qian is quite satisfied with the current scientific research progress of the Earth Federation. Although decades have passed, the level of science and technology is still in the early stage of the fourth-level civilization. However, Xiang Qian predicts that with a maximum of 100 years of accumulation, the level of science and technology of the Earth Federation will reach the middle stage of the fourth-level civilization. At that time, the Earth Federation will be able to reach the minimum standard for interstellar travel, and can produce a 200 times light speed engine. But one day 30 years later, Shinkong suddenly prompted, "Boss, the detector found that a civilized race appeared at the exit of the wormhole." Chapter 344. There are civilized races entering the wormhole. How many civilized races are there? What is their sailing speed? How much supplies are they carrying? Xiang Qian asked immediately. 13 civilized races, sailing at a speed of 130 times the speed of light, and they are not carrying any supplies. Show the video. Soon, the video captured by the detector was displayed on the big screen. In the dark void of the universe, 13 huge fourth-level civilized race flagships suddenly appeared. Around these 13 civilized race flagships was a huge fleet of more than 500 million warships. Among the 13 civilization race flagships, the most core civilization race flagship is a race flagship that emits endless light like a star. The other 12 civilization race flagships and 500 million warships formed a huge fleet formation force field with it as the core, and then flew towards the Andromeda galaxy at a speed of 130 times the speed of light. Seeing this, Xiang Qian was very strange. According to the configuration and sailing speed of this fleet, it is impossible to reach the Andromeda galaxy within 10,000 years. But this fleet resolutely passed through the wormhole and flew towards the Andromeda galaxy, which was too abnormal. When Xiang Qian was puzzled, the major civilizations in the Sagittarius spiral arm of the Milky Way were also discussing this issue. Because this fleet entered the universe through the Sagittarius spiral arm wormhole. So as early as 3 years ago, when the detector captured this picture, the major civilizations in the Sagittarius spiral arm began to discuss whether to enter the wormhole. But no matter how everyone calculated, at a speed of 130 times the speed of light, even if there were sufficient supplies, it would be impossible to reach the Andromeda galaxy within 10,000 years, not to mention that the supplies carried by this fleet were far from sufficient. So what is the reason that makes this fleet rush into the wormhole without hesitation? This question is worth thinking about by all major civilizations. After all, the civilizations that can survive now are not fools, and no one believes that all civilizations in this fleet that rushed into the wormhole are fools. Since they are not stupid, it is impossible for them to rush into the wormhole to die, when they know that they cannot reach the Andromeda galaxy. The only explanation is that they are sure to reach the Andromeda galaxy. This fleet has some information, or they know some secrets, which gives them the confidence to enter the wormhole at this time. Therefore, the civilizations in the Sagittarius arm are frantically looking for the footprints left by this fleet in the Sagittarius arm, hoping to find the secrets held by this fleet. In fact, there are also a few civilizations that want to follow this fleet into the wormhole, but after some consideration, most civilizations have given up. After all, they are weak, and 1 or 2 civilizations will die if they follow. And the alliance of civilizations that is stronger than this fleet cannot rush into the wormhole based on a guess. So far, the civilizations inside the Sagittarius arm are still looking for the non-existent secret. The analysis of the Earth Federation think tank is the same as that of the major civilizations in the Sagittarius arm. However, the Southern Cross arm is still some distance away from the Sagittarius arm, and the current development situation of the Earth Federation is also very good, so there is no need to go to the Sagittarius arm to explore the code. In fact, Xiang Qian has another idea in his heart. That is, this fleet is related to the Holy Light civilization, that is, the Man in Black, but now the Man in Black has perished with their mother planet, so Xiang Qian just laughed at himself and didn't care. Anyway, the detectors of the Earth Federation can monitor this fleet for nearly 100 years. If there is any abnormality in this fleet during this period, the Earth Federation will definitely be the first to know. As time goes by, the technology of the Earth Federation develops steadily. Finally, in the 150th year after returning to the Milky Way, it reached the critical point of the early stage of the fourth-level civilization. When Xiang Qian learned the news, he immediately issued an order to stop the entire scientific research plan and start to gather the scientific research strength of the entire Earth Federation to break through the fourth-level intermediate civilization first. There are not many requirements for a level 4 early civilization to break through to a level 4 mid-civilization. The only indicator is the development of scientific theories. For example, before humans developed nuclear energy, the technological level of human civilization was level 1 early civilization. After the theory of nuclear energy was developed, the level of human civilization was level 1 mid-civilization. So what the Earth Federation lacks now is a scientific theory. However, unlike other civilized races, because the Earth Federation is a multidisciplinary development, this scientific theory must be applicable to all disciplines. If we only study the scientific theories of biology, the overall technological level of the Earth Federation cannot be improved. After all disciplines have come up with new theories, scientists will begin to study whether these theories are related, checking and comparing them one by one, without missing any details. Sometimes it may be an insignificant detail, but it can greatly increase the progress of the entire scientific research. So when the scientists of the Earth Federation are busy, ordinary people are not idle either. Although they do not have as profound knowledge reserves as scientists, such people are often not bound by traditional thinking, and can come up with many incredible ideas. After Xiang Qian put forward the scientific research difficulties of breaking through the 4th level intermediate civilization, the people of the entire Earth Federation also joined in. Various ideas and wild thoughts are gathered in the mainframe of the starry sky every day. The starry sky passes the most basic selection, then eliminates 90% of unqualified ideas and transmits the remaining 10% of thoughts to the flagship of the wisdom race. Not to mention, some ideas can really make scientists suddenly enlightened, and the progress of scientific research has been greatly accelerated for a while. Finally, in the 10th year of concentrated scientific research, a new theory that runs through all disciplines of the Earth Federation was studied, that is, the practical application of dark matter. In the biological discipline, dark matter can cultivate new plants, which greatly enhance the spatial sensing ability. For detection plants, the accuracy is at least enhanced by thousands of times. In the basic material discipline, dark matter and positive matter will synthesize a new type of matter in a specific environment. This matter is very powerful in reducing the destructive power of space structure. Using this matter, it is easy to break through space. Dark matter in the field of energy. In short, the application of dark matter can completely run through the entire technological system of the Earth Federation and greatly improve the current technological level of the Earth Federation. So after this theory was proposed and confirmed, the Earth Federation successfully became a level 4 intermediate civilization. For a time, the speed of technological research and development of the Earth Federation was once again increased, and technology showed explosive growth. Chapter 345. 43 years after the Earth Federation broke through the 4th level intermediate civilization, Xiang Qian looked at the big screen in the core hall of the Wisdom Race flagship with a serious expression. The 16,320,000 simulation experiment begins. Decadia's voice sounded, and the scene of the Earth Federation Galaxy warship appeared on the big screen. Then the iron ball surrounding the Earth Federation Galaxy warship that wrapped the star burst out huge energy, which was connected to the star system ring, and finally formed a huge formation force field. The moment the huge formation force field composed of more than 300 stars was formed, the surrounding space began to break. The huge space-time spread wildly in all directions, and the area around the Galaxy battleship became pitch black. The space structure was dispersed by the huge energy that the formation force field could gather, forming a space-breaking area. Observing from a distance with optical equipment, the Galaxy battleship at this time was like a broken mirror, pieced together and flickering. Then the formation force field began to flicker, and the surging space energy around began to fluctuate regularly. In the end, these space energies slowly spread like water ripples, no longer randomly impacting everywhere like at the beginning, causing space to break. As the water waves accelerated, the Galaxy battleship was like a fish, moving quickly with the surrounding space fluctuations. In the end, the light of the Galaxy battleship seemed to be twisted and stretched into an extremely long line, quickly leading to the depths of the universe. At this time, the big screen showed that the speed of the Galaxy battleship was increasing, 150 times the speed of light, 160 times the speed of light, 180 times the speed of light, and soon the speed of the Galaxy battleship reached 200 times the speed of light. But at this time, the speed stopped rising and remained at 200 times the speed of light. Xiang Qian saw this, and clenched his fists nervously, waiting for the arrival of this critical moment. The next second, the data on the big screen suddenly rushed from 200 times the speed of light to 201 times the speed of light, but it did not stay at 201 times the speed of light for long before a piercing alarm sounded. Then the big screen was stretched into a light trail of unknown length, which suddenly disappeared, and the space around the light trail of the Galaxy battleship was shattered at the same time, and a space crack of more than 100 million kilometers appeared in the void of the universe. At this time, The Galaxy battleship was surrounded by surging space energy, but this space energy was no longer spreading around, but squeezing towards the Galaxy battleship. The huge formation force field composed of 300 stars was broken in less than 10 minutes under the impact of the overlapping space tsunamis. Stars exploded one after another, and the star system surrounding the Earth Federation continent was torn apart by space energy within 5 minutes. In the end, the civilization guardian tree on the top of the Earth Federation continent emitted endless green light, but this green light quickly dimmed under the tearing of countless space cracks and the squeezing of endless space energy. The entire civilization guardian tree also began to wither and die. In less than 3 minutes, the green light emitted by the civilization guardian tree disappeared. After the light of the civilization guardian tree disappeared, the protective shield jointly launched by Reglos and the Earth Federation continent was directly destroyed in less than 3 seconds. The next second, the Earth Federation continent was destroyed, and all traces of existence were directly swallowed up by the space cracks. The 16,320,000 simulation experiment failed. The image of Acadia appeared on the big screen and said coldly to everyone. Most of the scientists in the hall lowered their heads in frustration, and many of them gritted their teeth and had veins popping out of their hands. Alas! Xiang Qian sighed and relaxed his pale hands. This was the last experiment, but the result of this experiment was a huge blow to all the scientists in the Earth Federation. As early as 10 years ago, the Earth Federation had already created a Galaxy battleship engine with a speed of 200 times the speed of light. But when scientists began to continue to increase the engine speed and wanted to reach 300 times the speed of light, tragedy occurred. When testing the 210 times light speed engine at the beginning, the result of Acadia's simulation was that the Galaxy battleship was destroyed. The process of destruction was no different from what was demonstrated on the big screen just now. The only difference was that the faster the speed, the greater the space energy that exploded, and the faster it was destroyed. The scientists were very surprised at the time, because according to their design, there was no problem with this engine, so why would it cause a huge backlash of space energy? After research, scientists discovered a problem they had overlooked, that is, when the speed reaches 200 times the speed of light, the structure of space will collapse under the huge speed. The energy released by the collapsed space will directly act on the Galaxy battleships and wipe out the entire Earth Federation. This result can be said to have scared many people, and Xiang Qian was one of them. So after repeated experiments, the result is that 200 times the speed of light is the limit that space can bear. Once this limit is exceeded, the space structure will collapse. After the simulation experiment, for the sake of insurance, the Earth Federation manufactured 200 times the speed of light engines. After the experiment, the spacecraft loaded with these 100 engines had no problem sailing at 200 times the speed of light, but once the speed exceeded 200 times, it would be instantly crushed into slag by the space energy. After getting the specific data, scientists began to look for why space cannot withstand more than 200 times the speed of light. After several years of research, the final result is that once the speed exceeds 200 times the speed of light, the speed of space repair cannot keep up with the speed of destruction. Then the space fluctuations emitted by the Galaxy battleship will resonate with the surrounding broken space, and finally trigger a chain reaction. In this case, the collapsed space will squeeze towards the Galaxy battleship at the moment of collapse, resulting in the Galaxy battleship being directly wiped out. The Earth Federation has made a lot of preparations for this principle, including stopping space fluctuations at the moment of exceeding 200 times the speed of light. However, no matter what, once it exceeds 200 times the speed of light, there is only one word: death. Today is the last attempt of scientists. The failure of this experiment means that the Earth Federation cannot produce a Galaxy battleship engine with a speed of more than 200 times the speed of light in a short period of time. This also means that according to the previous plan of the Earth Federation, it is simply seeking death. Okay, don't give up. Just because we don't have a solution now doesn't mean we will never have one. The development of science and technology is only successful after countless failures, so don't lose heart. Xiang Qian looked at the frustrated scientists around him and said loudly, "Then should we continue to study the 300 light speed engine? Research, of course we have to study. Does this stump you, or are you afraid of the setback and want to retreat?" When Xiang Qian finished speaking, the scientists were excited and shouted loudly. Xiang Qian saw that the scientists had regained their fighting spirit. After making a promise, he quickly left the Wisdom Starry Sky, contact Green Sun and others to have a meeting in conference room number 1. After Xiang Qian walked out of the Wisdom, his face suddenly darkened. "Okay, boss." On the way back, Xiang Qian thought that reaching the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years seemed easy, but it was so difficult to do it. 200 times the speed of light is a hurdle. Once you step over it, you will honestly go to the Andromeda Galaxy through the wormhole. If you don't want to use the wormhole, under the limit of 200 times the speed of light, you can't reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years even if you die of exhaustion. Chapter 346. After Xiang Qian, Lu Sun, Sephiroth, and Kaya had a brief meeting, the huge machine of the Earth Federation began to operate. According to the limit of 200 times the speed of light, even if the Earth Federation sets out now, it will not be able to reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years. However, since the rules of the universe give rise to wormholes, it means that there must be a way for all civilized races to reach the Andromeda Galaxy under the limit of 200 times the speed of light through wormholes. Now the Earth Federation knows this situation earlier than other civilized races, so the Earth Federation has more time to prepare than other civilized races, but this time must not be too long. Once the limit of 200 times the speed of light is discovered by other civilized races, the advantage of the Earth Federation will be gone. Therefore, the Earth Federation must rush to enter the wormhole before other civilized races discover this limit. However, the size of the wormhole is not enough for the Galaxy battleship to pass through. According to calculations, it will take about 22 years for the wormhole to expand to the extent of accommodating Galaxy battleships. Then these 22 years are the last preparation time for the Earth Federation. Originally, Xiang Qian thought that the Earth Federation was well prepared, but when he really started to count and mark all the missing materials, Xiang Qian found that the preparation was still not enough, and the gap was too big. First of all, the energy problem must be solved. 300 stars are not enough for the Earth Federation to reach the Andromeda Galaxy at 200 times the speed of light. It can only support 4,000 years at most. This is the result calculated based on the lowest consumption without taking into account combat and other losses. If a battle or other problems occur during the journey, according to the calculation of the starry sky, at least 500 stars need to be brought to be considered safe. At the same time, various living supplies must be prepared. After all, there are hundreds of billions of people living on the continent now, and the daily consumption of living supplies is an astronomical figure. The continent is not a planet of life. With the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is not possible to make the continent have a complete cycle like a planet of life. Therefore, before setting off, all living supplies must be prepared, such as salt, sugar, water resources, etc. needed by humans, at least to ensure the living needs of humans for 10,000 years. After all, no one dares to guarantee whether these supplies can be replenished in the void of the universe. Next, there are strategic materials to be stored, various metal ores, special rare metals, chemical raw materials, etc. Otherwise, there is no way to repair the equipment after it is damaged. Adding up all the materials, the Earth Federation currently needs to collect a huge amount of materials. So even if all the spaceships and warships of the Earth Federation are sent out to collect materials, it is not enough. The 1 million spaceships produced by the warship factory every day are immediately pulled out to collect materials as soon as they are assembled in the factory. Most of these spaceships are controlled by Starry Sky, and Bacadia has also allocated some computing resources to control these material collection spaceships. Except for the scientific prophets and special evolvers, all the evolvers of the Earth Federation have also been busy. All black technology controllers have given various black technology drawings according to the arrangement, and equipment manufacturers have begun to continuously manufacture various equipment of the 4th level intermediate civilization. All these equipment are used to replace most of the 4th level early civilization equipment in the current star system ring. Although after the replacement of the equipment, the overall performance of the star system ring will only increase by about 30%, but in the face of future dangers, it is good to be able to increase by 3%. At one time, the Earth Federation began a frantic construction, and hundreds of billions of people in the entire Earth Federation began to get busy. Xiang Qian was the busiest one. In addition to handling some official business, eating and sleeping, he spent the rest of his time making various equipment for the late stage of the 4th level civilization. In fact, Xiang Qian often wondered what the first civilizations that entered the wormhole were thinking. At their speed of 130 times the speed of light, they could not even touch the critical limit of 200 times the speed of light. But they entered the wormhole at 130 times the speed of light. Could it be that some of them were reborn? Otherwise, this strange situation could not be explained at all. No matter how Xiang Qian guessed, the Earth Federation could not rush into the endless universe without much supplies like those civilized races. Xiang Qian really did not have the courage to make such a decision. Time passed quickly, and 15 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, all other materials were prepared, and only the energy had not been fully stored. After all, stars are not ores that can be taken away after mining. Even with the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it takes some effort to transport stars. So in just 15 years, the number of stars in the Earth Federation has only reached 410, which is still half of the calculated 800. This is already the highest efficiency of the Earth Federation, and it is basically impossible to be faster. Troubled by the huge energy gap, Xiang Qian had no other choice, so after several meetings with Lidgerson and others, he could only gamble and bring as much supplies as he could after 7 years. After all, the supplies that the Earth Federation can carry are definitely dozens, or even hundreds of times, that of other civilizations. If the Earth Federation cannot reach the Andromeda Galaxy, then other civilizations cannot reach it either. With this idea in mind, the galaxy battleships of the Earth Federation began to slowly sail towards the wormhole. With the actions of the Earth Federation, other civilizations in the Southern Cross Spiral Arm also began to pay attention to the Earth Federation. Some civilizations even sent communications to ask the Earth Federation whether it wanted to enter the wormhole. Why did they enter the wormhole now? Did the Earth Federation know something? After all, it was impossible for other civilizations to not see such a big move, and it was impossible for them not to guess what the Earth Federation was thinking. However, the Earth Federation did not answer any of these questions, just as if they had not heard anything. However, the civilized races inside the Southern Cross Arm did not want to let the Earth Federation go. After all, the first civilization alliance that rushed into the wormhole was not in the Southern Cross Arm, so they could not ask and could only hold it in. Now that the Earth Federation is about to enter the wormhole, how can they not be anxious? Although they vaguely feel that it is more advantageous to enter the wormhole first, no civilized race dares to rush in without preparation. However, the attitude of the Earth Federation is not so friendly. They want to find out the news, but can't, which makes the civilized races inside the Southern Cross Arm restless. After some communication, the civilized races inside the Southern Cross Arm jointly put pressure on the Earth Federation, and asked the Earth Federation why it left. As the speed of technological development slows down, the engine speed increases more and more slowly, and these civilizations are very anxious. In fact, these civilizations only need a reason now. If the Earth Federation says that there will be another wormhole after entering the wormhole, it is estimated that these civilizations will rush into the wormhole, and will not wait any longer. Of course, even if the Earth Federation gives a reason, it must also produce evidence, but it is obviously impossible for Xiang Qian to pay attention to them. When the Earth Federation came to a place 500 billion kilometers away from the wormhole 7 years later, the civilizations inside the Southern Cross Spiral Arm all blocked the wormhole and prevented the Earth Federation from sending it. If the Earth Federation must enter the wormhole, it must have a convincing reason, otherwise they will not let the Earth Federation enter the wormhole. To put it bluntly, these civilized races need the Earth Federation to share information. They want to know why the Earth Federation wants to enter the wormhole, when they know that it is a suicide mission. Help each other, unite to overcome difficulties, stop the Earth Federation from dying, and tell everyone if there are any difficulties. These are all excuses. Xiang Qian looked at the controllers of a large group of civilized races on the big screen, smiling and asking the Earth Federation what difficulties it has, and he was so disgusted that he almost vomited. Shinkong, turn off the communication. Can the wormhole allow the galaxy warship to pass through now? Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Boss, it will take another 17 days for the wormhole to expand to the point where the galaxy warship can pass through. Then wait another 17 days. We have to think of a solution to these troubles, Xiang Qian said with a frown. After a while, Xiang Qian said to Shinkong, send a communication to the Leventia Alliance and tell them that I want to talk to them about the wormhole issue. Chapter 347. Want to know why we entered the wormhole? If you want to know, take out 200 billion tons of refined special rare metals, and I will tell you. After the communication was connected, Xiang Qian spoke directly without any nonsense. Maybe you are wrong, we are not. The leaders of the major races of the Leventia Alliance on the screen were stunned for a moment, and one of them spoke, but he was interrupted by Xiang Qian before he finished speaking. Don't talk nonsense, I just want to ask you, do you want to know or not? If you want to know, go and mobilize the special rare metals immediately. If you don't want to know, then hang up. Xiang Qian said, and was about to hang up the call. We will go to mobilize special rare metals immediately. Then call me again after you have mobilized special rare metals. I'm hanging up. Xiang Qian, didn't give them a chance to continue talking and directly asked Shinkong to hang up the call. Then he asked Shinkong to contact another alliance and repeat what he had just said to the Leventia alliance. In this way, one communication after another, Xiang Qian forgot how many times he repeated it. For some civilizations that felt very awesome, Xiang Qian didn't waste time talking to them. As long as the second sentence did not agree to the transaction, he would directly hang up the call. According to the Starry Sky statistics, a total of 379 alliances agreed to the deal. Xiang Qian drank tea and watched the civilized races that had just put pressure on the Earth Federation prepare their own special rare metals. He smiled unconsciously. Although with the current strength of the Earth Federation, it would be no problem to withstand the attacks of these civilized races for more than 10 days. However, that would definitely consume a lot of energy, and it would still be a hidden danger when these civilized races also enter the wormhole. So it is better to tell them the truth, and at the same time exchange some special rare metals to slow down their departure. After all, the Earth Federation has been preparing for such a long time, and these civilized races cannot set off without preparing for more than 10 or 20 years. And even if they set off, they cannot catch up with the Earth Federation at their speed. Of course, even if you tell them the truth, there are skills. Whether they can understand it is their problem. When the transaction is completed, if they want the information of the Earth Federation's 200 times the speed of light engine, it will be too late. After all, the wormhole would be big enough for the Earth Federation to pass through at that time. Who would dare to catch up with them if they drove through with the formation force field? Shinkong, count the supplies and see if there is anything forgotten. Once you enter the wormhole, you can't replenish them even if you are short of supplies. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong again. Okay, boss. Shinkong nodded. This was the nth time Xiang Qian had asked Shinkong to check the supplies in a month. Shinkong, if it was anyone else, would have been angry with Xiang Qian. Lung Ning sat next to Xiang Qian. Seeing the starry sky disappear, she shrugged helplessly and said nothing. In fact, she knew how much pressure Xiang Qian was carrying. The entire Earth Federation had hundreds of billions of people. Once they found that some materials were not prepared enough after entering the wormhole, it would be completely fatal. So she did not express any opinion on Xiang Qian's obsessive-compulsive behavior. A month later, the civilized races closer to the wormhole had come to the Earth Federation with special rare metals. However, Xiang Qian did not tell him the secret, but asked them to wait until all the civilized races arrived, and then he would tell them all. 3.5 months later, after all the civilized races arrived at the Earth Federation with special rare metals, Xiang Qian took a civilized race contract to meet with the affiliated races of each alliance. In order to prevent Xiang Qian from cheating, the civilized race contract must be signed. The reason we enter the wormhole is to survive. If we don't enter the wormhole, we can't develop an engine with 300 times the speed of light. Without an engine with 300 times the speed of light, we can't reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years. As for the idea that entering a wormhole is a suicide act, our Earth Federation doesn't think so. The last civilization race alliance's navigation speed was only 130 times the speed of light, but they dared to enter the wormhole. Now our Earth Federation has a stable engine that can travel at 200 times the speed of light, so why don't we dare to enter the wormhole? This is why we enter the wormhole. Are you satisfied? Xiang Qian said to everyone after signing the civilization race contract. Satisfied, satisfied ass. It's still nonsense after talking for a long time. The Earth Federation doesn't know any special news at all, and it's just that it can't research the engine, so it enters the wormhole to try its luck. Although many civilized races do not believe what Xiang Qian said, the civilized race contract clearly states that if Xiang Qian tells a lie, the entire Earth Federation will be wiped out. So no matter how outrageous the reason Xiang Qian gives her now, they have to believe it. As for whether Xiang Qian is lying, of course not. The Earth Federation really has no way to develop an engine that travels 300 times the speed of light, and Xiang Qian really does not know the secrets of the wormhole. The real idea of the Earth Federation is to take a chance. However, Xiang Qian did not even mention the 200 times light speed limit. The stable 200 times light speed engine is also correct. As for the 201 times light speed engine, it is already unstable, so there is no need to talk about it. Representatives of hundreds of civilization race alliances met face to face, and they didn't know what to say at this time. Although Xiang Qian did not lie, it was harder to say than being lied. After all this time, he didn't have any special information, he just went to try his luck, but they thought he knew the inside information, and then he didn't let the Earth Federation enter the wormhole after his death. Finally, they were forced to do nothing but ask for the exchange of materials and information. However, the content of this information is really. Anyway, after all this time, they jumped around like fools, and finally provided a large amount of materials to the Earth Federation. Such behavior is stupid no matter how you look at it. Mr. Xiang Qian, this information is not worth our paying so many special rare metals. So I think the Earth Federation should compensate us, such as sharing the 200 times light speed engine information with everyone. What do you think? One of the representatives of the Civilization Race Alliance suddenly said. Yes, if you give us the engine information, then these materials will be used to support the construction of the Earth Federation. Yes. After hearing this, a large group of representatives of the Civilization Race Alliance immediately followed suit. Xiang Qian looked at the noisy group of representatives of the Civilization Race Alliance below, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. You still want 200 times the speed of light engine information. Do you want a bicycle? Shinkong, throw them all out, then open the formation force field and rush directly into the wormhole. Xiang Qian didn't waste time talking to this group of people, and said to Shinkong when he turned around and left. Chapter 348. The moment the formation force field formed by more than 400 stars around the galaxy battleship was formed, the surging space energy directly through the warships representing the alliances of various civilization races away. Then the space energy around the galaxy battleship formed a spiral shape, and the galaxy battleship rushed towards the wormhole like a bullet with the spiral space energy. The flagships of the fourth-level civilization races of hundreds of civilization race alliances blocking the entrance of the wormhole launched an attack the moment the galaxy battleship started. In an instant, all kinds of lights shone in the void of the universe, and countless beams of light cut through the void and hit the spiral space energy barrier fiercely, erupting a terrifying energy tide. However, these attacks did not pose any threat to the galaxy battleships. The terrifying energy tide was swallowed up by the space energy in the next second, and the galaxy battleships still rushed towards the wormhole. Xiang Qian looked at the hundreds of fourth-level civilization race flagships on the big screen, which launched chaotic attacks without any reasonable arrangement, and knew that these civilization race alliances were just a group of chickens and dogs. If the Earth Federation was facing one of these alliances, the resistance might be stronger. On the contrary, these alliances gathered together, and really had no killing power. As the galaxy battleships got closer and closer to the wormhole, the frequency of attacks launched by the fourth-level civilization races blocking the wormhole not only did not increase, but decreased. When the flagship of the civilization race in the middle was 60 billion kilometers away from the wormhole, it stopped attacking and began to retreat from the back to both sides. If they don't retreat now, then when the galaxy battleship arrives here, they are likely to be directly hit into the wormhole by the huge space energy in front of the galaxy battleship. Such a result is not what they want. A flagship of a level 4 civilization race is hit into a wormhole alone. If there is no rescue, it will be close to death. So when these civilization race alliances found that they could not do anything to the Earth Federation, they had already thought of retreating, but they saw that everyone did not move and held on. Now that some people have started to withdraw, other civilizations will follow suit, as long as they are not the first to withdraw. But when the galaxy battleship rushed to 30 billion kilometers ahead, the front was flat, and there was no civilization race flagship. At this time, the race flagships of the hundreds of civilization race alliances on both sides that did not continue to attack were more like welcoming them rather than looking for trouble. Such a result was beyond Xiang Qian's expectations. In this way, under the complicated gazes of hundreds of civilization race alliances, the galaxy battleship rushed directly into the wormhole. After entering the wormhole, it took only 1 second for the galaxy battleship to rush out of the wormhole. However, during this 1 second, everyone had a strange feeling, that is, the body had disappeared in this 1 second, and only everyone's spirit or soul remained. The feeling of the whole person seeming to be integrated into the space was extremely profound. Even though the galaxy battleship had left the wormhole, everyone was still immersed in the feeling just now. After a while, Xiang Qian came back to his senses and looked at the Milky Way displayed on the big screen. Looking at the Milky Way from 230,000 light-years away is like looking at a huge whirlpool. There is a huge light bulb at the center of the Milky Way, and several huge ribbons are spinning around the light bulb. It is very spectacular to look at the Milky Way from here. The Milky Way is also very beautiful, but Xiang Qian did not feel excited at all. Think about it. It has been less than a few hundred years since the catastrophe, and humans have already flown out of the Milky Way. This speed is really too fast. So fast that it is a bit difficult for people to accept. If development proceeds step by step, humans may just be able to navigate within the solar system at this time, and it is difficult to fly out of the solar system. But now humans are heading to the distant Andromeda Galaxy. No one knows what awaits humans in the future. Just like the Andromeda Galaxy in the distance, it is now just a bright spot, surrounded by the dark void of the universe. Now the bright spot representing the Andromeda Galaxy is the hope of mankind. Humans can only grab the bright spot in front of them, like a drowning person, and block it as the only hope. Starry sky, connect to the detector, receive all data. After a while, Xiang Qian spoke to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Soon, the detector data was received. According to the detector data, the wormhole exit was heading straight towards the universe within 10,000 light-years of the Andromeda Galaxy. There was no danger, and the Galaxy warship could fly at full speed. Don't think that the universe outside the Milky Way is nothingness. In this dark void, there may be countless dangers lurking. No one dares to say what is buried in this cosmic void. Since humans began to understand the universe, the cosmic void outside the Milky Way has always been a blank area. There may be no stars here, and there are not as many extreme celestial bodies as in the core of the Milky Way, but the danger here is no less than that in the core of the Milky Way. On the contrary, the risk factor is greater. It is possible that this huge space crack is hidden under the dark background, or it may be hidden by a black hole, or it is more likely to be hidden by countless dangers that humans have not yet discovered. So the distance of galaxy travel is just a threshold. Now humans have just crossed this threshold, but there is still a long way to go before they can truly travel the universe. Starry sky, where has that fleet reached? Boss, according to the data from the detector, the fleet is currently 9,382 light-years away from us, and now their speed has increased to 150 times the speed of light. Well, continue monitoring, and tell me as soon as they make any move. By the way, send out several unmanned reconnaissance ships to advance in all directions and collect all the data. Okay, boss. For the next day, the Earth Federation did not move towards the Andromeda Galaxy, but stopped at the exit of the wormhole, allowing all citizens of the Earth Federation to take a last look at the Milky Way. Because after today, it will take many years for humans to return to the Milky Way again. Of course, it is also possible that they will not be able to return. In the unknown future, the Earth Federation may disappear in the universe, like those civilized races that have been destroyed. So for most citizens of the Earth Federation now, this is the last time they can observe the Milky Way with their naked eyes, the galaxy that gave birth to them. At night, Xiang Qian blocked all the light inside the star system of the Earth Federation. People could see the huge silver plate hanging in the space as long as they looked up. No one in the Earth Federation went to work. They sat together in groups of 3 or 4, leaning on their chairs and quietly looking at the sky. Xiang Qian hugged Lung Ning, lying on the roof, looking at the Milky Way in the night sky. There will be no more Big Dipper, no morning star, no. Lung Ning said with emotion, but before she could say me, she was interrupted by Xiang Qian. Don't worry, it will happen. All the data of the Milky Way has been saved. One day, even if we can't return to the Milky Way, I can make the Milky Way appear around the Earth Federation. Then we will watch the stars together like today. Xiang Qian said firmly. Well, I believe there will be such a day. Lung Ning hugged Xiang Qian tightly. The next morning, when the sun once again filled the earth, Xiang Qian said 2 words in the command hall: departure. The next second, the formation force field was activated, and the surging space energy instantly tore the space, and the galaxy battleship disappeared in the void of the universe, leaving only a ray of light that extended infinitely to the depths of the universe. Goodbye, Milky Way. Chapter 349. The pitch-black void of the universe is extremely silent. This silence is different from the night on Earth. It can swallow people's hopes. In the void of the universe, there is no endless electromagnetic radiation, no noisy cosmic background noise, and high-precision detection equipment no longer needs to distinguish useful and useless data from countless data as before. In the void of the universe outside the galaxy, positive matter particles have become extremely rare, while dark matter is still active. But these dark matter don't react with positive matter at all, so for a while, the outside of the Earth Federation suddenly became quiet, just like a person can hear his own heartbeat in a quiet night. For 80 years, the Earth Federation has been moving at a speed of 199 times the speed of light, traveling a distance of 15,920 light-years. But this extremely long distance did not give people any hope. Except that the Milky Way photographed by the detector with optical equipment became smaller and smaller, there was no other change. The light of the Andromeda Galaxy remains the same, without any change. Under the optical equipment, it is always a light spot hanging in the universe. The endless void is like an insurmountable wall, allowing people to only see the light but never get it. In this endless journey, people also develop a kind of boredom. Now, except for the scientists of the Earth Federation, who are still working day and night, and the military training in the virtual world, there is actually nothing for others to do in this interstellar journey. Factories have stopped working. Except for factories that provide people with daily necessities, all large factories have stopped working. The evolvers have nothing to do except making some blueprints and equipment after replenishing their genetic nuclear power. This is a huge difference from the busy life 80 years ago. Maybe in the first few years of galaxy travel, everyone was still happy. After all, no one likes to work day and night. But once you are idle, there is nothing to do every day. After a long time, the life is more miserable than going to work every day. Especially since we don't know how long such days will last. Thousands of years, 10,000 years. After breaking through the fourth level civilization, the lifespan of the people of the Earth Federation is 20,000 years. Imagine spending half of your life in a daze, how terrible it is. Faced with such a situation, the Earth Federation government is also very anxious. But we can't let the factories start working, let them live and build warships, or let them go to the mines on the mainland to mine, just because the people have nothing to do. What will the ore be used for? Will it be used to build warships? What will the warships be used for? Will they be displayed at home? You should know that ordinary warships made now will become obsolete in a short time. There is no point in making warships except wasting materials and energy. The Earth Federation government will never agree to such a thing. But the people's demands must be carefully considered. After all, it is unrealistic to let everyone stay at home and stare blankly during such a long galaxy trip. Finally, the Earth Federation formulated several plans based on the actual situation. Rebuilding the entertainment industry and enriching people's lives? Whose idea is this? Don't we have anything to do? Xiang Qian looked at the approval report submitted by the Earth Federation government on the table, and said to the starry sky in a daze. Yes, boss, now except for scientists and soldiers, 50% of the people in the Federation are on vacation. This situation may last for thousands of years, until we reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Shinkong gave an accurate data. Xiang Qian was really stunned after hearing this. He didn't expect that there were so many idle people in the Earth Federation. In fact, it's not his fault. He rarely participates in the government work of the Earth Federation. It's the government departments that exercise power. As long as nothing big happens, Shinkong won't report to him. Moreover, he pays attention to the progress of scientific research every day and manufactures various equipment for the late stage of the fourth level civilization. He has no time to be idle. Even if he goes home to chat with Lung Ning, most of the time, they discuss scientific research issues. No one can expect Lung Ning to care about people's livelihood issues. So now, Xiang Qian has learned about this situation. If it weren't for this report, it would probably take another 100 to 180 years for him to pay attention to this matter. It's okay to rebuild the entertainment industry, but don't make it as messy and chaotic as the entertainment industry in the previous Earth era. You will supervise this matter and deal with it seriously once it is discovered. By the way, so many people have nothing to do. We can't let them watch entertainment programs all day. We also need to do scientific research. After such a long time of galaxy travel, if these people study seriously, not to mention 50% of them will become scientists, but it will be no problem for them to become researchers. As long as 10% of these people become scientists, we will make money. So you tell the government departments to find ways to guide everyone to engage in scientific research, spend time on learning, and strive to make 10% of idle people become scientists before reaching the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said to the starry sky, Okay, boss. After the starry sky disappeared, Xiang Qian shook his head helplessly. People really can't be too idle, otherwise it's easy to get into trouble. While the Earth Federation was busy guiding the people, the peace in the Milky Way was finally broken. Although the Earth Federation had a deep foundation, it was not too far behind other evolutionary civilizations. Especially the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance in the Large Magellanic Cloud, they knew the strength of the Earth Federation. So when the Earth Federation entered the wormhole and headed to the Andromeda Galaxy with a dying attitude, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance also began to discuss whether to enter the wormhole. When they were in the Large Magellanic Cloud, the Earth Federation gave people a sense of foresight. So when they knew that the Earth Federation had entered the wormhole, they did not feel that the Earth Federation was seeking death like other civilizations, but instead felt that they knew some news. However, the Evolvers were not in the Southern Cross Arm, so they were not tricked by the Earth Federation before leaving, which was also a relatively fortunate thing. After the Evolver Civilization Alliance knew that the Earth Federation had entered the wormhole, they began to prepare materials, and at the same time, they also learned from the Earth Federation to use stars as energy. In the following decades, dozens of races under the Evolver Civilization began to collect materials frantically. As a result, more than 60 years after the Earth Federation entered the wormhole, the Evolver Civilization finally discovered the limit of 200 times the speed of light. At this time, they also knew why the Earth Federation was in a hurry to enter the wormhole. Although they got this answer relatively late, it was not too late. The Evolver Civilization Alliance was ready for the materials for the galaxy travel, and could set off at any time. So the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance, which found the answer, took more than 10 years to reach the location of the wormhole, but at this time all the civilizations in the entire spiral arm were blocking the wormhole. After all, the Evolutionary Civilization Alliance's actions could not be hidden from anyone, and everyone was filled with inexplicable panic about entering the wormhole, because after seeing the First Fleet and the Earth Federation enter the wormhole, they always felt that they were ahead, and if they did not enter the wormhole, they would be abandoned. However, most of the civilizations did not enter the wormhole, and the few civilizations that wanted to enter the wormhole also suppressed their thoughts. At this time, these civilizations suddenly discovered that the Evolver Civilization Alliance was going to enter the wormhole. Without contacting each other, everyone blocked the front of the wormhole and wanted to find out the thoughts of the Evolver Civilization Alliance. The Evolver Civilization Alliance is not the Earth Federation. At the same time, everyone's engine research progress has reached about 160.170 times the speed of light, so it can't be concealed for long. So after some bargaining, the Evolver Civilization told all civilizations the secret of 200 times the speed of light. At this moment, the entire Milky Way was in chaos, and all civilizations rushed to enter the wormhole. Those civilizations that had not collected supplies were frantically collecting supplies. Wherever they passed, it was like a disaster, and not even a meteorite was left. When Xiang Qian received the news that countless civilizations had rushed out of the wormhole, he knew that the secret of 200 times the speed of light was exposed. However, the Earth Federation was already more than 10,000 light-years ahead of them, and they were not afraid that these civilizations would surpass the Earth Federation. Even if there were any supplies ahead, the Earth Federation would supply them first, and what was left for them were leftovers. Although 80 years is not a long time, it is enough for the Earth Federation to maintain its leading position. As for the First Civilization Alliance to set out, Xiang Qian looked at the distance between the two sides, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 350. Inside the Wisdom Race flagship, Xiang Qian and Zhang Ying sat alone in a room, and there was a virtual projection of Acadia in the room. On the big screen in front of the three people, the scene of the Earth Federation and the First Fleet sailing in the universe was displayed. However, after catching up with the First Fleet on the big screen, the Galaxy battleship slowly slowed down and maintained the same flight speed as the First Fleet, moving side by side in the void of the universe, like two parallel lines. But then, the Galaxy battleship suddenly turned and crashed directly into the First Fleet. Both sides maintained an ultra-fast speed of 160 times the speed of light. At the moment when the Galaxy battleship collided with each other, a huge amount of space energy exploded. Whether it was the formation force field of the First Fleet composed of more than a dozen flagships of the 4th-level civilization race, and 500 million warships, or the formation force field composed of hundreds of stars of the Galaxy battleship, they were thrown away by the huge space energy at the same time. At the moment of being thrown away, both sides could no longer maintain the flight speed of 160 times the speed of light, and both appeared in the void of the universe. However, at the moment when the Galaxy battleship and the First Fleet just appeared in the void of the universe, dozens of huge space cracks and countless small space cracks enveloped the two fleets like a spider web. 10 minutes later, the huge space crack slowly disappeared, and the two fleets slowly appeared in the twisted space. At this time, the formation force field of the First Fleet had been broken, and more than 100 million battleships were destroyed in the space cracks just now. There were also countless places on the star system ring of the Galaxy battleship that were sparking, but the formation force field was considered intact, and there was no obvious loss. The video on the big screen stopped playing here, and countless data began to be displayed on it. The success rate of this plan is 87.2%, and our losses are relatively small. We just need to replace the damaged equipment. After the data was refreshed, Acadia spoke. Well, then prepare according to this plan. But you two need to pay more attention to this matter, at least once a month to predict whether they will change their voyage. We are still hundreds of light years away from the First Fleet, and it will take at most 10 years to catch up with them. You will have to work hard for 10 years. Xiang Qian nodded. No problem. Okay. Vicadia and Zhang Ying nodded at the same time, with serious expressions on their faces. They knew the importance of this matter to the Earth Federation, so they dared not neglect it. Xiang Qian started planning this action decades ago. Vicadia calculated the angle and consequences of the collision between the galaxy battleship and the enemy for tens of billions of times. To complete this calculation, you must have the assistance of prophetic ability, otherwise if you take into account the reaction of the opponent, you can't calculate it without thousands of years. At the beginning, the consequences of the collision between the two sides were swallowed by the space crack. At that time, the Earth Federation collided with each other at 200 times the speed of light. The impact force was completely different from the impact force at 150 times the speed of light. At the moment of the collision, the terrifying space collapsed and formed a black hole. The result was that all the stars of the Earth Federation were sucked in. In the end, only the Earth Federation continent escaped under the protection of the Civilization Guardian Tree, but it also suffered heavy losses. After repeated experiments, changing the impact angle and impact speed, we have achieved the optimal result today. As for why Xiang Qian wanted to trouble the First Fleet, the answer was to find out why the First Fleet dared to rush in when the wormhole had just expanded to the point where the flagship of the civilized race could pass through, and what secrets they had mastered. After all, the Earth Federation has flown more than 22,000 light-years since its voyage, but within the limit of the detection range of the 10,000 light-year detector, it is still nothingness. If the situation is the same all the way to the Andromeda Galaxy, then all the civilized races in the Milky Way will die in this cosmic void. Although this possibility is not very high, after more than 100 years of sailing, there is still nothing ahead. No matter who faces such a situation, they will be irritated and panic, and Xiang Qian is the same. So he can't wait to catch up with the First Fleet to set out, stop them, and then ask the key. Xiang Qian has also thought about using the ability of a prophet to predict the future, but whether it is Vicadia or Zhang Ying, when they want to predict this cosmic void, they will be hindered by the rules of the universe and cannot predict. So in this situation, the only thing Xiang Qian could do was to stop the First Fleet and get their news. In the blink of an eye, more than a decade had passed. At this time, the distance between the Earth Federation and the First Fleet was only a few light years, and it would not take long for them to advance in parallel. The Earth Federation had also made all preparations. Zhang Ying and Vicadia would basically predict each other's situation once a week. Finally, on this day, the light of the Civilization Guardian Tree shone all over the continent, and the formation force field power of the galaxy battleships was turned to the maximum. Vicadia had been using the prophetic ability to ensure that the other party's actions would not exceed the scope of control. Suddenly, the Earth Federation changed its direction and rushed directly to the First Fleet. The distance between the two fleets in the cosmic void was hundreds of billions of kilometers, but in the space layer, this distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers was 150 times the speed of light, and the huge space energy around the fleets of both sides was mixed together in the first time. At this time, even if the other party wanted to move, it would be difficult, and there was no reaction time at all. After the space energy was mixed together and distorted the space, the formation force field of the galaxy battleships hit the formation force field of the First Fleet firmly. Boom! The extremely huge energy exploded, the space was instantly shattered, and the huge space energy threw both sides away. At this time, Vicadia no longer needed to control the galaxy battleship, because everything that followed would be completed as predicted, so the Earth Federation's interception plan was considered successful from this point on. When the space crack slowly disappeared, the Earth Federation and the First Fleet looked at each other from a distance of 800 billion kilometers. Starry Sky replaced the damaged equipment immediately and contacted the other party at the same time, saying that the Earth Federation wants to know why they rushed into the wormhole in the first place. If they don't cooperate, then don't go to the Andromeda Galaxy, this will be their graveyard. At the moment, when the galaxy battleship stopped, Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky, "Okay, boss." Chapter 351. At this time, in the flagship of the civilization race at the core of the First Fleet, more than a dozen patriarchs and leaders of civilizations came to a halt, respectfully waiting for a man in black to give orders. You go to negotiate with the Earth Federation, and do what you should do. If you are asked why you are leaving without any preparation, just follow the plan you discussed before. You have never seen me, and there is no me here, do you understand? After a while, the man in black withdrew his gaze from the screen, and turned to them, and said, "Yes, master. But what if they force us to surrender, and make us their subordinate race? then surrender and become their subordinate race. Anyway, everything is up to you. For the purpose of preserving the race, whatever decision you make is fine. The man in black said calmly, but his arms full of blue veins showed that he was not so calm at all. Master, we understand. A dozen people answered at the same time. Well, you guys go out. You forget my existence after you go out. A dozen people walked out of the hall woodenly, and only after the door of the hall was closed did they come back to their senses. Alas, we can't win the fight, so we can only tell the truth, but I don't know if they believe us or not. One of them seemed to remember something inside. If they don't believe it, they can sign a civilized race contract. Anyway, we were just impulsive at the time, and I don't know why we made this absolute. Now it seems that we don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Another said. What's the point of saying this now? Let's go back and prepare. If the other party really wants to kill us, we will run separately and escape as many as possible. Let's go. A dozen people left in frustration and returned to their respective races. At this time, they had no idea of the black-clad man. Now they just remembered that they had just finished a meeting, but they didn't discuss any way to deal with the Earth Federation. At this time, Xiang Qian sat on a chair, thinking about what kind of answer the other party would give him later. Boss, the other party sent a communication request. Connect? Xiang Qian opened his eyes, and said seriously. Soon, a dozen small screens appeared on the big screen, each of which showed the leader of a civilized race, but their faces were very ugly. Hello, sir. My name is Tu. I will answer your questions on behalf of the Hope Alliance. After the communication was connected, the patriarch of one of the human-like civilized races spoke first. Well, as long as you tell me everything you know, I won't embarrass you. First, let me tell you what made you enter the wormhole and unfold the galaxy green star without sufficient preparation. Xiang Qian nodded. In fact, we didn't want to enter the wormhole first at the beginning, but our technological foundation is poor after all. If we want to develop an engine with a speed of 300 times the speed of light, scientists tell us that it will take at least 1,000 years, and this is without encountering any difficulties. We are all promoted from the Wanderer civilization, and we don't have the strength to seize technology by force. So we thought, given our situation, we have neither technological background nor military power, so instead of wasting time in the Milky Way, we might as well enter the wormhole in advance and give it a try. Even if we don't go in, there will be no great development if we stay in the Milky Way, and we may be destroyed by other civilizations one day. So after discussion, we decided to be the first to enter the wormhole to see if we can seize the initiative, which is why we entered the wormhole first. Tu replied. Xiang Qian listened to Tu Wu's answer while observing the other people's expressions. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything on these old foxes' faces after watching for a long time. In other words, you are just gambling on your luck. If there is nothing in front of the wormhole, then you will have no way out. Am I right? Xiang Qian raised his eyebrows and looked at Tu Wu. Yes, sir, that's what we think. Hee. Do you think I will believe this excuse you made up? More than a dozen civilized races rushed into the wormhole recklessly because of lack of confidence. Without any careful plan and sufficient preparation, they just gambled on luck. Do you believe the stories you told? So from the first level civilization to the fourth level civilization, from the beginning of the catastrophe to now, don't tell me that you have been gambling on luck all the time, and your luck is very good, you have always won, even in the final battle you can be safe and sound. Or those evolutionary civilizations that did not return to the Milky Way, those fallen pioneer civilizations, are not weak in strength, but in luck. The civilized races that can return to the Milky Way alive are all lucky. Xiang Qian said disdainfully. If you can't do it, we have no other choice. We also survived in the cracks before, and walked carefully step by step. But we are really unable to meet the requirements of the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years. We can only gamble on luck. If we are unlucky, we will be eliminated. If we win the gamble, maybe we can also become a powerful civilized race. Tu spoke. Xiang Qian looked at the dozen people, narrowed his eyes, and said, I will give you 5 more minutes. Go back and think carefully about whether you want to tell me the truth. If you still give me the same answer after 5 minutes, then you will be buried with your race with the secret I don't know. Starry Sky, turn off the communication. After turning off the communication, Xiang Qian rubbed his temple and said to Vicadia, Do you think they are telling the truth? Judging from their micro-expressions, they are indeed telling the truth. Vicadia appeared on the big screen and said, Shinkong, take this communication video to the interrogation experts and psychologists to study and determine whether they are telling the truth. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched after hearing this, and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." After Shinkong disappeared, Vacadia first disappeared on the big screen, then appeared next to Xiang Qian, and then the images of more than a dozen people just now appeared on the big screen, but Xiang Qian was not in this image. There were only these dozen people arguing through the communication. The content of the quarrel was what to do in 5 minutes, whether to leave and escape or send someone to sign a civilized race contract with the Earth Federation to make the Earth Federation believe that what they said was true. This is the prophecy I just made after the communication was closed. They did not discuss whether to tell the secret, but discussed whether to disperse and escape or to use the civilized race contract to make us believe what they said. Based on the communication just now and my prediction, what they said should be the truth. Although this truth is unbelievable, it is indeed true. After the video was finished, Vacadia said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, "If we only rely on these evidences, it is impossible to prove that what they said is true. Although I judge that what they said is true, I really hope that they are lying. Moreover, the civilized race contract can be offset by the special ability of the Protector, and your prophecy can also be discussed in advance. Everything may be false. Only when this civilized race faces destruction can we know whether what they said is true. That is to destroy them, but with our current strength, if they flee in different directions, we will not be able to catch up with them, and they will not fight us head-on." Vacadia said, "It is certain that we cannot catch up with them, but even if they run away, without resources in this endless universe, can they survive? If it were you, in this situation, if you really knew a secret, what would you choose to do? Just to protect a secret, would you put your own civilization and race into death?" Xiang Qian asked back. "No, I will use this secret to exchange for the Earth Federation civilization race contract. If I tell the secret, then the Earth Federation will never betray me before reaching the Andromeda Galaxy. I will not keep the secret and let my civilization race fall into a desperate situation." "I understand." Vacadia finally figured it out. Regardless of whether what they said was true or not, Xiang Qian would oppress them with force and test them with absolute strength to see how they would react. This is the universe. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is illusory. When the survival of a race is at stake, even if one knows a great secret that can allow the entire race to surpass the enemy in front of them, in such a situation, one has to use it as a bargaining chip in exchange for the continuation of the race. To put it simply, it can be summed up in 8 words. The strong prey on the weak, and the fittest survive. Xiang Qian said with narrowed eyes. The Earth Federation now has the strength and the opportunity to oppress the other party with absolute strength, and Xiang Qian will not let go of this opportunity. After all, the other side is more than a dozen level 4 civilizations. If this were in the Milky Way, or the Andromeda Galaxy, even if the Earth Federation was twice as strong, it would be impossible to destroy the other side in one go. After all, if they can't beat them, they can run away, but in this universe, they can't run away. The price of running far is death. 5 minutes later, the communication was connected again. "Sir, what I just said is really the truth. If you don't believe it, we can sign a civilization race contract." Tua said again. "The civilization race contract does not mean anything. There are too many loopholes in it that can be exploited. So no matter whether what you said is true or not, I am not satisfied with your answer, and the result of my dissatisfaction is that you will stay in this universe forever." Xiang Qian stared at Tua and said, "Sir, we can become your subordinate civilization. We really did not deceive you, please," Tua said anxiously, but he was interrupted by Xiang Qian before he finished. "I don't need a subordinate race, and you don't meet the standards to become a member of the Earth Federation, so I'm sorry to tell you that in my eyes, you have no value." Starry Sky shut down the communication and started attacking. According to Xiang Qian's order, countless gun barrels appeared on the surface of the star system ring. These gun barrels were charged in an instant, and the next second, billions of light beams carrying space energy slammed into the opponent's formation force field. At the same time, the Galaxy battleship also started in an instant and rushed towards the opponent. Chapter 352. Compared to the huge size of the Galaxy battleships, the Hope Alliance's dozen or so race flagships plus the formation force field formed by 500 million battleships are insignificant in front of the Galaxy battleships. If the Hope Alliance decisively abandoned the formation force field when the Galaxy battleship launched its first attack and used 500 million battleships to block the shield, their race flagships would still have a chance to escape. However, facing the attack of hundreds of millions of Galaxy battleships, the Hope Alliance gave up their only chance. As a result, the Galaxy battleships are now approaching, and the space energy has enveloped the Hope Alliance's formation force field. If they want to run it this time, their chance of survival is no more than 20%. The star-iron ball around the Galaxy battleship has begun to rotate slowly, and the huge space energy has formed a huge vortex, tightly wrapping the Hope Alliance's formation force field. Every moment, hundreds of thousands of Hope Alliance warships are emitting sparks, and the formation force field is constantly weakening. Starry Sky, tell them that this is the last chance for them to seize. In 10 hours, their formation force field will be broken, and then they will have no chance to tell the truth. Xiang Qian looked at the Hope Alliance fleet that could only passively resist and said lightly, "Okay, boss." After receiving the message from Starry Sky, the Hope Alliance was in chaos. Having missed the best time to escape, it would be difficult for them to run now. Trapped in the space energy vortex, they really had no other choice but to resist. At this time, the existence of the man in black had been forgotten by them. They had no impression of the man in black in their minds, so they had no intention of looking for him. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, more than 9 hours had passed. At this time, the formation force field of the Hope Alliance had begun to fluctuate violently, and would soon disappear. During these 9 hours, the Hope Alliance had repeatedly requested Xiang Qian to let them go, even if they became a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation, but Xiang Qian ignored them, and only asked Shinkong to tell them the secrets they knew. The leaders of the Hope Alliance are going crazy. If they knew any secrets, they would have told it long ago. Why wait until now? The problem is that they really don't know. Even they are regretting it. Why did they get so obsessed that they entered the wormhole without adequate preparation? This makes it difficult for them to explain it clearly. No one will believe it if they tell it to others. Starry Sky, how long can the opponent's formation force field last? Xiang Qian said, as he looked at the formation force field that was fluctuating violently on the big screen. It is expected to break in 43 minutes and 27 seconds. Stop the space vortex in 40 minutes, and then notify them to sign the civilization race contract. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Vicadia said, they didn't lie. Even if they signed the civilization race contract, they still gave the same answer. "I know, I wanted to ask something else, but looking at your expression, I already know the answer. But the civilization race contract still needs to be signed, at least the previous unequal treaty. Even if they have protectors in the future, they will have to waste their special abilities to attack the Earth Federation, otherwise our energy will be wasted." Xiang Qian looked at Vicadia and said. After hearing Xiang Qian's answer, Vicadia was stunned for a moment, and then disappeared. For Xiang Qian's logic, he could only say that he admired it. 40 minutes later, when the Hope Alliance formation force field flickered and was about to break, and they were about to despair, the Galaxy battleship stopped the space energy vortex. After receiving the communication from the Starry Sky, more than a dozen leaders of the Hope Alliance hurriedly took the civilization race scepter and flew to the Earth Federation continent in a spaceship. They ran very fast, and soon Xiang Qian was unhappy because they were slow. Now in their eyes, Xiang Qian is a moody psychopath. It's not like they really want to destroy them. Why waste so much energy? Wouldn't it be enough to sign the civilization race contract earlier? They don't disagree. It's fun to scare them half to death before asking them to sign the civilization race contract. Although they were full of complaints, they didn't dare to show any unhappy expression after seeing Xiang Qian, and they had to smile. "This is the civilized race contract. Sign it if there is no problem." Xiang Qian pointed to the contract on the table and said, "No problem, no problem." More than a dozen people said that there was no problem, but they still took up the civilized race contract and looked at it carefully. If the terms of this civilized race contract really let their race die, the sensors they carried would be crushed, and then their race flagship would immediately escape. As for whether they could escape, they would do their best and leave it to fate. As a result, the clauses written in the civilization race contract were different from what they had guessed. There were 2 clauses in total. One was that after signing the civilization race contract, they had to tell the truth to the questions asked by the Earth Federation. If there was any conspiracy, their race would be wiped out by the rules of the universe. The second clause was that after signing the civilization race contract, their race could not attack the Earth Federation within 100,000 years, otherwise it would be wiped out. To be honest, after seeing these 2 clauses, the dozen people in the Hope Alliance were really relieved. To be honest, no problem. We will tell you whatever you ask, and we will never tell lies. As for the second clause, which prohibits attacking the Earth Federation within 100,000 years, they don't want to sign it, but they have to sign it under such circumstances. However, their thoughts of revenge on the Earth Federation were nipped in the bud, and they can only take a detour when they see the Earth Federation in the future. But no matter what, it is much better than becoming a subordinate race of the Earth Federation and becoming cannon fodder in future wars. After signing the civilization race contract very happily, Xiang Qian asked them to sit down and then asked, "Tell me again, why you entered the wormhole before you were fully prepared. Do you know any secrets?" To Xiang Qian's disappointment, their answers were still the same as before. "Have you heard of the Holy Light Civilization?" Xiang Qian thought for a while and asked. "No." More than a dozen people shook their heads at the same time. "Then have you ever seen a man in black holding a broken civilization race scepter?" Xiang Qian continued to ask. "No." A dozen people continued to shake their heads. After listening, Xiang Qian asked disappointedly, "What is your real technological level? Do you have any hidden technology or hidden cards? Are there any special evolvers in your civilizations?" "Our real technological level is like this now, but we have fortress-level weapons, and several weapon blueprints obtained from the ruins of prehistoric civilization. There are no special evolvers in our civilization." More than a dozen people said the trump cards of their civilizations one by one. As for the special evolvers, there was not even one among their dozen civilizations. Xiang Qian asked a few more questions and let them leave. "Do you think the master of the Holy Light Civilization is not dead?" After they left, Vicadia appeared beside Xiang Qian and asked, "I had such an idea for a moment, but now it seems that I thought too much." Xiang Qian shook his head and said. The next second, Vicadia closed his eyes, and after a while, he spoke, "It is impossible to predict. There is a force that blocks my prediction. Is the controller really not dead? He should be dead." At that time, all the warships of the Avengers were smashed into pieces, and the mother planet of the Holy Light Civilization was also smashed into wreckage. The largest piece of wreckage was less than a few thousand cubic meters, and no equipment such as life support cabins were found. All electromagnetic signals disappeared. However, Zhang Ying's prediction was also blocked by a force at that time. It may be due to other reasons. Xiang Qian said after thinking for a while. The Avengers have indeed disappeared, and no information about the Avengers can be predicted. After a while, Vicadia said, "Well, don't think about the past. If he is not dead, he will be killed again in the future. Starry Sky, let's go." Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, and walked out of the hall. After the dozen leaders of the Hope Alliance returned to the race flagship, they saw that the Earth Federation finally left and did not fire at them, and they put down their worries. When they were about to arrange personnel to repair the scrapped warship, they found a man in black standing behind them. The staff and guards around him did not react to this man in black. "Who are you? Everything is over, wake up." The man in black said to the dozen people. His eyes were dark at this time, like the endless universe. The dozen people were stunned for a moment, and after their eyes came back to their senses, they immediately said respectfully to the man in black, "Master." "Well, do what you have to do. This crisis is over." The man in black said, and turned to leave the hall. "Master, is the Earth Federation your enemy?" one of them asked. The man in black paused and said, "Enemy? Not really. They are just a target I want to eliminate, not an enemy." After the man in black left the hall, more than a dozen people gathered together, looked at each other, and did what they had to do. After the man in black returned to the room, he looked at the galaxy battleships gradually going away on the big screen, and muttered to himself, "Earth Federation, humans, should I thank you or hate you? Although you made me understand the truth, the price is too high. But when we meet again, I will still give you a chance. If you can't grasp it, then disappear in the universe, and become the new universe. The damn universe operation rules." When the man in black said the new universe, a huge and frightening pressure suddenly surged around him, but only the man in black could feel this pressure, so the man in black didn't say the rest of the words, but just cursed it angrily. After more than 10 seconds, the huge and frightening pressure slowly disappeared, and at this time the man in black's clothes were already wet with sweat. Chapter 353. Star number 1 has been abandoned, the formation force field has been adjusted, and the galaxy battleship has started. After abandoning a star, the galaxy battleship continued to set off and flew towards the Andromeda galaxy. The star that remained in the void of the universe exploded in a supernova explosion a month later, and finally turned into a white dwarf. Xiang Qian looked at the scene of the supernova explosion through the detector and felt helpless. With the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is still impossible to make 100% use of stellar energy. This star that was abandoned midway is about to reach the critical point of becoming a red giant. Even with super strong magnetic and gravitational fields, it is impossible to stop this expansion. So before this star becomes a red giant, it can only be abandoned and then detonated. Originally, the energy used by the Earth Federation was extracted evenly from all stars, but now it has been changed to extracting the energy of a star in several ways. So after the Galaxy battleship sailed 3,000 light-years, a star was scrapped. This star that can be detonated is only the first one, but not the last one. In the following interstellar travel, the Earth Federation will abandon a star every 3,000 light-years. In fact, the abandoned stars can be used as bombs, using the violent energy of supernova explosions to hinder the civilizations behind. However, Xiang Qian did not do so, not because he was kind, but it would be too offensive. There are so many civilizations in the entire Milky Way. If the Earth Federation offends them, even if it reaches the Andromeda Galaxy, the Earth Federation will not be able to survive. Therefore, the civilized races following the Earth Federation can see a supernova explosion every few decades. Countless rings can be seen in the entire universe, and these rings are connected one by one. The rings near the Milky Way are the largest, and the rings near the Andromeda Galaxy are the smallest, forming a spectacular scene in the universe. This scene lasted for 1,000 years, until the Earth Federation traveled 200,000 light-years before it disappeared. Except for the 20,000 light-years at the beginning, the Earth Federation abandoned a total of 60 stars along the way. Why didn't the Earth Federation abandon the star at 200,000 light-years away? It was because another wormhole appeared at that place. When the Earth Federation discovered this wormhole, the entire Earth Federation's top leaders also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, according to the Earth Federation's energy consumption rate, the Earth Federation will consume all the stars when it sails to a location 1.65 million light-years away from the Milky Way at most. At that time, the Earth Federation will not be able to maintain 200 times the speed of light, and it will be impossible to reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years. Therefore, the top leaders of the entire Earth Federation were anxious, especially after sailing 150,000 kilometers. Xiang Qian asked about the detection results every day. After all, no one knew that the second wormhole was 200,000 light-years away from the exit of the first wormhole. Even at 200 times the speed of light, the Earth Federation took more than 1,000 years to get here. Did the detector have any results? Xiang Qian would ask the first thing every morning when he got up. Boss, the detector hasn't sent back any message yet. Yes, I got it. After getting up and washing up, Xiang Qian came to his office in the Earth Federation building and asked Shinkong to display the star map. This star map shows countless small light spots, which are the countless civilizations in the Milky Way. Since the Earth Federation will release a batch of detectors every time it abandons a star, Xiang Qian can grasp the situation behind at the first time. There are more than 700 civilizations closest to the Earth Federation. These civilizations are more than 20,000 light-years away from the Earth Federation. In terms of time, it will take more than 100 years to reach here. Even if these civilized races want to detect the existence of the wormhole, they need to be 6,000 light-years away from the wormhole. Therefore, no civilized race in the entire Milky Way knows the existence of the second wormhole. As for the remaining civilized races, they are even farther away from the Earth Federation. They are not a threat to the Earth Federation at all. Xiang Qian only needs to pay attention to the first batch of more than 700 civilized races. Now the Earth Federation stops in front of the wormhole, waiting for the detector to play the news of the wormhole exit. If there is no danger, the Earth Federation will enter the wormhole as soon as possible. However, it has been a year and a half since the detector entered the wormhole, but no news has been received so far. If there is no problem with the detector, then the distance from here to the exit of this wormhole is at least 100,000 light-years. Although the longer the distance the wormhole spans, the better news it is for all civilizations. But at the same time, the longer the time it takes for the detector to transmit back, which is not good news for the Earth Federation. Now no one dares to be sure what is at the exit of the wormhole, but according to the analysis of the think tank, the probability of danger at the exit of the wormhole is less than 10%, while the possibility of various resources is 80%, and the rest is uncertainty. Xiang Qian also agreed with this analysis, but even though he agreed, the Earth Federation could not enter the wormhole just because of a guess before the detector sent back information. But the time spent waiting for the detector to send back information was a waste of time for the Earth Federation. After all, the Earth Federation must pass through the wormhole before the more than 700 civilizations behind it can detect the wormhole. If there are resources at the exit of the wormhole, it will take another 100 years to collect the resources needed by the Earth Federation and then set off immediately. Otherwise, a race war will definitely break out for resources, and it will be a war that will never end. Let's also make an assumption that there is a wormhole every 200,000 light-years, and each wormhole is a resource point. Then the time the Earth Federation wastes in the first resource emperor, and the time it takes for the detector to send back the message will be offset by the time it reaches the third wormhole. At that time, it is very likely that a war will break out in the fourth wormhole because of resource issues. This is what Xiang Qian doesn't want to see. Although the Earth Federation is confident that it will win the race war, other civilized races will definitely fight hard in the face of a war that concerns the survival of the race. Even if the Earth Federation wins, the price it pays may be something Xiang Qian is unwilling to bear. Moreover, after reaching the Andromeda Galaxy, it is still unknown what kind of crisis it will face. It is very unwise to waste the potential of the entire race on competing for resources. So now Xiang Qian is waiting for news from the detector every day, and at the same time hopes that something will happen to the first echelon behind to delay the speed of advancement, although this is basically impossible to launch. In 1,000 years, the Earth Federation consumed too many materials, but except for energy consumption, the Earth Federation can still sustain other material consumption. So Xiang Qian has already thought that once there are resources at the exit of the wormhole, the Earth Federation does not need anything else. Just pack up the star and take it away, and take away as many other resources as possible when packing the star. Shinkong, how much of the equipment in the star system ring has been replaced? Xiang Qian asked Shinkong. Boss, 28% has been replaced. According to your requirements and the current replacement speed, it will take 5 years and 6 months to complete the replacement. Well, are there any other problems that need to be solved? No other problems have been found so far. Then notify the equipment department and ask them to hurry up to build star confinement equipment and assembly equipment. I hope that when we capture stars again, the speed must be more than double the previous one. Okay, boss. Just like that, the Earth Federation stopped in front of the wormhole to rest and wait for the probe to send back a message. This wait lasted for more than 3 years. Boss, the detector sent back a message that there is no danger at the exit of the wormhole, but there is a huge star system at the exit of the wormhole. Shinkong suddenly said to Xiang Qian that day. Immediately hold all the equipment, and if there is no problem, set off immediately and enter the wormhole. Xiang Qian immediately stood up and said excitedly. For this day, he waited for more than 3 years. It would be strange if he was not excited. Chapter 354. When the Galaxy battleship left the wormhole, there was a super large star system in front of them. The current Earth Federation continent plus the star system ring, and the outer stars have a diameter of only 23 billion kilometers. And the star system in front of them has a diameter of more than 500 billion kilometers. There are a total of 1,000 stars in the star system, and the remaining 3 million planets are all resource planets, and the entire planet is formed by special rare metals. In other words, the star system in front of them is completely a huge natural supply base. What surprised Xiang Qian the most was that all the planets in the star system in front of him were stationary. There was no revolution or rotation, just like rows of goods on a shelf, waiting for people to pick them up. Can you imagine 1,000 stars hanging side by side in front of you? Can you imagine more than 1 million planets densely packed in front of you? Can you imagine 3,000 planets surrounding a star, like a pattern on floor tiles, especially 1,000 such floor tiles appearing in front of you? Now Xiang Qian saw such an amazing scene. Not only Xiang Qian himself, but everyone looked at it stupidly after seeing the scene on the big screen, and they didn't know how to describe the scene in front of them. After a while, everyone came back to their senses. Xiang Qian was also surprised and immediately issued an order to collect resources. Now the Earth Federation has prepared 200 sets of star capture equipment. After Xiang Qian issued the order, more than 20 million large-scale spacecraft took off with various parts of the star capture equipment and began to capture the star metal hanging in front of them. These large-scale component spacecraft are specially developed for capturing stars. The efficiency of the component equipment is more than 5 times that of other spacecraft, which greatly shortens the time of capturing stars. At the same time, there are more resource-collecting spacecraft to collect various special rare metals to make up for the various consumptions in the past 1,000 years. For a time, everyone in the Earth Federation began to get busy, and the peaceful life of 1,000 years was completely over. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed, and the 200 sets of star capture equipment prepared by the Earth Federation have been consumed. Now all equipment manufacturers are working overtime to produce, but they still can't keep up with the speed of capturing stars. Shinkong, how much have we replenished? Xiang Qian asked Shinkong. Boss, the supplies have been replenished, but the energy has only been replenished to 63%. When will the civilized races in the rear reach here through the wormhole? There are still 97 years. Calculate, at the current speed, how many stars will we have in 20 years? About 630. Hurry up, wait at most another 20 years, and leave here immediately after 20 years. Okay, boss. While the Earth Federation was busy collecting supplies, the civilized races following the Earth Federation were getting anxious. According to the detector scan, 10 years after the Earth Federation entered the wormhole, they finally discovered that the Earth Federation's galaxy battleship disappeared. There is another wormhole where the Earth Federation disappeared. Now even a fool knows that the Earth Federation has entered the wormhole. How can they remain calm? They can't wait to get to the front of the wormhole. The problems that the Earth Federation think tank can think of can also be thought of by other civilized races. So these civilized races have already thought that the Earth Federation is plundering resources behind the wormhole, and their hearts are bleeding. Without seeing the amount of those resources, they are not at ease at all. Although they don't believe that the Earth Federation can pack up all the resources and take them away, they don't think that those resources will be used a lot. According to the routine of the rules of the universe, those resources are definitely not enough for all civilized races to share equally, so there will definitely be a war at that time. Especially for the first-tier civilizations behind the Earth Federation, the second-tier civilizations behind them were not left behind by much. It is definitely impossible for them to collect resources as peacefully as the Earth Federation. So they are more anxious than Xiangqin now, and they can't wait to fly over. 1,000 years have passed, and the navigation speed of all civilizations has reached the critical point of 200 times the speed of light. It is impossible to open up the distance like at the beginning. In other words, the distance between civilizations has been constant now, and even if you want to leave the civilization behind you, you have no chance. Days passed one by one, and soon 20 years had passed. The Earth Federation set out on a journey again, with 750 stars. The citizens of the Earth Federation, who had been busy for 30 years, could finally enjoy a relaxed life. 97 years later, fleets of hundreds of civilizations passed through the wormhole one after another. When they saw the many planets hanging in front of them, they were stunned for a long time, and then these hundreds of civilizations began to plunder millions of resource planets. For more than 700 civilizations, these planets in front of them were enough for them to replenish resources. All the more than 700 civilizations in the first echelon did not have any wars, and they were actively collecting resources there. But as time goes by, more and more civilized races pass through the wormhole, and the atmosphere between civilized races becomes more and more tense. However, when the number of civilized races is less than 5,000, although everyone is wary of each other, no war has occurred. After all, their main purpose is to collect enough resources, not to eliminate other civilized races. But when the number of civilized races exceeds 5,000, the resources in front of them are a bit tight. In fact, at this time, if everyone can discuss and distribute them equally, let alone 5,000 civilized races, even 10,000 civilized races will be enough. After all, the civilizations like the Earth Federation that need stars as a power source are still a minority of the minority. Basically, all civilizations still use energy from material conversion. The energy converted from special rare metals is much higher than the energy converted from general materials. In addition, these civilizations only need to drive the civilization and fleet to sail, so the energy consumption is not as large as that of the Earth Federation. Millions of planets, formed by special rare metals, are enough for everyone to replenish. But in this universe, who would complain that their civilization's energy reserves are insufficient? Therefore, even after running 200,000 light years, and the energy reserves are sufficient, these civilizations continue to collect supplies. The more they go back, the more intense the bullying becomes. 15 years later, when more than 7,000 civilizations pass through the wormhole and start snatching resources, the war finally breaks out. At this time, the civilizations in the first echelon have already collected supplies, and after seeing the war break out, they leave immediately. There are also some civilized races that started to move when they saw the first echelon of civilized races leaving. Although their material reserves are not as much as the first echelon, they are enough for them to travel 200,000 light years. Now all civilized races have reached a consensus that there should be such a wormhole and supply galaxy every 200,000 light years. So they left quickly now, and when they arrived at the next supply area, they could grab more supplies, and there was no need to get stuck in the quagmire of war here. Everyone has these thoughts, but there are not many civilized races that can really leave in this way. There are only more than 4,000 civilized races in total. Even if other civilized races know, they have to collect enough supplies before leaving, otherwise they will be stranded before they sail for less than 200,000 light years. After these more than 4,000 civilized races left, the war that had just started subsided again. Everyone was busy dividing up the territories that left the civilization, so there was no time to continue fighting. In this way, the civilizations left in batches and arrived in batches. When more than 100,000 civilizations left, all the planets in the resource zone were plundered, leaving only 75 stars hanging there alone. The other special rare metal planets have all disappeared. The civilizations that arrived later, without special rare metal planets to replenish, could only begin to absorb the energy of the stars. At this time, even if they wanted to take the stars with them, they had to ask the thousands of civilizations around them if they were willing. Therefore, each civilization can only stay around the star and absorb the star's energy based on its own ability. However, the energy of these 75 stars is not endless. Under the absorption of countless warships of more than 100,000 civilizations, they soon became red giants and their energy was exhausted. After the energy of a star was completely absorbed and a supernova explosion occurred, the war for energy finally began. Among the 100,000 civilizations, the reserve energy of most civilizations can only travel hundreds of thousands of light years, and cannot reach the location of the third wormhole at all. So even if they don't choose to fight to the death, they have to fight to the death. Think about how terrifying it is to have more than 100,000 civilizations, and tens of billions of warships erupting together. Even if the Earth Federation is here, it can't withstand the attack of so many civilizations. In order to survive, these civilizations will immediately grab the wreckage of warships in the universe to decompose into energy after destroying a civilization. It took more than 50 years for this huge war to end. More than 30,000 civilizations died in this war. The remaining more than 70,000 civilizations, after digesting the wreckage of the warships of these civilizations, finally managed to gather enough energy to reach a wormhole. But now these more than 70,000 civilizations know that even if they reach the next wormhole, the resources there have been plundered by the previous civilizations, so when they reach the next wormhole, it is the time for their next war to begin. There is no other way. Without resources, they can only plunder the resources of other civilizations, otherwise they can't even reach the next wormhole. All the civilizations that left before saw this tragic war. The demise of 30,000 civilizations at one time made all the civilizations feel a chill in their hearts. Even Xiongqian is no exception. In such a situation, the strength of the Earth Federation cannot protect itself, but will become the target of all civilizations. Under such circumstances, needless to say, all civilizations began to prepare for the rapid grabbing of resources at the next resource point. Chapter 355. In the next 1,000 years, the Earth Federation manufactured 300 sets of star capture equipment. It is not that they cannot manufacture more, but even if they pack up and take away all the 1,000 stars, it is meaningless. Because the more stars they take away, the more energy they consume at 200 times the speed of light. Before, the Earth Federation abandoned a star every 60 years, and now the Earth Federation abandons a star every 35 years. You don't need to calculate to know the difference. So there is no point in bringing so many stars. It is a complete waste. And this time when Xiongqian asked the starry sky to abandon the star, he did not detonate the star, but just let the star die on its own in the universe. If any civilization race behind wants to absorb the remaining energy of this star, there is no problem at all. Xiongqian did not set any password locks. As long as the equipment is connected, the energy can be transmitted. This is not because Xiongqian is kind, but because he is afraid of being hated. Now that the Earth Federation is prepared, plus there is a time gap of nearly 100 years with the first echelon, the Earth Federation is fully capable of taking away more than 50% of the supply resources. But the consequence of doing so is that it will offend all the civilized races in the Milky Way, and more than 50% of the civilized races will perish because they cannot get resources in the third wormhole. Xiongqian can't do such a thing, especially after witnessing the war in which more than 30,000 civilized races were exterminated. So 1,000 years later, when the Earth Federation arrived at the supply point of the third wormhole, it only brought 300 stars and 50 special rare metal planets. However, at this resource point, the number of stars has become 800, and the number of special rare metal planets has become 2.6 million. After seeing this situation, Xiongqian knew that the next war would definitely be much more tragic than the previous resource point. After all, at the previous wormhole resource point, most civilizations still had the energy reserves they carried when they set out from the Milky Way. But at this resource point, after sailing 400,000 light years, the energy reserves that most civilizations carried when they set out have basically been consumed. Therefore, If sufficient materials cannot be replenished at this resource point, many civilized races will not be able to reach the next wormhole. The Earth Federation only took 12 years to replenish all the materials at this supply point, and then set off immediately. If you don't want to get involved in that tragic war, you must maintain your advantage. Fortunately, the Earth Federation's current advantage is very obvious. As long as there are no unexpected situations, the Earth Federation can maintain its advantage all the way until it reaches the Andromeda Galaxy. When the Earth Federation passed through 3 wormholes and collected all resources and set off, the more than 4,000 civilizations in the first echelon were actively preparing. That war made the first echelon of civilizations terrified. All the research and construction in the 1,000 years of sailing were all centered around the theme of how to collect resources faster. It can be said that except for the last echelon, all civilizations were thinking about this issue. Decades later, when all the first-tier civilizations passed through the wormhole and saw the reduced number of resources, they immediately began to frantically collect resources. Inside the Hope Alliance, the man in black also showed admiration after seeing the number of resource planets taken away by the Earth Federation. He didn't expect that the Earth Federation really only brought so little supplies. If it were other civilizations, the supplies they brought would definitely be 3 or 4 times more. As the only person who knows what will happen when arriving at the Andromeda Galaxy, he is actually the one who least wants the civilizations in the Milky Way to die out. So even if Xiang Qian destroyed many warships of the Hope Alliance, he did not let the Hope Alliance collect too many resources at the first resource point, as long as they were enough to sail 200,000 kilometers. But among all the civilized races in the entire Milky Way, only he thought so. The other civilized races in the first echelon wanted to take away all the resources. For such a situation, he had no reason to stop it even if he wanted to. So he could only pray that after reaching the Andromeda Galaxy, there would not be only a few thousand civilized races in the Milky Way, otherwise something would happen. Although the man in black hated the Earth Federation, he still agreed with the Earth Federation's approach. If the Earth Federation had not set out immediately this time, he would have thought that the Earth Federation also knew what would happen when it arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy. But judging from the actions of the Earth Federation did not know that news. As for the Prophet, he could not predict the news of the blockage of the universe's operating rules. Therefore, the Earth Federation's subconscious action of reducing the collection of materials made the man in black admire it. 10 years later, the resources of more than 4,000 civilizations in the first echelon were collected, and more than 200,000 resource planets and 200 stars were taken away by the first echelon. Of the next 100,000 civilizations, only 80,000 civilizations got barely enough supplies to leave the resource point. The remaining 20,000 civilizations only got a little bit of fur. So these 20,000 civilizations can only wait for the arrival of the last batch of 70,000 civilizations. These 20,000 civilizations reached an agreement to form a group to plunder the next 70,000 civilizations. 50 years later, when the last batch of 70,000 civilizations just passed through the wormhole, they were attacked and stunned. However, when the last 70,000 civilizations saw that there were no resource planets in front of the wormhole, they also launched a crazy attack. At this time, everyone knew that only by destroying other civilizations could the survival of their own race be guaranteed. It was another tragic war, even more tragic than the last one. More than 40,000 civilizations were destroyed, and the remaining civilizations were not much better. Many civilization flagships were seriously damaged. So far, more than 200,000 civilizations from the Milky Way have been wiped out after passing through the third wormhole, leaving 150,000 civilizations. At this time, only 3/5 of the journey has been completed. Excluding the last 2 wormholes, there is still a distance of 400,000 light-years that all civilizations need to run by themselves. According to the current situation, it would be a blessing if there are 100,000 civilizations that can reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Time passed slowly. When the Earth Federation flew to the 4th wormhole, inside a prehistoric relic of the Large Magellanic Cloud, the mysterious Mancaria, who had tested Xiang Qian and also given Xiang Qian countless scientific and technological information, was watching the actions of the Earth Federation on the big screen. After a while, the big screen changed to the image of the man in black inside the flagship of the Hope Alliance. The controller of the Holy Light Civilization, the madman who dared to betray the Universal Guardian Alliance, ended up in such a situation. It's really pitiful. But no matter how pitiful you are, it has nothing to do with me, as long as you don't disrupt my plan. I know you want to make trouble for Xiang Qian, but unfortunately, you probably don't have a chance. The crazy people in the Universal Guardian Alliance will not let you go. You want to fight against the entire Universe Guardian Alliance by yourself. I don't know where you get so much courage. How many level 8 civilizations want to fight against the Universe Guardian Alliance, but now they are hiding obediently? You are the only one who is powerful, and other level 8 civilizations are fools. Don't you think that if the Universe Guardian Alliance is so easy to deal with, so many level 8 civilizations will dig holes and hide like rats? The hope of breakthrough does not lie with us, but with human civilization. The idiot of the first-generation prophet leaked such an important prophecy, which resulted in the human civilization of more than a dozen epochs being secretly destroyed by the Universe Guardian Alliance before breaking through to level 7. It's a pity. But this time, I want to try. Aren't you the Cosmic Guardian Alliance awesome? Even if I can't destroy you, I disgust you. Little guy, this is the last help I can give you, you must grasp it well, Carius said to himself while looking at the screen. When he finished speaking, a huge pressure descended, and the small universe he was in was instantly annihilated into nothingness, and even he himself disappeared in the three-dimensional universe. Chapter 356. When the fierce battle at the third wormhole resource point ended, Xiang Qian sighed and turned off the big screen. Shinkong, is there any progress in the research of the space laboratory? Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Boss, the space laboratory is currently conducting large-scale simulation experiments inside the Wisdom. There has been some progress in the gravity tunnel, but it is still a long way from accommodating galaxy battleships. In addition, the space collapse bomb has been studied. After 1 million simulation experiments, the success rate is 99.8%. Xiang Qian nodded after listening, and then said, well, let them make a space collapse bomb first, and then conduct a lit-fire experiment when the next star is abandoned. By the way, let all laboratories in various disciplines submit scientific research projects for the next 300 years. After you have completed the statistics, give them to me. Okay, boss. After the image of the starry sky disappeared, Xiang Qian closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, looking through various black technology drawings in his mind. The two wormholes that humans have experienced so far have flown across a distance of 400,000 light-years and consumed 2,000 years, but the technological level has not yet reached the late stage of the fourth-level civilization. However, in the past 2,000 years, the level 4 early civilization has been completely consolidated. Now in his mind, there are more than 10 million drawings of race-specific technology. All these drawings are formed by integrating the technology of several disciplines. Even the drawings of the level 4 early are much better than the drawings of the level 4 early of a single discipline. For example, if a piece of mechanical equipment uses a single drawing of the mechanical discipline, then the materials used in this equipment will definitely not be as good as the materials of the same equipment of the basic material discipline. On the contrary, the equipment of basic materials disciplines is not as perfect as the mechanical dynamics discipline. But if the two advantages of mechanical disciplines and basic materials disciplines are combined, so that the equipment has both perfect mechanical structure and durable and strong materials, then the equipment produced by combining the advantages of the two disciplines is definitely better than the equipment of a single discipline. Now Xiang Qian is looking at the drawings that all combine the advantages of multiple disciplines. Although the technological level of these equipment drawings is only the fourth level early civilization, in terms of practicality, they are much better than the single discipline equipment of the fourth level midterm. Through the special subject drawings in his mind, Xiang Qian can understand the current scientific research progress of the Earth Federation very well. If there is a problem with the research progress of a subject, he can know it at the first time. So when Xiang Qian is free, he will look through the various drawings in his mind, and sometimes he will take out the drawings to let Shinkong compare with the equipment currently used by the Earth Federation. After a while, when Xiang Qian looked at the fourth-level midterm technology drawings, Shinkong's figure appeared again. Master, Dandan has something to tell you, do you agree? Dandan, what's the matter with it? I asked it to follow Lung Ning. Why is it looking for me for no reason? Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, and said strangely. I don't know. It said it has something important to tell you right away. Okay, let it log into the office network directly. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said. Soon, Dandan's figure appeared on the screen, but its usual playful expression had disappeared, and was replaced by a heavy expression, which looked very funny with its round body. Dandan, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiang Qian asked. Master, my main body has died. Before it died, it sent a message. The content of the message is, before reaching the Andromeda planet, you must reach the peak of the fourth level civilization, otherwise you will be in danger. This is all I can do for you in the end. I hope you can lead mankind to become a 7th level civilization, Lin. When Xiang Qian saw this message, you can imagine how shocked he was. Of course, Xiang Qian knew who Lin was. Until now, he still remembers the prehistoric ruins, so when he saw this message, he was really shocked. He didn't expect that at this time, the mysterious Mr. Lin could still send him a message. Wait, there is a question, Xiang Qian suddenly said. Dandan, is your main body the main brain in that small universe? Yes, master. Then why did the main brain die? I don't know. After receiving this message, Dandan felt that the restrictions on the main body's intelligence core disappeared, so I knew that the main body was dead. Only after the main body dies, can a copy program like me become an independent individual, Dandan said frustratedly. Isn't it good to become an independent individual? Why do you look so frustrated? Xiang Qian asked curiously. It's good, but the main body is like a parent to copies like us, so... Woo woo woo. Dandan started crying before he finished speaking. I'm sorry, Xiang Qian said helplessly. But at this time, he was not concerned about the death of Dandan's main body, but the content of this message. Since the mysterious Mr. Lin could send this message to Dandan, and make Dandan feel the death of the main body, it means that he knows the current situation of the Earth Federation. It also proves that this message was just sent, and was not hidden and stored in Dandan's intelligent core before. In this case, it means that the current strength of the Earth Federation cannot cope with the crisis after arriving in the Andromeda Galaxy. Although the Earth Federation has fewer affiliated races now, the strength of the Earth Federation is definitely not bad. Even among all the civilizations in the Milky Way, the Earth Federation ranks at the top. Especially now, the Earth Federation has always been ranked first. Every time it passes through a wormhole, it can get enough resources to replenish its combat power. With such strength, it is dangerous after reaching the Andromeda Galaxy, so the danger level of the Andromeda Galaxy is definitely nightmare level. And the information said that the technology level has been raised to the peak of the 4th level civilization. That means that the danger level of the Andromeda Galaxy does not exceed the response range of the 4th level civilization, which means that there will be no enemies of the 5th level civilization. Then, with the strength of the Earth Federation's multidisciplinary integration and the galaxy warships, after reaching the peak of the 4th level civilization, the Earth Federation can completely deal with any 4th level civilization except the 5th level civilization. Even if 100 or 80 4th level civilizations attack the Earth Federation together, it will be useless. Shinkong asked the Academy of Sciences to estimate how long it will take for the Earth Federation's technology level to reach the peak of the 4th level civilization. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Chapter 357. After Shinkong's figure disappeared, Xiang Qian said to Dandan, Dandan, under what circumstances will your main body die? It is basically impossible to die. After all, my main body is part of the laws of the entire microcosm. Unless the old master changes the laws of the microcosm, the main body will not die. Of course, if the microcosm is destroyed, the main body will definitely die. But the microcosm has the old master inside, so it is impossible to destroy it, so the old master should have abandoned the main body. Whoa! After coming to this conclusion, Dandan cried even more sadly. After listening to Dandan's words, Xiang Qian began to think. Logically speaking, the mysterious Mr. Lin should not harm him. Of course, this is not absolute. It's just that theoretically, there is no benefit for the other party to harm him, and there is no need to waste this time and energy. Even if they wanted to harm him, they could have done it as early as the Large Magellanic Cloud. Why wait until now? Then why did the other party cut off the connection between Dandan and the main body? It makes no sense. Is it to reassure him, tell him that he will no longer monitor him in the future, or what other meaning? If the other party caused the destruction of the microcosm because of reminding him, Xiang Qian thought about it, and put it aside. The other party is not Lei Feng. How could he destroy the microcosm just to remind him? That is simply unrealistic. He would not do this if he were in his place, unless the other party had other intentions, in which case he would have to think about it carefully. After a while, Shinkong's figure appeared again. Boss, according to the Academy of Sciences estimate, it will take at least 5,000 years for the technological level to reach the peak of the 4th level civilization. At least 5,000 years. Now it is still 1 million light-years away from the Andromeda Galaxy. According to the calculation that there is a wormhole every 200,000 light-years, there should be 3 wormholes ahead. In this way, it only takes 3,000 years for the Earth Federation to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. However, 3,000 years is not enough to raise the technological level to the peak of the 4th level civilization, so it will be dangerous to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Then the only way is to fly directly, without going through the wormhole. The resources collected by the Earth Federation are not enough to fly to the Andromeda Galaxy, so it needs to reach the resource point again and replenish enough materials to travel 800,000 light-years before it can fly directly to the Andromeda Galaxy from the next resource point. In this way, it takes 1,000 years to fly to the next wormhole now, and 4,000 years to fly to the next 800,000 light-years, which adds up to exactly 5,000 years. This is the same as the time calculated by the Academy of Sciences. So does it mean that the mysterious Mr. Lin has taken the speed of the Earth Federation's scientific research into account and sent him a message at this time? If this is the case, then all the secrets of the Earth Federation are not secrets to the other party, otherwise it would be impossible to calculate the time so accurately. Starry Sky, notify the equipment department to manufacture 600 sets of star capture devices within 1,000 years, and at the same time manufacture super-large planet crushing equipment and special rare metal collection equipment. After reaching the next resource point, my requirement is to capture 600 stars and collect resources from 100,000 special rare metal planets within 20 years. Xiang Qian said seriously. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he notified Lung Ning to take Dandan away, and then went to the Academy of Sciences in person. He wanted to cut off some useless and resource-consuming research projects, and focus on improving the level of science and technology. Although cutting off those promising research projects made the scientists in charge of various projects very depressed. However, under Xiang Qian's deception, it was heard that if the peak technology level of the 4th level civilization could not be reached within 5,000 years, the Earth Federation would be in danger of being destroyed. The scientists didn't say anything, and returned to their respective research centers, gathering all their strength to start scientific research. After persuading the scientists, Xiang Qian began to make adjustments in other aspects. For example, the issue of upgrading their equipment and the manufacture of war weapons were all adjusted. In terms of the tilt of resources, the strategic direction began to increase. As Xiang Qian issued various instructions, the stable atmosphere of the Earth Federation could be a little tense. Even ordinary people have begun to consciously strengthen military training and no longer watch entertainment programs idly. It can be said that the Earth Federation has entered a state of war preparedness without knowing it, but it is not as tense as during the war. Days passed one by one, and soon the Earth Federation reached the 3rd wormhole. Also, for the sake of safety, the detector was launched first, but Xiang Qian's mood was different at this time. Because at this resource point, the Earth Federation had to replenish enough materials to travel 800,000 light-years, and the time could not be too long, which was really a test for the Earth Federation. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. After receiving the signal sent back by the detector, the Galaxy warship quickly entered the wormhole. After passing through the wormhole and arriving at the resource point, hundreds of millions of spaceships flew out from the Earth Federation. These spaceships carried various equipment and began to frantically collect resources. After seeing the resource point with only 600 stars and 2.2 million resource planets on the big screen, Xiang Qian also sighed deeply. This time, the Earth Federation's supplies are much more than the previous 2 times, which also means that the supplies that the civilizations and races behind will wait for will be much less. So the final resource war will definitely be more tragic. Although Xiang Qian didn't want to see all this, the Earth Federation had no ability to help them now. In order to survive, the Earth Federation could only take away all the stars. This supply took more than 20 years. All 600 stars were placed outside the star system ring, forming a formation force field with the Galaxy warships. And the resources of more than 100,000 resource planets were also pushed to the back of the Earth Federation continent and integrated with the Steel City on the back. Zhang Ying, predict whether these materials are enough for the Earth Federation to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiang Qian confirmed it for the last time before setting off. No problem, these resources are enough. Zhang Ying quickly replied. Then, the Earth Federation will set off. There are more than 800 stars hanging outside the Galaxy battleship. After starting, when the Earth Federation just reached 200 times the speed of light, it has consumed 1/50th of the energy of a star. When the first echelon of thousands of civilized races reached the resource point through the wormhole, more than 70 years later, they were stunned by the empty holes in the middle of countless special rare metal planets. After counting carefully, the Earth Federation actually took away 600 stars and more than 100,000 resource planets. When they collapsed the most, the Earth Federation did not even leave them a star, which was simply crazy. The man in black was speechless after seeing such a scene. Chapter 358. No one expected that the Earth Federation would be so ruthless this time, packing up all the stars and taking them away without leaving any behind. However, the more this happened, the more these civilized races had to hurry up. Otherwise, when the later civilized races arrived and found that there were not enough resources, they might also be dragged into the quagmire of war. While all the civilized races were racing against time to collect resources, the man in black was thinking about the purpose of the Earth Federation doing this. Logically speaking, the Earth Federation does not need so many resources, but it took so many resources away. Did the Earth Federation know what it would face after reaching the Andromeda Galaxy? There is no need to collect so many supplies at this time. If the situation of the Andromeda Galaxy was known, the most important thing now would be to seize the initiative, collect all the supplies when reaching the last resource point, and then slowly fly to the Andromeda Galaxy. But now the Earth Federation's actions are more like collecting all the supplies at once, and not going to the next resource point. This behavior puzzled the man in black, who didn't understand what the Earth Federation was doing. Could it be that the Earth Federation saw that the Milky Way team was not doing well, and was ready to run to the teams of other galaxies? But that was not right. The direction of the Earth Federation's progress had not changed at all. The man in black thought of countless possibilities in his mind in an instant, but none of them was in line with the actual situation. As for the idea that the Earth Federation would never pass through the wormhole again in the next journey, it never appeared in the mind of the man in black. After all, the possibility was too low. Time passed slowly, and after the civilizations ahead collected resources and left, the civilizations behind broke out into another fierce war. However, this time, some civilizations did not enter the wormhole, but waited in front of the wormhole when they knew they could not win. There were quite a few of these civilizations, all of which were damaged or almost exhausted, and relied entirely on the genetic nuclear power source inside the flagship of the civilization. These civilizations had basically given up, and the Andromeda Galaxy was too far away for them. Without enough energy, what can you use to fight with other civilizations? Other civilizations don't need to defeat you. Even if they can fight to consume you, they can't beat them. Even if they pass through the wormhole, they are just sending resources to other civilizations. So these civilizations don't enter the wormhole at all. Let those civilizations that still have ambitions fight. They just want to wait quietly for the time of 10,000 years to come, and don't think about anything else. In this way, when the war of the fourth wormhole ended, the number of civilizations that continued to advance was only a little more than 100,000. Just like that, another 1,000 years passed, and a wormhole appeared in front of the Galaxy battleship again. However, this time the Galaxy battleship did not enter the wormhole, but directly passed by the wormhole at the edge of the wormhole and flew directly over. In the next 4,000 years, the Earth Federation will not replenish resources. When the Earth Federation replenishes resources again, it will reach the Andromeda Galaxy. After 1,000 years of sailing, the technological level of the Earth Federation has reached the late stage of the fourth level civilization. This speed is not slow for the Earth Federation. You should know that starting from the fourth level civilization, the content of a single subject has become very complex. It is unrealistic to want to advance as quickly as the first and second level civilizations before. Even if a certain technology has reached the peak of the fourth level civilization, but other technologies are still in the early stage of the fourth level, then the technology level is still the early stage of the fourth level. Only when the entire subject is improved as a whole can it be considered an improvement in the technology level. Xiang Qian pays attention to the technological development of the Earth Federation every day. When there is a breakthrough in any subject, he will appear at the first time to understand the specific situation. In the blink of an eye, time has come to the year 4735 of the new era. In this year, the Academy of Sciences proposed the theory of the unified force field of the universe. The theory of the unified force field of the universe is a scientific theory formed by adding repulsion and space distortion force on the basis of the grand unified theory. The theory proposes that the first few basic forces exist under the influence of space distortion force. In other words, if these basic forces can be integrated with the space distortion force, then the Earth Federation can master the complete force of space. Unfortunately, this theory is only a guideline. There is no hope to unify all the basic forces. In the year 5233 of the new era, human biological researchers led by Lung Ning and the Research Center of the Green Star Civilization developed a triple helix gene chain cell division drug. After the development of this drug, it means that even ordinary people can live for 20,000 years. In the year 5684 of the new era, the Space Research Center published a paper, which proposed the theory that dimension determines speed. If the length, width, and height of the three-dimensional space are infinitely stretched from the point at which they are separated, 3 infinitely long lines will be formed. When countless points extend 3 lines outward, the entire universe is an extremely huge net which can be called space. Then it can be said that 3 lines form a space. These 3 lines are separated, and each line is a dimension, that is, 1 dimension. 2 lines combined together are 2-dimensional, and 3 lines combined together are 3-dimensional. When the speed of light reaches 200 times the speed of light, this is the limit of the speed that 3-dimensional space can accommodate. Once the speed exceeds 200 times the speed of light, the space will collapse. What is space collapse? It means that 1 or 2 of the 3 lines are broken, and the space collapses. After space collapse, the 3 lines of the 3-dimensional space have been broken, and the remaining may be 1 or 2 lines. At this time, the space falls from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions, and the huge energy that explodes must collapse inward. This is also why when the speed exceeds 200 times the speed of light, the huge energy of space collapse cannot be resisted by the Earth Federation at all. So based on this reason, can we say that the speed of 3-dimensional space has an upper limit, and this upper limit is not due to technology, but physical rules? If this is the case, then there is no need to develop engines that are more than 200 times the speed of light. Because a curvature engine that exceeds 200 times the speed of light is beyond the physical upper limit and is impossible to appear. Therefore, the development direction of engines that are more than 200 times the speed of light is no longer the curvature direction, but the dimension direction. If the Galaxy battleship can move in 4 dimensions at this time, then the upper limit of the physical rules of 3-dimensional space will not have any impact on the Earth Federation. Of course, it is also possible to move in 2 dimensions. In this case, the 3 lines in 3-dimensional space will not resonate when moving in 2 dimensions. Even if the speed exceeds 200 times the speed of light, it will not cause space collapse. As soon as this paper came out, the entire Earth Federation scientific community was like a major earthquake. Discussions between several schools of thought took place almost every day. Anyway, there were all kinds of discussions. In the end, it was Xiang Qian who stopped the big discussion among several schools of thought. Because with the current level of technology in the Earth Federation, it is impossible to prove the authenticity of the theories of several schools, so it is a waste of time to discuss it further. In the year 6113 of the new era, the Center for Cosmic Research published another paper, which pointed out the relationship between particles, dimensions, and the expansion of the universe. As early as the Earth era, S-theory explained the relationship between particles and dimensions. However, when technology reached the late stage of level 4 civilization, we found that this connection is real and very powerful. Elementary particles can affect matter, and changes in matter will trigger a series of effects in reality. If the 11-dimensional universe is divided into 11 levels, it can be found that the higher the dimensional space, the smaller the mysterious particles. Perhaps that particle is the legendary spiritual power particle and soul particle. The birth of human beings may be the formation of souls from high-dimensional space, and then the souls affect low-dimensional space, and finally form human beings in the 3-dimensional universe. Since the birth of human beings may be affected by high-dimensional space, the expansion of the universe may also be directly affected by high-dimensional space. The current universe is an 11-dimensional universe, so before the Big Bang, the universe may have existed in 12 dimensions, but the 12 dimensions changed for unknown reasons, affecting the other 11 dimensions, and finally formed the current universe in 3-dimensional space. This paper naturally caused a stir in the scientific community. In this case, Xiang Qian could only helplessly follow behind and serve the major research centers to avoid affecting the normal progress of scientific research. Time passed quickly, and when the time reached 6735, something happened that shocked the entire Earth Federation. That is, the Earth Federation actually saw fleets of other civilized races in the Milky Way 1,000 light-years away, and those fleets had just left the wormhole. In other words, the current location of the Earth Federation is behind the last wormhole exit of the Andromeda Galaxy. There is nothing wrong with this location. The Earth Federation has not passed through a wormhole. After sailing in the void of the universe for 4,000 years, it is still more than 200,000 light-years away from the Andromeda Galaxy. There is nothing surprising about finding the exit of the last wormhole in front. This is normal. But the problem is that the Earth Federation sailed for 4,000 years to get here, while other civilized races in the Milky Way got here after passing through 2 wormholes. The 2 wormholes can save those civilizations 2,000 years, so at this time, they should have already reached the Andromeda Galaxy. But the fact is not so. After 2,000 years of sailing and passing through 2 wormholes, the time when these civilizations arrived here was the same as the time when the Earth Federation arrived here. So where did the 2,000 years of time of other civilizations in the Milky Way go? Was it eaten by the wormhole? Chapter 359. Xiang Qian looked at the civilized races on the screen that rushed out of the wormhole and arrived at the resource point to frantically collect resources. One can imagine the shock in his heart. Such a situation did not occur at the exit of the previous wormhole. When the Earth Federation arrived at the exit of the previous wormhole, the resource planet there had been emptied. The only thing that could be seen at that time was the tiny fragments of the warships after the tragic battle in the void of the universe. According to the time calculation, at that time, all the civilized races in the Milky Way had left 1,000 years in advance. But here, how did the Earth Federation catch up again? This situation made Xiang Qian very speechless. Originally, he wanted other civilized races in the Milky Way to explore the Andromeda galaxy to see if there were any dangers there, but he didn't expect the final result to be like this. However, this situation is also correct. If other civilized races in the Milky Way are really allowed to reach the Andromeda galaxy first, it would be unfair to them. After all, the first to reach the Andromeda galaxy means the most danger. Therefore, the rules of the universe's operation directly erase these 2,000 years through the wormhole, which is fair to everyone. Of course, it may be a bit unfair to the Earth Federation, because the Earth Federation can't grab the resources at the wormhole exit resource point, so it is still the Earth Federation that suffers. Starry Sky, turn off the engine and enter the inertial flight state. Xiang Qian said to the Starry Sky. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian reduced the number of galaxy battleships in order not to participate in the subsequent tragic war. It is estimated that after seeing the Earth Federation, those civilized races will definitely join forces to attack the Earth Federation, because the resources owned by the Earth Federation are enough to feed hundreds of civilized races. Xiang Qian is not afraid of these civilized races. With the current strength of the Earth Federation, even if so many civilized races attack the Earth Federation together, although they cannot defeat it, they will definitely be able to escape. But who is willing to participate in the war for no reason, and have nothing to do after eating? So Xiang Qian plans to wait until those civilized races finish fighting, and then follow them, and before reaching the Andromeda galaxy, he will never be the first to stand out, just follow behind the main force. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed, and the war Xiang Qian was waiting for did not happen, which surprised him very much. Since the resource point star system was generated by the rules of the universe, no matter what kind of detector could detect that space, Xiang Qian could not know that the resources inside the last resource point were simply endless, and all civilizations did not need to fight for them. So what was the need to fight? In this way, Xiang Qian waited for 50 years, until many civilizations had replenished their supplies, and began to fly towards the Andromeda galaxy, and then Xiang Qian ordered to move forward. When the Earth Federation arrived at the resource point, it was discovered that tens of thousands of civilizations were carrying out large-scale construction in the star system of the resource point. There were no less than 10,000 civilizations repairing the flagships of civilizations, and more were building warships. Xiang Qian was shocked when he saw the 100,000 stars, and more than 10,000 resource planets in front of him. He didn't expect that the last resource would not be given, and it was so extravagant. Isn't it a bit like the Last Supper? After all, he knew that the Andromeda galaxy was very dangerous, so the rules of the universe formed so many resources at the last resource point, which was the same as the last sumptuous dinner of the death row prisoner before being shot. Starry Sky. List all the resources needed to upgrade the galaxy battleships. Xiang Qian said to Starry Sky after looking at the big screen for a while. Okay, boss. Soon Starry Sky uploaded the information to the big screen. Xiang Qian took a quick look and asked Starry Sky to send the information down, so that the Earth Federation could collect resources according to the information. At the same time, Xiang Qian also ordered the equipment manufacturing department to start manufacturing star capture equipment. Since Xiang Qian had never thought that he could reach the resource point, the Earth Federation had no extra star capture equipment at all, and could only start manufacturing immediately. In this way, the Earth Federation stopped inside the resource point, and began to collect resources. Every few months, 1 or 2 civilized races would collect resources and leave. In this way, after 80 years, there were only more than 200 civilized races left in the entire resource point, and the Hope Alliance was among these 200 civilized races. At this time, the man in black could only order the Hope Alliance to leave. After all, he didn't want Xiang Qian to find out. Moreover, at this time, the Hope Alliance had built hundreds of millions of warships, and all preparations had been completed. It was not a good idea to stay. However, the man in black at this time already felt that the Earth Federation might really know what they would face after reaching the Andromeda galaxy. After the Hope Alliance left, other civilized races also left one after another. In the end, Only the Earth Federation remained in the entire resource point to collect resources. Xiang Qian didn't know what kind of danger he would face next, so he would never order the Earth Federation to set off before he was fully prepared. At the resource point, there was no shortage of resources, and no one to disturb them, which gave the Galaxy battleship an opportunity to upgrade as a whole. In the next 200 years, the Earth Federation began to upgrade the Galaxy battleships here, and scientists also worked tirelessly on scientific research. The current technological level of the Earth Federation is still in the late stage of the 4th level civilization, and there is still a distance from the peak of the 4th level civilization. It is extremely difficult for scientists to raise the technological level to the peak of the 4th level civilization within 1,000 years. Xiang Qian did not force it. After all, the technological level of the late 4th level civilization is enough to improve the performance of the Galaxy battleships. It's just that at the peak of the 4th level civilization, some hidden black technology drawings will appear, and those equipment can sometimes reach the level of the early stage of the 5th level civilization. However, the Earth Federation is a multidisciplinary development, and the fusion technology of the late 4th level civilization is relatively powerful, which is unmatched by other 4th level civilizations. Days passed one by one, and the Earth Federation stayed inside the resource point for 500 years. It was not until the overall upgrade and transformation of the Galaxy battleship was completed, and 1,000 stars were captured that Xiang Qian ordered to set off. At this time, inside the Andromeda Galaxy, where all civilizations in the Milky Way cannot scan, huge fleets are rushing to the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. If you count carefully, the number of warships heading from the Andromeda Galaxy to the edge of the galaxy has exceeded 200 billion. At the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, there are also planetary fortresses, more than 1 billion planetary fortresses at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, forming a huge defense line. And the major civilizations in the Milky Way know nothing about this. Chapter 360. The star systems on the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy have now become war fortresses, with countless warships flying out of star systems and forming formations in the cosmic void. In the cosmic void behind a dozen star systems, a huge warship directly 200,000 kilometers long appeared there. Around this giant warship, there are countless small and medium-sized warships guarding it, and countless warships shuttle around it. In the command hall of this giant warship, a man wearing a brocade robe, who looks exactly like a human except for an extra eye on his forehead, stood quietly in front of the porthole, looking at the countless warships around him. Your Highness, the 7th Area Command has just sent a request. They don't have enough energy crystals. They want to take a batch from us and return them to us after their rear supply fleet arrives. A woman without 3 eyes on her forehead walked to the porthole and said to the man, "How much energy crystal do we have in stock?" The man called His Highness asked calmly without turning around. "Your Highness, our energy crystal reserves are enough for the fleet to fight at full strength for 30 years. The woman answered without thinking. "Well, then lend them the energy crystal for 10 years. His Highness fell thought for a while before speaking. "Okay, Your Highness. But the Commander-in-Chief. I go talk to him." "You don't have to worry about it. Go down." "Yes, Your Highness." After a while, a 3-dimensional projection appeared beside Fel and said to him, "Dear Your Highness Fel, Commander Tanzan's asked you to come to the meeting room number 3 in 20 minutes. "Yes, I understand." Fel nodded and turned to walk towards the exit of the command hall. 20 minutes later, the interior of the number 3 conference hall was full of people, and everyone was quietly waiting for the person in the empty seat in the middle of the rostrum to arrive. Click. The door of the conference hall opened, and a middle-aged man with 3 eyes on his forehead strode in. If you look closely, you will find that 99% of the people in the entire conference room do not have a 3rd eye on their foreheads, and the only people with a 3rd eye on their foreheads in the entire conference hall are Commander Tanzan's, who just came in, and His Highness Fair, who sat on his left. A small number of people have only a shallow crack on their foreheads, and more people have nothing on their foreheads, which is completely different from humans. According to expectations, the enemies from the alien galaxy will arrive in 500 years at the shortest, and no more than 2,000 years at the longest. After 1,000 years of preparation, our defense line in the 6th district has been completely arranged. Next, I will assign the defense positions of each fleet. The defense area of the 1st fleet, the 2nd fleet, and the 3rd fleet is the number 1 star system, and in wartime, it is under the leadership of the number 1 star system War Zone Command. The 4th fleet, the 5th fleet, and the 6th fleet, the defense area is the number 2 star system, and they are under the leadership of the number 2 star system Theater Command during wartime. The 171st Fleet and the 172nd Fleet, the defense area is the 36 blank area. The remaining 28 fleets are mobile fleets and are directly led by the 6th Regional Coalition Command. If the following fleet has any opinions on my arrangements, you can raise them. If the reasons are reasonable, I will make arrangements. If you don't raise any questions now, then in the next battle, I hope all fleets will obey the command of the Coalition Command. Commander Tansangs finished speaking and looked around. All those who looked at him lowered their heads. Commander Tansangs, I want to know why His Highness Fair wants to mobilize 1/3 of the energy crystal inventory to the 7th area. These energy crystals are strategic materials for our 6th area. How can they be sent to the 7th area? A supervisor of the late-stage department of the 6th area spoke up. The next batch of energy crystals will be delivered in 10 years. It's okay to mobilize a batch to the 7th area. Their supply fleet encountered a space storm on the way, so they first mobilized a batch of energy crystals from us for the construction of the defense line. Whether it is our 6th district or the 7th district, we are fighting for the common enemy, and it is normal to help each other. If there is any problem with the defense line of the 7th district, it will not be a good thing for us, so His Highness Fair will mobilize energy crystals to the 7th district. Do you have any questions now? Commander Tansangs glanced at Fair beside him, and said lightly to the logistics director who asked the question. No problem, Commander Tansangs. The logistics director answered immediately after listening. Well, does anyone else have any questions? After a while, no one spoke. After seeing this situation, Tansangs immediately announced the adjournment of the meeting. After everyone left, His Highness Fair said to Commander Tansangs, Uncle, don't you want to ask me why we need to mobilize energy crystals to the 6th area? Tansangs turned his head and said to Fair with a smile, What is there to ask? No matter how many energy crystals are given to us, the defense line is destined to be untenable, so the more or less energy crystals make no difference to us, right? But, no buts. Tansangs said seriously, Fel, you must remember that you carry the heaviest mission of the Three-Eyed Clan. The prophesied moment has come, and we, the Three-Eyed Clan, have no choice. And as the only prince who has awakened the 2nd-level bloodline, you must shoulder your responsibilities. I know what you think, but you are here, and no matter what decision you make, it will not affect the development of the war. The future is already determined. No matter what efforts you make, it cannot be changed. What if we defend this front? Thel also said seriously. The Three-Eyed Tribe will obey your will in the future. Tansangs stared at Fel and said, Uncle, I'm going to arrange the defense. After looking at Tansangs for a while, Fel spoke and stood up. But when Fel walked to the door, he stopped and said without looking back, Uncle, I will let you know that the future can be changed. After Fel left, Tansangs said to himself, Silly child, if it was before, it might have been changed, but this time it is. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed. Among the civilizations in the Milky Way, those that left the last resource point first are about to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. However, when these civilizations were 10,000 light-years away from the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, a strange fluctuation occurred in the cosmic void, and all the flagships and ordinary warships of the civilizations were forced to withdraw from the curvature navigation. What's going on? Why did you withdraw from the curvature navigation? The patriarchs of the major civilizations shouted angrily. They were about to reach the Andromeda Galaxy, but why did they suddenly withdraw from the curvature engine? Chapter 361. After checking, these civilized races found that there was a special fluctuation in this space, which would make the space unstable. Under such a state, it was impossible to enter curvature navigation. After exiting curvature navigation, these civilizations became anxious. If they could not enter curvature navigation, it would take more than 10,000 years to fly a distance of 10,000 light-years, and all civilized races would be wiped out by then. After starting deep detection, these civilized races found that the race space fluctuations were not naturally formed, but were emitted by some spherical devices that were spread throughout the universe. The space fluctuations emitted by these spherical devices are not very strong, but after the waves emitted by countless spheres are superimposed and resonate, they will form huge space fluctuations that prohibit curvature navigation. After finding out the cause, these civilized races began to eliminate these devices with all their strength. These devices are very fragile, and can be blown up even with ordinary laser cannons. However, the number of these spherical devices is really too large, which can be called endless. In the cosmic void of 10,000 light-years near the Andromeda Galaxy, there is a spherical device every few million kilometers. After discovering this situation, all civilized races collapsed, because according to the current speed of removal, it was impossible to completely remove all these spherical devices, and there was simply not enough time. While these civilized races were anxiously removing the spherical devices, the Earth Federation was still advancing in the void of the universe. At this time, the Earth Federation was still 100,000 light-years away from the Andromeda Galaxy, so Xiang Qian had no idea what was happening at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, the Earth Federation also reached the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy. Boss, 10,000 light-years ahead of us, all civilized races have withdrawn from curvature navigation and are attacking something, but the distance is too far for us to detect. That day, Xingkong suddenly appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him, "Turn up the picture." Xiang Qian frowned and said, he didn't expect that there would be problems before he reached the Andromeda Galaxy. Soon, many civilized races appeared on the big screen, bursting out dense artillery fire and frantically attacking the universe. Because those spherical devices were too small, and the Earth Federation was too far away, they could not see those devices at all. They could only see countless warships frantically attacking the universe in front of them. Xingkong, contact the Hope Alliance immediately, and ask them what happened in front. Xiang Qian looked at it for a while, and said to Xingkong, "Okay, boss." The only thing Xiang Qian could be sure of now was that those civilized races were in trouble, and it was a big trouble. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. These civilized races set out more than 500 years earlier than the Earth Federation, but they are still here. If he could see the enemy, Xiang Qian would not be worried, but unfortunately, he could not see where the enemy was on the screen. He could only see all the civilized races attacking madly. A few days later, the Hope Alliance sent back a message, telling them all the situations they encountered, and also attached the information of the spherical devices. After Xiang Qian learned about this situation, he immediately asked the Academy of Sciences to start researching this spherical device. The conclusions reached by the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences are exactly the same as those reached by other civilized races, but scientists have no way to deal with this kind of space fluctuation. Except for destroying these spherical devices, there is no way to stop that kind of space fluctuation. This is the same as not putting out a fire, but preventing it from emitting heat. That is simply impossible. Has the technological level of this spherical device reached the 5th level of civilization? Xiang Qian asked in the center. No, we can also manufacture this kind of equipment now. The civilization race that manufactures this kind of equipment has the same technological level as us, which belongs to the late stage of 4th level civilization. At this time, Xiang Qian finally understood why the mysterious Mr. Lin sent a message, why the Earth Federation's technological level must reach the peak of 4th level civilization. Everyone is a late level 4th level civilization, and the Earth Federation cannot crack this device at all. At the current speed of destroying those devices, the remaining thousands of years will not be enough to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. Xingkong, exit curvature navigation and sail at a low consumption speed. Xiang Qian said to Xingkong immediately after giving the Academy of Sciences the order to crack that kind of fluctuation. Okay, boss. If we can't crack that kind of fluctuation now, it will be useless even if the Earth Federation reaches the front. Even if the Earth Federation helps everyone to clear those devices together, there is not enough time, so it is better to study the method of cracking that kind of fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, 300 years have passed. At this time, the civilizations ahead have cleared the spherical devices within a range of 1,500 light-years, but the distance to the Andromeda Galaxy is still a long way off. After so many years, all civilizations can only use the dumbest way to clear these devices. All civilizations have tried countless ways to offset that kind of space fluctuation, but all ended in failure. However, the Earth Federation has made a major breakthrough in the past 300 years. Now the laboratory can already perform curvature navigation at 10 times the speed of light under that kind of space fluctuation. That is to say, the Earth Federation is no longer in danger, and it only takes 1,000 years to reach the Andromeda Galaxy. However, Xiang Qian did not intend to let the Earth Federation go directly. It was definitely not something that ordinary civilized races could do to deploy so many devices in such a large area outside the Andromeda Galaxy. So Xiang Qian planned to let the Academy of Sciences find a way to completely crack the space fluctuations, so that all civilized races in the Milky Way could go to the Andromeda Galaxy together. At this time, in the command center of the 6th district inside the Andromeda Galaxy, Commander Tansen's closed his third eye. After a while, when his third eye opened again, it was clearly visible that the eye had become cloudy and had lost all its brilliance. They'll notify all fleets that the enemy will arrive in 200 years. Check the defense line one last time. After 100 years, all fleets will switch from combat readiness to war. Commander Tansen said tiredly. Uncle, you don't have to do this at all. Val looked at Tanson's dim third eye and said with a sob. Don't be sad. I just want you to understand that even if we use all our strength, we can't break free from the shackles of fate. It's up to you now. Under the premise that you are not allowed to use the power of blood, you can use any method you want. If you can stop them, then the Three-Eyed Tribe will act according to your will in the future. I understand. Go ahead. Chapter 362. After having a research direction, the speed of research has obviously accelerated. So 80 years later, the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences finally developed a device to restrain the spherical device. This device is a side device that can only be used to destroy that kind of space fluctuations, and has no other functions. Even the fluctuations emitted by this device are only to offset the fluctuations that destroy the stability of space and have no other effect. In fact, no matter how high the technological content of the spherical device is, it always has a fatal disadvantage, that is, the size of the device is too small, and it is impossible to resist the interference of super high power. After having this device, they can completely ignore space interference and restore the speed of 200 times the speed of light. Shinkong passed the manufacturing drawings of this jammer to all civilized races. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian immediately asked Shinkong to distribute the drawings of this device. Even if the Earth Federation has manufactured this device, Xiang Qian is not going to be the first to rush over. Now at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, such a large-scale fleet can be detected by anyone. Therefore, it is safest to gather the strength of all civilized races in the Milky Way. As for the reward of the universe operation rules that may be obtained by being the first to reach the Andromeda Galaxy, Xiang Qian is ready to give up. The Earth Federation does not need to take that risk now. If it rushes in directly, it will definitely be regarded as a target, and it will be a target for the opponent to hit with all its strength. However, the Earth Federation will not compete for the first place. But other civilized races can't say for sure. After all, the reward of the universe operation rules is still very important to many civilized races. Boss, the Hope Alliance has sent a communication, inviting you to attend the war preparation meeting. Hope Alliance. Open the communication. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said. Soon, countless figures appeared around Xiang Qian. These people include human-like races, alien races, and alien beast races, but the number of alien beast races is too small, adding up to only dozens of them. Compared with other civilized races with thousands or tens of thousands of the same kind, the alien beast race is a truly rare race. However, this is also related to the fertility problem of the alien beast race. The growth of life is not like building warships. As long as there are resources, you can build as many as you want. The growth of life takes time, and it also takes time to become strong. This is the reason why the survival ability of the alien beast race is not as strong as that of technological civilization. But every alien beast race that can reach here is a very powerful race. Even Xiang Qian dare not underestimate it. As time goes by, more and more race leaders appear, and finally an hour later, all the civilized races that have arrived here in the Milky Way have arrived. Hello, leaders of civilized races, I am the chairman of the Hope Alliance. The purpose of inviting everyone here today is to discuss how to deal with the next crisis. I think everyone knows that we have no other way except to fight those unknown enemies head-on. We are now at the top of a spiral arm of the Andromeda Galaxy. If we want to take a detour to other spiral arms, even the closest spiral arm is 390,000 light-years away, and we may face unknown dangers along the way. So we can only enter the Andromeda Galaxy from this spiral arm, and then we have to face the enemy in front of us. Okay, we all know these situations, so you don't have to say these useless things. This time everyone must join forces, but no one can command anyone. After everyone joins forces this time, they will still be enemies in the future, so no one can trust anyone. You said we should discuss how to deal with the crisis at hand, but I don't think it's necessary. We have to fight anyway, and even if we can't fight, the other side may not let us go. But we can fight, but everyone has to rush to the front. Anyone who wants to hide behind and take advantage will treat all of us as fools. So what I mean is that everyone signs a civilized race contract, and then each of us will do our best and fight on our own. No one should rely on anyone else, and even if we are destroyed, we can't blame others. At this time, someone interrupted the chairman of the Hope Alliance and said bluntly. Xiang Qian just smiled when he saw this. It is impossible to unite all the civilizations in the Milky Way. The clauses of the civilization contract have loopholes, and all the civilizations that have survived to this day know it. So in the end, everyone still fights each other, just like that person said, it all depends on your ability, Don't expect to be rescued when you encounter danger. The chairman of the Hope Alliance saw that no one spoke, and knew that everyone agreed with what that person said just now. Although this result was different from what he had thought before, it was not much different. According to the instructions of the man in black, all we need to do is to unite all the civilizations in the Milky Way for the time being, and then we can take it one step at a time. If you want to get command right now, forget it. Then a large group of people began to discuss the terms of the civilization race contract. There were no special terms except that they could not attack each other before entering the Andromeda Galaxy. The Hope Alliance tried to propose a term that everyone should use their full strength several times, but it was rejected by many people. So in the end, the entire civilization race contract only had two clauses. One was that they could not attack each other before entering the Andromeda Galaxy, and the second was that they could not retreat before the loss of the entire race reached 50%. The second clause was completely out of fear that other civilizations would not contribute. With this clause, even if you don't want to contribute, you have to be a target in front, and don't think about retreating. After discussing the content of the civilization race contract, they began to divide their respective attack areas. For the benefit of their respective races, they almost quarreled. After all, no one wanted to attack the star system. Those planetary fortresses were not fake. It was obvious that the star system was a tough nut to crack. But they could not fight. No one could contain the forces of the star system. Even if they entered, they would be surrounded by the enemy, which would be more dangerous. So after arguing for a long time, they finally came up with a special method, which was to draw lots. Although this lottery was entirely based on luck, it was a method that everyone could accept now. The draw was not done in the form of alliances, but in the form of races. After all, some alliances have more than dozens of civilizations, while some alliances have only a few civilizations. In this case, it is not appropriate to allocate the attack range according to the alliance. So in the end, the draw was done in the form of races, but the alliance could send representatives. If a position was drawn, other civilizations and races in the alliance could choose the attack area around the drawn position. In this way, after a whole day of tossing, everything was finally done. Just wait for everyone to sign the civilization race contract together the next day, and then everyone will set off. Xiang Qian looked at the star map on the big screen and rubbed his temple helplessly. His luck was not very good. He drew a star system, and the attack area of the Earth Federation was just in front of this star system. Fortunately, the number of civilization races in the Earth Federation is relatively small, so there are still more than a dozen civilization races attacking this star system. Starry Sky passed the star map to the general staff and let them study the attack plan. Chapter 363. Xiang Qian didn't know at this time that the star system he was attacking was exactly the first line of defense of the 6th area. What other civilized races in the Milky Way didn't know was how strong the enemy they were facing was. The next day, all civilized races signed a civilization race contract, and then after preparing for a few days to create interference equipment, they set out together. It took all civilized races in the Milky Way 47 years to reach a position 1 light-year from the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, and they were once again ejected from the curvature navigation state by the huge space interference. This time, the interference wave directly destroyed the space structure. That is, this space is completely unsuitable for curvature navigation, and curvature navigation cannot be used at all. For such a situation, the Academy of Sciences of the Earth Federation has no solution. Although the interference equipment can resist that kind of space fluctuation, it is emitted by spherical equipment, and the space fluctuation here is directly emitted from the Andromeda Galaxy. In this situation, not only can the Milky Way not use curvature navigation, but the other party cannot use curvature navigation either. It is a lose-lose situation, so there is no way to crack it. The only thing worth being happy about is that a distance of 1 light-year is not a long distance for a level 4 civilization. It can be flown over in a year at most. It just so happens that during this year, or so, all civilizations in the Milky Way can make some adjustments. Each civilization began to adjust its direction according to the attack position drawn, and at the same time, it opened the protective shield and formation force field while flying. The dozen civilizations that followed the Galaxy battleship all hid behind the two sides of the Galaxy battleship. Xiang Qian estimated that during the charge, these dozen civilized races must have thought of hiding behind the Galaxy battleships, and using the Galaxy battleships as human shields. Sure enough, before Xiang Qian contacted them and asked them to stay away, these civilized races had already contacted the Earth Federation. Their ideas really coincided with Xiang Qian's, except that they were willing to pay some materials to compensate the Earth Federation for its losses. Xiang Qian ignored their words and directly asked Shinkong to tell them that if these civilized races still hid behind the galaxy battleships once the fight started, he would activate the civilized race contract. Are you kidding? He is really stupid. He is still doing good deeds like Lei Feng at this time, unless his brain is stuck in the door. If all the firepower of a star system's defense line is concentrated on the star system battleship, what is the difference between that and the Earth Federation's single challenge to a star system? These civilized races are very dissatisfied with Xiang Qian's refusal, but they can't do anything. They can only honestly move forward side by side with the star system battleship. However, the star system battleship is very large after all. As long as the flagships of these civilized races are not behind the star system battleship, it still looks like the star system battleship is leading. When all civilizations in the Milky Way began to deploy their troops, the other side also began to move. A fleet of more than 70 billion warships began to fly out from the back of the star system and came to the front of the star system. At this time, all civilizations in the Milky Way understood that the other side must know that they must reach the Andromeda Galaxy within 10,000 years. All these warships were pulled out and placed in front of the Andromeda Galaxy to prevent all civilizations from entering the Andromeda Galaxy. Compared with the other side's total of 200 billion warships and dozens of star systems, the strength of the Milky Way side is obviously much lower. Now, all the civilizations in the Milky Way add up to more than 80,000 civilizations. Except for the flagships of each race, no one has many warships. Added together, they do not exceed 170 billion ships, and they are all scattered and cannot form a large fleet. So in terms of conventional power, the Milky Way loses. But the opponent is not without weaknesses, that is, the opponent does not have a civilization flagship. Without a civilization flagship, it means that the opponent has no explosive power and can only defend but not attack. Therefore, all civilizations in the Milky Way agree that they are stronger than the other side. But all civilizations have overlooked one issue, that is, the level of technology. Now the technological level of most civilizations in the Milky Way is the middle stage of the fourth level civilization, and a small number of civilizations have reached the late stage of the fourth level civilization, but they have just crossed the threshold of the late stage, and their overall strength will not exceed the middle stage of the fourth level civilization by much. However, the enemy's technological level is basically the level of the late stage of the fourth level civilization. At this point, except for the Earth Federation, all the civilized races in the Milky Way are at an absolute disadvantage. Unfortunately, no one realized this, and of course Xiang Qian did not mention it. The distance of 1 light year was soon reached, and when the distance between the two sides was still 500 billion kilometers, the Milky Way launched the attack first. Countless rays of light crossed the distance of 500 billion kilometers and attacked the opponent's fleet formation force field, erupting with huge energy that disrupted the space. At this time, in the 6th Regional Command Center, His Highness Fel squinted his eyes and looked at the big screen. "Are all the fleets ready?" Fel asked. "Your Highness, we are ready. We can start the attack once they enter the attack range." "Well, don't worry. Wait until they all enter the attack range before starting the attack." "Yes, Your Highness." Facing the attack of the Earth Federation, the other side did not react at all. They just stood there quietly against the formation force field and resisted. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian had a bad feeling. He didn't believe that the other side couldn't attack this side. Then the only explanation was that the other side was planning some attack method. "Vicadia, predict the opponent's next attack method," Xiang Qian said to Vicadia. Soon, a terrible scene appeared on the big screen. All civilized races in the Milky Way were attacked by space weapons. The huge space energy directly submerged all civilized races in the Milky Way. There is a 90% chance that the opponent's attack is related to space collapse. There is a 10% chance that it is a new space method. Vicadia continued. Space collapse. Xiang Qian took a breath when he heard the word. He understood the horror of space collapse better than anyone else. Even with the defense of the Galaxy battleship, it could not withstand the squeeze of space collapse. Starry Sky, notify Zhang Ying immediately, and let her use the true prophecy. No need. This level of space collapse cannot cause damage to the Galaxy battleship. Vicadia interrupted Xiang Qian, and displayed the following prophecy results on the big screen. After being swallowed by the space energy, the Galaxy battleship appeared intact. Seeing this, Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to let Zhang Ying use the true prophecy at the beginning. But why is the opponent's space collapse so much less powerful? When Xiang Qian was thinking about this question, the opponent's fleet finally launched an attack. One after another, The gravitational tunnel black hole appeared in front of the fleets of the major civilizations in the Milky Way. 3 seconds after the black hole appeared, before all civilizations could react, an elliptical sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers emerged from the black hole. Then the space around the elliptical sphere began to distort, and then a huge space crack began to spread outward, and many fleets of civilizations were covered by the space crack. Bang! The next second, the void of the universe was like shattered glass, the space turned into powder, and the huge space energy began to collapse inward. For a moment, the fleets of all civilized races in the Milky Way were all enveloped by the huge space energy. From a distance, the positions of the fleets of the major civilized races in the Milky Way just now have all become black holes, and the surrounding light has been sucked into the black holes. Chapter 364. Fell finally smiled, as he watched the fleets of the major civilizations in the Milky Way being swallowed by the black hole on the big screen. Although this attack could not bury all the enemies, it could greatly consume the enemy's energy reserves. When formulating the strategy, Fair clearly pointed out that the enemy should be kept out of the Andromeda Galaxy. As long as they can do this, they will win. After more than 10 minutes, the black hole began to slowly disappear, and the space was instantly broken and rebounded by the huge force of space collapse. In the extremely distorted space, the surviving fleets of the major civilizations in the Milky Way appeared. The starry sky shows the current situation of other civilizations, Xiang Qian said immediately after the space force dissipated. However, when Xiang Qian saw the big screen, his face changed immediately. Although he could guess that this attack would cause heavy losses to the major civilizations in the Milky Way, he did not expect the losses to be much more serious than he imagined. Some small civilization alliances and race flagships have been damaged, revealing the results of the internal, and a large area of wreckage is floating around. As for the larger civilized race alliances, although the race flagships were fine, the other warships suffered a devastating blow. Except for the civilized race flagships, all the warships were already sparking, and the surface of the hull was full of cracks like broken porcelain. Only the large civilized race alliances were not greatly affected. At least on the surface, they looked normal, but in reality, it was unknown. A rough statistics showed that alliances with less than 5 civilized races were basically severely damaged, and the race flagships of many civilized races were damaged, and could not continue to participate in the battle. The alliances of more than 5, but less than 10 civilizations were also severely damaged, but the damage to the flagships of the civilizations was very small, and only the ordinary warships were destroyed. The damage to the alliances of more than 10 civilizations was much smaller, and except for those with bad luck, nothing happened. At most, a large amount of energy reserves were consumed. But even so, the 80,000 civilizations in the Milky Way lost more than 3,000 civilizations in this attack, and more than 5,000 civilization flagships were damaged. That is to say, the overall combat power of the Milky Way was weakened by 1/10 after this attack, which can be regarded as a heavy loss. At this time, before the major civilizations in the Milky Way could adjust their status, all the fleets of the other side began to attack. Countless energy beams crossed the void and hit the damaged flagships of the civilizations in an instant. This time, the flagships of the civilizations that had already been damaged were hit hard again. After being attacked, the major civilizations in the Milky Way only cared about themselves, and no one cared about the civilizations that were hit hard. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian was also very speechless. They were indeed all stupid teammates. But he couldn't blame others. If the Earth Federation didn't have the huge force field protection of the Galaxy battleship, he would be the same as other civilized races now. Boss, 3 civilized races sent distress messages. Their civilization race flagships were damaged by more than 50%. They hope to hide behind our Galaxy battleships for refuge. Let them fly over by themselves, and then start to fight back with all their strength, using all the weapons designed by the Academy of Sciences over the years, Xiang Qian said directly. At this time, he did not count on other civilized races. The other party was obviously well prepared, and they also had the advantage of time, place, and people. If it were not for the constraints of the civilized race contract, most of the civilized races would definitely turn around and run away. In this case, the Earth Federation can only rely on itself. The only thing that the major civilized races in the Milky Way can do to help the Earth Federation is to contain the opponent's firepower. One after another, huge gun barrels appeared on the star system ring. In an instant, more than 100 billion energy beams shot towards the fleet in front of the Galaxy battleship. Among these 100 billion energy beams, millions of them were almost transparent in color, with only a faint fluorescence. Boom, boom, boom. The Galaxy battleship's attack directly caused the opponent's fleet's formation force field to fluctuate violently, especially the millions of translucent energy attacks. After attacking the formation force field, the formation force field emitted very violent fluctuations, almost breaking the formation force field's protection. After the Earth Federation began to counterattack, the large civilization race alliances on the Milky Way side also began to counterattack. There were at least dozens of civilization races in these large civilization race alliances. Over the past few thousand years, they have developed a formation force field for the flagships of civilized races, so they did not suffer any damage in the space collapse attack just now. Now these civilized race alliances have begun to fight back, and the power they have exploded is also very strong. It is no longer a tentative attack like the beginning, but a full-scale attack. Now the many fleets in the 6th area can begin to feel the pressure. The 57th fleet supports the front, and at the same time, the planetary fortresses inside the 2nd star system begin to cooperate with the 57th fleet to launch an attack. The 155th and 156th fleets supported the 29th fleet and suppressed the enemy with all their strength. The 157th fleet notified the internal fleets of the 3rd, 5th, and 7th star systems to immediately form a formation force field to attack the fleet in front. Thel looked at the big screen in front of him and issued orders one after another. At this time, on the big screen of the 6th area, all the Milky Way civilizations that attacked the 6th area were displayed on it, and the dangerous fleets were marked with red symbols. The Galaxy battleships of the Earth Federation are the most conspicuous on the big screen. In order to deal with the Earth Federation, Fair directly dispatched 2 direct fleets, which shows the importance of the Earth Federation. Your Highness, the 29th Fleet requests to retreat to the Star System Defense Circle. The attack power of the number 1 dangerous target is too strong. According to the opponent's attack strength, the formation force field of the 29th Fleet will be broken in a maximum of 1 day. Tell the 29th Fleet that support will arrive soon and no retreat is allowed. At the same time, prepare space-tearing weapons to attack the number 1 target. Thayer said, as he looked at the Galaxy battleship on the big screen. When Thayer ordered the use of the new weapon, Xiang Qian also issued the same order. Boss, the space distortion weapon is fully charged and can attack at any time. Shin Kong said to Xiang Qian. Attack immediately. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Soon, the edges of the 2 outermost rings of the Galaxy battleship's star system ring closed together, forming a larger star system ring. Then the outermost star system ring opened a hole, revealing a huge diamond-shaped crystal. The next second, the huge diamond-shaped crystal burst out with dazzling colorful light, and a transparent space wave directly irradiated the fleet in front at a speed 100 times the speed of light. This transparent space wave ray directly penetrated the fleet's formation force field, and in less than a second, it penetrated the entire fleet. All the warships that blocked the space wave ray were penetrated, and no force field or shield could stop it. Then the space around the space wave ray began to twist wildly. At the same time as the space twisted, the surrounding warships were also twisted and deformed by the huge space energy. All the warships around the space wave ray were twisted and shredded by the space energy like twisted dough sticks. 10 minutes later, the space wave ray spread to the extreme and began to dissipate. Boss, the space distortion weapon experiment is complete, destroying 32.84 million enemy warships and severely damaging 19.71 million enemy warships. Shin Kong reported to Xiang Qian immediately after the ray dissipated. Well, start the next weapon experiment. By the way, how is the space distortion bomb prepared? Loading is in progress. It is expected to be completed in 40 minutes. Saturation attack can be carried out. Xiang Qian nodded and indicated to start testing the next weapon. At this time, Thea looked at the 29th Fleet pierced by space distortion rays on the big screen, and his face was very bad. Mobilize supplies to the 4-star system. Let the planetary fortresses of the 4-star system fire at full force. Help the 29th Fleet suppress the first target, and let the 155th and 156th Fleets rush to the front line. After Thayer's order was issued, the defense circle of the 4-star system began to operate, and the fortress guns of the planetary fortresses were activated one by one, and began to adjust the direction and aim at the Galaxy battleships. Chapter 365. One after another, huge energy beams rushed out of the star system and fiercely attacked the formation force field of the Galaxy battleship, causing the formation force field to emit waves of water-like fluctuations. And the Galaxy battleship also burst out billions of energy beams to attack the enemy fleet, preparing to break the opponent's formation force field before the fleet's formation force field is stabilized. In an instant, the Earth Federation and the opponent's attack turned this cosmic void into daylight. When both sides burst into energy attacks crazily, special weapons can be launched. Under the cover of artillery fire, the Earth Federation used gravity tunnels to launch millions of crystals, which were scattered around the formation force field of the enemy fleet. The enemy also launched tens of millions of space-tearing bombs under the cover of artillery fire, which were also scattered around the formation force field in front of the entire galaxy battleship. The next second, the crystals launched by the Earth Federation and the opponent's space-tearing bombs exploded at the same time. In an instant, dozens of huge space cracks appeared in front of the galaxy battleship, and the space around the formation force field was also broken like a spider web. The huge space crack still caused a slight instability in the space inside the formation force field under the resistance of the formation force field, forming a very small space crack. But this slight space crack just broke the equipment covering the outside of a star, and for a moment the light of the star illuminated the galaxy battleship through the thin crack. Although a star confinement device of the galaxy battleship was damaged, the opponent's fleet was not in a good situation either. In the face of the huge distortion waves emitted by the simultaneous explosion of millions of crystals, the formation force field of the opponent's fleet also became very unstable. The energy beams launched by the galaxy warships before detonating the crystals hit the unstable formation force field, instantly piercing through the formation force field and hitting tens of millions of warships inside the fleet. This time, neither side obviously gained any benefit. Xiang Qian immediately ordered the repair of the damaged equipment and changed the output power of the formation force field, and then opened a protective shield inside the formation force field. The opponent's fleet began to change its formation, and at the same time abandoned the formation force field just now, and also changed to a fleet protective shield with greater consumption. Notify the 29th Fleet, the 155th Fleet, and the 156th Fleet to retreat to the front of the star system and rely on the support of the star system for defense. Their mission is to delay target number 1 and prevent it from approaching the star system. At the same time, let the second star system use space-tearing bombs to cooperate with the fleet to eliminate target number 47. After seeing that the star system battleship could not take it down in a short time, Fair immediately adjusted the strategic direction and stopped launching a strong attack. Instead, the target was turned to other civilized races, especially those civilized races that were obviously at a disadvantage in the battle. Xiang Qian also issued a similar order, that is, before the damaged equipment is repaired, do not overprovoke the opponent and do not use special space weapons. For a while, the Earth Federation and the opponent started a war of attrition again. Although it seemed to be very fierce, it was not dangerous at all. But at this time, no one dared to relax, fearing that the opponent would suddenly attack hard. At this time, the pressure on other civilized races began to increase. With Fair's war deployment, those civilized races with relatively weak strength were attacked more and more. If the flagships of the civilizations were not so powerful, they would have been defeated long ago. But even so, they didn't know how long they could hold out. In particular, some civilizations had to repair the damaged warships while fighting. Although those ordinary warships were not valuable, the resources they carried were very valuable, and they could not be left alone, which distracted their attention. In this way, the war lasted for a whole month, and both sides spent time here. None of the major civilizations in the Milky Way attacked, and the other side's several attacks were also cracked by the major civilizations in the Milky Way. Both sides suffered losses, and overall, the major civilizations in the Milky Way suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, Xiang Qian was not stupid enough to let the galaxy warships rush in directly. He did not believe that the other party had prepared for such a long time, and only had such an arrangement. That would be too much of an underestimation of the other party. So when no one from the Milky Way came forward, Xiang Qian was not ready to take action. Anyway, there was still a lot of time to consume, so there was no rush. On this day, the major civilizations in the Milky Way held a meeting again to discuss the next attack plan. However, this meeting turned into a complaint meeting, and many civilizations clamored to retreat and rest. As a result, after the statistics of the losses of the major civilizations were compiled, all civilizations in the entire Milky Way were shocked, because many civilizations' flagships had varying degrees of damage. If the battle really continued, after the flagships of the major civilizations were seriously damaged, the enemy might really collapse the Milky Way's offensive in one wave, and destroy some civilizations in the process. So after the statistics came out, all civilizations agreed to temporarily retreat and rest, and then discuss the battle plan. The next attack could not be as scattered as this time. Xiang Qian had no objection to retreating and resting. Anyway, the Earth Federation was not in a hurry, and Xiang Qian was not prepared to let the Earth Federation exert its full strength, because the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences was now intensively conducting scientific research. If the Earth Federation was given time, it would take at most 800 years for the technology level to break through to the peak of the 4th level civilization. That was the ideal time for Xiang Qian to attack, and now it could only be regarded as a warm-up match. As the major civilizations in the Milky Way began to retreat, the other side did not chase them out and also retreated to the star system defense line. In this way, the two sides took 3 days off and then began to rest. The Earth Federation had nothing to rest for. Xiang Qian just took the time to look at the killer weapons of the Earth Federation, and then handed the work of arguing with other civilizations to Ludgerson, and went to the Academy of Sciences to supervise the progress of scientific research. While the major civilizations in the Milky Way were resting, Fer began to analyze all the civilizations in the Milky Way. Through the information of the major civilizations obtained in this month, he began to evaluate the technological level, danger level, attack method, weapon types, etc. of these civilizations. After the evaluation, the Earth Federation ranked first in the must-kill list, and was also the most dangerous civilization. At the same time, for the Earth Federation, they're prepared to dispatch 5 fleets to keep an eye on the Earth Federation. He knew that if he wanted to destroy the Earth Federation, he had to destroy other civilizations. Otherwise, when they were fighting with other civilizations, if the Earth Federation broke out, they really couldn't stand it. However, Fer was not anxious. He knew that it was impossible to destroy the major civilizations in the Milky Way in a short period of time. Only by relying on the resources of the Andromeda Galaxy and the defense circle of the star system to consume the opponent's power, and waiting until the opponent's war potential was exhausted and ready to let go for the last fight, would it be the best time to destroy the opponent. All the preparations made now are for the arrival of that moment. Chapter 366. The major civilizations and races in the Milky Way rested for more than 3 years, and also argued for more than 3 years. After the ceasefire, the Milky Way also sent a communication to the other side, wanting to ask why the other side attacked the major civilizations and races in the Milky Way. It seems that the two sides do not know each other at all, let alone have a grudge, so why do they fight to the death here? Unfortunately, no matter how many times they sent a communication, they could not get a response, which made the major civilizations and races in the Milky Way very angry. After trying countless times, they knew that the other side must be determined to deal with them, so they stopped sending communications and began to actively prepare for war. Because the first attack caught the enemy off guard, the Milky Way suffered heavy losses. Therefore, during these 3 years, even small civilization race alliances began to look for allies to fight against the terrifying space weapons. 3 years later, when the fleets of the major civilization races in the Milky Way launched an attack again, it was no longer a scattered attack, but a direct general attack with 30 spearhead fleets composed of 2,000 civilization race alliances as the core, and more than 100 auxiliary attack fleets composed of hundreds of civilization race alliances. After all the civilizations in the Milky Way are living off their past strength. If the time goes on, everyone's energy will be exhausted. At that time, there will be no place to replenish, and they can only wait for death. Therefore, the civilizations in the Milky Way are ready to make a final effort and destroy the other side in one wave. However, the position assigned to the Earth Federation is the most marginal auxiliary attack position, belonging to the auxiliary attack fleet. Originally, all civilizations in the Milky Way wanted the Earth Federation to serve as the core of a spearhead fleet, and with the powerful defense capabilities of the galaxy battleships, directly break through the opponent's defense line. But Xiang Qian would never agree, it was a joke. Become the core of the spearhead fleet, rush into the opponent's defense line, and directly attack the opponent's core. This idea is very good, but the actual situation cannot be taken for granted. Although the data collected so far shows that this tactic is indeed fine, with the powerful galaxy battleships, 2,000 civilization race flagships, and 5 billion battleships, it is completely possible to break through the opponent's defense circle. But then, what if we are surrounded by the opponent? What if the opponent has other hidden weapons? Who dares to say that the opponent's current strength is the opponent's full strength? If they were ambushed, the flagships of other civilizations could indeed run away, but without the ability to sail in curvature, the size of the galaxy battleship would become extremely heavy, and it would be impossible to run away. So after Xiang Qian heard this proposal, he rejected it without even thinking about it. The final result is that now the galaxy battleship is surrounded by more than 100 flagships of civilizations, and 500 million warships, forming a fleet to attack a star system at the edge, with the purpose of helping the spearhead fleet to attract firepower. Xiang Qian didn't care about such an arrangement. After all, it was on the sidelines, and the main battlefield was not here. Of course, if this battle was won, the spoils would definitely not be as much as the Earth Federation. After all, they didn't contribute much. Unfortunately, Xiang Qian wanted to keep a low profile, but His Highness Fel of the Three-Eyed Clan immediately arranged 3 fleets to greet them when he saw the galaxy battleships. In this way, together with the guard fleet originally owned by the star system and the standby fleet next to the star system, there were a total of 10 fleets waiting for them in the star system in front of the Earth Federation, with a total number of battleships exceeding 1.2 billion. Boss, I hope the Civilization Alliance will ask us if we have any battle plans on behalf of other civilizations in the fleet. When there were still 3 trillion kilometers left in the direction of the star system, Shinkong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him, "What about the battle plan? We are not the protagonists. Tell the General Staff to formulate a conservative battle plan. We only need to contain the enemy's forces. Breaking through the defense line has nothing to do with us, so don't be too radical. After the General Staff formulates the battle plan, send it to other civilizations and races so that they can cooperate." Xiang Qian stared at the 30 spearhead fleets on the big screen and said, "As the most powerful civilization alliance in this fleet, the Earth Federation naturally became the temporary commander of this fleet. In fact, it is called command, but no one will listen to the order issued by the Earth Federation to let these small civilizations charge." So Xiang Qian did not take this temporary command seriously. To put it bluntly, their fleet is a typical mob. You can fight a regular positional battle, but if you want to fight a siege, it is impossible. 5 days later, the second war between the major civilizations in the Milky Way and the other side officially started. Xiang Qian did not focus on his own battlefield, but was watching the battle situation of the 30 spearhead fleets. Facing the spearhead fleet, the Three-Eyed Tribe also deployed a large number of standby fleets. However, this time facing the spearhead fleet, the Three-Eyed Tribe's fleet did not leave the star system, but relied on the star system for defense. For some reason, the Three-Eyed Tribe did not transform the star system into a large fortress, but relied on the resources of the star system to build a large number of space fortresses and various defensive weapons. A spearhead fleet divided 2 billion warships into 4 fleets and began to attack the star system from the periphery. And 2,000 civilization race flagships took the remaining 3 billion warships and began to attack the star system defense from the front. For a moment, violent energy spread on the protective shields of both sides, and the fighting space of both sides turned into daylight. Your Highness, according to the data, the opponent's fleet uses remote control and intelligent control command. At the 6th District Command Center, an operator said loudly. Have you confirmed it? Fel asked doubtfully. It has been confirmed. According to the data comparison, the other 4 fleets have serious intelligent auxiliary control. In dealing with the same situation, the 4 fleets adopted exactly the same method, and even the angle of rotation did not deviate at all. Since they use remote control and intelligent control in the battle between the 4th-level civilizations, I really don't know where they get the confidence from. Notify the fleet to conduct a tentative attack first. If confirmed, destroy their fleet directly, Fel said, as he looked at the 4 fleets of the Blade Fleet. Soon, a fleet of 200 million warships of the Three-Eyed Clan flew out of the star system defense line and attacked a fleet. When the Three-Eyed Clan fleet attacked, the surrounding space began to distort, and the Three-Eyed Clan fleet also emitted a kind of gravitational fluctuation. It's bad. The remote control is seriously disturbed, and the fleet can no longer be controlled. Is gravitational information transmission also not working? Gravity information transmission is also seriously interfered with, and no information can be transmitted at all. At present, only electromagnetic waves are not interfered with. Change to intelligent control, and order the fleet to return at the same time. The Spearhead fleet did not expect that such a situation would occur not long after the 4 fleets were sent out. Although the electromagnetic waves were not interfered with, the speed of electromagnetic waves was too slow. On the ever-changing battlefield, with a distance of hundreds of billions of kilometers, if the electromagnetic waves were to transmit information, it would be too late. Therefore, the commander of the Blade Fleet could only order the fleet to switch to intelligent control and order the fleet to return. There was no point in not returning, as the difference between human control and intelligent control was too obvious. If it was intelligent control, it would be very good if the entire fleet could exert 50% of its strength. After all, the intelligent control system did not have the control authority to change the formation force field and the ultimate weapon. However, just as the Blade Fleet issued the order, the Three-Eyed Tribe had already collected all the data. After confirming it, they immediately sent out another 3 fleets to intercept. The Three-Eyed Tribe's technological level is stronger than that of the major civilizations in the Milky Way. Now they are facing intelligent control. As long as they understand the various preset data of intelligent control, the fleet of intelligent control is basically a bunch of toys. Under this situation, the 4 fleets sent out by the Sharp Knife Fleet have no way to return. They can only be consumed by the Three-Eyed Tribe's fleet little by little until they are all destroyed. Faced with such a situation, the other Sharp Knife fleets in the Milky Way no longer split up fleets. Even Konoha, which had just been split up, immediately took it back. However, the Milky Way Sharp Knife fleet is not completely useless. In the case of bread, it finally took drastic measures. The 2004th level civilization races in the Sharp Knife fleet began to change their formations, and at the same time, the flagships of each civilization race began to charge their main weapons, preparing to give the other side a hard blow. Chapter 367. Energy gathering complete, ultimate weapon attack. A huge energy wave erupted from the flagship of a Class 4 civilization race at the head of the Spearhead fleet. The main gun attacks of more than 100 million warships around were slowly gathered together under the traction of this Class 4 civilization race flagship, condensing into a very huge energy beam, and the most terrifying thing was that there was space energy gathering in the middle of the energy beam. This energy beam hit the protective shield of the star system defense line at a speed of 10 times the speed of light, causing the protective shield to fluctuate violently. Circles of water like waves spread out, and the protective shield seemed to be broken at any time. After the attack of this Level 4 civilization race flagship ended, it immediately turned around to make way for another Level 4 civilization race flagship behind it. At this time, the second Level 4 civilization race flagship also burst out with huge energy waves, and an invisible space energy shell was fired. The space where this space shell passed was completely shattered, leaving a long crack in the universe, and hit the place where the first Level 4 civilization race flagship attacked just now. This time, the vibration on the shield was even greater, and the shield was visibly concave inward. The buffer device inside the star system that supported the shield's energy overload reached the edge of overload at the same time. Next, the third flagship of the 4th level civilization race once again launched the strongest attack. A thin and long purple light column with a solid body was launched and hit the same position of the shield at the same speed of super light. Instantly, the depth of the shield's downward depression deepened again, and the energy buffer device began to overload. Faced with this situation, the Three-Eyed Tribe immediately activated the backup equipment and increased the energy output of the shield to stabilize the shield that was about to break. But not long after, with the strongest attack of the 4th, 5th, and 20th flagships of the 4th level civilization race of the Spearhead fleet, the star system shield was finally broken. Because the Three-Eyed Tribe used a modular shield, except for the 500 million square kilometers of loopholes broken by the Spearhead fleet, the star system defense circle around it was still not stable without spaceships. However, the purpose of the Sharp Knife fleet is to tear open the solid defense line of the star system defense circle through this hole and directly open a gap. Therefore, the flagships of the 4th level civilization races in the Sharp Knife fleet did not stop, but continued to attack the surrounding protective shields. With the outbreak of 2,000 flagships of civilization races, the Sharp Knife fleet forcibly opened a huge gap in the star system defense circle. Now the Three-Eyed Clan can only fill this gap with a fleet and rush to repair it. The Spearhead fleet that had created a gap began to accelerate towards the star system, while frantically attacking the inside of the gap. Other Spearhead fleets also adopted this method, concentrating the strongest attack of the flagship of the 4th level civilization race to bombard the star system defense circle. For a time, obvious loopholes appeared in the star system defense circles of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Your Highness, should we stop their charge? No, let them charge. And when all their fleets are 1 billion kilometers away from the star system, activate the space barrier and use space-tearing weapons to attack them. Thel said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this time, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian, Boss, the Spearhead fleet sent a message, hoping that all auxiliary attack fleets will also use the same method to attack the enemy and attract enemy firepower. Don't pay attention to them. By the way, notify them to be careful of the opponent's space weapons. It's best to change to a space shield now. Xiang Qian frowned and said, Don't look at the galaxy's use of many 4th level civilization race flagships to burst out the strongest attack, forcibly tearing a hole in the opponent's defense line. It looks like it's awesome, about to break the opponent's defense. But it's not the case. If you were in this situation, you would definitely find a way to intercept or stop the opponent. But the actual situation is not like this. The opponent seems to be unable to stop the charge of the sharp knife fleet except for using scissors to plug the gun hole. But is this possible? Not to mention the opponent's trump card. Even the space collapse weapon before is enough to interrupt the charge of the sharp knife fleet. But the other side is now watching the Milky Way charge, but has no reaction at all, like a helpless little sheep, and feels that there is something wrong no matter how it looks. Of course, the major civilizations in the Milky Way are not fools, and they will not foolishly attack the interior of the star system directly. When the Spearhead fleet rushed to 100 billion kilometers in front of the star system, it suddenly stopped and started the second round of attack. The artillery fire of billions of warships was vented crazily. But in the face of such a situation, the other side did not take any other action except using more than a dozen fleets to block the gap in the protective shield and resist and counterattack in turn. In this way, the major Spearhead fleets of the Milky Way attacked at this location for 10 days, and also used the strongest attack of the second round of race flagships. Hundreds of millions of the enemy's warships were blown up, but the enemy did not take any action except to mobilize reserve warships to fill the gap in the fleet. Then the Spearhead fleet of the Milky Way advanced 20 billion kilometers again, and then launched another round of crazy attacks. The enemy still did not respond, but the losses became greater and greater. During this period, the broken protective shield was repaired once, but it was blown up by the strongest attack of the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race just after it was repaired. Then the sharp knife fleet advanced 30 billion kilometers again and arrived 50 billion kilometers in front of the star system. At this time, the fleet was very close to the star system. At this position, the sharp knife fleet began to use physical attack weapons to attack the protective shield. More than trillions of kinetic weapons hit the protective shield like a meteor shower. The opponent's newly repaired protective shield was broken again, and even the fleet suffered heavy losses. The sharp knife fleet stayed at this position for 10 days. After 10 days, the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race of the sharp knife fleet started a new round of outbreaks. However, this time, the explosion was accompanied by a charge. The flagship of the fourth-level civilization race of the sharp knife fleet attacked frantically, while all the warships charged towards the star system. 30 billion kilometers. 20 billion kilometers. 10 billion kilometers. At this time, the sharp knife fleet had already reached the front of the opponent's star system defense circle. At this time, even if the sharp knife fleet wanted to stop the charge, it would be impossible. 8 billion kilometers. 5 billion kilometers. 3 billion kilometers. As it got closer and closer to the opponent's star system defense circle, the sharp knife fleet also began to change its formation and adjust its formation force field. Faced with tens of billions of warships blocking the gap, the Blade fleet prepared to directly use the space force driven by the formation force field to collide with the enemy fleet. At the same time, the flagship of the fourth-level civilization race that was crushed by the Blade fleet also began to rest and prepare to start a new round of explosion after impacting the star system. When the Blade fleet was still 2 billion kilometers away from the star system, more than a dozen fleets of the Three-Eyed Clan began to merge and finally became 5 fleets. They also opened the formation force field and gathered space energy. It seemed that they were going to fight the Blade fleet head-on. Seeing the enemy like this, the Blade fleet finally felt relieved, turned on the highest speed, opened the strongest formation force field, opened the battleship shield, and prepared for the collision. Xiang Qian also stared at the big screen carefully at this time. He wanted to know what the opponent's backhand was. If the opponent used a trump card, then the next attack would be ready for the Earth Federation to explode. It can be said that Xiang Qian has not given up his doubts until now. Even if the opponent no longer has that kind of space collapse weapon, it is absolutely impossible that he has no trump cards at all. As a result, when the Spearhead fleet reached 1 billion kilometers in front of the star system, the protective shield of the opponent's entire star system defense circle disappeared in an instant, and then the special equipment inside all the defense fortresses in the star system began to start, and the energy of all the defense fortresses was output crazily. Then the cosmic void in front of the Spearhead fleet began to distort, and ultra-thin two-dimensional space images appeared one after another, and then these two-dimensional spaces began to overlap and accumulate like lenses. In less than 20 minutes, a distorted light and a space wall of more than 1 trillion square kilometers appeared, just blocking the way of the Spearhead fleet. At the same time, the stars inside the star system dimmed instantly, and the entire star system seemed to have darkened. Countless devices began to extract the energy of the stars, and this energy was transported to the planetary fortress inside the star system to activate the most energy-consuming equipment inside the fortress. At this time, the Spearhead fleet began to slow down. Even a fool knew that if it hit the space wall in front, something would definitely happen. When the Spearhead fleet was about to break the space wall, the universe void in front of the fleet once again erupted with terrifying space energy. The terrifying space energy fluctuations erupted in less than a second, and a huge crack hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and thousands of kilometers wide appeared in the universe. This crack was right in front of the Sharp Knife Fleet's formation force field. Under the light of the formation force field, this dark crack seemed to split the entire fleet formation force field. Crack, crack, crack. The formation force field in front of the fleet broke little by little, and the space cracks collided and squeezed with the formation force field. Pieces of space debris and the energy diffused by the formation force field spread rapidly to the surroundings. Xiang Qian saw this situation and knew that the other party was about to explode, and this time it was obvious that they were going to give the major civilizations and races in the Milky Way a fierce attack, even fiercer than the explosion of the flagships of the major civilizations and races in the Milky Way. Could it be that the two sides were competing to see who was more fierce? Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after the first space crack disappeared, huge space energy gathered again, and the space crack once again attacked the fleet's formation force field. Chapter 368. In a blink of an eye, several space cracks broke the formation force field in front of the Sharp Knife Fleet, directly opening a huge hole in the formation force field. Although the Sharp Knife Fleet wanted to fill this gap, unfortunately, the opponent's space cracks continued one after another, leaving no chance for the Sharp Knife Fleet to repair. This scene is so similar to the situation where the Sharp Knife Fleet used the flagship of the 4th level civilization race to attack the opponent's protective shield, which is really a bit ironic. When the formation force field was broken, the next space crack directly cut into the interior of the fleet. There was no brilliant light or fire, nor violent energy explosion. The huge space crack directly swallowed countless warships, and the swallowed warships could only see their protective shields broken. Then the entire warship was torn apart by the space crack, and then it was swallowed into the dark crack and disappeared. As the warships that formed the formation force field were swallowed, the formation force field structure changed and began to slowly disappear. Faced with this situation, the 2004th level civilization race flagships inside the Spearhead fleet began to change their formations and formed another formation force field, which was surrounded by space energy. The remaining 3 billion warships began to retreat, dispersed into 10 fleets, reformed a new formation force field, and began to avoid the attack of the space crack. At this time, the Spearhead fleet still did not stop charging. After all, it was already this time. As long as they rushed in to destroy the star and cut off the opponent's energy output, this terrible space weapon would become scrap metal. At the same time, inside the star system, the power of this space weapon was greatly reduced. After all, there were many stable planets in the space inside the star system. As long as they hid next to the planet, this weapon would be useless. So 2,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization race took the lead, followed by 3 billion warships of 10 fleets, and the Spearhead fleet launched another charge. Soon, the fleet composed of 2,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization race collided with the space barrier in front. Violent energy exploded at the collision point between the two sides, and the universe's void burst into water-like space ripples. The thin space barrier did not look very strong, but it blocked the charge of 2,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization race. Although cracks appeared in the space barrier at the impact location, as the area of the space barrier shrank, the crack soon disappeared. When 2,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization races confronted the space barrier, the huge space cracks began to attack the fleet behind. Boom! Half an hour later, the space barrier was finally broken, and 2,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization races rushed towards the star system at a rapid speed. After breaking through the space barrier, there was no force that could stop them except the last guard fleet on the star system defense circle. At this time, the major civilizations, who were full of anger, began to launch the strongest attack of the flagship of the 4th level civilization, and frantically attacked the fleet blocking the gap in the star system's defense circle. Let these 30 fleets enter the star system, and then turn on all defense equipment. Notify the backup fleet to start approaching the star system. Since they want to go in, don't come out, Thel said while looking at the big screen. Okay, Your Highness. By the way, after they enter the star system, turn on large-scale gravitational weapons, and at the same time overload the energy output equipment to draw a large amount of star energy to induce them to attack the star. Since the rules do not allow us to destroy the star system, it is not our fault if they do, Thel continued. Due to the Three-Eyed clans letting them go, the 30 Spearhead fleets broke through the blockade of the other fleet and rushed directly into the star system. Other auxiliary attack fleets also followed the gap created by the Spearhead fleet and rushed into the star system, following the Spearhead fleet to fight against the enemy's second line of defense. However, after the major civilizations in the Milky Way attacked the star system, each civilization that entered the star system received information from the civilization scepter, successfully reached the Andromeda Galaxy, which took XXXX years, and the civilization level reached the fourth level of civilization in the XX period, which is a qualified galaxy civilization. After becoming a fourth-level civilization, the development of science and technology will be slow, but war is the catalyst for the development of science and technology. Only war can make science and technology develop rapidly. In the next 50,000 years, all native civilizations and races in the Andromeda Galaxy will be eliminated. If successful, they will be qualified to leave the Andromeda Galaxy. If they fail, they will stay in the Andromeda Galaxy forever and become the native civilization race of the next level, accepting attacks from civilization races in various galaxies in the next era. After receiving the information from the civilization race scepter, all the major civilization races in the Milky Way were stunned. 50,000 years to eliminate all the native civilization races in the Andromeda Galaxy. Is that a joke? No one can tell how many civilization races can be bred in the Andromeda Galaxy, which is so large. But the Milky Way is so large that it has bred more than 300,000 civilization races. Not to mention that the Andromeda Galaxy is much larger than the Milky Way. If there are not 1 million civilization races, it is considered underdeveloped. But now there are only more than 70,000 civilizations in the Milky Way. How can we fight? The gap is 112. At the same time, the major civilizations in the Milky Way also figured out why they were attacked as soon as they arrived in the Andromeda Galaxy. It turned out that the entire Andromeda Galaxy was full of enemies. It would be strange if no one was here to snipe them. When the Galaxy battleship slowly approached the star system, Xiang Qian also received this news. However, after Xiang Qian was stunned for a while, he immediately shouted, "Not good, Vicadia, predict the next situation immediately." If the entire Andromeda Galaxy is full of enemies, then Xiang Qian would never believe that the entire Andromeda Galaxy is only as powerful as what he sees. Moreover, the time limit given by the civilization race scepter is 50,000 years, not 5,000 years. That means there must be a level 5, or even level 6 civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy, although these advanced civilizations are restricted by the rules of the universe and cannot attack them. But the level 4 civilization of the entire Andromeda Galaxy must have no restrictions on attacking. But the strength in his eyes is the total strength of all the 4th level civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, which is definitely impossible. That's why Xiang Qian felt that it was a problem for the other party to let them in easily. After all, if it were Xiang Qian, he would never let the major civilizations in the Milky Way in. We were ambushed. The enemy's strength is much stronger than expected. All civilizations in the Milky Way are in trouble, Vicadia said, and at the same time, he predicted the situation and realized it on the big screen. Xiang Qian's face changed immediately when he saw the scene on the big screen. Chapter 369. On the big screen, the fleets of the major civilizations in the Milky Way were surrounded in the star system. Countless warships were attacking the star system, and the planets were broken into pieces. The major civilizations in the Milky Way wanted to rush out, but they were beaten back every time. Seeing this scene, it would be strange if Xiang Qian's face could be good. Now there are two choices in front of Xiang Qian: either rush out directly with the star system warships and run away directly, or open a gap in the star system encirclement and rush out with other civilizations. But when the enemy has set up the encirclement, even with the powerful combat power of the galaxy battleships, at most they can only save one civilization in the star system. As for the civilizations in other star systems, Xiang Qian is powerless. And even if they save a civilization in a star system, the Earth Federation will still take risks. Starry Sky, immediately notify all civilizations to either retreat or rush out of the star system. Staying in the star system is seeking death, Xiang Qian said to Starry Sky. Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he began to check the star map, looking for a place for the Earth Federation to settle down after breaking out. But before he could start checking, Shinkong appeared again and said, "Boss, we just received a notice from 68 civilized races, and they asked us to rush out of the star system immediately." "Boss, we received another notice that the civilized races that entered the star system cannot leave the range covered by the Andromeda Galaxy, so the civilized races that entered the star system directly charge inside." After listening, Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and found that the fleet that had just rushed into the star system on the big screen had begun to organize and rush out. However, As the Galaxy fleet moved, the other fleet began to desperately defend, preventing the Galaxy fleet from rushing out. At the same time, the light of the stars inside the star system decreased again, and the churning magma on the surface of the star stopped and turned into a dark red fireball. After the star light dimmed, the space at the edge of the star system began to distort, as if to isolate the star system from the outside world. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian was also helpless. Who would have thought that after arriving in the Andromeda Galaxy, he would receive such a mission? If we had known earlier, we would have allocated resources properly on the way from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy, and not resorted to war. Then the overall strength of the Milky Way would have at least doubled, and it would not have fallen to the current state. Vacadia, predict which direction to break out next, and predict where there are no ambushes, and find a star system with relatively rich resources. Xiang Qian said to Vacadia. After entering the Andromeda Galaxy, Vacadia's ability to predict the internal situation of the Andromeda Galaxy has been unlocked. After a while, Vacadia showed a route on the star map on the big screen. This route was crooked and circling, and finally it had to circle around a star system rich in resources. And on this route, it was obvious that there was a chance to pass by various extreme stars. What made Xiang Qian speechless was that he actually had to use a black hole to accelerate and get rid of the enemy. Vacadia, why do you still need to use black holes to accelerate? Can't you use curvature navigation? Xiang Qian asked doubtfully. No, except for the barren areas in the entire Andromeda Galaxy. Basically all star systems are covered by the interference system, so there are not many opportunities to use curvature navigation when evacuating. Vacadia said. Okay, in this case, let's execute this plan. By the way, when must we evacuate at the latest? Xiang Qian suddenly asked. We can rush out at any time, but the later we rush out, the fewer civilized races will leave with us. Is that so? Shinkong, notify all the civilized races in the 2 star systems around us that the Galaxy battleship will open a gap in the opponent's defense line later. Let them pay attention. If they can't rush out, don't blame us. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he walked to the command desk and pressed a button. Authorization confirmed. Galaxy battleship war mode activated. At the moment Xiang Qian pressed the button, the Galaxy battleship, which was originally firing fiercely, suddenly stopped firing. This gave way to the civilized races around the Galaxy battleship, feeling very stressed and asked immediately. Tell the surrounding civilizations to store their abilities, and wait until they follow the Galaxy battleships. Don't fall behind. Now let them hold on for a while, until we are ready. After receiving the inquiry, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to reply. If it weren't for the fact that everyone would fight against the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy together in the future, and if it weren't for the fact that they could attract firepower in the future, Xiang Qian would have ignored these civilizations. But now the major civilizations in the Milky Way are already vulnerable groups. If the Earth Federation runs away now, the other civilizations in other galaxies will be buried here, and the Earth Federation will have a hard time in the future. Xiang Qian was not arrogant enough to challenge all the civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy. Although Xiang Qian analyzed that there were more than one Milky Way galaxy that could fight against the civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, it was better to be safe before seeing the civilizations of other galaxies. Even if he couldn't help much, he could still have someone to take the blame at a critical moment. While Xiang Qian was speaking to those civilizations, the Galaxy battleships had already begun to change. The Earth Federation continent began to adjust its angle, leaning back from parallel, so that the back of the Earth Federation continent, the side of the flagship of the supernova civilization race, faced the star system. At the same time, the star system rings began to expand, and the iron balls that wrapped the stars also came from the outside of the star system rings to the inside. The 5 star system rings are like 5 bearings linked together, and the balls in the middle of the bearings are the stars that are wrapped. When all the stars enter the star system rings, the 5 star system rings begin to retract, firmly imprisoning all the stars in the star system rings. When everything is completed, the Galaxy battleship at this time is quite terrifying. There are more than 700 stars in the middle of the 5 star system rings. At this time, the energy of all stars was quickly extracted, and the energy pipelines were shining in the star system rings, and with the selection of the star system rings, it looked very domineering. Let other civilizations get out of the way, and don't block our attack route, Xiang Qian said with high spirits. Boss, the flagships of other civilizations in front of the attack route have been evacuated. Aim at the star system in front, and fire the space distortion weapon at 50% full power. Xiang Qian didn't look at the 10 fleets in front that were desperately attacking the Galaxy battleships, and directly set the attack target on the star system behind these 10 fleets. Aiming completed, Space Distortion Weapon begins charging. 69, 59, 58. 3, 2, 1, fire. The star system ring of the Galaxy battleship began to rotate, and huge space energy began to gather towards the Galaxy battleship. As the space energy quickly gathered, a vortex like the eye of a tornado began to form. The second before the Space Distortion Weapon was fully charged, the diameter of the vortex had reached 9 million kilometers, and the impact reaction of the vortex reached an astonishing 46 million kilometers. At the moment the Space Distortion Weapon was launched, the space within 5 million kilometers in front of the Galaxy battleship was completely shattered. The light beam of the Space Distortion Weapon tore through 3 billion kilometers of space, leaving a huge and dark crack, and slammed into the star system encirclement. For a moment, the entire universe was frozen, and then a huge space tide broke out. The surging space tide directly blew the star system away for millions of kilometers. Of the 10 fleets that blocked the Space Distortion Weapon, only 5 were left at this time, and the remaining 5 fleets could not even find the wreckage. The star system encirclement was directly hit by the Space Distortion Weapon, and a huge hole was created, which could not be blocked even if it was needed. Because there was still a huge space distortion force field at that location, any warship that entered there would be sucked into the space crack and disappear. So at this time, the Milky Way fleet trapped inside the star system rushed towards the gap frantically, and rushed out immediately after the space there calmed down. Chapter 370. Starry Sky, adjust the direction, and move towards the star system next to you. Xiang Qian said immediately after the Space Distortion Weapon was fired. Okay, boss. At this time, Xiang Qian did not smile. Although the power of the Space Distortion Weapon was very strong, Xiang Qian did not think that the Galaxy battleship was invincible. After all, the opponent was also a late-stage 4th-level civilization, and they also had powerful space weapons. Not to mention anything else, the opponent's space crack weapon was no worse than the Space Distortion. The power of this attack is mainly due to the fact that the Galaxy battleship has invested more energy. Otherwise, with the same energy level output, the power of these two weapons is basically the same. The Galaxy battleship mainly has more than 700 stars as energy, which is much more advantageous than the opponent's 1 star as energy. This is just like the same hydrogen bomb, the larger the equivalent, the greater the power. The same is true for energy weapons and space weapons. The more energy output, the greater the power. When the Galaxy battleship was heading towards another star system, Fair inside the 6th Area Command Center had a dark face and stared at the Galaxy battleship on the big screen. Although Fair had anticipated the power of the Galaxy battleship, he still underestimated its true strength. Originally, he thought that the strength of the Galaxy battleship was at most the peak of the Galaxy-class mothership, so sending out 10 fleets would be enough. But after seeing the attack just now, he knew that the strength of the Galaxy battleship had definitely reached the level of the Star System mothership, the same level as the mothership he was sitting on now. Moreover, the energy reserves of the Galaxy battleship were definitely much higher than those of the Star-class mothership, and it could fight alone even without the escort fleet. But the more this happened, the more murderous Fair wanted. Send 3 Star-class motherships, and lead the fleet to stop target number 1. Never allow it to escape, Fair said sternly, looking at the Galaxy battleships on the big screen. This time he was ready to take real action. There were only 10 Star-class mothership formations in the entire 6th area. Each Star-class mothership was successfully built by gathering the power of the entire civilized race, consuming a lot of time and countless materials. However, after using the Star-class motherships, Fair had no more trump cards to use. This fleet of 10 Star-class motherships is the last trump card of the 6th area, and it is also the strongest combat force. If even the Star-class mothership formation cannot retain the Galaxy warships, then the other warships rushing forward will be sent to death, which is meaningless. When the 3 Star-class motherships began to move, Shinkung notified them immediately. Xiang Qin frowned as he looked at the 3 giant motherships with a diameter of more than 280,000 kilometers on the big screen, as well as the fleets brought by the 3 motherships. After seeing the strongest combat power of the Galaxy battleship, the other side still dared to send these 3 fleets over. Unless the other side is a fool, it means that the other side has the confidence to use these 3 fleets to resist the Galaxy battleship. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian immediately said to the starry sky, "How long will it take to reach the edge of the star system?" 5 hours and 32 minutes. How long will it take for the other side's 3 fleets to engage in fire with us? According to the current speed of the other side's fleet, it will enter the attack range of the Galaxy battleship in 9 hours and 49 minutes. Xiang Qian thought for a while after listening, and asked Vacadia, predict the battle situation after meeting them. Soon, the battle scene predicted by Vacadia was displayed on the big screen. The three fleets of the opponent coordinated to attack the Galaxy battleship. Although they did not break the defense of the Galaxy battleship, they slowed down the speed of the Galaxy battleship. And the three fleets of the opponent were very flexible. The strongest weapons of the Galaxy battleship took too long to prepare, and they could not lock on the opponent at all. Xiang Qian saw this situation and gave an order without thinking. Starry Sky, change the route, we will leave directly. Notify all civilized races, and tell them that the other side has used their trump cards. If they don't want to be eliminated, they should not hide their trump cards. It will be too late to escape. Okay, boss. In fact, Xiang Qian didn't need to notify them. All civilized races have already scanned the situation outside the star system. Faced with this situation, these civilized races also recalled ordinary warships and prepared to give it a try. Originally, everyone formed a formation force field together, which consumed very little energy and had good defense. Up to now, except for the explosion of the flagships of the races of the major civilizations when breaking the star system's protective shield, they have not used their full strength at other times. To put it bluntly, fighting with the enemy now is not as fierce as fighting with our own people for resources on the way to the Andromeda Galaxy. Half an hour later, all civilizations have taken back all the warships that can be included in the race flagships, and the remaining ones that cannot be taken back can only be abandoned. Then the fleet formation force field formed by the flagships of civilized races disappeared instantly, and the flagships of civilized races opened their own protective shields and began to absorb space energy, forming strange force field shields. Are there any civilized races going to join the Earth Federation? If so, follow us. If not, we will leave first. After an elliptical flagship of a civilized race issued a broadcast, the outer armor of the ship instantly cracked, just like a broken eggshell. Then the surface of the ship's hull began to wriggle, and tails and powerful claws began to grow, and soon it turned into a super large monster. After this civilized race flagship turned into a monster, although the engine nozzle disappeared, its speed increased 3 times, reaching 0.82 times the speed of light. Such a speed is already a heaven-defying speed in the normal navigation of a civilized race flagship. The monster transformed by this civilized race flagship shuttled through countless energy attacks like a fish in water, dodging countless attacks. Rippled space energy splashed around it. If it weren't for its hideous appearance, the picture would definitely be very good. The 4th level civilization race flagships of other civilizations also changed at the same time, and they all broke out in the strongest war form of the race flagships. Although there is no formation force field now, the defense of the civilization race flagship is not much weaker, but in some aspects it has become stronger, especially the flexibility has been enhanced several times. The opponent's defense line suddenly became full of loopholes, and one civilization race flagship after another rushed out of the star system frantically. At this time, Xiang Qian received a communication from the race flagship that had turned into a monster civilization, and they directly said that they wanted to join the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian admired the fact that the civilized races were still thinking about joining the Earth Federation. However, now was not the time to recruit other civilized races, so Xiang Qian just replied that they should rush over first, and whether they could join the Earth Federation would be discussed later. After a while, the broadcast sent by the civilized race before the transformation was also received. Xiang Qian didn't know what to say to the civilized race that had to find someone to team up with before joining the Earth Federation. As time went on, more and more civilized race flagships began to explode, and the opponent's star system encirclement soon fell into chaos. The fleets in the encirclement were also disrupted by the race flagships, and more than a dozen star systems fell into chaos for a while. Chapter 371. Looking at the chaotic battlefield and facing the sudden outbreak of the flagships of the 4th level civilization races, Fer suddenly felt that things were a little out of his control. Originally, he did not pay much attention to these flagships of the 4th level civilization races. After all, except that the ship body was a little bigger and felt a little stronger, there seemed to be nothing special about them. They were almost the same as ordinary warships. But now that the major civilization races in the Milky Way have erupted one after another, he realized that things were not that simple. After the flagships of the 4th level civilization races showed powerful firepower, extraordinary mobility, and super defense, he finally discovered that these tens of thousands of warships were actually quasi-stellar warships. Leave the special fleet behind, and the other fleets will withdraw from the star system to organize the second line of defense and stop them in the universe. After the other fleets withdraw, the special fleet will detonate the space collapse bomb. Fel said coldly. He knew that this would not work, as it would only allow the other party to break through the encirclement, so Fair could only cut off his arm and use special means. After Fair gave the order, the fleet surrounding the star system began to slowly withdraw, leaving only a small number of warships to delay time. This time, the major civilizations in the Milky Way ran faster and faster. In less than an hour, they almost ran out of the star system. When leaving the star system, these civilizations also threw several large bombs on the star. Seeing their actions, Xiang Qian knew that they wanted to destroy the star. They were probably afraid of the attack of the space-tearing weapon. But before Xiang Qian saw the supernova explosion, a more massive space energy reaction appeared. Those warships that stayed behind to block the major civilizations in the Milky Way exploded at the same time. At the moment of the explosion, the terrifying space energy began to gather, and the next second, small black holes appeared. Seeing this scene, Xiang Qian knew that many civilizations were doomed. This was obviously the situation that would only occur when the space collapse weapons were detonated. Although the space collapse weapons this time were not as powerful as the first time, the number was too large. According to Xiang Qian's estimation, if it was affected by 2 space collapse weapons, even the flagship of a 4th-level civilization would not be able to withstand the huge squeezing force during the space collapse, and would definitely be crushed into powder. However, Xiang Qian also had a new understanding of the other commander. He was definitely a ruthless person and very cold-blooded. The number of warships that just exploded is definitely more than 8 billion. If these warships are all controlled by intelligent computers, let alone 8 billion, even 80 trillion would be nothing. But the opponent's fleet is obviously controlled by personnel. Even if the minimum number of people to control a warship is 20,000, then the number of people who died under this command is more than 160 trillion. What is the concept of 160 trillion people? The total population of the entire Earth Federation is no more than 700 billion, which means that the number of people who died in the instant just now is more than 228 times the total population of the Earth Federation. As expected, kindness is not good for the army. If it were him, he would never give this order. Although this kind of release would cause greater damage to the major civilizations and races in the Milky Way, if one order was given, 160 trillion people would die instantly. He would never say this even if he was beaten to death. 10 minutes later, when those black holes slowly disappeared, at least 1/3 of the flagships of the major civilizations and races in the Milky Way disappeared. Some of the flagships of civilizations and races were still in tatters, and could no longer move. As for those flagships of races that were still intact, the protective shields were much dimmer at this time. Only a few flagships of races that were not affected, and that used special means to completely defend against this attack could still maintain the strongest state. Even if the remaining flagships of races were not damaged, they consumed a lot of energy reserves, and perhaps their equipment was also damaged. Now Xiang Qian saw the enemy's fleet as if he saw a moving bomb. Although this powerful space collapse weapon could not cause damage to the galaxy warships, the enemy's behavior made Xiang Qian feel extremely dangerous. Because the enemy's power was victorious, they could do anything, and such an enemy was the most dangerous. Because you can't understand the enemy's perversion at all, maybe when the enemy seizes the opportunity, they will die with you. So Xiang Qian made up his mind to stay away from the enemy's fleet and never play close attacks with the enemy. Help, as long as any civilized race saves us, we are willing to become a subordinate race and never betray. Help, our race's flagship is a 3-layer design, and the core spacecraft is not damaged yet. If any civilization can take it, we are willing to become a subordinate race. We are willing to. At one time, cries for help from various civilized races rang out in the public channel. These civilized races that asked for help were basically civilizations whose warships were not seriously damaged, but could not maintain their combat effectiveness. If they can be rescued and given enough supplies at this time, they can recover in a few years. Unfortunately, they are now on the battlefield and under the blockade of the enemy fleet. It is harder to save them than to ascend to heaven. Moreover, the supplies to repair the race flagship are not available to any civilized race. So even though the public channel is so lively now, with so many civilized races asking for help, the number of people who can actually be saved is less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, these civilizations that can be saved must be the subordinate races under their control that have not been affected by the space collapse weapons and have intact combat capabilities. As for the subordinate races, don't expect the master civilization to save them. The civilizations that escaped the disaster have also learned to be smart at this time. They no longer charge together, but run away alone. After all, the void of the universe is not the ground. Now, except for the direction outside the Andromeda Galaxy, there are countless directions to escape. As for whether they can escape, it depends on their luck. Now, there are about 40,000 civilizations left in the Milky Way, not counting those that are waiting to die. Xiang Qian sighed, as he looked at the flagships of civilizations flying around on the big screen. He estimated that the number of civilizations that could escape the opponent's attack and enter the Andromeda Galaxy would definitely not exceed 30,000. Who would have thought that there were more than 200,000 civilizations when they set out in the Milky Way, but now there are only so few left. Although these civilizations may be enemies of the Earth Federation in the future, when they were in the Andromeda Galaxy, they were still on the same line. Now, he could only watch these civilized races being killed instantly, but he could do nothing. This feeling was really uncomfortable. However, this idea did not exist in Xiang Qian's mind for long, and was thrown out. Now the Earth Federation is not out of danger. Although the Galaxy battleship is powerful, its speed is really not as fast as the race flagship. So the three chasing fleets will catch up with the Galaxy battleship in a short time. At that time, there will be a big battle, but now the Earth Federation can be regarded as a successful breakthrough. Next is the game of hunting and killing. As for who is the hunter, and who is the prey, it is hard to say now. Chapter 372. Hurry up, and send the fleet to pursue the targets with higher risk factors. Never let the warships of those civilized races escape. Thel roared in the command hall. At this time, the situation was beyond his control. Tens of thousands of civilized race flagships were scattered and fled. Even if they had more warships, they would not be enough. After all, sending a small number of warships would be a way to die, and sending a large number of warships would not be able to pursue all the targets. So Fair could only send warships to pursue those civilizations with stronger strength and higher risk factors. It is much more valuable to wipe out these civilized races than to wipe out other civilized races. However, when Fair saw the Galaxy battleships displayed on the other side of the screen, his face became even gloomier. Now there are nearly 1,000 fourth-level civilized race flagships fleeing with the Galaxy battleships. Such a force cannot be stopped by 3 Star-class mothership formations. Send 2 more Star-class mothership formations. Fair was interrupted before he could say anything. Commander Tansans patted Fair on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't send out Star-class mothership formations to chase. It's useless even if you go." But the other party. Fel wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Tansans. "No buts, this huge Star-class mothership is like the Star System's defense circle. It can't be broken by a few Star-class motherships. And the civilization that owns this Star-class mothership is the only race in the entire Star System whose technological level has reached the late stage of the 4th level civilization. So this race has met the pre-selection conditions. What we need to do now is not to destroy this civilization, but to observe it." Tansans looked at the Galaxy battleship on the screen and said meaningfully. After listening, Thaddy was silent, looking at the Galaxy battleship on the screen with unwilling eyes. "I understand, but for the final plan, it is okay to add some pressure on them now so that their power is not too large." After a while, Fel's eyes lit up and said with a smile, "Okay, but be careful not to make things worse." Tansans understood Fel's meaning and said after thinking for a while, "Don't worry, I know." In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. At this time, the civilizations that were not being pursued have begun to adjust their directions and fly to places with rich resources. And those civilizations that were being pursued by the fleet had to flee desperately. There was no way to go to the resource-rich areas. They could only rush in the opposite direction to avoid the pursuing fleet. This made the pursued civilizations very depressed. They couldn't understand why so many civilizations. The other side left other civilizations alone and stared at them. The 3 fleets behind the Galaxy battleship were also pursuing relentlessly. Since everyone was at the same speed, no one could get rid of the other, so they could only waste time like this. Xiang Qian had no way to deal with this. Fortunately, the Galaxy battleship had sufficient energy reserves, with more than 700 stars as the power source. Even if it didn't replenish energy for a while, there would be no problem. He didn't believe that the other party's fleet could keep chasing without replenishing energy. So Xiang Qian was confident that he could get rid of the other party's pursuit. It was just a matter of time. The Earth Federation is not afraid, but the civilized races following the Galaxy battleship are not afraid, because their energy reserves are not enough. The energy collected at the last resource point was consumed by more than half after sailing 200,000 kilometers, and then they experienced a war. Now their remaining energy is no more than 30% at most, which may not be enough to outlast the opponent's fleet. However, there is no star system in the direction where the galaxy battleship is heading in the short term, so if they want to resupply, they can either follow the galaxy battleship and persist in resupplying in the star system more than 10 light-years away, or turn around and head to a nearby star system. These civilized races looked at the three huge fleets behind them, and threw the second method behind their minds. In this way, 5 years passed in the pursuit and escape between the two sides. During these 5 years, more than 1,000 civilized races following the galaxy battleships hoped that the Earth Federation would take the lead and form an alliance to jointly resist the native civilized races of the Andromeda Galaxy. However, these civilizations mentioned it several times, even if they all agreed to obey the command of the Earth Federation in the war, but Xiang Qian did not agree to form this alliance. So after a few times, they did not invite Xiang Qian, but formed an alliance on their own. However, there was an exception, that is, the biological civilization that publicly stated that it would join the Earth Federation when it escaped. This civilization race called Pabadalong did not join the alliance formed by more than 1,000 civilization races, but instead made up its mind to join the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian was helpless about this Pabadalong civilization. He had made it clear that the Earth Federation would not accept any civilization race at present, but the other party just did not give up, and just followed behind the galaxy battleship, as if you don't accept me, I won't leave. Faced with such a situation, what can Xiang Qian do? You can't just destroy them. Xiang Qian ignored what other civilized races did, and instead focused on scientific research. If the galaxy battleship had not been upgraded and transformed for 500 years, and the technological level had been raised to the standard of the late stage of the 4th level civilization, then the galaxy battleship would not be able to escape even if it wanted to. From this, we can see the importance of the technological level, so Xiang Qian has been focusing on scientific research, just to let the Earth Federation raise its technological level to the peak of the 4th level civilization before escaping from the pursuit. By then, the galaxy battleships will be upgraded again, and the Earth Federation will be safe. In this way, while other civilized races are busy forming alliances and sharing information and resources, the Earth Federation is busy with scientific research. And the three fleets of the Three-Eyed Clan continue to pursue relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Without using curvature navigation, in 15 years, they have only flown a distance of more than 12 light-years. For the Andromeda Galaxy, which has a diameter of hundreds of thousands of light-years, this is simply standing still. After sailing here, the civilized races following the galaxy battleships have become impatient, and their energy reserves have dropped to the warning line. If they don't replenish their energy, they won't be able to sail for much longer. So a few years ago, when they were about to reach this star system, these civilized races mentioned to Xiang Qian that they would intercept the three fleets behind in this star system. Xiang Qian also rejected this proposal, because destroying the three fleets behind would not benefit the Earth Federation. It would be easier to wait for the Earth Federation to reach the peak of the 4th level civilization, develop the strongest weapons, and directly destroy the three fleets behind than to expect these civilized races to work together to destroy the three fleets. After Xiang Qian rejected this proposal, these civilized races following the galaxy battleships became restless. The Earth Federation has enough energy reserves and can keep escaping, but these civilized races can't. If they run forward with the galaxy battleships, there will be another resource desert, which is the vacuum belt between several spiral arms in the Andromeda Galaxy. There are no resources there, and the span is very large. It would take at least several hundred years to cross the vacuum zone, and by then, their energy reserves would have been exhausted. So after consultation with those civilized races, they decided to leave the Earth Federation and flee alone. At this time, they were ready to be chased by a fleet behind them, but after they escaped, the three fleets behind them didn't even look at them, let alone send a fleet to chase them. Such a result made them happy and depressed. Isn't it obvious that they didn't take them seriously? After all this time, the three fleets behind were just chasing the Earth Federation. They followed the Earth Federation like fools for more than 10 years. Just thinking about it makes these civilizations collapse. If they had known earlier, they would have left alone long ago, and why waited until now? Except for the Pabadalong civilization, which still followed the galaxy warships, and insisted on joining the Earth Federation, other civilizations have left to attack the star system ahead. A year after separating from the Earth Federation, an alliance of more than 1,000 civilizations came to the outside of that star system, preparing to attack this star system with only a few warships for defense. At the same time, these civilizations also held their breath and wanted to vent in this star system. Chapter 373. Master, the Alliance is going to attack this star system. What should we do? Hill, the chairman of the Hope Alliance, asked the man in black. Don't attack the life planet, the rest is up to you. The man in black said slowly. Okay, I got it, master. Hill said respectfully, then turned and left the man in black's room. At this time, more than 1,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization race had already begun to attack this star system. This star system is a medium-sized star system. There is a star with a mass 12 times that of the sun inside the star system. There are 3 life planets and dozens of resource planets inside the star system. It is considered a relatively good star system. However, there are no other star systems around this star system, only this one star system alone, so the defense force is not very strong. After detection, there are more than 11 billion lives on the 3 life planets. There are dozens of defense fortresses stuck on the route to the life planets inside the star system, and there are more than a dozen space fortresses around the 3 life planets for defense, as well as a small fleet of 800,000 warships. Such a defensive force is nothing compared to more than 1,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization race. Any flagship of the 4th level civilization race can handle it. So after more than 1,000 flagships of the 4th level civilization race rushed into this star system, the first thing they did was not to destroy the defense fortress, but to send a large number of equipment to collect resources. The second thing was to send warships to attack the defense fortress and the 3 life planets. In less than a day, all the defense fortresses in the star system were cleared, and the small fleet of 800,000 warships was destroyed after a few seconds. Now, except for the 3 life planets that still have some defensive weapons, the other side has no resistance. At this time, all civilized races thought they could receive the fruits of victory, but who would have thought? Surrounded by hundreds of millions of warships, the people on these 3 life planets continued to resist and showed no sign of surrender. This angered one of the civilized races. After communicating 3 times and asking the people on the planet to surrender, but receiving no response, this civilized race ordered the destruction of one of the life planets. A concentrated attack by 30 million warships instantly turned a life planet twice the size of the Earth into cosmic dust, and the billions of people on the life planet also disappeared completely in this attack. However, at the moment when this life planet was destroyed, more than 2 billion people of the civilized race that ordered the attack on this life planet died in an instant. These dead people were completely randomly selected, and these 2 billion people fell to the ground at the same time. However, the results of the examination did not have any conclusions. Their bodies were all good, and there was no disease. But at that moment, the vital signs disappeared instantly. Faced with such a strange situation, all civilized races dared not move, and could only watch the remaining 2 life planets continuously launch defensive weapons and warships outside the planet to attack, and did not dare to take any action. I want to know why you Pabatalong civilization must join the Earth Federation. You should know that the more you do this, the less likely I will let you join, because your behavior is too weird. I don't believe that you chose to join the Earth Federation because of the power of the galaxy battleships. In fact, with the technological level of a level 4 civilization, you could also build galaxy battleships. It just takes a little time. So if you want to join the Earth Federation, you must give me a reason that I can accept, otherwise I can only say sorry. Xiang Qian said to Dilung, the ruler of the Pabo Dilung civilization. Okay, I tell the truth. In fact, joining the Earth Federation is the requirement of our civilization leader. Dilung looked at Xiang Qian and said seriously, Guide. I want to know what the ability of the guide is. Xiang Qian thought of countless answers, but he didn't think of this one. The special ability of the guide is actually nothing special. The guide can find a way to solve the current problems of the civilized race based on the current shortcomings or difficulties faced by the civilized race. Dilong roughly said it. Although Dilong's words were very general, Xiang Qian understood what he meant, but this was different from. The road to heaven's ability is too different. Chief Dilong, I want to tell you something. Although the Earth Federation does not have a guide, I know what the guide's special ability is. But the information I know is not the same as what you said. Xiang Qian frowned and said, I don't need to lie to you about this. Although I don't understand why the guide must let our Pabo Dilung civilization join the Earth Federation, the guide's ability is not wrong. If it weren't for the existence of the guide, our civilization wouldn't have survived until today. I can sign a civilization race contract to prove that I'm not lying. Dilong said very seriously. Xiang Qian was a little confused at this time. He didn't believe that the man in black would lie to him at that time, and the abilities of other special evolutionists mentioned by the man in black were all correct, which meant that there was no need for him to lie about the special abilities of the guide. But what Dilong said now didn't seem to be a lie, So what went wrong? While Xiang Qian was thinking, another member of the Pabatalong civilization appeared on the big screen, and this person seemed to have a very high status, because Dilong stood up to greet him. Dear Earth Federation Controller, Mr. Xiang Qian, hello? I am the Special Evolutionist and Guide of the Pabatalong civilization, Sharwini. The Guide of Pabatalong, Sharwini, said to Xiang Qian. Hello, I just asked Mr. Dilong some questions about the guide, and I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Xiang Qian also said with a smile. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Dilong repeated the conversation between him and Xiang Qian in Sharwini's ear. Maybe Dilong has some misunderstandings about the special abilities of guides. In fact, as a guide, my ability can only help civilization find the most correct path. For example, in the Andromeda Galaxy, I saw that the road ahead of our civilization is full of thorns and darkness, which means that the power of our Pabo Dilong civilization alone cannot face the future crisis. But when I saw the Earth Federation, I found that the future of the Earth Federation was full of light. Although there is some darkness in the light, that darkness will not threaten the light. This shows that the future of the Earth Federation is not in danger of destruction. This is also the fundamental reason why I let Dilong keep up with the Earth Federation and want to join the Earth Federation. Salvini said slowly. Then why did I hear that the special ability of the guide should be called the road to heaven? The energy you mentioned seems to have nothing to do with the road to heaven. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said. After listening, Shalvini looked at Xiang Qian with shock, then sighed and said, what I just said is the truth, but the guide has the strongest ability that can only be used once in a lifetime, which is the road to heaven you mentioned. After using that ability, the civilization level can be raised by 1 level, but the price of using this ability is my life. If the Earth Federation can accept the Pabatalong civilization, and do not discriminate in any way, I can use this special ability on the civilization race you specify. Chapter 374. The Road to Heaven. This is the special ability of the guide. Although the price of using this ability is life, this special ability is absolutely heaven-defying. Even the special ability of the shelter cannot be compared with that of the guide. Raising the civilization level of a race is not very meaningful in the early stage. But when the civilization level is improved, the opportunity to break through the civilization level this time becomes very important. Regarding your request, I personally have no objection on behalf of human civilization, but I still need to ask the opinions of several other civilized races in the Earth Federation. I think they would welcome the Pabatalong civilization to join the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Since the guide has said this, Xiang Qian cannot disagree. After all, the energy of this guide is too powerful. If they are the enemy of the Earth Federation, they will not be able to sleep well. After all, everyone's civilization level is the same, and the Earth Federation is still working hard on scientific research and preparing to break through the civilization level. And the other party sacrificed a guide and broke through directly. The difference in civilization level is the difference between heaven and earth. Maybe when the Earth Federation just broke through the civilization level, the other party has already built a high-level fleet to crush you technologically. Thank you, Mr. Xiang Qian, then we will wait for good news. Salvini said with a smile, and she was relieved. Since Xiang Qian said so, there is basically no problem, otherwise Xiang Qian would not say so. After the call ended, Dilong looked at Salvini with some confusion. He didn't understand why he had to pay such a price to join the Earth Federation. Even without the Earth Federation, any other large civilization alliance would be very happy to welcome them to join. Coupled with the special ability of the guide, he really doesn't believe that he can't survive without the Earth Federation. You don't understand. Even if we don't join other civilization race alliances, we can survive on our own. But in my eyes, whether it's us or other civilization races in the galaxy, the road ahead is broken. Only the Earth Federation, their road leads to eternity, although their road is full of thorns and terror. Even if we join the Earth Federation, we may perish on the road in the future. However, if I join the Earth Federation, I have a chance to gain eternity, and if I join other civilization alliances, we may not die, but there is no way forward. Salvini looked at Dilong's puzzled eyes, and said softly. After Xiang Qian closed the communication, he held a simple meeting with Lu Sun and others, and talked about Pabo Dilong's joining the Earth Federation and the guide. In less than 5 minutes, the matter was finished, and of course, the vote was unanimous as Xiang Qian expected. When signing the civilization race contract the next day, Dilong was shocked by the terms in the civilization race contract. He did not expect that the terms after joining the Earth Federation would be so generous. In fact, in his imagination, even if the civilization race contract was not very harsh, it would exploit the interests of the Pabatalong civilization. But after signing the contract, Xiang Qian did not even accept the condition that the guide said yesterday. This also convinced Dilong, and he sincerely integrated into the Earth Federation and regarded the Pabatalong civilization as a member of the Earth Federation. What Xiang Qian and his team didn't expect was that this Pabatalong civilization was actually an Evolver civilization. Although after the 4th level of civilization, the Evolver civilization seemed to have fewer advantages, in fact, the Evolver civilization is definitely stronger than the average civilized race. The racial potential of an Evolver civilization is many times stronger than that of a Wanderer civilization, and the most important one is the population limit. Without enough population, there will not be enough scientists, and without scientists, there will be no way to quickly improve the level of science and technology. When the Evolver civilization reaches the peak of the 4th level civilization, the Wanderer civilization may still be hovering in the middle of the 4th level civilization, trying to break through the late stage. This gap will become more and more obvious as time goes by. So Xiang Qian was also very happy after the Pabatalong civilization joined the Earth Federation. In this way, the technological foundation of the Earth Federation will increase again. Time passed slowly, and 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 200 years, according to the scanning results of the detector, nearly 1/5 of the civilizations and races in the Milky Way that fled at that time were destroyed. Now nearly 1/5 of the civilized races are being pursued, and it is unknown whether they can escape in the end. The 3 fleets following the Earth Federation have also been hanging behind the Galaxy warships, and these warships have not been replenished for 200 years. However, according to the energy storage technology of the peak of the 4th level civilization, the 3 fleets behind must return to replenish energy in a maximum of 100 years. Otherwise, these 3 fleets will not be able to fly out of this cosmic void at all. After all, there are no star systems within a few hundred light years around, and they have no place to replenish. Especially the black hole more than 10 light years away will be the last place for the Galaxy warships to get rid of the opponent. Because using the black hole to accelerate, a lot of energy must be consumed when escaping. So if these 3 fleets want to catch up with the Earth Federation, they must consume a lot of energy. But unfortunately, their current energy reserves are not very sufficient. If they accidentally consume too much energy, they can only stay in this cosmic void and wait for rescue. But Xiang Qian didn't expect that before they reached the black hole, the opponent stopped chasing and sent a communication at the same time. The area ahead is under the rule of the Kursi civilization, which is a very brutal alien race. Our Highness asked me to tell you not to attack the planet with life, otherwise you will bear the consequences. At the same time, I hope that our 3-eyed tribe will have the opportunity to cooperate with you in the future. After opening the communication, the other commander said something incoherent, and then closed the communication. Sure enough, after the communication ended, the 3-eyed fleets that had been chasing the Earth Federation for more than 200 years turned around and left. This situation made Xiang Qian stunned. He didn't know what the other party was doing. Xiang Qian asked Zhang Ying and Makadia to predict many times, but they didn't find any traps at all. The Earth Federation would be very peaceful in the next few hundred years without any danger. After getting such a prediction, Xiang Qian wanted to catch up and stop the fleet of the 3-eyed tribe and asked them what they meant. They ambushed at the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, attacked desperately, and then sent 3 fleets to chase for more than 200 years. In the end, you said there was danger ahead and hoped you would be careful. This logic doesn't make sense. Are they here to hunt them down or escort them? For a while, both Xiang Qian and the Earth Federation think tank were confused by the action of the 3-eyed tribe. They couldn't tell whether they were enemies or friends. Chapter 375. After the Earth Federation escaped from pursuit, it did not go around to the black hole, but turned around and headed for the nearest star system. However, even if it is the nearest star system, it will take 320 years to travel at the speed of the Galaxy battleship. This situation made Xiang Qian have no confidence in the task of destroying all civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy within 50,000 years, as required by the rules of the universe. If curvature navigation is not available, then at the current speed, 50,000 years will not be enough to fly even a few hundredths of the Andromeda Galaxy, not to mention destroying the local civilized races. In order to keep up with the ridiculous flying speed during the day, Xiang Qian issued an order that the technological level must reach the peak of the 4th level civilization within 320 years. Then, after reaching the star system, they began to prepare for the breakthrough of the 5th level civilization. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed, and at this time, the Pabatalong civilization has successfully integrated into the Earth Federation. Now in the Earth Federation continent, every city can see the tribesmen of the Pabodalong civilization. Since they are all human-like civilizations, although they look different in some places, they are generally more human-like, so it is easy to accept integration. In this 100 years, the development of biological science and technology in the Earth Federation has reached an unprecedented peak. Scientists from the Green Star Civilization, scientists from the Pabodalong Civilization, and biological scientists from humans, scientists from 3 civilizations, joined together and integrated the biological science and technology trees of the 3 civilizations, and a powerful spark burst out. In just 100 years, the biological discipline of the Earth Federation has reached the peak of the 4th level civilization, which is the first breakthrough among all disciplines, and at the same time, it has left the research progress of other disciplines far behind. Delong did not expect that after joining the Earth Federation for 100 years, their technology level, like curvature navigation, quickly rose from the late stage of the 4th level civilization. They had just arrived to the peak of the 4th level civilization. Among them, the plant system biology technology tree of the Green Star Civilization played a very important role. It can be said that the technology tree of the Green Star Civilization directly made up for the weaknesses of the Pabodalong Civilization. At the same time, after the Pabodalong Civilization learned about the fusion of civilization race flagships, it immediately began to prepare a plan for the fusion of civilization race flagships. Since the Pabodalong Civilization did not consider the issue of technological complementarity and civilization race flagship fusion when designing the 4th level civilization race flagship, it is impossible to directly merge with the Green Star Civilization. After nearly 10 years of discussion, the Pabodalong Civilization finally came up with a solution. This solution is the design plan for the 5th level civilization race flagship. Since the 4th level civilization race flagship cannot be integrated, then the 4th level civilization race flagship is abandoned, and the 5th level civilization race flagship is directly used for integration. This not only preserves the special technology of the Pabodalong civilization, but also can obtain the attribute bonus of the Civilization Race Alliance after the fusion of the Civilization Race flagship, and the population limit can also be increased. However, Xiang Qian was speechless after seeing the design drawing of the 5th level civilization race flagship of the Pabodalong civilization. Because it really doesn't conform to his aesthetic point of view, he really can't understand how the Pabodalong civilization can design such a thing. In order to be able to merge with the Earth Federation continent, this 5th level civilization race flagship is not designed to be very large. The size is about the same as the current 4th level civilization race flagship. It can be said that it is basically modified from the hull of the 4th level civilization race flagship. But it is indeed a bit ugly, and the whole thing looks like a big tumor, which is very disgusting. Although this form is the original form, it can be switched to the combat form when it wants to fight, and it can be switched to the rapid form when it wants to escape. But no matter what, this big tumor looks very disgusting, and Xiang Qian can't stand it anyway. But the scientists of the Pabodalong civilization explained that this is not a big tumor, but a super-enlarged version of the virus, a collection of super-biological tissues, and the pinnacle of biochemical technology. This 5th level civilization race flagship can be transformed into a biological manufacturing factory. Without leaving the Earth Federation continent, it is a factory that produces biological transformation weapons. After leaving the Earth Federation continent, it can transform into various monsters to fight, and its combat power is very strong. But if you ignore the appearance, the Earth Federation now has a second combat race, and it has some combat power in foreign wars. It doesn't want to be able to only resist the galaxy battleships like now, and it takes a long time to think about dividing its troops. Finally, under Xiang Qian's earnest persuasion, the scientists of the Pabodalong civilization changed the exterior of the race flagship in the biological manufacturing factory state into a jellyfish shape. Such a jellyfish image emitting a light blue light is acceptable. At least it will not affect the beauty of the Earth Federation continent. In the following 200 years, the Earth Federation's scientific and technological level has slowly improved. After the breakthrough in biology, the basic materials and mechanical things disciplines have also made breakthroughs. The remaining disciplines have also reached the critical point of breakthrough and may break through at any time. But science is something that sometimes really depends on luck. Many times, a key point may be stuck there for decades or even hundreds of years, and it just can't be broken through. Sometimes, just after getting stuck, a new idea comes up the next day, and then the problem is solved in less than a month. Anyway, there is no reason to talk about scientific research. A breakthrough is a breakthrough, no matter how others break through. Luck is also very important in scientific research. 30 years Before the Galaxy battleship was about to fly out of the universe and reach the star system, Xiang Qian began to let the Pabatalong civilization mass-produce biological transformation weapons. After all, after breaking through the 4th-level civilization, remote-controlled unmanned warships can no longer be used. Then cannon fodder is a problem. After all, population resources are very precious, and some battles cannot be filled with human lives. But sometimes, these cannon fodders are really needed to explore the way or cover the rear. In the past, Xiang Qian really had no way to solve this problem. Now with the biochemical transformation civilization of Pabatalong, all these problems have been solved. To explore dangerous places, use biological transformation weapons. To cover the rear, use biological transformation weapons. To fill the gap with cannon fodder, use biological transformation weapons. It can be said that with biological transformation weapons, the Earth Federation will no longer lack cannon fodder. After all, low-level biological transformation weapons have low cost and can be cultivated on a large scale. Except for their slightly poor combat effectiveness, these biological transformation weapons are simply the most ideal weapons. 30 years later, when the Galaxy battleship arrived at the edge of the star system, Xiang Qian waved his hand. In an instant, dense biological transformation weapons rushed to the defense line of this star system and launched a fearless charge against this defense line. Seeing the biological transformation weapons surrounding the planetary fortress on the opponent's defense line, with 3 layers of inner and outer layers, Xiang Qian felt relieved. No wonder everyone likes to recruit soldiers. It feels really good to watch the enemy being crushed by numbers without having to do it yourself. The most important thing is that such cannon fodder, no matter how many die, he will not feel sorry. Xiang Qian decided that he must reserve more such little monsters in the future. When the time comes to attack the enemy, he will directly close the door and release the dogs to bite the enemy to death. Chapter 376. In less than a month, Wu Wei's endless biological transformation weapons opened a breakthrough in the star system's defense line, and then madly attacked the star system and began to wreak havoc. Half a month later, the defense force on the star system's defense line was disintegrated, and the planetary fortress was breached. 3 months later, Xiang Qian, Lu Sun, Sephiroth, Kaya and Dilong, with the senior leaders of each race, sat in the command hall of the supernova and looked at the life planet displayed on the big screen. "Boss, the Marines are ready and can go at any time." Shinkong's figure appeared beside Xiang Qian and said, "Has the General Staff prepared the attack plan?" Xiang Qian asked. Based on the data provided by Vicadia, the General Staff has prepared 3 sets of attack plans. Well, let's start the attack. After Xiang Qian gave the order, the warships around the supernova opened their hatches one after another, and countless biological transformation weapons began to rush towards the life planet. After all the biological transformation weapons were deployed, landing ships began to be deployed one by one. When countless monsters rushed into the atmosphere, the life planet began to attack. Any monster that was hit would die in the high temperature caused by the friction between the impact and the atmosphere because of the damage to the protective layer outside the body. But no matter how many died, these monsters still rushed to the ground like rain. Under the cover of countless monsters, the landing ship arrived at the ground safely. The landing ship opened, and teams of mecha warriors walked out of the landing ship and began to attack the defense buildings on the ground. But when the mecha troops arrived around the defensive buildings, what awaited them were countless robots and soldiers wearing mechas. Both sides opened fire at the same time, and the fierce firepower of the mecha troops on both sides made countless small monsters and robots fall down like wheat being cut. For a time, the 2 sides were caught in a war of attrition. The small monsters deployed by the Earth Federation continued to gather towards the battlefield, and the opponent's robots also continued to pour out of the defensive buildings like an endless stream. In the use of cannon fodder, the 2 sides were tied. On the big screen in the Supernova Command Hall, it can be seen that all the ground landing troops have encountered stubborn resistance. In some battlefields, because there are fewer cannon fodder monsters, the mecha troops have begun to lose personnel. It can be said that this is the first battle in which the Earth Federation has suffered personnel losses since leaving the large Magellanic system. Seeing this situation, even Xiang Qian began to shake his head. If the Earth Federation's mechas are not as good as the opponent, then the combat casualties are understandable. But in fact, the Earth Federation's landing troops are all evolvers, and each of their mechas are armed with genetic nuclear power. Therefore, in terms of mechas, the mecha troops of the Earth Federation are at an advantage. But the current situation is that the mecha troops of the Earth Federation, relying on mechas that are superior to the opponent's first line, have tied with the opponent, and even suffered losses in some battlefields. Although the mecha troops that landed on the Life Planet are not the most elite mecha troops of the Earth Federation, they have also undergone a long period of simulation training and are not rookies. After the pursuit fleet of the Three-Eyed Clan left, Xiang Qian asked the Hope Alliance what price they would pay for destroying a Life Planet. As a result, Xiang Qian was surprised by the answer of the Hope Alliance. Destroying a planet with life will kill 2 billion people. Such a punishment is simply abnormal. Even if the population of the Earth Federation is small, if a few hundred planets with life are destroyed, then all human beings will die. And the number of planets with life in the Andromeda Galaxy is basically calculated in trillions. If so many planets with life are not destroyed, it is unknown how long it will take to occupy them. Of course, you can choose not to occupy them, but the message of the Civilization Race Scepter is to eliminate all native civilization races in the Andromeda Galaxy. In other words, if there are no native civilizations on a life planet, the mission will not be completed. Under the condition of limited speed and unable to perform curvature navigation, it is necessary to eliminate all civilizations on life planets and fight all native civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. All this must be done within 50,000 years, which makes people collapse. However, occupying life planets is not completely without benefits. After occupying life planets, the population limit of civilization will increase. This is also the only good news Xiang Qian has heard in hundreds of years. So in order to occupy the life planet, Xiang Qian had asked Li Cheng, who was responsible for training the mecha troops, to reorganize the mecha troops hundreds of years ago. The purpose was to capture the life planet in the future and increase the population limit. However, after hundreds of years of preparation and training, the war still ended up like this, which really disappointed Xiang Qian. In fact, this battle could have used biological transformation weapons, and the Earth Federation did not need to send a single soldier, and the life planet could have been captured with 0 casualties. But the Earth Federation can't always rely on the little monsters to fight monsters. What if the little monsters meet their nemesis one day? Will the Earth Federation stop fighting? Is that possible? So even if there are losses, the mecha troops must participate in the war. The purpose is to train soldiers. Soldiers who have never been on the battlefield, even if they stay at home every day to train with virtual equipment, can't become elite, let alone become the king of soldiers. 3 hours later, all battlefields are still entangled, and no battlefield can break the situation. Seeing this situation, Li Cheng's face was very ugly, and he directly ordered the second batch of mecha troops to join the battle. If he couldn't take down a base in a day, he would really find a crack in the ground to hide in, which was too embarrassing. At the same time, Li Cheng also made up his mind that after this battle was over, he must strengthen the training of these people, and then virtual training, and then direct actual combat. Anyway, biological transformation weapons are easy to cultivate, so he planned to let all mecha warriors take cold weapons to fight against small monsters and exercise their actual combat capabilities. With the second batch of mecha troops joining the battle, the Earth Federation finally suppressed the enemy's firepower. However, the enemy relied on defensive buildings to hold on, and the Earth Federation could not capture the enemy's base for a while. The next step was to fight a war of attrition. When the enemy's robot cannon fodder was completely lost, the battle was over. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, half a month passed, and endless robot cannon fodder continued to appear on the battlefield. A rough calculation showed that the number of robot cannon fodder killed by the enemy in the past half-month was definitely no less than 200 million. But even so, there is still a steady stream of robots pouring into the battlefield, as if there is really an endless supply. In order to seize the time to attack, the Earth Federation has deployed 6 batches of mecha troops, working 3 shifts a day and launching attacks without stopping. Finally, after a month, there was an enemy stronghold where cannon fodder robots no longer appeared. Chapter 377. When the robot cannon fodder of this base no longer appeared, the Earth Federation quickly organized personnel to rush into the enemy base. 7 mecha battalions rushed into the enemy base. Without the cannon fodder robots blocking them along the way, the mecha troops pushed forward with overwhelming force, and did not encounter any decent resistance at all. This made the mecha soldiers a little uncomfortable. They fought hard yesterday, but today without the robot cannon fodder, they suddenly became weak. In less than an hour, the mecha troops rushed into the core command room of the other side's base. In the command hall, the soldiers of the base troops finally saw the image of the original civilized race on this sonic planet. Black skin, yellow eyes, 6 thin arms, no hair on the body, but the blood vessels and bones under the skin can be seen. It looks like malnutrition, and has not eaten for many days. Who is the leader among you? Stand up, Li Cheng said to all the people on the other side on the supernova through the mecha link. In the end, no one spoke. All the other side looked at the mecha soldiers surrounding them with yellow eyes. Their eyes were full of hatred. You should be able to contact other bases. So you contact other bases now and ask your people to stop. We can give you a spaceship and let you leave. Li Cheng continued. But no one on the other side spoke, and even when they heard that they could leave, their expressions did not fluctuate. Since you won't cooperate, don't blame us. Mech troops, kill the people in the front row, Li Cheng said coldly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of lasers instantly hit the front row of the other side, and the people hit by the lasers fell to the ground without a sound. As a result, the other side didn't even blink when seeing this situation, as if those people were not their compatriots, but aliens. At this time, a shout suddenly came from the communication channel of the mech troops. Calling the captain, the third team found that the enemy was transferring personnel at the bottom of the base. Now we are blocked, and the enemy's firepower is fierce. We need support. The sound of explosions can still be heard during the call. The second, third, and fourth teams go to support. Don't leave a single person alive. Kill them all. The first team will check the enemy's base master brain to see if there is any special information inside. After hearing Wan, Li Chengye immediately said, and he spoke in cosmic language through a loudspeaker, so that everyone in the hall could hear it. After Li Cheng's order was issued, the other side finally responded. At the core of the other side, a man said to the mecha that Li Cheng used to pass the message, "You invaders will never be able to defeat our Kursi civilization. The final victory will belong to us, and you will be buried in the dead void." After speaking passionately, the Kursi man, who seemed to be the leader, pressed a button in his hand. As the button was pressed, an alarm sounded throughout the base, accompanied by an alien language. The people of the Earth Federation could not understand the alien language, and even if they wanted to crack it, it would not be done in a short time. But even a fool could distinguish the alarm sounding in the base, so after a little thought, they could know which button the other party pressed. Everyone, evacuate quickly, the other party has activated the base self-destruct device. Li Cheng shouted at the first time. That's right, at this time, the other party's secret has been discovered, and the personnel cannot be transferred. What else can they do except die with them? Boom! Unfortunately, the mecha troops had not run out of the second floor. In less than a minute, the entire base exploded. The entire base was buried in an instant. From the outside, only a sunken deep pit could be seen, and streams of magma were still bubbling out of the deep pit. On the screen in the Supernova Command Hall, all the personnel of the 7 mecha battalions were interrupted at the same time. Fuck. Li Cheng cursed loudly, gnashing his teeth and looking at the big screen, wishing that he could destroy the entire planet with one shot. At this time, Xiang Qian also received a notice from Shinkong. Tell the general staff to evacuate all mecha troops and send biological weapons and plant weapons to attack. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said after listening, "Okay, boss. Since they are playing human bombs with you, why bother with mecha troops? It is right to train soldiers, but training soldiers is different from sending them to die. Knowing that the other side is the same type as terrorists, who would send regular troops to fight you." Following Xiang Qian's order, millions of warships in outer space of the life planet opened their hatches and began to launch biological transformation weapons. This time, not only the cannon fodder level monsters were launched, but also monsters of other forms, and some seeds of plant weapons. In fact, when dealing with a life planet, if you can't destroy it, the fastest way to eliminate all enemies is to use plant weapons. Although there is no fear of death when there are many biological transformation weapons, plant weapons have more advantages in attacking the opponent's base. As long as the seeds of plant weapons are planted on the ground, the plants that specifically target metal will directly devour the opponent's base. Even if the underground base has a protective shield, the plant weapons also have plants that specifically target energy. So no matter how the opponent defends, there is no way to deal with plant weapons. Although biological transformation weapons also have various types of transformed organisms, one thing is that these organisms need to be cultivated. It is not as convenient and quick as throwing a species on the ground and returning to receive the planet after a while. 2 days, just 2 days, under the double attack of plant weapons and biological transformation weapons. The 100,000 bases of the Kursi civilization on the life planet, including the bases in the deep sea and the bottom of the crust, were all wiped out. All the people of the Kursi civilization have become nutrients for plant weapons and biological transformation weapons. However, after conquering this life planet, Xiang Qian discovered that the other party had been preparing for many years. According to the feedback, there are no children in all the bases. Most of them are old people, and there are a few middle-aged people wearing mechas, and even young and middle-aged people are pitifully few. Although the Earth Federation didn't know much about the Kursi people, they could still tell the difference between children and the elderly. As for whether they were women, that was unclear, because there were no bodies to dissect, so it was impossible to tell from the appearance. At the same time, all the enemy's bases were connected. If a base was captured, they could move before it was captured, and then detonate the base's self-destruct device. There were more than 100,000 such bases on the entire life planet. Xiang Qian would not believe it even if he said it was not prepared in advance. Since all the enemy bases had exploded, there was no useful information, so the Earth Federation could only obtain some information from the wreckage of the bases. Based on the wreckage of these bases, the Earth Federation detected that the earliest of these bases was built 3,600 years ago, and the latest was built 1,200 years ago. In other words, the entire Andromeda Galaxy civilization race knew about their coming at least 3,600 years ago, and also knew the content of their mission. Otherwise, they would not have made such sufficient preparations. First, they installed space interference equipment throughout the Andromeda Galaxy to limit curvature navigation. Then, they concentrated their forces on the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy to intercept and kill, and then, according to the rule that life planets cannot be destroyed, they dug countless bases on life planets and took away all young and strong people and children in advance, leaving the old, weak, sick and disabled to consume the living force. Such arrangements are simply based on the conditions limited by the rules of the universe. Otherwise, how could they design all the problems into one link after another? After coming to this conclusion, Xiang Qian felt cold in his heart. If it continues at this speed, in 50,000 years, let alone annihilating all the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, it would be good if they didn't annihilate them. Now this is still the edge of the Andromeda Galaxy, and we have encountered such an ambush. The opponent even left a backup plan for a life planet that has been abandoned. Then when we reach the opponent's core area, we don't know what kind of danger we will encounter. At this time, Xiang Qian looked at the star map of the Andromeda Galaxy on the big screen. It was no longer a brilliant starlight, but a huge black hole that swallowed countless civilizations. When all civilizations stepped into the Andromeda Galaxy, they had already fallen into this black hole. Chapter 378. A huge three-dimensional projection device displayed the star map of the Andromeda Galaxy. All the senior officials of the Earth Federation gathered around the star map to listen to the report of the Earth Federation think tank. Based on the strength of our Earth Federation, the star field that is most suitable for our development should be here. The think tank member clicked on the star map and zoomed in on an area. This star field is numbered H199. There is a black hole in the middle of it. Around this black hole, there are a large number of star systems. According to the detection, this star field has more than 13,000 stars, more than 37,000 life planets, and countless resource planets. The most valuable thing is that all the star systems in this star field are gathered together, which is convenient for unified planning. Everyone looked at the enlarged area on the star map and thought about it as the think tank explained. Wait a minute, I have a question. Although this place is good, it is still a bit far from our current location. Why don't we choose a place closer to me? If I remember correctly, there is a star system cluster similar to this one 350 light-years away from us, and the defense force of this star system cluster is much weaker than the star system cluster you mentioned. Then why do we choose this star system cluster, with a long distance and strong defense strength? Zhao Ming suddenly stood up and said, then zoomed in on another area of the star map. The think tank took a look at the place Zhao Ming zoomed in, and said confidently, Mr. Minister, this star field was originally within our consideration, but after a comprehensive comparison, combined with the current situation of our Earth Federation, we still chose this area. Although the H199 star field is 720 light-years away from us, it will take a lot of time on the way there, but in fact, our Earth Federation really needs this time as a buffer. First of all, according to the information provided by scientists, we found that although our Earth Federation has a huge technological foundation, in fact, our actual technological advancement speed is not as fast as some civilizations that specialize in a single discipline, because our disciplines are too many. Now our Earth Federation still has the advantage of leading in technology, but this advantage is not because of our strong technological foundation, but because we have spent thousands of years more than other civilizations to research bit by bit. If on the way to the Andromeda Galaxy, our Earth Federation, like other civilized races, advances through wormholes, then the current technological level of our Earth Federation is at most the middle stage of the 4th level civilization, and whether it can break through the late stage of the fourth-level civilization is a question. Now there are still 3 disciplines in our Earth Federation that are at the level of the late stage of the fourth-level civilization, but these 3 disciplines are all disciplines studied by human civilization alone. These 3 disciplines do not have the technology sharing bonus of other civilized races in the Earth Federation, so the research progress is far lower than other disciplines. In this case, we only have 2 ways to solve this problem. One is time, relying on time to accumulate and naturally break through. The second method is to absorb other civilized races to join the Earth Federation, so that these 3 disciplines can get technology sharing bonus. Now we have a third method, which is to increase the upper limit of population. As long as the upper limit of population is increased, more scientists will be born under the effect of population dividend. As long as the number of scientists increases, the progress of scientific research will definitely increase in the same amount of time. Therefore, we chose to go to the H199 star field for the purpose of time and population limit. On the way to the H199 star field, we have to pass through 173 star systems, among which there are 159 life planets. According to the calculation that one life planet can provide a population limit of 10 billion, 159 life planets can increase the population of the Earth Federation by 1.59 trillion people. Even if only 1/3 of these 1.59 trillion people can become scientists, the number of scientists in our Earth Federation will more than quadruple. The remaining 1 trillion people can improve the war potential of the Earth Federation. Now our Earth Federation looks strong, but this strength is based on the galaxy battleships. Once we lose the advantage of galaxy battleships, our Earth Federation is actually worse than many civilized races in terms of fleets. The war between level 4 civilizations can no longer be carried out by remotely controlling unmanned warships. Therefore, the only way to improve the war potential is to increase the population. According to our plan, before reaching the H199 star field, the Earth Federation's technology level must reach the peak of the 4th level civilization, the number of scientists must exceed 800 billion, the number of soldiers must exceed 1.2 trillion, the number of warships must reach 500 million, and the technology upgrade of the galaxy warships to the peak of the 4th level civilization must be completed. All these plans must be completed within 1,000 years. With this buffer time, we will have the strength to take over the H199 star field and make it the base of our Earth Federation in the Andromeda Galaxy, and also the foundation of future wars. On the other hand, if we choose the H126 star field, which is 350 light-years away and has only 31 star systems on the way, when we reach the H126 star field, the overall strength of our Earth Federation will not be much improved at all. At that time, if we want to conquer this star field, we will pay a great price. After all, the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy have been preparing for thousands of years. We don't know what kind of challenges we will face in such a star field. This is also the reason why we gave up the H126 star field. Clap, clap, clap. Xiang Qian took the lead in applauding, and thunderous applause rang out in the meeting hall. After all, the think tank did not disappoint everyone's trust. After considering all the situations comprehensively within 3 months, it gave a satisfactory answer. Not bad, very good. I don't know if anyone else has other opinions. If not, then for the next 1,000 years, we will follow this plan. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he looked at the clan leaders of several tribes around him, and asked them with his eyes. Green Sun and the others all said that there was no problem, and they fully agreed with the think tank's opinion. After reaching a consensus, Xiang Qian finally made the decision. Then each department should make a phase plan based on this plan framework, adjust the focus of work, and all should be carried out around this plan. After the meeting, Xiang Qian sat quietly in the office alone, with the projection of the Andromeda Galaxy in his eyes. In fact, there is another real content of this plan that has not been made public, which is to greatly improve the quality of human beings after the population limit is increased. Simply put, if there are 200 billion scientists among 1 trillion people, then the remaining 800 billion people will join the military to fight against the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy. After 600 billion of the 800 billion people die, the remaining 2,000 people will be the elite troops. The dead 600 billion people will become newborns, and 100 billion scientists may be born among the 600 billion people. Then the remaining 500 billion people will continue to fight, and the dead will become newborns, and the remaining ones will be the elite troops. If the cycle goes on like this, in the end, the Earth Federation will only have 50% of scientists and 49% of elite troops left, and less than 1% of other positions. Although this plan is very cruel, and is entirely based on human lives, it must be said that at this time, in this special period, Xiongqian has no other choice, and the Earth Federation has no other choice. This is reflected in the actual combat situation of the mecha troops before. The elite must be trained in life and death battles, not trained at home. This is the cruel reality. If Xiongqian is merciful and disagrees with this order, then one day in the future, the Earth Federation will be destroyed by other civilized races because of his kindness. So even though this order is very cruel and Xiongqian feels very uncomfortable, he has to do it. This is the universe, a cruel universe. Chapter 379. When the Global Federation went to the H-199 star field, the Three-Eyed Clan's pursuit of the major civilizations in the Milky Way had already ended. It is said that except for a few civilizations that escaped the pursuit fleet, basically all the civilizations that were hunted by the Three-Eyed Clan fleet all perished. The remaining civilizations had already fled far away at this time, and even if the Three-Eyed Clan sent out a fleet to hunt them down, they would not be able to catch up. At the 6th Regional Command Center, the large screen displayed the current location and direction of each escaping civilization race. Uncle, these civilized races have entered the desert area, and our mission has been completed. But why don't we continue to hunt them down? If we use all our strength, we can at least eliminate half of them. Fair said to Tan Sands while looking at the big screen. It's no longer necessary. The next step is a tug-of-war that will last for tens of thousands of years. Temporary gains and losses are not important. Whether the remaining civilized races are 10,000 or 1,000, it doesn't make any difference to us. Because the number of life planets is constant, even if all these civilizations survive, their war potential is constant. The number of civilizations is not the key to the final victory, but the potential of civilization is the key to strength. The same number of life planets in the hands of one civilization, and in the hands of 10 civilizations will exert different power. Now that we have eliminated most of the potential civilizations, the remaining ones are no longer a concern. Tansan said calmly. I understand, but... Fel didn't finish his words, but the image of the galaxy battleship on the big screen expressed his meaning. Now it is a seed. If this seed grows into a towering tree, then we will rely on it. If it only grows into a sapling, then we will cut it off and use it as our nutrients. Uncle, do you think it will grow into a towering tree? I don't know, but I know it's right to listen to the ancestors. Ancestors? After a while, an officer walked up to the two of them and said respectfully, Commander Tan Sands, His Highness Fair, the passage back is open, we can set off. Well, the remaining fleet remains alert, and the remaining fleet will follow us back. Tan Sands nodded. Yes, Commander Tan Sands. 10 Star-class mothership formations guarded the core Star-class mothership and slowly entered the space gate, followed by a huge fleet cluster. When the main fleet of the Three-Eyed Clan entered the space gate, the huge space gate slowly disappeared. When the fleet appeared again, it was already in the cosmic void 30,000 light-years away from the edge of the Andromeda galaxy. In this cosmic void, countless fleets were patrolling, and a few light-years away was a huge star system cluster. In this star system composed of star systems, there were a large number of planetary fortresses and countless defensive weapons. The entire star field was like a war machine, quietly waiting for the enemy to come. For a while, the alliance of more than 1,000 civilized races that escaped with the Earth Federation and later left alone also began to discuss the next countermeasures. Compared with other civilized race alliances, this civilized race alliance has a relatively large number of members. And because this civilized race alliance was formed under crisis conditions using the civilized race contract, compared with other civilized race alliances, its cohesion is much worse. There are more small groups inside, and each civilized race has its own ideas and interests, so it is not easy to maintain it for such a long time. Today's meeting is to discuss whether to form a real alliance, rather than a temporary group like the current one. However, before the meeting had lasted long, differences in various aspects emerged. The biggest obstacle to the formation of a civilized race alliance is the issue of utilization and distribution. The power of more than 1,000 civilized races gathered together, and the strength is certainly very strong, but the number of civilized races is too large, so naturally the resources allocated to each race will be reduced, which is unavoidable. For example, the distribution of life planets. A life planet can provide a population limit of 10 billion, which seems to be a lot, but if it is distributed to more than 1,000 civilizations, it is pitifully small. Other civilizations and races can basically get a population limit of several billion for each civilization and race within the alliance if they take down a few life planets. However, Unless their alliance occupies 700,800 life planets, it will be just a drizzle for each civilization and race. If the situation continues to develop like this, it can be said that the alliance as a whole is strong, but a single civilization is very weak, which is an unchangeable fact. But in a cruel universe, which civilization is willing to sacrifice itself to help others? Even if there are struggles for power within each civilization, let alone the alliance of more than 1,000 civilizations, who knows how far this alliance can go in the end? If the alliance is dissolved, then these civilizations will be eliminated, so few civilizations support the formation of a real alliance. When the day's meeting was over, Hill of the Hope Alliance came to the room of the man in black and reported to him about today's meeting. That is to say, most of the civilized races did not agree to form an alliance, but a few civilizations privately approached you and wanted to pull you into their alliance. The man in black said lightly, "Yes, master. According to the current situation, tomorrow's meeting will basically avoid the issue of canceling the contract between civilized races." Hill nodded and said, "Call the race controller who persuaded you to join their alliance, tell them that you agree to join their alliance, and ask them to sign the civilized race contract. Anyway, I don't care what method you use, you must bring them here." The man in black thought for a while before speaking. "Yes, master, I will contact them now." "Well, go ahead." A few hours later, several people came to the flagship of the Hope Alliance and entered the room where the man in black was, led by Hill. When these people left half an hour later, they had the same expression as Hill, and they all walked out of the room respectfully. Less than 3 hours later, these people gathered a group of people to come here, and as a result, everyone became the same half an hour later. In this way, in one night, the leaders of several powerful civilizations among more than 1,000 civilizations came here one after another. When the alliance meeting started the next day, other small races suddenly found that the atmosphere of the meeting had changed, and it seemed that they were really going to form an alliance. However, because most civilized races disagreed, the establishment of the civilized race alliance was still a long way off. In the next half-month, people came to the flagship of the Hope Alliance every day, and then went back to bring people back, over and over again without stopping. When the meeting was held again half a month later, the proposal to establish the civilized race alliance was successfully passed. Chapter 380. Master, the contract of the racial alliance has been signed. What should we do next? Please give us your instructions, master. Hill said respectfully to the man in black. Build a galaxy battleship, merge the flagships of all civilizations and races, and strive to improve technology. Before reaching the peak of the 4th level civilization, do not attack large star fields. The rest is up to you. In the next 10 years, do not disturb me unless it is important. The man in black said in a hoarse voice with his back to Hill. Yes, master, I understand. Well, go ahead. After Hill walked out of the room, the man in black slowly stood up and walked towards the wall. Beep. The man in black put his hand on the wall, and the next second the wall opened, revealing a very small room. Inside the room was a small bath filled with dark green nutrient solution. Pa. The man in black walked into the room, took off his clothes, put the damaged civilization ray scepter on the edge of the bath, and soaked in the nutrient solution. However, after doing this set of movements, the man in black's breathing became much faster, and he looked very tired. Huh. I didn't expect that my ability has decreased so much. I have already overdrawn my vitality after controlling such a small number of people. The man in black said tiredly while soaking in the nutrient solution, looking at his skinny body. Originally, with the power of his controller, he would not be forced to this point. However, the final battle of the large Magellanic Cloud allowed him to revive his home planet, but because of the rules of the universe, his own ability was suppressed to the level of a 4th level civilization. After that, his home planet was destroyed by the Earth Federation, and he could only use all his strength to save his life. As a result, the civilization ray scepter was damaged again, and his ability was suppressed to the level of the 4th level civilization, and could not be improved. This time, his ability was greatly reduced, even worse than before, and he consumed a lot of vitality to save his life. He didn't have much vitality. If the power of the Milky Way civilization race had not been defeated this time, and the Hope Alliance could not follow behind, he would not have planned to use the special ability of the controller. However, the overall power of the Milky Way has been dispersed, and the only remaining more than 1,000 civilized races still have their own thoughts, and cannot form a racial alliance. So when there is no other way, he can only consume the remaining little vitality to control the rulers of these civilized races, so as to form a racial alliance. This is also the first generation of special evolutionists like him. Otherwise, If it is replaced by the special evolutionists rewarded to various civilized races by the rules of the universe, there is no such power at all. Only the first generation of special evolutionists, who become special evolutionists with their own strength, have the full strength of special evolutionists. The special evolutionists awarded to various civilizations and races by the rules of the universe are all castrated versions. This is mainly because the abilities of the first generation of special evolutionists are so powerful that even the rules of the universe cannot deprive them of this special ability. They can only be suppressed from all aspects, and use other rules to suppress the special abilities of the first generation of special evolutionists. There are still 30,000 years left. I hope it's still in time. The man in black sighed and sank into the nutrient solution, and the room became very quiet. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Earth Federation's technological level has finally reached the peak of the 4th level civilization, and the Galaxy Battleship has also begun a new round of upgrades and transformations. At this time, the Galaxy Battleship stopped in the cosmic void between the 5-star systems, surrounded by countless spaceships. The huge industrial spaceships were catching monsters one by one, lying on the star system ring, to carry out construction. A large amount of materials are continuously mined from the resource planets of the star system, and transported to the Earth Federation through countless small monsters, like ants moving houses. Since the Earth Federation uses star energy instead of material conversion energy, industrial waste has undergone complex transformations, and all become nutrients for the small monsters. Supporting the continuous increase of the Earth Federation's biological transformation weapon core, these small monsters are miners in normal times, and cannon fodder in wartime, which can be said to be extremely cost-effective. At this time, at the top of the World Tree, inside a huge treehouse, the newest headquarters of the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian was meeting with the patriarchs of several other civilized races. The content of the meeting was about the ownership of the future life planets, that is, the issue of increasing the population limit of each race. In the past 500 years, the Earth Federation has obtained a total of 71 life planets, large and small, which have provided the Earth Federation with a population of 710 billion. These 710 billion people, except for the Mandi tribe, were all divided among humans and several other civilized races. Among them, humans got 250 billion people, Green Star Civilization got 150 billion people, Silver Wing Civilization got 150 billion people, Pabodalong Civilization got 160 billion people, and as for the awakened Reglos, he didn't get a penny, because even if he got it, it would be useless. Who let his race determine that his entire tribe can only be himself. Because of the special nature of the Mandi civilization development, after Bacadia used the power of prophecy, after internal discussions, they decided not to have any population except for the improvement of civilization level. Because the route they take is different from that of all other civilized races. Their path is not material development, but spiritual development. Now the Mandi tribe has begun to adjust the spiritual frequency of all tribesmen. When the spiritual power reaches a certain level, the tribesmen will be integrated into the flagship of the civilized race, and become part of the huge computing power of the wisdom, which is completely digitized. So if the Mandi tribe wants to integrate all the tribesmen of the entire civilization into the wisdom, they cannot add too many people, because once the population is large, the spiritual frequency adjustment will slow down. No one has the right to interfere with the Mandi tribe's actions, although the Mandi tribe's actions seem crazy, and so far, apart from helping the Earth Federation improve scientific research efficiency, there is no offensiveness. But no one can deny that once the Mandi tribe succeeds, after all the tribe members are integrated into the wisdom, Bacadia's capabilities will be greatly improved. At the same time, there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that when using the true prophecy, it will be free from the limitations of vitality. Although the possibility is very low, when the spirits of all the members of the Mandi tribe are gathered together, the change from quantity to quality is also very terrifying. Now Xiang Qian is also looking forward to what kind of changes will happen when the Mandi tribe becomes a level 5 civilization. Compared with the Mandi tribe, other civilized races have also reached the peak of level 4 civilization, and are looking for their own future development routes. Among them, after reaching the peak of level 4 civilization, human civilization finally broke out the huge energy of multidisciplinary development civilization. However, the disadvantage of multidisciplinary development is that it requires a large team of scientists, so Xiang Qian has begun to think of ways, and today's meeting is also held to expand the team of human scientists. Of course, Xiang Qian will also take care of the emotions of other civilized races during the meeting. Chapter 381. Now that everyone's respective civilizations have reached the peak of level 4 civilization, The next step is to break through level 5 civilization. Now how many scientists do you need? Tell us roughly, so that we can allocate the population. Xiang Qian said. Our Green Star civilization does not need them. In the field of biology, the scientists of Pabatalong civilization and human scientists are working together, and the progress is already the fastest. Even if we add more scientists, the progress will not be much faster than it is now. Green Sun was the first to say. We don't need it anymore. Biological civilization needs to accumulate more experience to break through the 5th level civilization. Now the plant classification and biological transformation classification are complete, but there is still a long way to go before the overall biological discipline is fully completed. It cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. The current progress of biological disciplines is already the most advanced discipline in the entire Earth Federation, so there is no need for us to increase the population. Dilon also said. We, the Mandi tribe, don't need it either. Kaya followed up. I want to increase my people, but unfortunately the rules of the universe don't allow it. Retros also followed suit. Now there are only Xiang Qian and Sephiroth left, which means that only humans and Silver Wing civilization will share the spoils of the life planets obtained within 500 days. Xiang Qian looked at Sephiroth, waiting for him to speak. 300 billion people, there is no use for more. Sephiroth thought for a while, and said directly, well, except for the 300 billion people of Silver Wing civilization, the rest are all from the Earth Federation. If we calculate it this way, according to the number of people allocated, the Mandi tribe will not have to fight in the war 500 years later. For the remaining war personnel, the Green Star civilization will provide 80 billion, the Pabatalong civilization will provide 90 billion, the Silver Wing civilization will provide 250 billion, and humans will provide 550 billion. After the galaxy battleships are upgraded, we will set off, and everyone will start to make preparations for the war in the next 500 years. Xiang Qian nodded. This ratio is also calculated according to a certain ratio based on the increase in the population of each tribe. Although some may be more, some may be less, but basically the difference is not too big. It is definitely impossible not to send troops. After all, you can't just increase the population but not send troops when fighting. For Xiang Qian's statement, it is meaningless. The gains and losses are proportional. This blow is understood. After the meeting, Xiang Qian returned to the office and began to think about the future development path of the Earth Federation. So far, the advantages accumulated by the Earth Federation before have been reduced to a few. The Earth Federation is still ahead in terms of civilization level, but after a dozen or even dozens of civilization race alliances share technology, this gap is easy to catch up, so the civilization level is no longer an advantage. In terms of strength, the Earth Federation had galaxy battleships before. However, galaxy battleships are now popular. Although not all civilization race alliances will allow civilization race flagships to merge, the combat effectiveness of galaxy battleships will not be much worse than that of the Earth Federation. After all, the technology requirements for galaxy battleships are only level 4 civilization. Now everyone is a late level 4 civilization, so it is still easy to manufacture galaxy battleships. According to the detection, all the surviving civilizations in the Milky Way have begun to build galaxy battleships, so the Earth Federation no longer has an advantage in this regard. On the contrary, it is at a disadvantage in the number of civilizations. After all, the Earth Federation only has 5 civilizations plus Reglos. After the strength of the galaxy battleships was offset, the overall strength of the Earth Federation was not as good as other race alliances with more civilizations. Now the only advantage of the Earth Federation is its technological foundation. The potential of human civilization is definitely higher than that of 99% of other civilized races. This can be seen from the ratio of scientists born in the new population after the population increases. The ratio of the increase in the human population to scientists is 5 to 1, which means that for every 5 newborns, 1 scientist will appear. The remaining civilized races, even the Mandi and Pabatalong civilizations, which are also evolutionary civilizations, have a ratio of only 8 to 1 in this regard. As for the Green Star civilization and Silver Wing civilization of the Wanderer civilization, the ratio is only 10 to 1 and 11 to 1, which is simply incomparable to humans. In this case, as long as the human population increases, the number of scientists in the Earth Federation will be much higher than that of other civilized races with the same population. At the same time, at the same civilization level, the power of the Earth Federation's weapons is stronger than that of any other civilized race, which is determined by the multidisciplinary development of humans. For other civilized races, Whether they are single discipline or dual discipline, only the disciplines developed by their own civilization can be integrated in terms of technology. Otherwise, even if two peak races of level 4 civilization share technology, let scientists from both sides study it, and then want to create weapons that combine the advantages of both disciplines and technologies, it is very difficult. Even if the advantages of the two disciplines are really combined, the weapons produced are just ordinary weapons. Whether it is equipment manufacturers or black technology controllers, they cannot use their abilities to produce such weapons. Because the minds of the evolvers do not have the drawings and manufacturing capabilities of weapons that are not of their own race, such weapons can only be industrialized. This means that although this kind of weapon combines the advantages of the two disciplines in some aspects, it cannot be produced by the evolvers, and there is no special attribute bonus, so the power is still inferior to the weapons and equipment produced by the equipment manufacturers. Moreover, the biggest disadvantage of this weapon is that it cannot be formed into a nuclear-based weapon. Without the attribute bonus created by the evolvers, and without the further enhancement of nuclear-based weapons, this weapon is useless. On the contrary, human evolvers can create compound discipline weapons that combine several major disciplines and technologies. This weapon itself is more powerful than a single discipline weapon, and is endowed with attributes and the enhancement of genetic nuclear-based weapons. Under the same level, it can basically beat the weapons and equipment of other civilizations. This is the advantage that makes the Earth Federation stronger than other civilized races and cannot be offset. After all, this is the result of the Earth Federation's accumulation over the years, relying on its leading advantages step by step. Otherwise, with the Earth Federation's technological background, it would have become a level 5 civilization by now, and would not be worried about breaking through the level 5 civilization like it is now. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian has basically sorted out the advantages and disadvantages of the Earth Federation, so the next development direction of the Earth Federation is to expand its advantages, narrow its disadvantages, and continue to maintain its leading position. The number of civilizations in the Earth Federation is still insufficient. We need to absorb more civilizations and races. Moreover, these civilizations and races must develop into civilizations with more than two disciplines. Finally, their disciplines can overlap with those of human development and complement each other in science and technology. This is the best and fastest way to expand advantages and reduce disadvantages. However, this plan cannot be implemented now. We must wait until we conquer the H199 star field. Otherwise, the Earth Federation simply does not have the energy. Xiang Qian said to himself. Chapter 382. General, all fleets are ready. The first line of defense in the star field has activated the protective force field. The target is 15 light-years away from us, and is expected to arrive in 19 years. Has the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon been manufactured? The main body has been built, and the electronic equipment is being loaded. It is expected to be completed in 10 years. Well, the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon must be built before the opponent reaches the first line of defense. Otherwise, we will have to consume a large number of warships to resist the opponent's galaxy warships, which is very disadvantageous to our defense line. Yes, General. At the H199 Starfield Command Center, under the control of the Kursi civilization, Mason Seti, the military chief of the Kursi civilization stationed in the H199 Starfield, ended the call with the staff and kept looking at the galaxy battleship on the big screen. At the same time, on the screen next to it, the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon that was being built intensively was displayed. This weapon was a super-enlarged version of the electromagnetic railgun. The entire gun barrel was as long as an astonishing 130 million kilometers. According to the design data, it could theoretically accelerate a degenerate matter projectile with a diameter of 10 kilometers to 0.92 times the speed of light. At this speed, although the energy consumed is amazing, the galaxy battleship that cannot enter the curvature navigation cannot avoid this attack at close range. Only by maintaining a distance of more than 100 billion kilometers from the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon can the galaxy battleship avoid such an attack. In this case, the possibility of using galaxy battleships to break the starfield defense line is infinitely reduced. The Kursi civilization created such weapons to deal with the upcoming Earth Federation, and to offset the terrible attack of the galaxy battleship. Otherwise, the starfield defense line can't stop the charge of the galaxy warships, so what is there to defend? General, the last batch of supplies has been delivered, and the space gate is about to close. I wonder if the General has any other requests. If not, we will return. I wish the General good luck in the war. After a while, The commander of the transport fleet opened the communication and said, "Well, thank you for the long transportation. Mason said he will definitely not disappoint the people's expectations. Wait for the news of our victory on the mother planet." Mason said he said to the commander of the transport fleet, "Goodbye, General. All the tribesmen are waiting for your return." After the communication was closed, 1 billion large transport ships slowly entered the space gate. When the last transport ship entered, the space gate closed. Seeing this situation, Mason said he knew that unless he won this war, he would never be able to return to his home planet. After 15 years, material corrosion bombs will begin to occur, covering the enemy's forward routes. Mason said he said coldly while looking at the Galaxy battleship on the big screen. He thought that even if it didn't work, he would make the other party nervous for a few years. In the blink of an eye, 16 years had passed. The Earth Federation had completed the Millennium Plan, the population had been replenished, the battleships had been manufactured, and all the war preparations were ready. In another 3 years, it would reach the H-199 star field, and it would also be the time for the first super-large war of the Earth Federation to begin. On this day, Decadia suddenly felt that the scanning data was wrong, and immediately began to build a virtual universe model based on the scanning results, and soon found the material corrosion bomb rushing towards the Galaxy battleship. The next second, his projection appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him, "Mr. Xiang, the Kursi civilization has launched an attack on us." When Decadia said this, the screen beside him showed a cosmic void, but in this cosmic void, countless bombs were moving forward at a rapid speed, and there was no edge at all. "What will be the consequences of hitting the Galaxy battleship?" Xiang Qian asked with a frown. "The atomic structure of matter collapses. If the Galaxy battleship does not open the protective shield, the first star system ring will be destroyed by 65%. Decadia answered immediately, "Can we dodge?" "Absolutely." "Then calculate the dodge rules, and let the Galaxy battleship dodge." "Okay," Decadia said, and the screen began to refresh the data frantically. In less than 3 seconds, a new route map appeared on the big screen. Xiang Qian nodded, and immediately ordered Shinkong to control according to this route map. "Decadia, I feel that your calculation ability has improved again." After Xiang Qian gave Shinkong the order, he said to Decadia, "Recently, the speed of the mental power synchronization of the tribe members has increased, and my computing speed has increased by 5.72%. Decadia said with a smile, "I really want to know how much your computing power will increase when all of you tribe members are integrated into the wisdom. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it." Xiang Qian said with emotion. 1,000 years have passed. 40% of the Mandi tribe members have been integrated into the Wisdom Race flagship, and Vicadi's computing speed has reached a level that he dare not imagine. Take the latest body of Starry Sky for example. It is a super mainframe that combines the highest scientific and technological achievements of the Earth Federation. The computing speed of Starry Sky is only 1/85,000th of that of Vicadia. And this computing speed is also increasing madly as the Mandi people integrate into the wisdom. It can be said that Vicadia's computing speed has exceeded the limit of the intelligent computing equipment of the 4th level civilization, and has almost reached the level of the 5th level civilization. Scientists have predicted that even if the Earth Federation reaches the 5th level civilization and creates a new body for Starry Sky's computing speed will be similar to that of Vicadia at present. It is conceivable how abnormal Vicadia's computing speed is at present. In the next year and a half, the Earth Federation has been evading the material corrosion bombs launched by the Kursi civilization according to the route adjusted by Vicadia. It was not until the Kursi civilization found that such attacks had no effect at all that they stopped such harassment. They began to mobilize warships on a large scale to supplement the weak points of the defense line. 2 years later, the Earth Federation General Staff has begun to adjust the final plan for attacking the H-199 star field. After all, this is the first time to attack a huge star field, and the problems involved are simply unimaginable. However, with the help of Vicadia, the first wave of exploratory attack plans have been prepared, and now they are waiting to launch the attack in a year. However, after uploading the first phase of the exploratory plan to Xiang Qian was very depressed. Because this plan was completely different from what he thought, there was no lightning tactics, no weird tactics, only a straightforward formation attack. Even the Galaxy battleships did not participate in the attack, but instead served as a logistics base in the rear. When Xiang Qian asked why they didn't use space distortion weapons to break the opponent's protective shield, Vicadia showed Xiang Qian the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon and simulated an attack, and Xiang Qian stopped talking. 1 year later, The Galaxy battleships stayed 1 trillion kilometers outside the Starfield defense line, and then sent out 50 fleets. Each fleet was equipped with 1 million battleships. Chapter 383. The number of warships sent by the Earth Federation may not even be a fraction of the enemy's, but Xiangqian dares to guarantee that the performance of these warships is definitely more than 3 times that of the enemy's warships. So although the number is not large, Xiangqian is not afraid that these warships will be easily destroyed by the enemy. As the Earth Federation fleet approaches, the Kursi civilization takes the lead in launching an attack. Countless energy weapons burst out with various lights, and beams of light penetrate the void of the universe. For these feelings, the Earth Federation fleet will hide if it can, and resist if it can't. But they did not fight back, but continued to approach the opponent's defense line. At this time, in the Wisdom Race flagship, the Cadia was cracking the opponent's various energy sensory data. Countless scientists in the energy discipline also began to analyze those colorful energy beams with the help of the Wisdom's huge computing power. An hour later, when the Earth Federation fleet arrived in front of the defense line, with great difficulty, it immediately began to launch missiles. Yes, it was missiles. Although missiles are outdated weapons in space wars, the Earth Federation fleet is indeed launching that kind of outdated weapon. These missiles are equipped with intelligent evasion systems. After connecting to the data of the starry sky, they seem to have eyes, and shuttle through the dense energy beams. Although some missiles that cannot be avoided are destroyed occasionally, more than 90% of the missiles still successfully pass through the firepower network and hit the protective shield. After the explosion, these missiles do not use explosives and shrapnel as their lethality, but burst out a directional energy shock. This energy shock is not violent, but the range of influence is always wide. After the shield was attacked by this directional energy shock wave, it began to become unstable. This instability was not the violent fluctuation instability when the shield was attacked by huge energy, but an instability in its own structure. The appearance of the shield is a manifestation of energy materialization. Under the constraint of the force field, a material layer with absolute isolation is formed. Such a material layer can intercept energy attacks and material attacks under the supply of huge energy. But no matter what kind of energy or matter, it is composed of particles. But now the shield attacked by the directional energy shock wave, its own particle structure began to become unstable. At this time, the Earth Federation fleet finally opened fire. One after another, the beams of light with space energy attacked the unstable shield fiercely, and the next second, big holes appeared at the position where the shield was attacked. Under normal circumstances, even if the shield was damaged, with a huge energy supply, these damaged positions would be repaired in the next second, and the defensive power of the shield would not be affected at all. However, when the shield's energy particles were unstable, even if more energy was sent into the shield, it was impossible to repair the damaged parts normally. In this way, the Earth Federation fleet began to launch a dense attack on the shield, and soon opened a huge crack in the shield. After the crack was opened, the Earth Federation fleet launched missiles again, but this time, the missiles were much larger than the missiles launched just now, but they also avoided the opponent's fire blockade as if they had eyes. However, the Kursi civilization, which had just encountered the strange situation of the protective shield, launched an attack like crazy after seeing the Earth Federation fleet launch missiles again. As a result, less than 30% of them were able to pass through the firepower network, which was a heavy loss. However, after these missiles attacked the planetary fortress and the galaxy ring that penetrated the entire defense line, they exploded quickly, releasing the plant weapons inside the missiles at the moment of the explosion. After the seeds of this plant weapon touched the surface of the planetary fortress and the galaxy ring, they began to germinate, and their roots drilled madly into the inside. General, the shield stabilization equipment is overloaded, and the surface of the planetary fortress and the galaxy ring is parasitized by plant weapons. Close the first shield, open the second shield, immediately repair the damaged equipment, and let scientists find out how the opponent's weapons destroy the shield. I want them to design equipment to resist that weapon within a month. The planetary fortress and the galaxy ring will immediately start microwave radiation to destroy all plant weapons and repair the damaged parts on the surface. Send 200 million warships out of the defense circle and drive the opponent's fleet back. Before the equipment to resist the destruction of the shield is developed, the opponent's fleet is not allowed to approach the shield within 5 million kilometers. Mason said he calmly gave the order. Yes, General. The next second, a layer of protective shield flashing with blue light appeared, replacing the unstable golden protective shield, once again blocking the attack of the Earth Federation fleet outside the defense line. At the same time, the planetary fortress and galaxy ring covered with plants also burst out huge microwave radiation, directly destroying the inside of all plant weapons, killing all cells, and turning into a pair of powders floating in the void of the universe. The Earth Federation fleet was also forced away from the front of the defense line by the opponent's 200 million warships. Since the first wave of the Earth Federation's offensive was completely resolved by the Kursi civilization, the Earth Federation generally took a small advantage. But this small advantage was not of much significance, and the only effect was to boost morale. When the Kursi civilization fleet chased 50 million kilometers, it gave up the pursuit and began to deploy its formation in the void of the universe to fight against the Earth Federation with the firepower cover of the defense line. By this time, the General Staff had collected enough data and ordered the fleet to return. At this point, the first wave of exploratory attacks by the Earth Federation ended, and the next attack would be a real one. 5 days later, the scientists in the energy discipline reported the results of their analysis to Xiang Qian. After reading the report, Xiang Qian asked, "Are you sure these energy weapons were not developed by a civilized race?" "It can be confirmed. After analyzing the attack data of these energy weapons, we found that the design ideas of these energy weapons are completely different. Some of these ideas are similar to our energy weapons, but more are extreme. Energy weapons are not kinetic weapons. At most, they focus on the firing speed and the density of the projectiles. There are only a few types of energy weapons. After the characteristics of a particle are thoroughly studied, countless energy weapons can be designed with the assistance of other particles. Each energy weapon targets a special physical rule. The design ideas and attack characteristics of the dozens of energy weapons we have collected are completely different. So we conclude that these energy weapons are definitely not developed by a civilized race." The scientist said affirmatively. "Is there a way to specifically target these weapons?" Xiang Qian continued to ask. "If we are asked to research a protective shield specifically for individual energy weapons, we will have no problem at all. But we have no way to develop a protective shield for dozens of energy weapons at the same time. Even if it is made, it will be the same as the current protective shield. The shield we are using now is a shield that is specifically designed for the common characteristics of energy weapons, but it is impossible to achieve special targeting for each weapon because they are not compatible. Forget it, by the way, is there really no way to target the shield that the opponent opens for the second time? At present, there is insufficient data, and it is still under development." "Yes, I understand. When the Earth Federation cracked the various weapons of the Kursi civilization, the Kursi civilization was also developing defensive weapons against the Earth Federation's offensive, such as the dense close-range fire protection network, which was specially developed for missiles. According to the research of scientists from the Kursi civilization, the directional energy shock wave that destroyed the protective shield has no effect on the protective shield at a long distance. Moreover, this shock wave does not have the characteristics of being converted into a materialized energy weapon, so the Earth Federation can only use ancient weapons such as missiles to launch this shock wave. A short battle, or a tentative attack, is not only a competition between the two sides in combat effectiveness, but also a competition in scientific research speed, to see whose weapon is faster to crack and whose weapon is faster to update. This is the competition on the battlefield. War is always the first driving force for the development of science and technology." Chapter 384. 10 days later, the Earth Federation dispatched 100 million warships and 50 planetary fortresses to rush to the H-199 Starfield defense line. In these 10 days, the General Staff has redrafted an attack plan based on the attack data from 10 days ago. As for the opponent's various ability weapons, the Academy of Sciences has determined that they cannot be cracked in a short time, so Xiang Qian is not prepared to wait any longer. Similarly, Xiang Qian is also afraid that if the time is delayed for too long, the opponent will crack the various weapons of the Earth Federation. When the Earth Federation fleet entered the attack range, the Kursi civilization launched an attack in advance again. At the same time, their fleet also flew out of the defense line and ran to the front to intercept the Earth Federation fleet. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the opponent's fleet came out to meet the enemy, it means that the opponent has no way to break the protective shield and destroy the bomb, otherwise the opponent's fleet will not leave the protective shield. This is exactly the effect Xiang Qian expected, because the plan formulated by the General Staff this time was not prepared to break through the opponent's defense line in one go, but to use the performance of the Earth Federation warships to consume the number of the opponent's warships. As the fleets of both sides approached, the Earth Federation fleet once again launched countless missiles. Faced with these missiles, the fleet of the Kursi civilization immediately fired like crazy. Even the Earth Federation fleet ignored it, and all the cannon fodder on the warships except the main guns poured into these missiles, forming a huge firepower network to prevent these missiles from approaching. The commanders of these Kursi civilization fleets all knew that this kind of missile could destroy the shield structure. Even a strong shield like the Galaxy Shield could be broken, let alone the shields of their warships. Without the protection of the shield, the warships were simply targets. So they chose to withstand the attack of the Earth Federation fleet with the shield, and also give priority to attacking these missiles. When the Kursi civilization fleet was frantically attacking the missiles, the Earth Federation fleet also began to focus its firepower on one of the enemy's fleets. As our ancestor said, it is better to break one finger than to hurt 10 fingers. So the goal of the Earth Federation fleet is to concentrate its firepower to destroy one fleet first. After waiting for half a day, 1/10 of the first batch of missiles was left to attack the shields of these fleets. But the familiar energy shock wave did not appear. These missiles were damaged instantly after hitting the protective shield, and then nothing happened. Seeing this, the fleet commander of the Kursi civilization was dumbfounded, and General Mason Seti in the rear command hall was also dumbfounded. What does this mean? Are you kidding me? It was a fake to fool people after all this time, and several hours were wasted on these broken copper and rotten iron. The fleet attacked by the Earth Federation was already a little overwhelmed. Although General Mason Seti was very angry, he knew that this was most likely a conspiracy of the Earth Federation fleet. If they stopped attacking these missiles, then the other side might replace all of them with real ones, which would be a disaster for the fleet. So they couldn't stop. Even if they knew that there was a 90% chance that these missiles were fake, they could stop intercepting. The Kursi civilization was frustrated, but the Earth Federation was happy. 80% of the opponent's firepower was used to intercept those fake missiles, and the remaining main gun attacks were not a pressure at all for the Earth Federation fleet. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For a huge cosmic war, with hundreds of millions of warships fighting, 3 days is just a short moment, and it is too early to decide the winner. For 3 days, the Earth Federation fleet continuously launched missiles to attack the Kursi civilization fleet, and all the missiles used were fake missiles. Not a single one was really useful. This also made the nervous Kursi civilization fleet slowly relax its vigilance, and the firepower network of intercepting missiles began to decrease, and the firepower attacking the Earth Federation fleet began to increase. The landing point calculation is complete, the battlefield fire control system has taken over, and the attack countdown is 60, 59, 58. 3, 2, 1, attack. As the voice of the starry sky sounded in Xiang Qian's ears, all the warships of the Earth Federation opened fire at the same time. This time it was not a concentrated fire attack, but dozens of warships attacked one target, and all the targets were fleets that would be attacked by missiles in the next second. After the Earth Federation fleet's attack broke out, with 10 seconds left to the Kursi civilization fleet, a new batch of missiles hit the protective shield of the Kursi civilization fleet fiercely. After the missile exploded, the energy shock wave began to spread. It's broken, dodge immediately, quickly. The commanders of the fleets of the Kursi civilization were stunned for a moment after seeing the energy shock wave, and then immediately shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. When the protective shield began to dissipate, and the warships had not yet moved, the endless attacks hit the hulls of these unprotected warships fiercely. Then a series of explosions appeared in the formation of the Kursi civilization fleet, which caught the fleet that had not yet reacted off guard. Before the explosion was over, and the fleet had not reorganized, the next round of missiles attacked the fleet of the Kursi civilization again, followed by another round of energy shock waves and a concentrated fire attack that had been prepared long ago. This situation continued until the 5th round of missile attacks was over, and the Kursi civilization fleet was adjusted and reformed a firepower network to intercept the missiles. But unfortunately, the missiles they intercepted were all fake missiles. Those real missiles had already hit them hard, so it was meaningless for them to intercept them now. The tactics this time were made by the general staff to tease you. Although the name of the tactics was a bit tricky, this trick was played by our ancestors for thousands of years. This time, it was finally played on the aliens, and the effect was not bad. In just 5 rounds of explosive attacks, the Kursi civilization fleet lost more than 60 million warships, and at least dozens of fleets lost more than half of their warships. Even now, there are still warships with sparks slowly retreating, preparing to retreat to the defense line for repairs. General, the losses have been counted. Our warships have lost 6,327 warships, and 5.28 million warships have been damaged. Has the Academy of Sciences not yet developed a way to defend against this kind of missile? Mason Seti said in a low voice. He was very angry now, But anger is not useful in war, so he must calm down. If he gets confused, there will be no way to fight this battle. I'm sorry, General. The Academy of Sciences is still analyzing that special energy shock wave, and is currently unable to develop equipment to defend against this kind of missile. Then let all the interception fleets return and rely on the defense line to resist the opponent's attack. Mason said he listened, thought for a while, and then spoke. Yes, General. Chapter 385. Mason said he looked at the Earth Federation fleet approaching slowly on the screen. Especially when he saw the planetary fortress, his eyes kept flickering, as if he was thinking about something. How many space collapse weapons do we have? After a while, Mason said he asked. General, we have a total of 200 space collapse bombs. Send 10 space collapse bombs to the first line of defense, and let the scientists calculate the range of the space collapse bombs. If I destroy a planet, I will be the center of the entire civilization. Mason said he said. Okay, General. This answer was somewhat hesitant, but finally said firmly. The power of the space collapse bomb is too great. If it is used next to a star system, it can directly compress the star into a black hole. The reason why Mason said he dare not use racial weapons inside the star system is that any native civilization race of the Andromeda galaxy is not allowed to destroy any planet. Whether it is a resource planet or a life planet, even a useless rock planet, the native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy cannot destroy it. Otherwise, there is no need to fight. The native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy will directly use a scorched earth tactic to destroy all the planets on the periphery, waiting for the civilizations of the major galaxies to fly over, and then consume the energy of all civilizations at rest, leaving the other side with no way to replenish. Will there be a need to fight then? The exhaustion of energy can kill all civilizations, so there is no need for the native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy to pursue them relentlessly. So with this restriction, the native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy can only use large-scale, powerful lethal weapons outside the star system. Otherwise, if a planet is accidentally affected, the entire civilization will be wiped out by the rules of the universe. This is because the Kursi civilization did not leave too many space collapse bombs here, so they can only be used outside the star system. If they are launched, they will be intercepted halfway. If they are launched using a gravitational tunnel, even a fool can see the fluctuations. Especially after being attacked by such weapons, they will be prepared. In this case, the space collapse bombs became useless. They were powerful, but had no soil for use. Otherwise, if they were used in the star system, even the protective shield of the galaxy battleship might not be able to withstand the impact of the compressed planet. As time went by, when the Earth Federation fleet was about to attack the defense line, 10 space collapse bombs were transported to the interior of the planetary fortress through the galaxy ring. The space collapse bombs were not exposed at all during the whole process, and the arrangement was very strict. In fact, these 10 space collapse bombs are used to destroy the Earth Federation together. If the first line of defense is breached, the space collapse bombs will be activated at that time to directly destroy the first line of defense and the Earth Federation fleet. If the first line of defense is not breached, then Mason said he will not detonate these bombs, otherwise it will not be a mutual destruction, but to help the Earth Federation fleet break the defense line. As the Earth Federation fleet launched dense missiles, the Earth Federation's second attack on the Starfield defense line began. However, the tactics of the Earth Federation were useless this time, because the defense line equipped with close-range phalanx defense weapons had an interception efficiency of 90% for missiles. Even if 10% of the missiles hit the shield and damaged it, the second shield would rise in the next second. In this case, unless the Earth Federation can increase the number of missiles that successfully pass through the firepower network by 5 times, there is actually no use for such a defense system. Moreover, the Earth Federation does not know how many layers of the opponent's shield there are. If there is a 3-layer shield system, then if they open it layer by layer, you will have no way to deal with it. Faced with this situation, the Earth Federation immediately changed its tactics. One of the 50 planetary fortresses slowly flew out from the rear and began to accelerate during the flight. The size of this planetary fortress was 3.7 times that of the Sun, and it could be called a giant. Behind this planetary fortress, there were millions of large conventional particle jet engines working. The particle jet of more than 1 million kilometers formed a long tail in the void of the universe. From a distance, this planetary fortress looked like a meteor. Compared to the conventional particle jet engine behind the planetary fortress, the gravity traction engine in front of it is the main accelerator. Under the effect of this engine, the speed of the planetary fortress began to climb to 400 million kilometers per hour. Prepare to activate the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon and destroy this planetary fortress for me. Mason said he saw the planetary fortress rushing towards the defense line and immediately gave the order. Although he did not believe that the Earth Federation could use a planetary fortress to break the defense line he shot down, he still gave the order to destroy the planetary fortress out of caution. As the planet's flight speed became faster and faster, it also began to attack the defense line. Huge energy beams burst out one after another. The entire planet fortress was like a hedgehog, instantly bursting out endless attacks on the side of the defense line. If someone could see the inside of this planet fortress, they would know that this planet fortress is completely an empty shell. Under the cover of the outer armor, its core is actually a star. This star is filled with countless crystal-like tubes. These tubes will frantically extract the energy of the star every moment, making the surface of the star fall into a stable state. The magma eruption, super large-scale sunspot explosion, and the like have nothing to do with this star. After the nuclear fusion reaction occurs inside this star, its violent energy will be extracted instantly, and cannot be transmitted to the surface of the star at all. At the same time, when the external attack is launched, the internal repulsive compression equipment is also working. These devices emit a repulsive force field, making the star like a squeezed water ball. The greater the external pressure, the faster the water inside will be ejected. The reason why countless fortress cannons outside can launch attacks continuously, and the rear engine can burst out huge energy, is because of the energy of the star. As long as the star is still there, the external attack will never stop. Facing the crazy attack of the planetary fortress, the firepower on the defense line must begin to be concentrated on the planetary fortress. However, with the protective shield provided by the star, even if the firepower on the defense line is concentrated, the planetary fortress will not be under any pressure. General, the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon is fully charged and can be launched at any time. Wait until the opponent's planetary fortress is close to 10 million kilometers from the defense line, and launch it immediately. Yes, General. Chapter 386. As the planetary fortress approaches little by little, the energy attack becomes more violent. In the Earth Federation Command Hall, Xiang Qian looked at the data on the big screen and said to the starry sky, "If this star is blown up before it reaches the defense line, how much of its explosive power will be left? The power will drop by at least 70%. According to the plan of the General Staff, when this planetary fortress reaches the front of the opponent's defense line, it will extract energy on a large scale and then compress the entire star. At that time, the star will explode with very powerful energy, and at this time, the seeds in the core of the star will be detonated. The star, which has been compressed to the limit, will form a supernova explosion after the core is detonated, and it is a supernova explosion with very sufficient energy. At that time, the energy that exploded in an instant will destroy the protective shield of the defense line by itself, and then a large amount of particle flow will blow away all the planetary fortresses and fleets on the defense line, leaving an irreparable crack in the solid defense line. If the star is destroyed by the enemy before reaching the defense line, without being compressed and detonated, the power of the supernova explosion can only break 1 or 2 layers of the enemy's protective shield, which will not have much effect on the entire battle situation," Shinkong said immediately. Xiang Qian frowned and said to Vacadia, "Predict whether the plan can proceed smoothly." A few seconds later, the big screen showed the scene of the planet fortress being blown up, the star appearing and beginning to expand. "Can I dodge?" Xiang Qian asked. "I can't dodge. The star is too big, and the opponent's attack speed is too fast. There is no way to dodge in advance. I can't get rid of the opponent's lock. I can only adjust the direction to dodge after the opponent launches an attack. Even if I turn on the twisted magnetic field, I can't resolve the opponent's attack. After all, the speed of the projectile is too fast, and the energy it carries is too huge." Vacadia appeared on the big screen and said slowly, "Then calculate the time and detonate the star system before the opponent destroys the planet fortress. By the way, can you predict under what conditions to detonate a star so that the degenerate matter formed during the supernova explosion can rush to the defense line on a large scale?" Xiang Qian continued, "Since it is impossible to send the star to the defense line, it cannot be wasted. Just treat it as a grenade, and use the shrapnel as the lethality." "Okay, I will simulate it now. Please transfer the control of the planetary fortress to me." Vacadia nodded. After listening, Xiang Qian immediately asked Shinkong to transfer the control of the planetary fortress to Vacadia, and then waited for the largest grenade explosion in history. Starry Sky can also simulate supernova explosions, but adjusting the direction of the ejected matter from a supernova explosion is not something Starry Sky can accomplish. Only Vacadia, who has an abnormally large computing power and the ability to predict, can accomplish this basically impossible task. Every time an adjustment is made, the result of a supernova explosion will be different. If you want the ejected matter from a supernova explosion to aim at the opponent's defense line, the computing power required is simply unimaginable. However, if this thing succeeds, the power will be very powerful. Supernova explosions are ejected matter, and even if the speed does not reach the speed of light, it is not much different. Imagine that when a supernova explodes, the degenerate matter formed by high temperature and high pressure hits the defense line at the speed of light. The effect is absolutely terrible. Sure enough, when Bacadia was calculating, the computing power of the Wisdom race flagship instantly soared to 98%, reaching the critical point of the Wisdom's computing speed. It is conceivable that such a computing task is also a challenge for Bacadia. Time passed bit by bit, and the planet fortress finally arrived at the cosmic void 10 million kilometers away from the opponent's defense line. At this time, the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon that had been prepared for a long time inside the second defense line of the Kursi civilization was launched in an instant. The 80 million kilometer acceleration rail began to tremble the moment it was activated, and the super-large projectile inside also moved forward rapidly under the thrust. When the projectile reached the 60 million kilometer position of the acceleration rail, no matter how it accelerated, the speed of the projectile could not be increased. When the projectile reaches the last 1 million kilometers of the acceleration rail, the muzzle begins to make fine adjustments, and the most advanced sensing equipment and specialized supercomputer groups are preparing for the final launch. After all, when launching, if the muzzle deviates by 1 millimeter, then after flying a certain distance, the projectile will have no idea where it hits. So the last 3 seconds or so is the most critical step. Mason Seti is also nervously looking at the big screen at this time, clenching his fists, waiting for the launch result. A few seconds later, the big screen showed the projectile being shot out at high speed, and immediately the data on the big screen began to refresh, which was calculating the trajectory of the projectile. General, the launch was successful, and the projectile angle did not deviate. Huh? Hearing the news of the successful launch, Mason Seti breathed a sigh of relief, and then he just had to wait for the opponent's planetary fortress to be destroyed. At the moment the projectile was launched, the planetary fortress's forward rules were also adjusted instantly, but even so, the planetary fortress could not escape the attack of the huge projectile. Mason Seti was relieved, but Xiang Qian was worried. At this time, Bacadia's calculations had not yet been completed, and Xiang Qian didn't know if he could complete the calculations before the opponent's attack reached him. Time passed quickly, and the oversized projectile flew through the second line of defense at 0.92 times the speed of light, and flew towards the first line of defense. It would not take long for it to hit the planet fortress from the side. Finally, under Xiang Qian's nervous gaze, when the projectile was about to reach the first line of defense, Bacadia's calculation power dropped instantly, and the speed of the Wisdom returned to normal. The next second, the big screen showed that the planet was starting to activate the compression device, compressing the entire star, but this compression was not overall, with some places having high pressure and some places having low pressure. The energy that exploded at the moment the star was compressed was formed into a huge energy beam, and fired fiercely. 10 seconds later, this energy beam focused on the side of the huge projectile, causing the projectile to slightly change its direction of advance. But this change was not enough to prevent the projectile from hitting the planetary fortress millions of kilometers away. It was just that the angle of impact changed a little, but this change would still cause the planet to fall apart, which made no difference at all. But this change is not so simple under Bacadia's calculation. A dozen seconds is very short, but after the planetary fortress shuts down all the equipment, and uses all the energy buffer equipment to share the overload of the crushing equipment, the effect is different. Kaka, the super-large projectile hit the side of the planetary fortress fiercely, but after the impact, this super-large projectile did not hit the star as everyone imagined. Instead, it was instantly fixed there, and everyone felt that the picture at this time was paused. But in the next second, everyone saw a picture that they would never forget in their lives. Chapter 387. After the screen paused for 0.01 seconds, the star, which had shrunk by nearly 1/10, suddenly exploded. At this time, the super-large projectile also began to collide with the star, but its speed was very slow, because the huge energy impact of the supernova explosion was resisting the kinetic energy of the projectile. But this scene only lasted for 1 second. During this second, the particles produced by the supernova explosion collided with the projectile, and turned into countless elements, with very fast half-lives under the pressure and temperature. Countless elements accumulated on the surface of the projectile, and then combined with the material of the projectile to form a new type of matter. The next second, the huge projectile began to disintegrate, turning into dozens of semi-matter and semi-energy particle streams emitting powerful attachments, and quickly ejected outward. At this time, the energy and matter of the supernova explosion had spread outward for more than 300,000 kilometers. At this time, the large screen in the Earth Federation Command Hall was showing the direction of the stellar debris. There were more than 1 million degenerate matter particles, with a volume of more than 10 meters, not to mention those with a smaller volume. Under the huge energy of the supernova explosion, these degenerate substances followed the shock wave and rushed towards the defense line. It can be seen from the screen that 1/5 of the debris from the supernova explosion is heading towards the opponent's defense line, and the largest debris is heading towards the opponent's defense line. Don't think that 1/5 is a small number. Under normal circumstances, it is already very good if a few tenths of the debris can rush towards the opponent's defense line. The current result is obviously the credit of Acadia. Xiang Qian saw the display on the big screen and breathed a sigh of relief. Shinkong, according to the trajectory of the debris ejected by the supernova, let the fleet start to evade. Xiang Qian immediately said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." This order was not an exaggeration by Xiang Qian. Although with the peak technological level of the 4th level civilization, they were not afraid of the intense radiation and massive gamma rays produced by the supernova explosion. However, the stellar debris close to the speed of light could not be blocked by the protective shield. If we are not careful, these debris may cause considerable losses to the fleet, and this kind of non-combat casualties is what he does not want to see. Vikardia, according to the impact of this stellar debris, immediately formulate an attack plan, do not give them a chance to buffer, and then send out the second planet fortress, and try to make a hole in the opponent's defense line in one go. Xiang Qian continued. Yes, I am calculating. Xiang Qian was relieved, but Mason said he collapsed. There is no need to calculate. A supernova explosion occurred about 10 million kilometers away from the defense line. The speed of the debris had hit the protective shield before it was calculated. Now the defense line on the big screen has been flashing red light, and red dots appear on the big screen. This means that there is a problem with the defense line. The red dots mean that the place has been destroyed and needs to be repaired immediately. Mason said his face became even uglier. He didn't expect the result to be like this. The original intention was to destroy the opponent's large planetary fortress, but who would have thought that the opponent's planetary fortress was fake, and its interior was actually a star? And as if it were not a good thing, the projectiles they launched also triggered a supernova explosion. The most annoying thing was that 20% of the debris from the supernova explosion hit the protective shield. The largest debris, after penetrating the protective shield, also broke the galaxy ring, leaving a gap in the entire defense line. Report the loss? Mason said he calmed down and said, General, the 3 layers of the first line of defense were all broken by the energy particle flow of the supernova explosion, and the energy buffer devices were all overloaded. There was 1 break in the galaxy ring and 294 damages, causing heavy casualties. What about the loss of warships? After the shields offset most of the impact, the warships were not damaged. Only tens of thousands of warships were hit by the stellar debris and suffered minor damage, but it did not affect their performance. Notify the logistics department to repair the first line of defense immediately, mobilize the planetary fortresses to plug the gap, and draw 100 fleets from the rear line of defense to join the battle. Yes, General. For Mason Seti, this loss report is simply a shame. They were not beaten badly by the enemy, but were caused by a close-range supernova explosion. What made him most confused was that it seemed that this supernova explosion was the result of his order to attack. In fact, Mason said he didn't know that if he didn't order the attack, and the planetary fortress exploded on the defense line, their losses would not be just this little bit. At that time, the first line of defense would be broken, instead of having a chance to save it like now. With the deployment of the reserve fleet, the gap in the defense line that was penetrated by the debris of the supernova explosion gradually stabilized. After all, the fleet with more than 5 times the number of Earth Federation warships, plus the planetary rings and a large number of planetary fortresses that were not damaged in the first line of defense, was enough to withstand the attack of the Earth Federation fleet. Originally, the Earth Federation wanted to take the opportunity to break through the first line of defense, but after seeing the opponent's mighty reserve fleet rushing over, the staff knew that this time it would not work. Even if the Earth Federation's fleet performance is superior, the opponent's fleet occupies a favorable terrain, and the number is more than 5 times that of its own. If the Earth Federation wants to capture this defense line at this time, the loss will be very large. So after a crazy attack for a while, the Earth Federation fleet began to slowly retreat. After all, knowing that it can't be captured, it's still stupid to stay in the place where the firepower of the other party's defense line is the strongest. Isn't that courting death? And it's not suitable to attack at this time. Now, with the position of 10 million kilometers of the defense line as the center, the surrounding hundreds of millions of kilometers are shrouded in super-strong particle clouds. This is the product left after the supernova explosion. Because the mass of this star is relatively small, and it was deliberately detonated by the Earth Federation, it did not form a white dwarf. Instead, at the end of the explosion, before the internal gravity completely disappeared, countless particles were pulled from the particle flow to form this cloud. With the technological level of a level 4 civilization, there would be countless warships in this level of radiation and high-temperature reactions inside the particle cloud. But this environment has a lot of interference with energy weapons, just like lasers cannot be used in foggy weather. Now the high-energy reactions and various physical reactions inside this particle cloud have not yet calmed down, and the attack distance and accuracy of energy weapons are not good. So neither side can attack at a long distance, and can only fight in close combat. But in close combat, the Earth Federation fleet is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and the opponent's defense line has not been completely destroyed. So we can only wait for the second planet fortress to arrive in front to see if we can destroy the defense line in front of us at one time. Chapter 388. Vicadia, calculate the data of the supernova explosion again, and try to break their defense line in one go. As the second planet fortress gradually approached the opponent's defense line under the cover of the fleet, Xiangqian said to Vicadia. Vicadia nodded without saying anything, and started calculating directly. Originally, Xiangqian thought that Vicadia had the data from the first time, so the second calculation could be faster, but he didn't expect that more than 10 hours had passed and Vicadia had not yet finished the calculation. When the planet fortress was still 70 million kilometers away from the opponent's defense line, the planet fortress suddenly stopped under Vicadia's control. At the same time, Vicadia's figure also appeared beside Xiangqian, and said with a bad face, "The second planet fortress cannot be detonated, otherwise it will directly destroy the life planet in the star system ahead." How is it possible? As long as the debris of the supernova explosion hits the life planet, even the particle flow cannot destroy the life planet. How could such a thing happen? Xiangqian said in surprise. That's right, the particle flow cannot destroy the life planet, but if it is swept by the particle flow of the supernova explosion at close range, the life planet will deviate from its orbit, and then hit the opponent's planet fortress, and become torn into pieces. Vicadia said, showing the predicted scene. Xiangqian looked at the screen, where the dry life planet deviated from its orbit, hit the opponent's planet fortress, and then was destroyed together with the planet fortress, and his face was very ugly. Why was it okay last time? 50% of the power of the particle flow shock wave of the first supernova explosion was offset by the opponent's protective shield, so the life planet was only affected, but not damaged as a whole. But after the supernova explosion this time, without the buffer of the protective shield, the power of the particle flow will throw the life planet away. As for why the opponent's planetary fortress did not dodge, Xiangqian did not ask this question, and Vicadia did not say it. After all, if a life planet is destroyed, the Earth Federation will suffer a loss of 20 people, and the deaths are random, so there may be a large number of scientists among them. In addition, if a life planet is lost, the population limit of the Earth Federation will be reduced by 10 billion. So in total, the destruction of a life planet will cause the Earth Federation to lose 12 billion people. And the opponent's loss can be at most 1/3 of the Earth Federation. If the planetary fortress escapes and the life planet is not destroyed, then the armed personnel they arranged on the life planet will not be able to eliminate the 12 billion people of the Earth Federation. So no matter how you calculate it, the destruction of a life planet will cause heavy losses to the Earth Federation. When the life planet is destroyed, can the list of people who died in the Earth Federation be predicted? After a while, Xiangqian asked in a deep voice. No, the rules of the universe do not allow it. All the dead people are randomly selected and cannot be predicted, Vicadia said. Xiangqian looked at Vicadia for a long time, then waved his hand and said, "Forget it, withdraw the planetary fortress, stop the attack, and let the staff reformulate the attack plan." Okay. Vicadia disappeared after saying that. Xiangqian sighed softly, as he looked at the opponent's heavy losses on the big screen. The opponent's defense line could be broken with just one more strong blow. As the Earth Federation fleet retreated, the opponent also began to repair the defense line on a large scale. Under the technological level of the 4th level civilization, repairing the defense line is a very simple matter. As long as there are enough raw materials, it can be repaired quickly. This is also the reason why Xiang Qian ordered the Earth Federation fleet to retreat. Without the violent energy impact and debris ejection of the supernova explosion, it is impossible to break the opponent's defense line in a short time. Instead of wasting troops there, it is better to think of other ways. After the Earth Federation fleet retreated, and the planetary fortress left, Mason Seti also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew from the scientist's explanation that the supernova explosion was not caused by the projectile, but facing the impact of the supernova explosion at close range, what's the use of repairing the defense line? So when Xiang Qian sent out the second planetary fortress, Mason Seti was thinking about whether to continue to hold the first line of defense. After all, the first line of defense is a bit far from the super-large electromagnetic repulsion weapon. Before the Earth Federation planetary fortress enters the attack range, it cannot hit it at all. After the planetary fortress enters the impact range, it is already very close to the first line of defense. Even if it hits at that time, it will be the same as this time. But now the Earth Federation has retreated for some reason, and Mason Seti decided to continue to hold the first line of defense. General, the military sent a communication asking us to send back the civilization threat level assessment report. I wonder what the general's evaluation is. Let's classify them as a moderately dangerous civilization, and then send the data we collected to the military. As for how they evaluate it, it has nothing to do with us. Mason Seti said. Okay, General. A few days later, the report and data sent by Mason Seti were reorganized in the Kursi civilization and then continued to be sent to the Andromeda Galaxy. At the same time, countless civilized races outside the Andromeda Galaxy were doing the same thing. Half a year later, around the black hole at the core of the Andromeda Galaxy, within the horizon of the black hole, an extremely large mechanical disk was parked there. The huge gravity of the black hole seemed to have no effect on this mechanical disk. After a while, a spaceship no longer than 50,000 kilometers rushed into the horizon of the black hole, completely ignoring the distortion of the black hole's gravitational field, rushed straight to the sky above the mechanical disk, and then stopped instantly. Not long after the spaceship stopped, a giant creature with a length of more than 100,000 kilometers also came to the sky above the mechanical disk and stopped next to the spaceship. This seemed to be a signal. Then, all kinds of strange spaceships and strange objects rushed into the black hole horizon one after another and stopped above the disk. When the last position above the mechanical disk was full, dozens of beams of light shot out from the mechanical disk and shone on the hatch of the aircraft above. Then the hatches of all aircraft opened, and people of different races walked out of the hatches into the beams and were brought into the mechanical disk. Inside the mechanical disk, a huge star map with a diameter of more than 50 kilometers was in the middle of a circle of seats. At this time, each seat was surrounded by beams of light. After dozens of seconds, all the people who walked out of the aircraft were brought to the seats by the beams. Everyone first input the situation of their respective control areas into the host, and then discuss other issues. On a huge seat that was obviously 3 circles larger than the other seats, a person of the human race spoke first. Chapter 389. After this person finished speaking, except for a few people whose seats were the same size as him, everyone else on the seats began to take out their devices to transmit data to the host. Theodi, I heard that your Three-Eyed Tribe's interception force was breached and didn't even kill half of the enemies. It seems that your Three-Eyed Tribe's prophetic ability is not working well. The first humanoid man who spoke said to a man with a third eye on his forehead. Humph. It is impossible to stop all the enemies with the power of our Three-Eyed Tribe, a 4th-level civilization branch. It's great to be able to do this. If it were you, I don't know if you could stop 1/10 of the enemies. As for whether our Three-Eyed Tribe's prophetic ability is useful, it's not up to you, Caesar. If you want to know, you can come and try it. Theodi of the Three-Eyed Tribe said disdainfully. I'm just worried that your Three-Eyed Tribe's prophetic ability is not useful. If it delays the plan of the entire alliance, the consequences are not something you Three-Eyed Tribe can afford. Caesar said coldly. The alliance's plan, if you have the ability, you can take over this plan. If you don't have the ability, then shut your stinky mouth. You are a low-level animal who only knows how to fart and doesn't know how to use your brain. Caesar was furious after hearing this, and immediately stood up and was about to curse, but at this time, several other masters sitting in the same huge seats spoke up. Okay, Caesar, Theodi, you two stop arguing. The conflict between your two tribes, after resolving this survival crisis, you can fight as you please, but it's best to restrain yourself at this time. If you two start a civil war at this time, don't blame us for joining forces to wipe out your two clans. We are here for a meeting, not to listen to you quarrel. After the other people spoke, Caesar could only snort coldly and look at Fiodi with a fierce look, but didn't say anything else. Fiodi looked at Caesar with disdain, as if he was looking at a jumping clown. The people on the huge seats quarreled, but no one below showed a surprised expression. It seemed that they had long been accustomed to it, and were no longer surprised. After everyone had finished transmitting the information, another person on a huge seat said, according to the various transmitted data, it will be displayed on the star map by category. The next second, the huge star map began to show colors, showing that each star field was divided, and then the life planets were marked separately. The positions and military strength of each race can be seen on this star map. However, the most eye-catching thing is the red dots in the surrounding areas of the stars. Some star fields in the edge areas have completely turned red. Not bad, it seems that our enemies this time are also very tenacious, showing the highest level of danger civilization. Instantly, a large number of red dots on the edge of the star map turned yellow, and only 4 red areas still had red dots. Then the star map began to magnify the information of the red dots inside the red area. The records of these civilizations marked as red were very amazing. If Xiang Qian could see this information, he would definitely be surprised. When the Earth Federation just added an attack on a star field, a civilized race had successfully eliminated a local civilization and occupied the entire star system, and was now attacking the next star field. But the most surprising thing is that the civilizations that invaded the Andromeda galaxy were not just from the Milky Way. From the star map, 7 places in the entire Andromeda galaxy were attacked. So it is obvious that at least 7 civilizations from 7 galaxies crossed the cosmic void to attack the native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy. And all the civilizations in the Milky Way are shown as yellow dots on this star map, and some are even just light yellow. There is not even a red-level civilization. Lucky, some races are in charge of areas that don't even have a high-level threatening civilization. Caesar said sarcastically, looking at the area where the Milky Way is located. Fiodi just looked at Caesar with contempt after hearing this, and ignored him at all. There is not a single civilization with a high threat level. It's really funny. Fiodi looked at the location of the Earth Federation and the threat level displayed, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Other civilizations don't need to be taken care of no matter how threatening they are. The key is this civilization, human civilization. I think everyone should know the legend about human civilization. At this time, a person on a huge chair pointed at a red dot and said. Instantly, a screen appeared on the star map, showing a huge planet fortress, which was about 100 times the size of the sun. The planets around this planet fortress all looked very small. After seeing the image of the human race on the screen, Fiodi's expression instantly became serious. This human civilization is not the Earth Federation, but another human civilization. And it is the civilization with the highest threat level, which has already occupied a star field. Compared with this human civilization, the Earth Federation is simply too far behind. It is not even a heavyweight. Fiodi, I remember that your three-eyed tribe has passed down a prophecy about human civilization. I wonder if it is true. Fiodi squinted his eyes, and looked at the newly emerged human civilization on the screen. He was thinking about something in his heart, but his flickering eyes and frowning brows showed that he was not very calm. Fiodi, you still don't want to say it at this time. I think you three-eyed tribe are not of the same mind as us. I don't know what bad things you are holding in your heart. Seeing that Fiodi didn't say anything, Caesar immediately spoke. The prophecy passed down by our three-eyed tribe is indeed related to humans, but there is no real record of the specific content of the prophecy. It is only passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation of our three-eyed royal family. However, the content of our prophecy is similar to the news you know, that is, the legend says that human civilization can break through the limits of the universe and break the shackles of the universe. However, this legend has been circulating for an unknown period of time, and human civilization has appeared for several generations, but no human civilization race has been able to break through the 6th level civilization, so whether this legend is true remains to be verified. After a while, Fiodi spoke slowly. No matter whether this legend is true or not, why not just destroy this human civilization? Let all the 4th level civilization races in the area where human civilization is located send fleets to encircle and suppress human civilization, and see if human civilization can withstand it. What do you think? Caesar continued. I think it's okay. Anyway, no matter what, as long as it is human civilization, we can't be careless. It's best to wipe it out in advance. If they break through the 5th level civilization and see the timeline, they can adjust the time. At that time, the war of attrition will be meaningless. It would be better to wipe them out while they are still at the 4th level of civilization. Similarly, it will be difficult to deal with the fifth level of civilization, and we can't take action directly. Okay, let's notify the people below later. As for other civilizations, there is no need to worry at all. Everyone on the huge chair expressed their opinions. Although they all showed disdainful smiles when talking about the human legend, when it comes to human civilization, no one does not take it seriously. Theody also nodded in agreement, but no one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 390. General, the military has sent a new order, please receive it. Yes, send it to my terminal. Mason said he nodded. Mason said he opened the encrypted file, and began to browse the contents. But not long after, his face became very ugly. After reading it, he threw the terminal in his hand to the ground. Stupid, these damn politicians should die. Mason said he cursed angrily. The content of this document actually asked him to send 50% of the troops of the remaining Starfield fleet to encircle and suppress some human civilization. If the human civilization is close to the Starfield, it will be fine, and the fleet can be transferred back to help defend at any time. But the location of that human civilization was actually in a star field 58,000 light-years away, which had nothing to do with them. However, no matter how ridiculous the order in this document was, he had to execute it, because this order came from a level 5 civilization, which was also the superior civilization of their Kursi civilization, and it was not something that their Kursi civilization could violate. So no matter how reluctant he was, he had to send half of the fleet to 58,000 light-years ago to participate in the encirclement and suppression plan of that human civilization. But after sending out half of the fleet, the guard force of the H-199 star field is not enough to defend such a large defense line of the entire star field. Then the only way is to abandon the outer star system and shrink the defense line. Notify all fleets on the first line of defense to retreat, and the personnel inside the planetary fortress and the galaxy ring will retreat with the fleet and return to the second line of defense. The front position of the first line of defense will stop repairing, leaving 10% of the operators and telling them to be prepared for sacrifice. The remaining personnel will follow the fleet to retreat to the second line of defense. The life planets outside the second line of defense are ready for battle, and they receive all the supplies inside the first line of defense and start to defend. Gather all the fleets currently inside the second line of defense, rush to the core area of the star field within a month, and wait for the space gate to open. After a long time, Mason said he issued this order. General, this order? This is a decision made by the 5th level civilization, and we, the Kursi civilization, can only execute it. Understood, General. With the large-scale fleet mobilization of the Kursi civilization, the Earth Federation also found that something was wrong. But the opponent's fleet movement was not reasonable at all, and it seemed that they wanted to abandon the first line of defense. For this obviously abnormal fleet movement, the Earth Federation did not act rashly, and had been monitoring the Kursi civilization. However, 2 months later, a huge space gate opened at the core of the H-199 star field, and half of the fleet of the H-199 star field entered the space gate. This move made the Earth Federation very confused, and they had no idea what the opponent was doing. Retreat, it shouldn't be. How can you withdraw half of the fleet and leave the other half? And there are obviously still people of the other side left on the life planet. If the other side is ready to give up the H-199 star field, it is impossible to leave so many people. But if you don't retreat, why withdraw so many fleets when the battle is going well now? But no matter what the Earth Federation thinks, it will not think that the Kursi civilization transferred so many fleets to encircle and suppress another human civilization. In fact, not only the Kursi civilization, but basically all the native civilizations and races in the Andromeda galaxy within 50,000 light-years around the human civilization have sent fleets to encircle and suppress them. The Earth Federation observed for 3 months and found that the Kursi civilization was not plotting anything, but had really withdrawn its fleet. As for what the fleet was withdrawn for, it had nothing to do with the Earth Federation. The only thing that mattered was that the first line of defense had turned from a solid wall into a plastic wrap, waiting for the Earth Federation to break through it. The Earth Federation could not let go of such a good opportunity. After confirming that there was no problem, the fleet set out again to attack the first line of defense. However, the opponent's resistance this time was too weak. In less than a day, the 3 layers of protective shields were broken, and only a few planetary fortresses were still supporting. Mason said he looked at the blown-up protective shield, and was looking forward to the Earth Federation fleet's advance, so that he could issue an order to detonate the space collapse bomb. Who would have thought that after the Earth Federation fleet blew up the protective shield, it stopped outside the defense line, and did not advance, but sent out countless small monsters and plant weapon seeds to deal with the planetary fortresses. Seeing this situation made Mason Seti depressed for a long time. If he ordered the detonation of the space collapse bomb at this time, at most some small monsters would be killed. But everyone knew that these small monsters would definitely be cannon fodder, and even if many of them died, it would not affect the overall situation. But if he did not detonate the space collapse bomb, he could only watch the planetary fortress being broken, and he could not even hurt the other side, and he also lost a few space collapse bombs, which was even more depressing. Finally, before the planetary fortress fell, Mason Seti still issued an order to detonate the space collapse bomb. Xiang Qian looked at the 10 black holes that appeared on the defense line, and his mouth twitched. Fortunately, there was a profit, otherwise if he wanted to rob the opponent's planetary fortress, he didn't know how many people would die. In fact, after breaking the protective shield, Xiang Qian subconsciously asked Vacadia to predict it. After all, the opponent's fleet left in a very strange way, and these civilized races have a tendency to self-destruct, so Xiang Qian would ask before attacking. As a result, he found out that the opponent had buried a trap there. If the Earth Federation fleet went there, no one could get out, and as many as entered would definitely die. After the power of the space collapse bomb was released, the Earth Federation fleet began to enter the first line of defense on a large scale, and began to capture the life planet. However, the process of capturing the life planet takes a lot of time, not too much. It takes at least several months to capture a life planet. Therefore, the Earth Federation will not attack the second line of defense until all the life planets outside the second line of defense are captured. Anyway, with the opponent's current military strength, it is impossible to leave the second line of defense and attack the Earth Federation. So Mason Seti could only watch the Earth Federation occupy one life planet after another, and it most sometimes caused trouble for the Earth Federation, but he had no way to deal with the Earth Federation. When the Earth Federation occupied one life planet after another, the population began to grow explosively and entered another period of great development. Another human civilization was in a life and death crisis. Everyone in the Earth Federation did not know that it was another human civilization that attracted most of the firepower for them. Otherwise these firepowers would be poured on the Earth Federation, and the Earth Federation would be destroyed in minutes. It is true that the same people have different fates. They are both human civilizations, but the treatment they receive is simply very different.